Chapter 1. Transcendence, a Pawn of Fate. In the tranquil Baishui County, within the confines of the Xiao residence, specifically the eastern courtyard, Xiao Yunyi halted at the threshold. His gaze fell upon a nearby servant, and he spoke in a low, grave tone. "Has that wayward son awakened?" The servant bowed respectfully and replied, "Replying to your esteemed self, the young master just roused to take his medicine, but has since succumbed to slumber once more." Xiao Zhongyan remained silent for a moment, seemingly deep in contemplation. After a tentative step forward, he hesitated, eventually opting to turn and depart. Once his figure vanished from sight, the servant exhaled a sigh of relief, gently patting his chest. The master exudes an aura of such malevolence, it is truly terrifying. An elderly servant tasked with cleaning nearby chuckled at this remark, revealing a set of uneven teeth. "You possess quite the timid disposition, akin to a frightened mouse. I truly do not comprehend why the old matriarch has chosen you to attend to the young master. Is this a matter of courage?" The servant shot a glare at the old man. As they conversed, a faint cough emanated from within the room. The servant's expression shifted instantly, murmuring, "The young master has awakened. I hope he does not choose to stir up trouble again." With caution, he pushed the door open and bent slightly as he entered the inner chamber. "Young master, are you awake? The master visited earlier, and I presumed you were still asleep. Hence I refrained from reporting." "What did he say?" "Nothing of great import. Merely that he came to see you." The servant responded with deference. Xiao Yunyi lay quietly on the bed with his eyes firmly shut. After gathering his thoughts, he inquired, "What is the current situation within the estate?" "Young master," the servant hesitated momentarily, stammering, "the master has persuaded the old matriarch, the eldest uncle, and the third uncle, and has summoned clan elders and relatives, all awaiting the auspicious moment to convene at the ancestral hall, where the name of that individual shall be inscribed. A change of name, an entry into the Xiao family lineage, thus forever becoming a scion of the Xiao clan. Regrettably, the true protagonist of this grand spectacle is not Xiao Yunyi. The knowledge of these events is solely due to the fact that the current Xiao Yunyi harbors a soul from another realm. The original text is a serialized novel, one that embodies an exceedingly distorted worldview, devoid of logical coherence, and falls into the category of mindless entertainment. The soul that has transcended into Xiao Yunyi has become a mere pawn destined to meet an untimely demise within the first 30 chapters. Just how warped is the worldview of this narrative, you might wonder. To illustrate, for instance, no matter the actions of the protagonist but senseless murder, the author portrays such deeds as acts of righteousness. It is as if anything undertaken by the protagonist is inherently justified, while others must submit obediently. As for the plot, it is a chaotic tangle bereft of any logical foundation. For example, despite the Xiao family's second branch already having a legitimate heir, they still proceed to take the widow of a deceased comrade as a concubine, subsequently adopting her sole son as the legitimate firstborn. Such a storyline is utterly astounding. Moreover, the characters within the original text are predominantly devoid of intellect. Regardless of gender, upon encountering the protagonist, they are instantaneously captivated by his allure. Even those from opposing factions, upon the slightest display of the protagonist's charm, would instantly switch their allegiance. Furthermore, women of even modest beauty would eagerly offer themselves. Even those hailing from prestigious families would willingly become the protagonist's concubines. Had I known, I wouldn't have cursed while watching now. Look, I've landed myself in a predicament. Xiao Yunyi muttered under his breath. Currently, he occupies the role of the first minor character to meet his demise at the hands of the protagonist. A small consolation lies in the fact that the narrative has yet to unfold fully. The protagonist and his mother have just been brought back. This implies that Xiao Yunyi still possesses the opportunity to alter his fate, avoiding an immediate demise upon his arrival in this world. The backdrop of the original text is set in the Dayong dynasty, specifically in the 11th year of the Jingfeng era. Xiao Yunyi's biological father, General Xiao Zhongyuan of Pingdi, recently led his troops to triumph over the northern Di. In that battle, he displayed remarkable valor, slaying generals and seizing flags, ultimately decimating over 300,000 soldiers of the northern Di. Following this crushing defeat, the northern Di was rendered incapable of further conflict with Dayong. Consequently, The ruler of Northern D was compelled to send envoys, offering their surrender and paying homage to the Yong. Thus, a prolonged conflict lasting several decades was finally concluded by Xiao Yunyi's efforts. According to the narrative's progression, upon his return to court, Xiao Yunyi would be honored with the title of Divine Military Marquis, promoted to the second rank as General of the Northern Frontier, and entrusted with military authority over the capital. As the sole legitimate son of Xiao Yunyi, Xiao Yunyi could have enjoyed a life of unparalleled privilege. However, all of this merely serves as a prelude to the protagonist's future. The accolades and achievements acquired by Xiao Yunyi would ultimately become the protagonist's halo, rendering him even more resplendent. As per the original storyline, in gratitude for the life-saving assistance provided by the protagonist's father on the battlefield, Xiao Yunyi would take the protagonist's mother as a lawful concubine and adopt the protagonist as his own son, elevating him to the status of the legitimate heir. This plotline is indeed perplexing. When Xiao Yunyi first encountered this segment, he found it incomprehensible. Could he not simply adopt the protagonist as a son in gratitude? Must he be adopted as the legitimate heir? What becomes of his biological son in such a scenario? It was only upon delving deeper into the narrative that Xiao Yunyi realized was merely a pawn. Setting aside logic, if one were to purely indulge in the narrative without critical thought, it is undeniably thrilling. But must my enjoyment lead to my entrapment within this tale? And to be a mere early dead pawn at that? What is this? A fight for survival? Every illogical and contrived plot point serves merely to set the stage for the protagonist's future display of grandeur. Xiao Yunyi continuously reminisces about the original storyline. Before him now lie seemingly three choices. The first choice is to avoid provoking the protagonist, to steer clear of the unfolding narrative, and to lead a low-profile existence. This may help avert conflict with the protagonist, yet it also means he would be relegated to silently observing the unfolding events, without any assurance of genuinely altering his fate. Moreover, even if he refrains from instigating the protagonist, there exists the possibility that the protagonist may seek him out for other reasons. The second option is to rely on the superficial brotherly relationship with the protagonist and actively seek to ingratiate himself. While this approach may yield certain advantages, it would also strip him of his independence, rendering him a vassal to the protagonist. Furthermore, should the protagonist uncover his true intentions, he might find himself unceremoniously cast aside. The third option entails eliminating the protagonist before he has the chance to truly develop. Such an act would irrevocably shatter the original narrative, granting him the freedom to pursue his own destiny unencumbered by the confines of the plot. However, this choice is fraught with peril. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yunyi gradually arrived at a decision. As a transmigrator, to opt for the more cautious methods would be tantamount to squandering his opportunity. With this thought in mind, he promptly instructed Zhang Xian, who stood nearby, "Please go to the main courtyard and summon my mother at once." Chapter 2. An unusual incident must have its cause after all. He is my biological son. Even though I acknowledge that Xiao Yunyi has erred this time and deserves to face the family's discipline, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy upon witnessing his suffering. Your father has fought valiantly for the nation, yet you, his son, dare to strike him in the face upon his triumphant return. Have you lost your senses or succumbed to folly? Yu Shi is the biological mother of the original protagonist and a newly welcomed concubine of Xiao Yunyi. Prior to Xiao Yunyi's soul traversing into this body, the original self had audaciously slapped Yu Shi in front of his grandmother, uncle, and numerous elders of the Xiao family. To others, it appeared that the slap was not merely directed at Yu Shi, but rather at the face of his own father, Xiao Yunyi. Now, the transmigrated Xiao Yunyi must remedy this situation. He first ordered the servants to stand guard outside the room and then summoned his emotional prowess, tapping into his lifetime of acting skills. Mother, your reprimands are not without merit. However, if given the chance to relive that moment, I would still make the same choice. Who is Yu Shi, after all? Her husband is not only my father's comrade in arms, but also his savior. The trust placed in her before his demise is immeasurable. Yet how does my father repay such trust? He not only takes his benefactor's wife as a concubine, but also compels the benefactor's son to change his name and sever all ties with his lineage. Mother, is this gratitude? It is clearly a case of ingratitude. Xiao Yunyi spoke with fervor, almost convincing even himself of his words. However, in his impassioned state, He inadvertently exacerbated the wound on his back, causing him to cry out in pain. Feng Ruiying, momentarily forgetting her concern for her son, was struck by doubt. Has this boy suddenly gained insight after receiving a beating? Seemingly recalling something, she adopted a stern expression and said, at such a tender age, "Your thoughts are rather convoluted. Speak honestly, who taught you these words?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "Mother, no one taught me. These are my own realizations. I struck you, sure. And my father retaliated against me, though his blow was far more severe, as if he intended to beat me to death." Before he could finish, Feng Ruiying interjected, "Do not speak nonsense. Your father was merely enraged after returning from battle and lost some restraint in his actions." Xiao Yunyi was momentarily at a loss for words. According to the original plot, the original self had only endured a period of family discipline, which would typically last 10 days to half a month. Yet now, something had gone awry, and he had not survived the night. Were it not for his soul occupying this body, the corpse would have long been cold. So, who should bear the brunt of this misfortune? Xiao Yunyi composed himself and declared solemnly, "Mother, though you sure has entered the Xiao family. Her son has yet to be inscribed on the family tree. This matter can still be averted. Your grandmother, uncle, and the clan elders have all consented to this. We are merely awaiting an auspicious time to conduct the ancestral rites. Once he is recorded, he will become a descendant of the Xiao clan." Feng Ruiying responded, her tone tinged with resignation. Though she was the matriarch of the second house, the Xiao residence was under the authority of the eldest sister-in-law, compounded by the presence of a mother-in-law. Even if she personally opposed the decision, the entire family supported her husband, and as a wife, how could she voice her dissent? "Mother, this is the source of familial discord. You cannot stand idly by and allow my father to err." Xiao Yui's mind raced as he swiftly concocted a retort, continuing, "Our household is upheld by my efforts. If my father feels that our branch lacks sufficient heirs, he may certainly father more children with my mother. Why must he acknowledge a son with no blood ties?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ruiying felt a mixture of shame and anger, and immediately scolded him with a stern expression. "You, child, are becoming increasingly disrespectful. If you dare to speak so recklessly again, you shall certainly face the consequences of the family's discipline." "Is it really necessary to be so agitated? I have not spoken falsely." Xiao Yunyi disregarded Feng Ruiying's thoughts and continued, "Mother, when circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often a hidden agenda. Why was this recognition delayed until after my father achieved great success?" Feng Ruiying, already perplexed by her husband's actions, found herself harboring unsettling suspicions upon hearing her son's words. What exactly are you implying?" "What I mean, mother, is that my father, as a military general, possesses a rather straightforward nature, making him susceptible to the schemes of those with ulterior motives. Your father is merely forthright. He is no fool, and it is not so easy to deceive him. But what if someone seeks to exploit his kindness for their own gain?" Xiao Yunyi subtly employed rudimentary psychological tactics to lead Feng Ruiying's thoughts. He depicted the Yu family as cunning individuals, intent on seizing the assets of their branch. "Mother, that person has yet to be inscribed in the Xiao family genealogy, and I have already taken a stance against him. Should he truly become a descendant of the Xiao family, it may incite discord among brothers and disturb the peace of our home." In the original narrative, the protagonist's father, Xiao Zhongyuan, was a captain under whom he suffered severe injuries on the battlefield while saving Xiao Zhongyuan. Before his demise, he entrusted his wife and only son to Xiao Zhongyuan. Following the pacification of the north, Xiao Zhongyuan returned home to pay respects to his ancestors. His first act was to take Yu as a concubine, compelling the protagonist to adopt the Xiao surname, the original character. As the sole heir of the Xiao family's second branch, naturally found it intolerable to suddenly have an elder brother, and thus, he was the first to voice his opposition. He hurled numerous insults, branding Yu as shameless and a vile harlot, inferior even to the prostitutes and brothels. His venomous words culminated in him striking Yu twice. This provoked Xiao Zhongyuan's wrath, resulting in the original character receiving a severe beating as punishment. It was this incident that planted the seeds of hatred within the protagonist. According to the original plot, shortly after Yu entered the Xiao household, she would succumb to poisoning, with the culprit being the original character. When the truth came to light, the protagonist sought vengeance for his mother, orchestrating the demise of the original character, leading to a tragically gruesome end. As a reader, Xiao Yunyi felt that the protagonist had not been ruthless enough. He should have dismembered the enemy, who killed his mother and fed the pieces to dogs. However, Xiao Yunyi had no intention of poisoning you, nor did he contemplate reconciling the enmity between the original character and the protagonist. For the sake of safety, he resolved to alter the course of events. The first step was to prevent the protagonist from being inscribed in the Xiao family genealogy, thereby severing the most substantial support for the protagonist's rise to glory. Xiao Yunyi expressed all he could, ultimately summarizing, "Mother, that boy is undoubtedly an ungrateful wolf, and he must not be allowed to become a descendant of the Xiao family." Fang Ruiying, upon hearing this, hesitated slightly. "Your father mentioned that the child has always been filial to his parents and elders, and has gotten along harmoniously with neighbors and classmates." After a pause, she added, "At such a young age, he has already passed the imperial examination. A person of such virtue and talent should not act with ingratitude, should he?" Chapter 3. This child must not be retained, how could he not? The original character publicly humiliated the protagonist's mother, planting the seeds of hatred. The protagonist's restraint in not expressing his feelings at that moment is already indicative of his character. Moreover, Xiao Yunyi had read the original text and understood the trajectory of the plot, as well as the fates of the original character and Fang Ruiying. "Mother, that boy is narrow-minded and vengeful. He will surely become a significant threat in the future. He must not be kept." Fang Ruiying was taken aback and swiftly grabbed Xiao Yunyi's ear. "Must not be kept? In the past, you were merely a wastrel, indulging in frivolities and revelries. I never imagined you would dare to harbor murderous thoughts. How dare you?" Ouch. Xiao Yunyi struggled to break free from Fang Ruiying's grasp, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his back. Blood oozed forth, quickly staining his white shirt. The crimson droplets appeared strikingly vivid, akin to red plums blooming amidst the snow. Seeing this, Fang Ruiying's heart ached, yet her grip did not lessen. Daring to act so recklessly based on baseless conjectures. Who has given you such audacity to disregard the law? It hurts. Xiao Yunyi grimaced in pain and quickly clarified, "Mother, what I meant was that he should not remain in the Xiao family, not that I want to kill him." "You misunderstood. Who told you to be unclear?" "You deserve the pain," she retorted. Fang Ruiying's anger dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. After all, he was her own son. Once she released his ear, she began to feel sympathy for him. "What are you doing, moving about so recklessly? Your wound has reopened. It's no wonder it hurts." With that, she turned to call out. Chen Xiao quickly summoned the physician. "Yes, madam, I shall go at once." Chen Xiao did not dare to enter the room. She responded and hurriedly ran outside. Xiao Yunyi carefully recalled the original plot. The protagonist had passed the scholar examination at 15, the provincial examination at 18, and was now 19, preparing for next year's imperial examination. Moreover, the protagonist had been trained by his father since childhood, mastering both literary and martial arts, making him truly well-rounded. In contrast, the original character was utterly inept, a quintessential wasteful scion of a wealthy family. Xiao Yunyi understood that if the plot unfolded as in the original text, he would be killed by the protagonist within 30 chapters. He knew this. But Fang Ruiying was unaware. Both mother and son would perish because of the protagonist. The catalyst for this entire situation would be Fang Ruiying's sudden death in just over 3 months, caused by pent-up frustration leading to illness, ultimately resulting in her demise. The reason for her distress stemmed from Xiao Zhongyuan's public proposal to record the protagonist under Fang Ruiying's name in front of numerous clan elders and friends. Fang Ruiying, compelled by circumstances, found it difficult to refuse, leading to a buildup of distress that proved resistant to remedy. Her demise could undeniably be attributed to Xiao Zhongyuan. The original character mistakenly believed that the Yu mother and son had poisoned her, thus repaying their malice in kind. In essence, both Fang Ruiying and the Yu family were pawns in a narrative designed to forcibly create conflict between the original character and the protagonist, inciting a wave of animosity only to later deliver a gratifying twist of fate. Fortunately, this was merely the beginning. A chance still existed for change. Xiao Yunyi pondered deeply, then turned his serious gaze upon Fang Ruiying. "Mother, if my assumptions hold true, before presenting the family tree, Father will undoubtedly propose to record that individual under your name in front of all the clan elders and friends. How will you respond then?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ruiying's expression darkened, and she shook her head vehemently. "Impossible. Your father would never do such a thing. But what if he does? There is no what if." Fang Ruiying's tone was resolute, refusing to entertain such a scenario. Logically, with a legitimate wife who has borne children and is still capable of bearing more, it would be unthinkable to adopt another's child under her name. Yet, the original text defied logic entirely. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yunyi spoke earnestly. Mother, with the north now stabilized, given father's significant contributions, he will likely receive titles and rewards upon returning to court. If that individual were to be recorded under your name, he would become my elder brother. Before he could finish, a voice from outside interrupted. Madam, young master. The master has sent someone to request your presence at the ancestral hall. Xiao Yunyi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Mother, this is not mere anxiety on my part. We must remain vigilant against that ambitious mother and son. Feng Ruiying regarded her son with a penetrating gaze, leaving him with the advice to focus on healing and not to dwell on troubling thoughts before departing. As she left, Xiao Yunyi murmured to himself, consider this a preemptive measure. Regardless of the outcome, she should no longer suffer from this matter. To him, Xiao Zhongyuan was firmly established as the main character of the narrative, making it unlikely to gain his favor. Therefore, his only reliable ally within the Xiao family was Feng Ruiying, and preserving her life was imperative. After a brief interval, the family physician hurriedly arrived to tend to Xiao Yunyi's wounds anew. When Chen Xiao caught sight of the gruesome injury on his back, she gasped in shock. Heavens! This is far too brutal. A faint smile played on Xiao Yunyi's lips as he teased, Little Chen Xiao, if you feel pity, why not come over and blow on it for me? Young master, I am no longer a child. Chen Xiao's cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away. Boldly, she approached the bedside, parting her cherry-like lips to gently blow on Xiao Yunyi's back. As he felt the soft breath against his skin, a wave of comfort washed over him, almost prompting a groan of pleasure. He turned to look at Chen Xiao, his gaze landing on her ample bosom, and the smile on his face widened. Indeed, our spring peony is quite remarkable. Aside from the summer lotus, she is the largest among the maidservants. Spring Peony met Xiao Yunyi's gaze without a trace of shyness. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest. In Feng Ruiying's courtyard, there were 4 prominent maidservants. Though they could not be deemed breathtaking beauties, they were all as lovely as flowers, possessing charming countenances. Seeing Spring Peony's adorably earnest demeanor, Xiao Yunyi felt a playful urge. He recalled some risque anecdotes from a future time and thought it would certainly amuse this maidservant, so he casually recited one. Upon hearing it, Spring Peony's face flushed crimson. Akin to a ripe apple, she lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet Xiao Yunyi's eyes. I must attend to the lady now. I shall take my leave, she stammered. And like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly dashed outside, as though a terrifying monster were pursuing her. Once Spring Peony departed, Xiao Yunyi immediately wiped the smile from his face. Adopting a serious demeanor, he turned to Zhang Xin, who stood nearby grinning foolishly, and ordered, You must go to the ancestral hall at once and keep a close watch. Make sure to note everyone present, especially who speaks and what they say. Hurry. Chapter 4. The tide cannot be reversed outside the ancestral hall. The elderly members of the Xiao family gathered. The matriarch, Madame Wei, along with the heads of the legitimate branches, were all present except for Xiao Yunyi. Surrounded by friends and relatives who had come to witness the occasion, Xiao Zhongyuan approached the clan leader at the side, bowing respectfully, and said, I beseech you, fourth uncle, to open the ancestral hall and present the family tree. Seeing the urgency etched on Xiao Zhongyuan's face, the clan leader of the Xiao family sighed inwardly and inquired repeatedly, Zhongyuan, have you truly considered this? To allow a person with no blood relation to enter the Xiao family tree? Without hesitation, Xiao Zhongyuan nodded, fourth uncle. I have thought this through thoroughly and have also obtained the consent of our ancestors. Do you intend to oppose me? General Pingdi, who had rendered great service to the nation, was a rising star in the court, and Xiao Zhongyuan had become the pride of the Xiao family and even Baishui County. As the clan leader, he wished to prevent any blemish from tainting Xiao Zhongyuan due to the plight of an orphan and widow. However, Xiao Zhongyuan's resolve was steadfast, and he would heed no counsel to the contrary. The clan leader's gaze swept over the hundreds of guests in attendance, and he sighed internally. The matter had come to this, and he had no choice but to follow the established customs, to set up the incense altar, honor the ancestors, open the ancestral hall, and present the family tree. The servants had long prepared ink and brush, which were brought before Xiao Zhongyuan. Before taking up the brush, he hesitated for a moment, then turned to Feng Ruiying and suddenly asked, Madam, I wish to record Huaiqian under your name. Would you be willing? To pose such a question in front of everyone undoubtedly left no room for doubt. The members of the Xiao family were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhongyuan's sudden decision, forgetting to step forward to intervene. The guests present were equally astonished by this turn of events, whispering among themselves, to record it under the legitimate wife's name. Doesn't that imply elevating a secondary child to the status of a legitimate heir? I believe that child is already 19 years old, older than Yunyi by a year. Does that mean he would become the general's legitimate eldest son? Not only is he the legitimate eldest son of the general, but he is also the legitimate grandson of their lineage. This matter is of considerable significance, entailing numerous implications. It is unlikely that the general's wife would readily acquiesce, is it not? Would she refuse? Have you not observed that the matriarch has yet to voice any opposition? As a daughter-in-law, what influence could she possibly wield? With General Xiao returning triumphantly, the emperor will undoubtedly bestow lavish rewards. Once the general returns to the capital for his official duties, a division of the family is inevitable. At that juncture, she shall assume the role of the head of the household. How could she remain silent? Yet, that is contingent upon the division, and as of now, it has not yet occurred, has it? Is it conceivable that the very delay in the division prompted General Xiao to undertake such actions? Who can ascertain such a thing? If my assumptions hold true, today's proceedings may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. With a legitimate eldest son already in the family, the notion of adopting a child from outside into the wife's name raises eyebrows. If this child were to share the bloodline of the Xiao clan, seeking to ensure the continuation of the second branch, it might be justifiable. However, to adopt an outsider devoid of any relation to the Xiao lineage, what sort of affair is this? The majority believe that Fang Ruiying would never consent to such a request, and thus they eagerly await the spectacle of the Xiao family's embarrassment. Xiao Zhongyuan, noticing his wife's troubled expression, took the initiative to explain, Huaiqian's future career will greatly benefit from a reputable lineage. Indeed, General Xiao exemplifies benevolence. It remains uncertain who initiated this sentiment, or what motives underlie it. But soon others from the Xiao clan and the gathered guests began to echo these sentiments. Today, Xiao Zhongyuan stands as a distinguished contributor to the Great Yong, with a future brimming with potential. The witnesses, being friends and family, naturally refrained from dissenting in the presence of such flattery. The matriarch, Lady Wei, wore a displeased expression, her gaze lingering on Xiao Zhongyuan for a considerable time. Mindful of his dignity, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Lord Xiao, the eldest son, recognized his mother's reticence, pondering the matter as it pertained to the second branch, and thus felt it inappropriate to intervene further. Xiao San, the third son, did not wish to embarrass his elder brother in the absence of any statements from their mother or older brother. Fang Ruiying observed the collective emotions, suppressing her own turmoil, and managed to force a smile. "And what of me? What?" Xiao Zhongyuan responded, momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. Fang Ruiying's heart ached more profoundly, struggling to contain her tears. "As a united couple, I would never seek to undermine your dignity before others, yet you are, after all, indebted to me. I am willing to acquiesce to this matter, but you must also grant me one request. If you are conferred a title due to your meritorious service, you must ensure that heir receives the title of heir." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhongyuan furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed as to what debt he owed. Observing the sorrow etched on his wife's face, his heart softened. "Very well, I agree. Then let Huaiqian be recorded under my name." Fang Ruiying replied affirmatively. Xiao Zhongyuan's anxiety finally dissipated. He turned and inscribed the name Xiao Huaiqian in the family register. He then set down his pen, looked at the young boy beside him, and smiled, saying, "Huaiqian, from this moment forth, you are the legitimate eldest son under your father's care." Xiao Huaijian stepped forward, kneeling gracefully on both knees, and respectfully proclaimed, "I pay my respects to you, father and mother." Zhang Xian meticulously reported all that he had witnessed and heard, leaving no detail unaddressed. Xiao Yunyi listened attentively. As the protagonist of the original narrative, Xiao Huaijian successfully secured his legacy under Fang Ruiying's name. Following the ancestral rites, Xiao Zhongyuan would soon embark on his journey back to the capital, to be conferred the title of Divine Martial Marquis and Grand General. Meanwhile, Xiao Huaijian would leverage the Xiao family's influence to embark on an illustrious and meteoric rise. Xiao Yunyi found himself pondering, had the Yu clan not been poisoned, would Xiao Huaijian still have met his demise at their hands? This line of thought yielded no definitive answers. What he could ascertain was that if he allowed Xiao Huaijian to follow the original plot, the Xiao family's fortune, the benefits bestowed by Xiao Zhongyuan, and the position of heir to the Divine Martial Marquis would all serve as sustenance for Xiao Huaijian. Even if the entire Xiao clan opposed him, Xiao Zhongyuan would exert every effort to provide for Xiao Huaijian. Such was the nature of the original narrative, blissfully simplistic and devoid of logic. To thwart this outcome, Xiao Zhongyuan would need to perish, or he must eliminate Xiao Huaizhan before the protagonist's halo could manifest. According to the original storyline, Xiao Zhongyuan would soon enter the capital with the Yu clan and Xiao Huaizhan. However, opportunities would not cease to exist thereafter, though they would undoubtedly be more challenging than in Baishui County. Should he seize this rare opportunity before they departed? Time was of the essence. Xiao Yunyi had little time to deliberate a foolproof plan and could only think of the most immediate course of action. Sanjin, he called. Here, young master. How may I serve you? Can I trust you? Zhang Xian, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, Of course, I am utterly devoted to you, young master. As the heavens and earth can attest. Xiao Yunyi, with a grave expression, stated, I need you to make a journey to hire assassins. Zhang Xian doubted his hearing and cautiously inquired, Young master, I did not quite catch that. Did you say to hire whom? As chapter 5 unfolded, Zhang Xian hesitated on whether to inform his mistress, when he overheard his young master muttering to himself, the martial prowess must be high, and the work must be clean. One is insufficient, at least 3 are necessary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's heart raced, and he hastily interjected, Young master, we cannot speak of this further. If this reaches the ears of the master, we may face severe consequences. Xiao Yunyi seemed to have an epiphany and nodded. You are correct. This matter must remain confidential. Thus, we need to cleanse the courtyard first. Zhang Xian paused, contemplating. What did he mean by you are correct? That was not at all my intention. The young master is clearly alluding to me. Realizing this, Zhang Xian immediately pledged his loyalty, resolutely declaring, I, Zhang Xian, am willing to brave fire and water for you. Young master. There were few attendants in Xiao Yunyi's courtyard, totaling less than 10. Among them, Granny Qi was Feng Ruiying's accompanying maid. Zhang Xian was a household servant sent by the matriarch, while the others hailed from the first and third branches of the family. The 3 branches of the Xiao family coexist harmoniously, devoid of trivial disputes or sordid affairs, yet they are equally incapable of safeguarding secrets. If one cannot keep secrets, what else can be achieved? Xiao Yunyi urgently needed to cultivate his own trusted confidence, prompting him to recall those loyal and dependable individuals from the narrative, aside from Zhang Xian, who perished for the original character. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhongyuan hosted a banquet to entertain the guests who came to witness the occasion. As the matriarch of the second branch, Feng Ruiying was expected to attend to the accompanying ladies. However, citing ill health, she requested Zhao, the eldest sister-in-law, to manage the affairs in her stead. Being sisters-in-law, their relationship was always amicable, and Zhao readily agreed. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Feng Ruiying immediately sent all the maidservants outside the inner chamber. Mother, I truly cannot fathom why he would subject me to such humiliation, she lamented. Her words barely escaping her lips before tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Seeing this, Granny's son hurried to comfort her. Indeed, the young master has erred, but he is not well versed in household matters and lacks an understanding of the complexities involved. His thoughts are simpler than others. He would not intentionally humiliate you. There is no need to speak on his behalf, Feng Ruiying interjected. Being ignorant of household affairs is one thing, but is he also devoid of humanity? After today, I am certain many will mock me behind my back. Her sorrowful weeping continued, large tears falling profusely. Granny's son gently patted her back in consolation. You are the general's wife. Who would dare to ridicule you? Moreover, this matter concerns the orphaned children of heroes, and no one would dare to gossip about it. Is that truly the case? Feng Ruiying slowly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face resembling a rain-sodden pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Granny's son produced an embroidered handkerchief to dry her tears, speaking softly, as the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. The young master's actions deserve recognition. After all, good men are defined by such virtues. Feng Ruiying replied. He departed for the northern frontier the year the current emperor ascended the throne. For 11 years, he rose from a mere soldier to a school lieutenant, and finally to General Pingdi, enduring countless perils. At home, I was consumed with worry, praying to the heavens for his safe return. And now that my wish has been granted, I never anticipated he would bring back a widow and orphan, nor did he inform me of this beforehand. Ultimately, it seems I hold no significance in his heart. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted, Madam, someone from the outer courtyard reports that the master has arrived. Why is he not attending to the guests? What does he come here for at this time? Feng Ruiying responded with displeasure, promptly turning to the dressing table to apply some makeup. Granny's son assisted in tidying her slightly disheveled hair ornaments. Before long, Xiao Yunyi entered, striding directly to Feng Ring's side, his expression filled with concern. I heard from my sister-in-law that you are unwell. Have you summoned the physician from the estate? Feng Ruiying shook her head, her face stern. What need have I for a physician? No one cares about me while I live. I might as well succumb to this illness. Xiao Zhongyuan looked on with helplessness, gently admonishing, do not speak such nonsense. Even he, though somewhat obtuse, understood that his wife was angry. Reflecting on the words exchanged outside the ancestral hall previously, he gained some insight and instructed Granny's son. Please step outside and close the door. Madame Sun's eyes were cast downward, her figure motionless as she stood silently in place. Observing this, Xiao Zhongyuan felt no anger. Instead, he smiled at Feng Ruiying and remarked, your management of the household is as commendable as my command of the military. Feng Ruiying discerned the teasing undertone in his words and shot him a fierce glance before turning to Madame Sun with instructions. Please assist me in receiving guests. Madame Sun, kindly select some fine items from the storeroom to send to my sister-in-law and also prepare a portion for the old matriarch. Having fought in the northern borders for 11 years, Xiao Zhongyuan had not returned home during that time, yet he had consistently sent back numerous valuable gifts. This triumphant return, en route to pay respects to ancestors, also brought a substantial haul of spoils from the northern tribes, many of which were treasures unattainable by mere coin. Of course, the quantity of gifts conveyed significance. Feng Ruiying never concerned herself with these matters. She simply issued commands, and Madame Sun would ensure everything was handled appropriately. I shall attend to it at once, Madame Sun replied before departing. Xiao Zhongyuan then drew Feng Ruiying into his embrace, speaking gently, you have endured much over the years. The words rendered Feng Ruiying, who had initially intended to resist, utterly powerless. She melted against her husband's sturdy chest, her eyes unwittingly glistening with tears. If you understand my struggles, why then do you deceive and humiliate me, subjecting me to such distress? How could I? After years away from home, I have thought of you daily and longed for you each night. Now that I am home, I have yet to express my love and care for you adequately. With a gentle firmness, Xiao Zhongyuan tightened his embrace, as if to meld their beings into one. I have pondered your words spoken outside the ancestral hall and have come to grasp their essence. Feng Ruiying bit her lip, offering no response. Xiao Zhongyuan continued. Let us discuss the matter of taking a concubine. As I return to the capital to fulfill my duties, the emperor will certainly wish for me to remain there, which necessitates our family's relocation. Life in the capital is fraught with challenges. Though I can assist in establishing a home for her and her child there, over time, the whispers of society will inevitably arise. A widow faces relentless gossip. With my current status, I may be shielded, yet she, a woman without support, is likely to be overwhelmed by slander. Taking a concubine is merely a means to circumvent such rumors and to facilitate the care for my benefactor's widow. Gently releasing her from his embrace, he placed his hands upon her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes, and declared earnestly, I, Xiao Zhongyuan, swear before heaven that I harbor no improper intentions towards Sister Yu. Chapter 6. Gratefulness must be repaid. Revenge must be taken. Yu was certainly not a stunning beauty, lacking any distinctive charm, and even the 4 maidservants in Feng Ruiying's courtyard surpassed her in allure. Feng Ruiying naturally believed her husband held no inappropriate thoughts regarding Yu. Yet she struggled to comprehend such reasoning. Would not the absence of a concubine invite even more rumors? Perhaps it would only exacerbate the situation. Feng Ruiying freed herself from her husband's grasp and retreated to a nearby seat, remaining silent and still. Xiao Zhongyuan pulled a chair closer and sat beside her. Continuing his explanation, as for having Huaiqian registered under your name, it is simply for his future considerations. Once next year, after Huaiqian participates in the Imperial examination, assist him in arranging a marriage, so that he may father a son to be adopted into the Yi family, thus continuing the family line. This would be a fitting way to repay the life-saving grace of Captain Yi. I am aware of your concerns. My recent achievements are indeed significant enough to warrant a title from the Emperor. I assure you, after the nobility is conferred, I shall certainly advocate for Yi to be granted the title of heir. In an attempt to justify his actions, Xiao Zhongyuan spoke at length, leaving no stone unturned, elucidating his genuine thoughts regarding this matter, the bonds of brotherhood, the gratitude for saving a life, and the trust in entrusting one's offspring. Each of these holds monumental significance for a man. The 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness constitute the path of human relations. Under the influence of Xiao Zhongyuan's reasoning, Fong Ring could not help but begin to reflect, striving to comprehend his decisions. Gradually, she concluded that the situation may not be as dire as she had imagined. The fact that her husband came to explain at this moment spoke volumes about her standing in his heart. Furthermore, a favored concubine is still a concubine. Should the Yu family be left unchecked, unforeseen troubles may arise. However, within the household, they are unlikely to stir any significant unrest. As long as Ear ascends to the position of heir, there is little left to worry about. With this thought in mind, Fong Ruing softened her tone and gently said, I do not oppose your intention to repay your debt of gratitude, but Ear is your own flesh and blood, and he must take precedence in all matters. Xiao Yunyi nodded in agreement, stating, a child's shortcomings reflect the father's failings. Now that I have returned, I shall naturally take an interest in Ear. During my absence, you have perhaps indulged him too much. You must not shield him from discipline henceforth. To spoil a child is akin to harming them. Fong Ruing understood this principle well, yet every time she resolved to correct him, someone would invariably intervene. The situation with her sisters-in-law was manageable, primarily due to the protection of her mother-in-law, which made discipline a challenge. Now that her husband had returned, it was indeed time to take a firmer hand. Leniency could no longer be afforded. That night, as Xiao Huaiqian began, Mother, you called for me. He was abruptly interrupted by Yu, who said, the Xiao family has its own customs. You are now recorded in the Xiao family genealogy. Under the mistress's name, you may no longer call me Mother. From now on, you shall refer to me as Auntie. The distinction between Mother and Auntie was slight in wording, yet worlds apart in status. Xiao Huaiqian opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. You shook her head and sighed softly. I do not know what thoughts occupy your mind, but I wish to convey this. Your father fell on the battlefield, sacrificing himself for the nation. We were fortunate to have been saved by the general. It is he who has afforded you and me our subsequent prosperity. The general owes us no debt. We must possess a conscience and be grateful. Xiao Huaiqian fell silent. He had often pondered whether his father would have survived the battlefield had he not sacrificed himself to save Xiao Yunyi. This question bore no answer. What he did know was that without his father's selfless act, Xiao Yunyi would undoubtedly have perished, and the death of the commanding officer would have severely impacted morale, potentially altering the course of battle. For soldiers, defeat does not always equate to death, nor does victory guarantee survival. However, for the common folk at the borders, a defeat of the Daong frontier forces would spell devastation, with the threat of the D people trampling upon their land, plunging the populace into turmoil. In saving his life, his father had not merely saved an individual, but the very lives of countless citizens along the border. Xiao Huaiqian's voice was heavy with the weight of these thoughts. With a tone imbued with sorrow yet laced with pride, Madame Yu nodded and remarked, if you can think this way, your father must be able to rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Xiao Huaiqian, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, having even changed my surname. Am I still my father's son? Suddenly, a slap. Madame Yu raised her hand and struck him. The force was not overwhelming, merely unexpected. After receiving the blow, Xiao Huaiqian realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. Mother, I am sorry, I should not have said that. Another slap. Xiao Huaiqian was utterly bewildered. His eyes filled with confusion as he questioned, Mother, what is wrong with you? With a stern expression, Madame Yu replied gravely, I just told you. You should address me as Aunt. The one who should apologize is neither I nor your father. Xiao Huaiqian, in a state of perplexity, asked, aside from my parents, whom have I wronged? Madame Yu raised her arm once more. Startled, Xiao Huaiqian hastily stepped back a few paces, feeling aggrieved as he pleaded, Mother, could you please speak properly? Madame Yu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, have you ever considered why the general did not return to the capital directly, but instead chose to go home first, to honor the ancestors and open the ancestral hall, allowing you to change your name and enter the Xiao family tree? Before Xiao Huaiqian could respond, she continued, your father died in battle. You should observe mourning, which prohibits you from participating in the imperial examinations for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huaiqian suddenly comprehended. If he did not change his name and become a scion of the Xiao family, he would indeed need to observe mourning, thus missing the opportunity to take the examinations next year, and would have to wait another 3 years. I am my father's only son. It is only right that I observe mourning for him. Missing the examinations merely means waiting another 3 years. It is not as if I cannot afford to wait. Xiao Huaiqian grasped the intent behind Xiao Yunyi's decision, yet he remained obstinate. You are 19 this year. If you observe mourning for 3 years, during which you cannot sit for the examinations nor marry, can you guarantee success in passing the imperial examination on your first attempt? Even if you do pass, can you assure a smooth transition into an official position? Mother, even if I fail once, I can attempt multiple times with my talents. Securing an official position is merely a matter of time. 3 years, then 3 more. By that time, how old will you be? Without a position, how can you marry a good wife? How will you ensure the continuation of the Yi family's lineage? Mother, I am still so young. Do you not think you are contemplating too far ahead? Do you believe yourself to be a child still? One failure means waiting 3 years. How many 3-year intervals can you afford to wait? As Madame Yu spoke with increasing fervor, she stepped forward and, seizing the moment while her son was unprepared, struck him several times on the arm. Rubbing his bruised arm, Xiao Huaiqian muttered, I could marry and have children first. That would not hinder my studies for the examinations. Madame Yu, with evident disdain, retorted, by the time your mourning is over, you will be in your 20s. With our family's few dilapidated houses and a mere dozen acres of fertile land, what kind of good wife could you possibly attract? Xiao Huaiqian, unwilling to concede to such perceptions of inadequacy, prepared to speak, but Madame Yu interjected, in any case, the general acts for your own good. This is a kindness you must remember. Do not dwell on past grievances. After all this, was it merely for this matter? Xiao Huaiqian's gaze turned cold in an instant. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, the general's kindness, I shall keep in my heart, and I will repay it in due time. However, that young man struck you twice. This is a grievance that must be avenged. Madame Yu, fully aware of her son's disposition, earnestly cautioned him. He is, after all, the general's own son. Kindness is kindness, and enmity is enmity. If the vengeance for my mother's humiliation is not avenged, would it not be in vain to be called her son? Before he could finish, Xiao Huaiqian interrupted, declaring, I am now the legitimate son of a general, and furthermore, this matter pertains solely to him and me. It has nothing to do with you, and please do not counsel me further. Upon hearing her son mention it, you understood that any further words would be futile. From this moment forth, everything would irrevocably change. Chapter 7. The Unyielding Path. The following day, Feng Ruiying, aware of her son's disposition, sought him out early, recounting the words her husband had spoken to her the day prior. Xiao Yunyi listened in silence, not uttering a single word. Before his journey through time, as a reader, he had perceived Xiao Zhongyuan as a man of loyalty and righteousness, willing to bear disgrace to ensure that the widow of his savior enjoyed a life of opulence. In the original narrative, Xiao Zhongyuan ostensibly took Yu as a concubine, yet treated her with the respect of a sister-in-law, maintaining an unwavering propriety for a decade. Even after the untimely demise of his only son, he bequeathed the title of heir to the protagonist, truly embodying the essence of gratitude for the life he had been granted. One must ponder, which man would not desire a brother capable of entrusting his legacy? However, as the individual involved, Xiao Yunyi expressed, such a father is better left unclaimed. Did you truly absorb what I said? Feng Ruiying's tone bore an edge of severity. I was listening, Xiao Yunyi responded, somewhat perplexed by her sentiments, yet aware that in the original context, her character was that of a wealthy and beautiful woman, infatuated with Xiao Zhongyuan. Infatuation. What could one do with that? Xiao Yunyi shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Mother, do you genuinely believe father would bestow upon me the title of heir? Feng Ruiying, already privy to the matter concerning the heir's title, stated her request under circumstances where refusal was not an option. This particular segment did not exist in the original plot, leaving Xiao Yunyi with some uncertainty. Feng Ruiying asserted, your father never reneges on a promise. You need not worry about that. Indeed, Xiao Yunyi harbored concerns, not regarding the title of heir, but the unforeseen circumstances that would arise from altering the narrative. The mother and son exchanged a multitude of thoughts, with Feng Ruiying predominantly speaking while Xiao Yunyi listened intently. During this time, cousins from both the first and third branches of the family visited him. They shared recent amusing anecdotes and offered him some mundane trinkets before departing alongside Feng Ruiying. Once they had left, Xiao Yunyi promptly summoned Zhang Xian, inquiring, how did you fare with the task I assigned you yesterday? Yesterday? What matter are you referring to? Zhang Xian responded, his face a mask of confusion. Xiao Yunyi clarified, the matter of finding an assassin. Zhang Xian finally grasped that his young master was not jesting and hesitated momentarily. Young master, why would you require an assassin? Surely, you do not intend to eliminate the newcomer to the manor? Xiao Yunyi nodded. Indeed, it is he. In the original storyline, Zhang Xian perished for the original character, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. The crux of the matter was that he was the only individual Xiao Yunyi could trust at present, hence he had not concealed anything. After a brief pause, Zhang Xian remarked, I have heard whispers of a formidable assassin organization known as the Unyielding Path, which has a stronghold in the same province. Upon hearing the words no leaving, Xiao Yunyi's eyes instantly brightened, and relevant plots began to surface in his mind. 10 steps to kill a man. 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. This was the most formidable assassin organization in the martial world, as long as the price was right. They would dare to assassinate anyone, except for royal relatives. The organization, No Leaving, had been mentioned in the original text and appeared several times in the midsection. They had taken the lives of over 10 high-ranking officials in the capital, ultimately becoming a significant entry in the protagonist's record of achievements. Recalling the pertinent details, Xiao Yunyi instructed, bring all the silver you can and make a trip to Tongzhou. Baishui County lies within the boundaries of Jingji Road, under the jurisdiction of Tongzhou. With the two locations not being far apart, a swift horse could make the round trip in just an hour. Zhang Xian cautioned, young master, your account has been in deficit each month, and most expenses are charged to the family. Is that so? Xiao Yunyi was taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Am I, the esteemed eldest son of the Xiao family, truly so impoverished? Zhang Xian replied, if you need funds, you must go to the treasury for withdrawal. Every transaction there is recorded, which simply won't do. Xiao Yunyi resolutely made a decision, sell everything in the courtyard that can be sold for silver. His courtyard contained numerous items, though some were heirlooms from his elders and could not be sold. The only things he could part with were ordinary possessions he had gathered, which were not worth much, totaling over 3,000 taels of silver. In the Daong dynasty, 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 won, and 21 could purchase a dough of rice. 1 dough equals 10 liters. The average annual income of a common citizen was approximately 10 to 15 taels. 3,000 taels of silver was a sum that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Xiao Yunyi kept a small amount of silver for himself and handed the remainder to Zhang Xian. Be cautious, make haste, and return swiftly. Understood. Shortly after Zhang Xian departed, Xiao Zhongyuan paid a visit. He first recounted the numerous misdeeds of the original owner, delivering a scathing rebuke to Xiao Yunyi, and then insisted that he apologize to the Yu family once he had recovered. Xiao Yunyi found this somewhat absurd. I slapped her twice and received 20 lashes in return. Now you want me to apologize? Wouldn't that render my punishment pointless? Xiao Zhongyuan scolded, you were beaten because you acted wrongly. Thus, you must bear the consequences. Xiao Yunyi countered, the consequence was enduring 20 lashes and nearly being beaten to death. Is that not sufficient? Is it enough? Xiao Zhongyuan was left speechless, feeling his authority slipping away. He then thundered, you ungrateful wretch, you would deserve to die. I shall return to the capital to report on my duties tomorrow. If you do not apologize by today, you shall remain in Baishui County to fend for yourself. Do not expect to follow me back to the capital. With that, he turned and left. Xiao Yunyi paid no heed to these words, his mind consumed with the relevant plots. The necessary arrangements had been made. Xiao Zhongyuan would only stay in Baishui County for a day before heading to the capital with Xiao Huaiqian and the Yu family. As long as Zhang Xian could reach the stronghold within 2 hours to issue the order, the assassins of No Leaving would be able to arrive within an hour to carry out the assassination of Xiao Huaiqian. Xiao Yunyi calculated the time discreetly. If all went well, he could eliminate Xiao Huaiqian before sunset. After Xiao Zhongyuan departed, he sought out Xiao Huaiqian, presenting him with 300 taels of silver notes. We shall set off for the capital tomorrow. Should you find yourself restless within the estate, feel free to venture out, procure some books, writing tools, and other necessities for your studies. Xiao Huaiqian accepted the notes with both hands, bowing deeply. Thank you, father. Observing the somewhat reserved demeanor of the youth before him, Xiao Zhongyuan sighed gently. There is no need for such formality. If addressing me as father feels uncomfortable, you may simply call me uncle. Initially, Xiao Huaiqian felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet upon hearing Xiao Zhongyuan's words, he was touched. I have officially entered the Xiao family lineage. From now on, you shall be my father. Indeed, Xiao Zhongyuan nodded slightly, then continued, upon our return to the capital, I shall arrange for you to study at the Imperial Academy. Xiao Huaiqian, hearing this, remained unfazed, responding respectfully. I shall defer entirely to your judgment, father. Chapter 8. Assassination. Xiao Zhongyuan, typically unskilled in verbal expression, imparted a few simple words before turning to leave. As he departed, he remarked, "There is no need for such distance and politeness between father and son. I shall remember your teachings, father," Xiao Huaqian replied, his tone imbued with a subtle detachment. Xiao Zhongyuan paused momentarily before striding away. Once his figure had completely vanished, Xiao Huaqian slowly lowered his gaze to the silver notes in his hand. Having endured 2 slaps in exchange for 300 taels, he deemed the matter of revenge to be of greater significance than the widow of his benefactor. What does that amount to? He mused. Oh, vengeance must be pursued by my own means. There is no need for haste. I possess ample patience and shall await the opportune moment to act. Xiao Huaqian tucked the notes into his bosom and, after a moment of contemplation, summoned a servant from the courtyard. Prepare yourself. I intend to venture out to acquire some scholarly supplies. Newly arrived in Baishui County, Xiao Huaqian felt a surge of curiosity, prompting him to instruct the coachman to explore the bustling areas. Reluctant to return too soon, he dined at an inn, then purchased some fabric and jewelry for his mother. As the sun began its descent, he made his way to a renowned study in the county, securing the items necessary for his studies before preparing to head back to the estate. Just as Xiao Huaqian exited the study, he encountered a disheveled boy, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, who came rushing toward him, shouting, "A person has died. They are going to hit me. Help me." The boy was followed by a dark-faced man and a round-faced woman, each wielding a bamboo stick the thickness of a pinky finger. Passers-by assumed this was a couple chastising their mischievous child and offered no assistance, instead mocking, "You too are rather inept, unable to catch a mere child. Have you exhausted your strength from too much frolicking?" The dark-faced man, upon hearing this, scowled even more fiercely, glaring at the speaker. He then halted, removed a worn shoe, and hurled it at the boy with a menacing shout, "You little brat, why don't you stop?" The shoe sailed through the air, striking Xiao Huaqian squarely in the face. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Before Xiao Huaqian could comprehend the situation, a foul odor overwhelmed him, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Meanwhile, the young boy suddenly accelerated towards him, shouting, "It was my father who smashed it. You must go and strike him." Under the fading glow of the setting sun, a cold glint flashed. A dagger appeared in the boy's hand without warning, thrusting towards Xiao Huaqian's heart with lightning speed. In a critical moment, a servant accompanying him valiantly pushed Xiao Huaqian aside. Observing this, the boy swiftly twisted his wrist, plunging the dagger fiercely into the servant's right rib. The streets echoed with the servant's anguished cries. As he fell slowly to the ground in agony, the boy executed a clean and decisive move, slashing his throat. In the blink of an eye, the boy had dispatched the servant with merciless efficiency, and with unrelenting momentum, he turned to stab again at Xiao Huaqian's heart. "Ah, a murder!" The bystanders screamed, scattering in panic. A round-faced woman drew an iron spear concealed within her bamboo strips, propelling herself towards Xiao Huaqian's throat. A dark-faced man followed closely behind. The servant, in a desperate act of self-sacrifice, had afforded Xiao Huaqian a fleeting moment to breathe. Just as the lethal weapon was about to strike Xiao Huaqian, he rolled away with the agility of a cunning rabbit, narrowly evading the boy's vicious blow. However, the peril was far from over. Xiao Huaqian swiftly rose, unhesitatingly wielding the book in his hand as a weapon, striking fiercely at the boy's wrist. A sharp crack resonated as the boy cried out in pain, nearly losing his deadly weapon. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Huaqian dashed to the roadside, snatching a vendor's flat carrying pole to use as a defensive tool. "Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me?" he panted, glaring at the 3 assassins before him, attempting to stall for time through dialogue. The 3 assassins paid no heed to his inquiries, their weapons lunging towards Xiao Huaqian like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs. Their attacks were ruthless and fierce, each move imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill. While Xiao Huaqian clumsily evaded their strikes, he continued to shout, "Such a commotion will soon attract the officials. None of you will escape." His words evidently had some effect, as the assassins momentarily hesitated, but soon regained their ferocity. Xiao Huaqian, focusing solely on defense, fled in disarray. Facing 3 opponents was already a disadvantage, especially since they were evidently well prepared. He understood that the longer he could prolong the encounter, the more favorable it would be for him. The 3 assassins, recognizing this as well, exchanged glances after Xiao Huaqian narrowly escaped once more, silently reaching a consensus. "It's too risky, retreat," one of the assassins suddenly shouted, prompting the others to turn and flee without hesitation. At the Xiao residence, as Zhang Xian returned, the news of Xiao Huaiqian's assassination attempt had already spread throughout the household. He had no time to be astonished. After quickly inquiring about the specifics, he hurried to report, recounting the details he had gathered to Xiao Yunyi. He survived? A servant risked his life to save him? Xiao Yunyi, surprised by such an outcome, could not help but exclaim, earning so little in a month, why risk one's life? Zhang Xian remarked, young master, the main issue lies with that individual who possesses martial prowess. Even 3 assassins combined failed to take his life. Quite formidable indeed. Xiao Yunyi's gaze flickered with intrigue. Not a scratch? Zhang Xian shook his head. I have heard that he sustained an injury to his right hand. Though the specifics remain unclear, shall I find someone to investigate? It was rather absurd that a mere servant, having been involved for less than a day, would risk his life to save Xiao Huaiqian. Was the protagonist Aura truly that powerful? Xiao Yunyi shook his head. No need for that. Zhang Xian continued his report. This incident has alarmed the matriarch. The eldest master and the 3rd master have gone to visit him, and the master has already sent someone with an invitation to the county magistrate, indicating a thorough investigation is underway. Xiao Yunyi's brow furrowed. Xiao Huaiqian had now become a member of the Xiao clan. Such a brazen assassination in broad daylight would undoubtedly compel the Xiao family, as local gentry, to leverage their connections for a rigorous inquiry. The implications were extensive. Given the current circumstances, it appeared the situation could spiral out of control. Zhang Xian hastily added, that individual seems delicate, yet he possesses remarkable skills. Young master, what should we do now? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yunyi instructed, Sanjin, procure a few taels of silver and find trustworthy individuals to spread some rumors. The crux of the matter should be twofold. Firstly, that the Northern D faction intended to assassinate the offspring of General Ping Di. Secondly, that the assassins mistakenly identified Xiao Huaiqian as me. Zhang Xian, perplexed, queried, young master. I can grasp the first point, but why involve yourself? Chapter 9, The Truth Revealed. Xiao Yunyi elucidated, by placing myself in the spotlight, I shall divert suspicion from the true mastermind. Since Xiao Huaiqian's arrival in Baishui County, aside from his conflict with Xiao Yunyi, he had not made enemies. Why then would he be targeted in such a manner? The most plausible explanation is that after the defeat of the Northern D, certain individuals, harboring resentment, sought to eliminate his son when they could not reach Xiao Zhongyuan himself. If one were to commit murder, they would not aim for an adopted son but rather the biological one. The Northern D assassins, unfamiliar with Xiao Yunyi, mistook the young master who exited the Xiao residence, accompanied by a servant of similar age, leading to this misunderstanding. How reasonable? Xiao Yunyi continued. This strategy not only absolves me but also allows us to hold the Northern D accountable, thereby serving the nation. A twofold benefit. Zhang Xian, unable to fully comprehend yet reluctant to dwell on it, praised, young master is truly remarkable. The county was rife with idle men and gossiping women, eager to profit from mere words. They cared not for the truth of the rumors, only for the silver they might gain. Within an hour, the streets buzzed with discussions of the Northern D assassination attempt. Upon hearing the rumors, Xiao Zhongyuan immediately sought out Xiao Huaiqian. The gossip suggested that today's assassination was seemingly linked to the Northern D. Although the authorities possessed no evidence, a rumor rarely arises without cause. Your father has arranged for you a guardian, a seasoned veteran from the military, who shall henceforth ensure your safety. As he spoke, Cheng Jiaghai stepped forward to pay his respects. I am Cheng Jiaghai. It is an honor to meet the young master. Xiao Huaiqian stepped aside to allow him passage and returned the greeting with a respectful gesture. Nephew Huaiqian, it is a pleasure to meet Uncle Cheng. Upon hearing the term uncle, a flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Jianghai's eyes. Xiao Zhongyuan nodded slightly. Jianghai has accepted the role of your guardian out of camaraderie. He indeed deserves the title of uncle. Cheng Jianghai broke into a hearty laugh. It is the generous terms offered by the general that tempted me. I, old Cheng, could not resist such an allure. He had military achievements to his name, and if he had continued serving in the Northern Border Army, he could have attained the rank of an 8th-grade lieutenant. The reason for his retirement was primarily that he was not a native of the Northern Territories. With the situation in the North now stable, he wished to return home to tend to his aging parents. The following day, there were no useful leads regarding the assassins, but the return could not be delayed any further. Before setting off for the capital, Xiao Zhongyuan meticulously instructed the county magistrate and left a contingent of elite guards to protect the Xiao family. Simultaneously, he secured the services of a battle-hardened veteran as a guardian for Xiao Yunyi. Later that afternoon, while mother and son were engaged in light conversation, Xiao Yunyi suddenly shifted the topic. Though the assassins remain at large, father has brought only us to the capital, leaving us in this by Shui County. One cannot help but wonder whether he is simply carefree or utterly indifferent to our safety. Do not speak nonsense. Feng Ruiying's expression changed slightly, despite her discomfort. She endeavored to defend her husband. Your father has left behind elite guards. Those assassins would not dare to attempt another attack. Moreover, your injuries have yet to heal, and you cannot endure the rigors of travel. Once your father settles in the capital, he will send someone to escort us. This dynasty emphasizes the 3 cardinal guides and the 5 relationships. The 3 cardinal guides are: the ruler is the guide for the minister, the father for the son, and the husband for the wife. The 5 relationships consist of the bond between father and son, the duty between ruler and minister, the distinction between husband and wife, the order between elder and younger, and the trust between friends. The 5 constants are benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness. Xiao Yunyi was not naive enough to believe that mere words could alter Feng Ruiying's perspective, especially since she was prone to romantic notions. Thus, even if he intended to sow discord, he was subtle in his approach, refraining from being overly direct. Feng Ruiying continued on her own. Before entering the capital, we must reorganize the family estate. Aside from the ancestral property, we must discuss how to manage the household assets with your grandmother and the others. Xiao Yunyi recalled something and inquired. The Xiao family is considered a prominent clan in by Shui County, with my great-grandfather's branch being the wealthiest, possessing lands, tea mountains, and pawn shops. If we were to divide the assets, how much silver would our branch receive annually? You have always been concerned with how to spend silver. Why the sudden interest in these matters? Feng Ruiying asked, her face filled with confusion. With a new brother in the picture, one must naturally be aware of how much wealth may be redistributed, Xiao Yunyi replied with a grin. Feng Ruiying, not delving into the truth of his words, shook her head in resignation. Your grandfather has divided the estate, but your father has not yet done so. The household is managed by your aunt. So how would your mother know the specifics? After a brief pause, he continued. Your father has achieved great success and is unlikely to covet the meager possessions of our household. Even if a division of the estate were to occur, there would be little to gain. What meager possessions? Xiao Yunyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling ingratiatingly as he pressed, Mother, your father bestowed upon you such a generous dowry. How much profit does it yield each year? Feng Ruiying did not hesitate to answer candidly. I have diligently managed it over the years, and in recent times, it has brought in 6,000 to 7,000 taels of silver annually. Rest assured, this dowry belongs solely to you and cannot be taken by anyone else. Xiao Yunyi's mind stirred with intrigue as he tentatively suggested, then, since those possessions will inevitably be mine, might I receive a portion now? Before he could finish, Feng Ruiying pinched his ear sharply. Oh, before I have even departed this world, you are already eyeing your mother's dowry. Truly, you are a fine son raised by me. Mother. It's not that I am coveting it, Xiao Yunyi hastily clarified. With our imminent journey to the capital, I was simply considering engaging in some business there. Before he could elaborate, Feng Ruiying interrupted again. Your father, General Pingdi, has returned triumphantly with great merit, and he is bound to ascend further. How can you? Instead of aspiring to a government position, think of venturing into trade? Such frivolity is unbecoming. Feng Ruiying was aware of her son's reputation as a spendthrift, but could not fathom such a lack of ambition. Xiao Yunyi calmly analyzed, Mother, with grandmother still alive. Father will not propose a division of the estate. He will surely bring the entire family to the capital. Do you truly believe that, given father's character, he would secure the authority of the household from grandmother and aunt? Without such authority, even if you were to become a marchioness, you would remain at the mercy of grandmother and aunt's whims, with only a meager monthly allowance that would scarcely suffice for decent jewelry. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. While you possess a substantial dowry, 6,000 to 7,000 taels may suffice in Baishui County. But the capital is a different matter entirely. The expenses there are exorbitant, and in the realm of high society. Exchanging gifts amongst ladies requires at least several hundred taels to avoid embarrassment. Mother, consider this. If you were to become a marchioness without holding the authority of the household, how could you navigate the social obligations and gift exchanges without relying on private funds? Chapter 10. The need for more funds. Is 6,000 to 7,000 taels truly sufficient? Xiao Yunyi continued to press. Feng Ruiying, though somewhat bewildered by his relentless discourse, seized upon the crux of the matter and admonished. So much talk merely to persuade me to provide you with capital for your ventures? Why abandon a promising career in public service to pursue commerce? Have you lost your senses? Xiao Yunyi was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with the gravity of her inquiry. The societal structure of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants was an insurmountable barrier, with merchants not regarded as the core of society in this dynasty. Not to mention, in ancient times, even in the modern era, who among the only sons of families with strong connections would choose trade over a government position? Mother, I do not wish to pursue commerce, Xiao Yunyi patiently explained, employing every ounce of persuasion until Fang Ruiying finally grasped his intentions and agreed to provide 5,000 taels as startup capital. The premise is that all the acquired properties must be registered under her name, and the funds will only be dispersed after arriving in the capital. The court has explicitly prohibited officials from engaging in commerce, and Fang Ruiying is taking precautions. Naturally, Xiao Yunyi would not oppose this. He merely strives to secure the immediate release of 5,000 taels of silver. However, Fang Ruiying remains unmoved, her stance resolute. My dear son, I have faith in your abilities and am willing to support your endeavors, but it does not imply that I shall indulge you. 5,000 taels is not a trivial sum. Although our family is not in dire need of such money, I will not allow you to squander it recklessly. Despite Xiao Yunyi's fervent arguments, he could not alter Fang Ruiying's position. In desperation, he sought an excuse and managed to persuade her to approve an initial withdrawal of 200 taels. Once the silver was in hand, Xiao Yunyi summoned Zhang Xian. Go to the pawnshop and request that they bring more people, regardless of gender, and not necessarily of fine appearance, but rather, select those who are honest and reliable. Additionally, inform them that the men should be robust, and those with some martial skills would be preferable, while the women should not be too young, with those possessing skills prioritized. Zhang Xian executed the task efficiently, returning shortly with a group. After nearly 2 hours, 5 batches had been brought in, ultimately leaving 7 individuals who signed a binding contract. Among the 5 men, names were bestowed: Tianfu, Tianlu, Tianshou, Tianxi, and Tiankai. The 2 women were named Jixiang and Rui. Upon learning of this, Fang Ruiying sent her senior maid to Xiao Yunyi. Madam says, as the young master is growing older, the courtyard lacks a maid to attend to him closely. Hence I have been dispatched. Xiaohi conveyed the words of her mistress accurately. The personal maid is also referred to as a concubine. Among the 4 maids, Xiaohi is the eldest, soon to turn 20. Xiao Yunyi, intrigued, inquired, I recall my mother mentioning that upon reaching 20, you 4 would be permitted to redeem yourselves. Why did you not refuse this opportunity? With my mother's benevolent nature, if you were unwilling, she would not blame you for declining. Or is it that you harbor your own thoughts? Better to be a wife of a humble family than a concubine in a noble household. Aside from a few ambitious maids, most would prefer to redeem themselves and marry commoners as legitimate wives. Xiaohi replied respectfully, Madam is kind-hearted, offering us the chance to redeem ourselves. Over the years, I have saved a considerable amount from rewards. But the thought of facing the parents who ruthlessly sold me brings discomfort to my heart. The court allows for the establishment of female-headed households, albeit under stringent conditions. Moreover, establishing such a household does not sever ties with one's family. A woman without support, undervalued by her kin, yet possessing wealth, faces a grim fate. Xiao Yunyi somewhat understood Xiaohi's sentiments and stated plainly, I do not keep those with ulterior motives in my house. Those who can remain should do so, and those who cannot should return. Xiaohi grasped the implication and responded without hesitation, From now on, I shall serve only the young master. Due to his injuries, Xiao Yunyi did not hasten to take Xiaohi into his inner quarters, instead instructing her to teach Jixiang and Rui the household's rules. The following day, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, Xiao Yunyi sought to stretch his limbs and began a regimen of basic physical training in the courtyard. Within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he found himself breathless. Curiously, Wu Dashan inquired, What martial arts are you practicing? Xiao Yunyi did not respond immediately. Once his breath steadied, he queried, Brother Wu, between you and Cheng Jianghai, both seasoned veterans of the battlefield, who possesses the greater martial prowess? Wu Dashan chuckled softly. He has claimed more lives on the battlefield than I and holds higher military accolades, undoubtedly. He is the more formidable. Xiao Yunyi pressed further. Can he take on 10 adversaries alone? Wu Dashan replied. Can he kill without mercy? If not, he would surely fall short. In other words, if he were to fight without restraint, 10 would not suffice to bring him down. Xiao Yunyi did not question the weight of this statement. His heart sank. A battle-hardened veteran, unscathed and unbroken, would undoubtedly possess lethal skills that rival those of elite assassins like Bu Liuxing. With Qing Jiahai's protection and being under the Emperor's gaze in the capital, attempting to assassinate Xiao Huaiqian would be no easy feat. Perhaps it was wiser to bide his time. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yunyi asked, "Brother, would you be willing to teach me martial arts?" Wu Dashan, taken aback, responded with a grin, "You have long surpassed the prime age for martial training, and your physique is rather frail. While training is possible, it would take at least a decade of rigorous practice to attain any significant skill. Given your status, is it truly necessary to endure such hardship?" Xiao Yunyi nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed necessary. Every man harbors a dream of becoming a hero. Now that the opportunity presents itself, I cannot let it slip away." However, the disparity between dreams and reality soon became apparent. After only a few days of trainings, he relinquished his aspirations of becoming a martial artist, initially rising early each day to train. He soon devolved into a routine of sporadic effort, 3 days of dedication followed by 2 days of neglect. It was not a lack of desire to persist, rather, his body was too frail, and he could not endure the rigors of martial training. During this time, Xiao Yunyi dispatched Zhang Xian to Tongzhou to inquire about the subsequent assassination plans from Bu Liuxing. The response was disheartening, reduced to a mere 2 words: increase the fee. Bu Liuxing had reassessed the mission and quoted a staggering price of 10,000 taels of gold, without guaranteeing success. In this era, it seemed that assassins were even more ruthless than unscrupulous merchants. 10,000 taels of gold without a promise of success. Was this reasonable? Xiao Yunyi cursed under his breath. Zhang Xian remarked, "They claim the price reflects the target status and the task's difficulty. It must be at least this much. By the heavens, what kind of nonsense is this?" Xiao Yunyi felt utterly exasperated. It was no wonder Bu Liuxing dared to proclaim that no one could evade their 3 assassination attempts. If the second attempt cost 10,000 taels, the third would likely escalate to 100,000. After spending over 3,000 taels of silver, the result was merely a few superficial cuts on Xiao Huaiqian's arm. What use was that? Zhang Xian asked, "Young master, shall we proceed with the assassination?" With a scoff, Xiao Yunyi replied, 10,000 taels of gold can be exchanged for 100,000 taels of silver. They truly have the audacity to ask for such a price. Unafraid of being overwhelmed by wealth, he resolutely shook his head and commanded, "Let this matter rest here. Focus your efforts on wealth and prosperity. Teach them the proper etiquette. And first, ensure that this courtyard is in order." Chapter 11. Future. The following day, the emperor decreed the appointment of Xiao Zhongyuan as the Duke of Divine Marshal, elevating him to the rank of a second-class general of the Northern Defense, bestowing upon him the ceremonial attire of a flying fish and granting him the duke's residence. Additionally, he was awarded 1,000 acres of fertile land, gold, silver, jewels, and fine silks, all crafted within the palace to demonstrate imperial favor. Simultaneously, a eunuch bearing the imperial edict traveled to the Xiao residence in Baishui County, bestowing titles upon Xiao Zhongyuan's mother, Madame Wei, and his wife, Madame Fong, granting them the rank of second-class noble ladies, while their son, Xiao Yunyi, was named the heir to the Duke of Divine Marshal. The Xiao residence was adorned with festive decorations. His mother had long asserted that his father would never go back on his word. Fong Ruiying was filled with joy. Xiao Yunyi felt a sense of bewilderment. In the original narrative, Xiao Zhongyuan had not sought the title of heir for his son. This indicated that, due to his interventions, the storyline had undergone substantial alteration, which simultaneously suggested that his advantages were gradually diminishing. After traversing into this world, Xiao Yunyi had swiftly attempted to reshape his predetermined destiny, achieving notable results within mere days. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. The established narrative could indeed be altered, and fate lay firmly within his grasp. The ensuing plot would henceforth be directed by him. 7 days later, in the capital, at the Duke of Divine Marshal's residence, Xiao Zhongyuan entrusted the management documents, including land deeds, household contracts, and account books, to Fong Ruiying. I had intended to ask my sister-in-law to oversee the household, but she declined, stating that times have changed. Since this is the Duke's residence, it is only fitting that the Duchess assumes control of the internal affairs. You will have to endure the burden henceforth. His mother preferred not to reside with them and chose instead to live with his elder brother and sister-in-law at the eastern residence, so arrangements for additional servants were necessary. Of course, provisions must also be made for the western residence. Everything required should be thoroughly prepared. The Duke's residence was a gift from the Emperor, Having previously been expressly ordered to be renovated by the Ministry of Works, its expanse now several times larger than the original Xiao residence. The old matriarch Wei had no intention of partitioning the family, and the heads of the three branches would naturally refrain from discussing the matter further. After all, it was a noble residence in the capital, and adherence to established protocols was essential. To alleviate the tension between the brothers, Xiao Zhongyuan designated separate areas within the Duke's estate for the east and west wings. A larger space necessitated a greater number of servants. Unaware of the expression on Feng Ring's face, Xiao Zhongyuan continued, "Once you become familiar with the household affairs, we shall choose an auspicious day for a housewarming banquet, using the occasion to cultivate connections with the influential figures in the capital." Feng Ruiying nodded in agreement and casually inquired, "You have arranged for Huaiqian to study at the Imperial Academy. What plans do you have for Io?" Xiao Zhongyuan replied, "Io is not suited for scholarly pursuits. I intend to send him to the military camp in the capital, starting as an ordinary soldier, to gain valuable experience." With two sons, one learned and one martial, he believed that with his standing and connections in the military, it would not take long for Xiao Yunyi to rise to the position of a fifth-grade military officer, provided he applied himself diligently. Feng Ruiying furrowed her brow. "Given your current status, you could easily secure a government position for Io through the system of hereditary appointments. According to the imperial system, noble lords and civil or military officials of the fifth rank and above can secure positions for their offspring. The sons of civil officials must attend the Imperial Academy and pass examinations before they can serve, whereas the sons of military officials are exempt from such examinations and can directly secure positions. As a marquis and a second-class general of the Northern Defense, Xiao Zhongyuan could, under the hereditary appointment system, secure a seventh-grade official position for his son. Xiao Huaiqian must undergo examinations to attain the rank of a seventh-grade civil official. In contrast, Xiao Yunyi, if he were to pursue martial endeavors, could seamlessly ascend to the position of a seventh-grade military officer. It is perplexing that one who could easily soar to great heights would instead choose to toil and strive." Feng Ruiying expressed her lack of understanding. "I wish for Io to secure a position through patronage, rather than starting as an ordinary soldier. And he should remain in the capital, not be sent to the military camp." Xiao Zhongyuan elucidated. "The role of a military commander differs from that of a civil official. Without sharing the hardships of the soldiers, how could one expect to command their loyalty in the future? My arrangements are made with Io's best interests in mind. Why should your son study at the Imperial Academy while mine must endure hardship in the military? I do not oppose Io taking the martial path, but he must stay in the capital." Feng Ruiying found this difficult to accept. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhongyuan's temper flared, and he rebuked sternly, "What are you saying? Both Qianer and Io are offspring of the Xiao family, your sons. How can they be treated differently? You have been away from home for years. Io has been my constant companion. Now that you have returned, why must you push him away?" Feng Ruiying recalled her son's earlier words, stirring a sense of irritation within her. "You only have eyes for Xiao Huaiqian. Naturally, I must consider Io. In any case, whether you agree or not, Io must remain in the capital. They are both my sons. How could I possibly favor one over the other? Furthermore, the military is the best place for honing one's character. Io, with his temperament, should indeed experience life in the army." "Madam, could you refrain from such unreasonable antics?" Xiao Zhongyuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had intended to thoroughly analyze the pros and cons, yet Feng Ruiying, with impatience etched on her face, stood up and departed. Before leaving, she declared, "If you are unwilling to agree, then let Io simply become a frivolous playboy. After all, your hard-earned hereditary title ensures that future generations need not worry." A sense of powerlessness enveloped Xiao Zhongyuan as he gazed at her receding figure. Sighing deeply, a doting mother often spoils her child. At Shushi Courtyard, Xiao Yunyi, after familiarizing himself with his new residence, gathered the servants he had brought from Baishui County. He instructed that a small kitchen be set up in the inner courtyard, with all matters entrusted to Granny Qi. Granny Qi, one of Feng Ruiying's dowry attendants, had been the original wet nurse. The management of the courtyard was entrusted to Lin Bo, an old steward of the Xiao family, while Fulu Shuksasai was assigned to handle miscellaneous affairs. Xiaohe led Jixiang and Rui in domestic tasks, while the outer courtyard was managed by other servants from the household. Once the arrangements in the courtyard were complete, Xiao Zhongyuan approached. "Your brother has already entered the Imperial Academy. As your father, I wish to arrange for you to gain experience in the military camp, while your mother hopes for you to secure a position in the capital. What are your thoughts? Xiao Yunyi was surprised to find he had a say in the matter, hesitating for a moment. If he chose to remain in the capital, which office could he serve in? If you do not wish to enter the military, you could join the Yulin Army or the Jinyiwei Guards as a 7th grade Yihui cavalry officer. Xiao Yunyi explained the distinctions between the two roles while detailing the numerous benefits of military training. Xiao Yunyi listened intently, his mind sifting through the background established in the original text. The Great Yong is a fictional dynasty, characterized by a complex backdrop that amalgamates the court structures of various historical eras. It features an array of institutions, including the cabinet, the Ritual Supervision Bureau, the Southern and Northern Yamen, the Eastern Factory, and the brocade-clad guards, all of which engage in a delicate balance of power. Within the inner court, the cabinet and the Ritual Supervision Bureau wield the greatest authority, while the outer court is dominated by the Eastern Factory and the brocade-clad guards. Access to the cabinet is restricted, and entry to the Ritual Supervision Bureau is similarly limited. The reputations of the Eastern Factory and the brocade-clad guards are notably tarnished, rendering them undesirable for any noble offspring who value their dignity. Among the Southern and Northern Yamens, the Feathered Forest Army belongs to the Emperor's elite troops. Although its power may not rival that of the Eastern Factory and the brocade-clad guards, its status and reputation far exceed theirs. The Golden Armored Guards, tasked with the crucial duty of patrolling the capital, may enjoy a slightly lesser reputation than the 1,000 cattle guards, yet they are fervently admired by many noble young ladies, who regard them as the epitome of youthful gallantry. In Chapter 12, with Xuanwu in power and Zhuge riding the winds, Xiao Yunyi hesitated for an extended period, unable to arrive at an immediate decision. Thus, he expressed, "I require some time for careful contemplation." As a scion of martial prowess, should he opt to remain in the capital for service, the Feathered Forest Army or the Golden Armored Guards would undoubtedly be his top choices. However, this would entail a slow and arduous journey, with limited prospects for advancement. If he aspired to achieve greater heights, enlisting in the military was undoubtedly the most prudent path. Starting from the rank of a mere soldier, and with Xiao Yunyi's covert assistance, as long as he was not utterly inept, within a few years he could ascend to the position of a 5th-rank school officer wielding real power. At that juncture, he could venture to the borders to gain experience and return to secure a promotion to 4th rank. Should he accrue military merit, achieving a 3rd-rank position would not be insurmountable. If all proceeded smoothly, he could attain heights unattainable by his peers in less than a decade. Xiao Yunyi spoke earnestly, "As your father, I have fought valiantly on the northern battlefields, risking my life not only to protect our homeland, but also to carve a path for you toward success. I sincerely hope you will strive to prove yourself by training at the capital's garrison, as it would greatly benefit your growth. Of course, your mother's words hold truth. A hereditary title would ensure a worry-free future for our descendants. You have matured and should cultivate your own aspirations, whether to become a valiant man forging a successful career or to remain a dissolute scion squandering your days. This choice lies solely within your hands." Xiao Yunyi's lengthy discourse was imbued with concern for Xiao Yunyi's future. It was evident that he genuinely cared for his only son. Xiao Yunyi pondered in silence. If he were to leave the capital to avoid contact with Xiao Huaiqian, could he thus escape his predetermined fate? Before his transmigration, he had not completed the entire narrative, having only glimpsed the latter parts where Xiao Huaiqian ascended to the cabinet, wielding power second only to that of the chief minister and the deputy minister. The capital is the epicenter of authority, and the cabinet is the nucleus within that core. To remain outside the cabinet is to be akin to an ant. In other words, even if he were to attain the rank of a 3rd-rank general, commanding an army of no more than 100,000, he would still be powerless against Xiao Huaiqian, who sat comfortably in the 3rd seat of the cabinet. Choices are invariably more significant than mere effort. Should he decide to leave the capital to enlist, it would be tantamount to surrendering his destiny to Xiao Huaiqian, allowing the latter to shape it at will. Is that feasible? Absolutely not. It is imperative to remain in the capital to thwart Xiao Huaiqian's relentless ascent. With a firm resolution, Xiao Yunyi declared, "Father, I have made my decision. I shall not go to the Jingji camp, but instead, I wish to join the Jinyiwei Guard." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi felt a twinge of disappointment and continued to counsel, "As your father, I have greatly benefited from the Emperor's grace, overseeing the military forces of the 3 provinces in the Jingji region. As long as you enlist, regardless of which camp you join, I can ensure your protection and facilitate your rise in the officialdom. Within the Jingji territory, there are 6 provinces, with the Grand General of the North controlling the military forces of 3, thus wielding significant power within half of the Jingji region. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given Xiao Zhongyuan's current standing, he could easily elevate someone within the military without a hint of effort. Father, joining the Jinyiwei Guard is still a form of military service. Xiao Yunyi replied, unyielding. How can that be the same? Xiao Zhongyuan patiently explained, the Jinyiwei Guard serves as the Emperor's personal protectors. My influence cannot extend into that realm, even if I wished it. In the capital, those closest to the Emperor gain his trust and consequently accrue greater power. This applies to the cabinet advisors, the chief of the Right's supervisory office, the eunuchs wielding the pen, the commanders of the Jinyiwei Guard, and the leaders of the northern and southern Imperial Guards. The more the Emperor favors a faction, the more power it wields. To leave the capital is to distance oneself from the core of authority. No matter how high an official rises, they become mere prey on the chopping block. Xiao Yunyi seemed to grasp something, gazing intently into Xiao Zhongyuan's eyes, and inquired, why is it that you insist I leave the capital to join the military? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhongyuan candidly replied, recently, by fortunate chance, I sought the counsel of a high-ranking figure from the Xianmin who divined a fate for you and your brother. The reading revealed your destinies. One is the gold of the sea, the other is the fire of the furnace. When separated, both of you can achieve great success together. However, you will be like opposing forces, destined to become adversaries. Xianmin sage, which small cog is quietly turning? Xiao Yunyi pondered, pressing further. Who embodies the gold of the sea? Who represents the fire of the furnace? Xiao Zhongyuan refrained from answering and instead stated, the gold of the sea and the fire of the furnace are both auspicious destinies, as long as you two remain apart. Before he could finish, Xiao Yunyi interjected softly. Then why not allow me to stay and send him away instead? Xiao Zhongyuan explained, your elder brother excels in scholarly pursuits, making him more suitable to remain in the capital as an official. With his talents, he is destined to become a member of the cabinet. You, on the other hand, are more suited for military service, and with my protection, you are bound to rise as a great general. Xiao Yunyi appeared to understand, pressing on. So, in your mind, you have already resolved to send me away from the capital to join the military. Why then do you bother to ask for my opinion? Without waiting for a response, he continued, Father, you superficially grant me the right to choose. Yet in truth, if my choice does not align with your desires, I must reconsider until you find satisfaction. Is your intention genuinely for my benefit, or is it merely to pave the way for Xiao Huaiqian? Xiao Yunyi's demeanor shifted, revealing deep confusion and uncertainty in his words. Father, you have not returned home for over a decade, and now you come back, driven by this matter of opposing destinies. To you, who is more important, me or him? Xiao Zhongyuan's breath hitched for a moment before he spoke. All are important. As a father, I merely wish for you to unite as brothers, each capable of achieving success. I am pleased that you can speak candidly without concealing the truth, yet the personal motives intertwined within your words leave me rather displeased. Xiao Yunyi silently contemplated, maintaining a composed facade, and respectfully replied, Father, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet I am my mother's sole son, and must remain by her side to fulfill my filial duties. The principles of humanity and righteousness are paramount, and among the myriad virtues, filial piety is foremost. Those who do not honor their parents are not considered for positions of merit. Filial duty remains a critical criterion for the selection of officials, both ancient and modern. With filial piety as my justification for staying in the capital, you cannot compel me to join the military. Should this matter escalate, it would reflect poorly on you as a father who permits his son to honor him while neglecting his mother. In the end, Xiao Zhongyuan was left with no choice but to relinquish his intentions, uttering, if you refuse to serve in the military, then be content to indulge as a frivolous young master, and do not harbor delusions of entering the official realm. With the vermilion bird in the court and the black tortoise in the wild, their interactions would likely bear little consequence. To ease his mind, Xiao Zhongyuan resolved to seek guidance from esteemed masters of the Xianmen. Xiao Yunyi stepped outside, gazing at the azure sky, softly murmuring, with the black tortoise in power and the vermilion bird soaring, fire and water are irreconcilable. Who shall live and who shall perish? Chapter 13. The burden of possessing treasures in the Lanji courtyard. Xiao Yunyi recounted his conversation with Xiao Zhongyuan in detail, particularly emphasizing the bias shown by his biological father towards his adopted son. Feng Ruiying listened, her brow furrowed, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. It is well that you do not enter the officialdom. You are already conferred the title of heir, ensuring a worry-free future. Once the housewarming banquet is concluded, I shall seek a suitable marriage for you, so that you may lead a harmonious life with your spouse. Mother, why are you suddenly broaching this topic? Xiao Yunyi was taken aback. He had intended to sow discord, yet the conversation had unexpectedly shifted towards marriage. You are now 18. It is time to meet potential matches and establish an engagement. After your coming-of-age ceremony, marriage will follow, and time is fleeting. If we do not commence preparations now, it will be too late. Fang Ruiying insisted with unwavering resolve, following up with a stern warning. Before that, you may bring Xia He into your household, but you must not frequent those places of ill repute. Do you understand? The coming-of-age ceremony, also known as the crowning ceremony, is traditionally held when a young man reaches 20, marking his transition into adulthood and readiness for marriage and fatherhood. Of course, some may undergo this ceremony earlier, but it is never beyond the age of 20. Marriage is a matter dictated by parental will and the words of matchmakers. Bound by the constraints of the times, children possess little agency over their matrimonial affairs. I understand. I shall abide by your arrangements, Xiao Yunyi replied dismissively, shifting the conversation to the previously discussed business matters. Fang Ruiying, preoccupied with thoughts of her future daughter-in-law, was pleased to see her son so compliant. She generously provided 5,000 taels of silver and sent along a steward for the dowry, as well as 2 capable servants. This was both assistance and oversight, yet it was a positive form of vigilance, rather than a reflection of mistrust. Upon receiving the silver note, Xiao Yunyi eagerly made his way to the pawnshop, seeking to rent a suitable space. The capital's most bustling commercial areas are divided into the East Market and West Market, symmetrically located on either side of Zhuke Street, each occupying an area of approximately equal size. Both markets serve as the economic epicenter of the capital, as well as the national hub for industrial and commercial trade, playing a vital role in economic exchanges between Daong and other nations. The properties in the East and West markets possess numerous advantages. However, their only drawback lies in the fact that those occupying the prime locations are unattainable, even for the wealthy. Consequently, Xiao Yunyi had to settle for a modest shop in Xianyang Fang, situated close to the East Market. When Xiao Yunyi expressed his intention to open a pawn shop, the accompanying manager too dutifully advised, "Young master, while the profits from a pawn shop are substantial, this industry is fraught with complexities. Given your limited experience in commerce, it may be prudent to consider a simpler venture." Unwavering, Xiao Yunyi countered, "There is no need for further discussion. I shall indeed open a pawn shop." He then commanded, "Since my mother trusts you, I will appoint you as the manager of the pawn shop. During the renovation period, you must ensure the recruitment of 3 reliable attendants. The most common method of profit in a pawn shop involves acquiring items at a low price and selling them at a higher rate. Citizens pledge their possessions to the pawn shop, receiving half the item's value in silver after evaluation by the attendants. If the item is redeemed within the stipulated time frame, the pawn shop earns profit through interest. Should the item remain unredeemed past the deadline, it becomes a dead pawn, allowing the shop to sell the collateral and profit from the price differential. In contemporary terms, this practice resembles high-interest lending, classifying it as part of the lucrative financial sector. Xiao Yunyi initially contemplated opening a money exchange. However, considering the insufficient capital at hand and the associated risks, he abandoned that notion. Other industries were not off the table. Yet the most profitable sectors invariably bear the influence of other powerful factions. Compared to the entrenched aristocracy of the capital, the House of Shenwu is regarded as nouveau riche, akin to an outsider newly struck by fortune, making it challenging to carve out a share of the wealth. As for advanced industries like glass production, cement, steel refining, salt, and liquor manufacturing, not only is he not adept in these fields, but even if he could succeed, he would likely become a target. In a world where the innocent suffer for possessing wealth, the political climate is unstable, with various factions vying for power. Given the House of Shenwu's foundation, directly pursuing extravagant riches would only invite trouble. At the Imperial Academy, after class, Xiao Huaiqian was leisurely packing his belongings, preparing to return to the estate. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him, swiftly closing the distance and lowering their voice to inquire, "I have heard that the House of Shenwu intends to host a housewarming banquet. Is this true?" Xiao Huaiqian nodded slightly, responding in a measured tone, "I have heard my father mention this. It is likely to occur within the next few days." His gaze settled upon the questioner, revealing a hint of curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Xingzhou, do you also intend to attend this banquet? Also, Xingzhou, upon hearing this, felt a surge of interest and quickly probed, besides me, who else has inquired about this matter? Xiao Huaqian's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the departing classmates. He leaned closer to Xingzhou and lowered his voice, replying, including you. 5 classmates have approached me today to request invitations. The Duke of Xinwu, a rising figure in the current dynasty, wields significant power, commanding the military forces of 3 provinces in the capital. Naturally, maintaining connections with such a person could only be advantageous. Observing this, Xingzhou hastily stepped forward to assist in tidying up the items on the desk. Once everything was in order, he took hold of Xiao Huaqian's sleeve and led him to a secluded corner. Once they had settled, Xingzhou leaned closer to Xiao Huaqian's ear and whispered, I did not come merely to attend the banquet. Rather, I thought perhaps I could seize this opportunity to lend you a hand in avenging your mother's disgrace. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Huaqian's eyes as he shook his head. There are too many eyes here. Let us find a more discreet place to converse. The two exited the Imperial Academy, accompanied by their servant and guard, and strolled leisurely towards a nearby tea house. This establishment was quite sizable, boasting 2 elegantly decorated floors. Xingzhou confidently led Xiao Huaqian upstairs to a private room. The room was adorned simply yet tastefully, with clear windows and a gentle aroma of tea wafting through the air. Xingzhou casually took a seat by the window and invited Xiao Huaqian to join him before summoning the waiter to order several specialty tea snacks. Before long, the snacks were served. Xingzhou picked up a cup of tea, took a delicate sip, and then, with a half-smile, inquired, I have devised a plan for you. How will you express your gratitude? Xiao Huaqian felt a pang of helplessness. He understood well that Xingzhou, as the eldest son of the Duke of Chucheng, was far wealthier than he and would hardly be concerned about any token of gratitude. However, since Xingzhou had made the request, he could not outright refuse. After pondering for a moment, he replied, as the eldest son of the Duke of Chucheng, you have undoubtedly encountered countless fine treasures. I have nothing of significant value to offer you. Xingzhou's lips curled into a sly smile. I seek nothing but a favor from you. A favor? What worth does my favor hold? You may come to regret this, Xiao Huaqian replied with a self-deprecating smile. Xingzhou, assuming a serious demeanor, stated, with your talents, you will surely shine in the palace examination at that time. Your favor will be far more difficult to obtain. Xiao Huaqian felt a warm surge in his heart at those words and smiled. Then let us hear your plan first. Should it prove unsatisfactory, I shall not owe you a favor. When he first entered the Imperial Academy, he had faced ridicule from several classmates due to his background, and it was only Xingzhou who stood up for him. Upon further acquaintance, he discovered they shared some similarities. Although Xingzhou was the eldest son of the Duke of Chucheng, he was born of a concubine. His mother originally a maid. The Duke dotes on them, yet the Duchess and her legitimate son continually contrive to make their lives difficult. Having publicly humiliated his mother in front of numerous guests during the old lady's birthday celebration, it was a humiliation that, while not a slap in the face, proved far more mortifying. In a similar plight of maternal humiliation, Xingzhou was compelled to endure in silence, not daring to harbor any thoughts of vengeance. Thus, upon learning of Xiao Huaqian's desire for retribution, Xingzhou willingly offered his assistance. At that moment, after hearing Xingzhou's plan, Xiao Huaqian was engulfed in conflict. Expressing his concern, surely this won't lead to loss of life? Xingzhou reassured him, the ponds in various estates are typically not very deep, and besides, we will be watching closely, ensuring he is rescued after he has taken in some water. Pausing for a moment, he subtly probed, or do you wish to see him perish? Upon hearing this, a fleeting thought crossed Xiao Huaqian's mind, but he quickly shook his head. I never intended to take his life. Xingzhou urged, then what is there to hesitate about? After considerable contemplation, Xiao Huaqian ultimately acquiesced. Upon returning home, he sought out Xiao Yunyi, proposing to invite classmates to the housewarming banquet. Without hesitation, Xiao Yunyi consented and advised, engage more with those scholarly individuals. They will be your connections when you embark on your official career. The son dutifully acknowledged his father's counsel. 5 days later, the housewarming banquet at the Xinwu Marquis's residence was held, inviting numerous dignitaries from the capital, with none declining the invitation. Although the emperor did not attend in person, he bestowed imperial gifts and commanded the crown prince to represent him at the banquet. The other princes, hearing of the event, also arrived with lavish presents. This grand occasion allowed many high-ranking officials and nobility to gain a deeper understanding of Marquis Xiao Yunyi. While the atmosphere appeared convivial, each guest harbored their own motives. In contrast to the intricate machinations of the court officials, the thoughts of the noble youths were relatively straightforward. They merely sought to befriend the Marquis's heir and leave a favorable impression. The young lord, newly arrived in the capital, was encouraged to speak freely about future matters, and the toast was raised in his honor. Under He Xingzhou's deliberate encouragement, the accompanying noble youths began to toast incessantly. First, it was the son of a duke, then the heir of a marquis, or perhaps the offspring of a prominent minister. Even a certain prince, eager to join the revelry, lowered his status and proactively toasted Xiao Yunyi. Thank you all for your kindness. We must cultivate a closer relationship henceforth. In this era, the alcohol was not particularly strong, easily manageable for those accustomed to potent spirits. Xiao Yunyi welcomed all guests with a warm smile. After several flasks were consumed, camaraderie quickly blossomed, with everyone calling each other virtuous brother and virtuous younger brother. During this time, Xiao Yunyi noticed an unusual expression on Xiao Huaizhen's face. As his thoughts raced, he pretended to sway unsteadily, feigning intoxication. Observing this, Xiao Huaizhen's eyes flickered with delight as he swiftly moved to support him. Gentlemen, my brother Yunyi has had too much to drink and is now inebriated. Allow me to escort him home for a rest. You may continue to enjoy yourselves, and I shall return shortly to apologize. The young lord has indeed drunk quite a bit. Let me lend a hand. He Xingzhou stepped forward to assist, and together with Xiao Huaizhen, they hoisted the limp Xiao Yunyi between them. Zhang Xian attempted to help, but Xiao Huaizhen found an excuse to send him to the kitchen to ask the cook for a pot of sobering soup. Wu Dashan vaguely sensed that something was amiss. Just as he intended to step forward, he was restrained by Cheng Jianghai beside him. The two brothers had whispers to exchange, and it was unnecessary for the guards to follow. Old Cheng, tell me honestly, nothing untoward is happening here, right? Don't overthink it. They are merely sharing a few quiet words. Their bond doesn't quite seem to warrant such secrecy, does it? Wu Dashan believed the situation was undoubtedly complicated. Lowering his voice, he said, "We are brothers in arms on the battlefield, and now we serve together at the Marquis's residence. If there is something amiss, you must not conceal it from me." Cheng Jianghai remained silent for a moment before quietly revealing, "Sister Yu was struck by the second young master, and the eldest young master, unable to bear the grievance, seeks revenge. How can this be allowed? No, release me at once. I must go prevent the eldest from committing folly." Wu Dashan was suddenly alarmed. Cheng Jianghai stated, "Lieutenant Yi is also our brother in life and death, and now that he is gone, Sister Yu is being wronged. Can we, as brothers, feign ignorance?" After a pause, he added, "Rest assured, if he merely plunges her into the pond and she gulps a few mouthfuls of water, we can easily rescue her without serious consequence." Many brave soldiers perished in the battle against the Beatty, sacrificing their lives for the nation. It is one thing not to stand up for the widow of a martyr, but how can we shame ourselves by obstructing a filial son from avenging his mother? Wu Dashan wrestled with his conflicting emotions for a long while before finally sighing. If the general were to learn of this, I wonder how he would react. Cheng Jianghai replied, "The second young master, drunk and carelessly falling into the pond, and the eldest young master risking everything to save him. Such brotherly affection would surely bring comfort to the general." Upon hearing this, Wu Dashan could not help but admonish, "You are treating the general as a fool." Cheng Jianghai countered, "The origin of this matter lies in the general's failure in parenting. Now that he has conferred a marquisate for his merits, what harm is there in playing the fool for a moment? Lieutenant Ye's name is already inscribed in the ledger of accomplishments. It is only natural that a son repays his father's debts and inherits his father's glory." Wu Dashan fell silent, ceasing his insistence to intervene. Watching the figures gradually recede, he slowly spoke, "This shall be the only exception. It will not happen again." As they approached the edge of the pond, Xiao Yunyi realized what Xiao Huaizhen intended to do. Before the latter could act, he pretended to stumble, deliberately pulling Xiao Huaizhen into the water with him. At the moment of immersion, the icy chill enveloped him completely. Xiao Yunyi summoned every ounce of his acting prowess, exhibiting the frantic helplessness befitting one who had fallen into the water. "Help! I cannot swim. Someone please," he cried out, desperately pressing Xiao Huaizhen's head underwater, silently raging. "Still wish to scheme against me? I'll drown you first, you scoundrel." The entire process unfolded seamlessly. Xiao Huaizhen, caught off guard, was soon enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. He struggled desperately, attempting to escape the clutches of death, but every effort proved futile. Xiao Yunyi exerted all his strength, determined to drown the protagonist of destiny in the pond. His blood began to boil, and adrenaline surged wildly, as it was his first act of murder. His entire body trembled. In that moment, only one thought occupied Xiao Yunyi's mind. The death of a fellow traveler is not the concern of a humble monk. It is only just for the villain to slay the hero. Xiao Huaichan struggled desperately in the water, his hands thrashing wildly and his feet kicking aimlessly in an attempt to leverage himself above the surface. Below him lay a thick layer of silt, offering no support. The more he fought, the deeper he sank into the mire, ensnared and unable to extricate himself. As time ebbed away, the vigor of his struggles gradually waned. Xiao Yunyi, however, remained resolute, maintaining a firm grip on Xiao Huaichan's head, his heart racing and hands trembling, silently contemplating. Stay calm. It is natural not to breathe. Endure a little longer, and soon you shall be free. Chapter 15. Seeking forgiveness. Someone help. Save me. Someone has fallen into the water. Hurry. On the bank. He Xingzhou shouted anxiously. Wu Daxin and Cheng Jianhai, trailing behind, hastened to the scene upon hearing the call, both plunging into the water to rescue the drowning individual. Witnessing this, Xiao Yunyi had no choice but to release his hold, feigning unconsciousness as he choked on the water. After retrieving the victim from the water, Wu Daxin checked for signs of breath. Fortunately, it was timely. The individual had merely lost consciousness from choking and was not in mortal peril. Having assessed the situation, he turned to Cheng Jianhai, his gaze laced with scrutiny. Had we arrived a moment later, both young masters would have perished in the pool. You cannot tell me that this would not have resulted in calamity. This was an accident, Cheng Jianhai replied, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Struggling to confront the gravity of the situation, he redirected the inquiry toward He Xingzhou. Young master He, what exactly transpired here? Your second young master had too much to drink and accidentally fell into the pool. It was an unfortunate incident, He Xingzhou responded, his tone tinged with guilt. He too was perplexed by the circumstances. They had intended to throw Xiao Yunyi into the water, yet Xiao Huaichan had followed suit. Wu Daxin was about to voice his thoughts when He Xingzhou quickly interjected. It's chilly at night. Falling into the water can lead to a cold. We should summon help immediately. With guests all around, it would be unwise to create a scene. Cheng Jianhai and Wu Daxin exchanged glances, each taking it upon themselves to fetch assistance from the rear courtyard. After the physician's treatment, Xiao Huaichan was the first to awaken. Huaichan, are you all right? He Xingzhou inquired, his eyes filled with concern. Xiao Huaichan remained silent, casting a deep glance at the still unconscious Xiao Yunyi before turning to the physician beside him. Why has he not awakened yet? The physician, having noticed earlier that the second young master was feigning unconsciousness, chose his words carefully, stating, the second young master is in a weakened state and will require more time to regain consciousness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huaichan furrowed his brow. He found it difficult to discern whether Xiao Yunyi's actions had been deliberate or a result of panic that nearly led to his own demise. Cheng Jianhai quietly inquired, eldest young master, how did you also end up in the water? Xiao Huaichan collected himself, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing, merely an accident. He Xingzhou advised. You should change your clothes quickly and then explain the situation to Lord Xiao. I will accompany you to corroborate your account. Given the circumstances, the only option was to preemptively accuse the accuser, to speak first as the wrong party. In the absence of sufficient evidence, whatever Xiao Yunyi might say thereafter would hold no weight. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Huaichan replied, there is no need to change. I shall go just as I am. As the housewarming banquet drew to a close, Fang Ruiying was attending to the ladies of various households when she noticed Chun Xiao rushing in, her demeanor fraught with anxiety and hesitation. Ladies, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare some more refreshments. Fang Ruiying excused herself from the main hall. The moment she stepped into the side chamber, Chun Xiao urgently reported, Madam, the eldest young master seeks an audience in the outer courtyard. He claims that the young master has fallen into the water while intoxicated and has come to plead for forgiveness. Upon hearing of the fall, Fang Ruiying's face turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the outer courtyard. Upon entering, she found Xiao Huaichan soaked and kneeling, his face a mask of shame as he bowed deeply. I have failed to care for my younger brother, leading to his unfortunate fall into the water. I have come to seek my mother's pardon. Fallen into the water? How could that happen? How is he? Is he unhurt? Fang Ruiying inquired with mounting anxiety. Xiao Huaiqian responded respectfully. Your brother was drunk at the banquet. And on our way home, we accidentally fell into the lotus pond. As a result, your brother is currently in a state of unconsciousness. Before he could finish, he broke down in tears. It is all my fault for not protecting my brother. I beseech you to punish me, mother. What? Ear is unconscious? Fang Ruiying felt as though struck by lightning, and she fainted from the overwhelming shock. Chun Xiao, in a panic, cried out, "Quick, summon the estate physician." Amid the chaos, Xiao Huaiqian rose and called out, "Everyone, do not panic. Stay here with our dear mother and await the physician's arrival. I will fetch father." With that, he cast a glance towards He Xingzhou, not caring whether anyone understood his intent. On the way to the front courtyard, He Xingzhou, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Why did you not seek Lord Xiao, but instead chose to approach the lady of the house first?" "I thought that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was still in the front courtyard, and father would not be able to leave hastily. Thus, I intended to fetch mother. Alas, it is all my fault for not considering the situation thoroughly," Xiao Huaiqian replied earnestly, his face etched with self-reproach. He Xingzhou, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of peculiar intrigue. It seemed deliberate that the situation was not clarified, leading to the lady of the house fainting from distress. All while Xiao Huaiqian maintained an innocent facade. The most striking aspect was that such cunning and stratagems were wielded by a mere 19-year-old youth. This was indeed a profound level of scheming. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, He Xingzhou could not help but draw a sharp breath. In that moment, he began to realize that Xiao Huaiqian's desire for revenge extended beyond merely Xiao Yunyi, encompassing his nominal mother as well. In the Shushi courtyard, Xiao Yunyi awoke groggily, stifling a yawn as he inquired about the happenings within the estate, learning that Fang Ring was still in a state of unconsciousness. "So, they claim I fell into the water while drunk, and Xiao Huaiqian recklessly came to my rescue? Huh?" Xiao Yunyi scoffed derisively. The protagonist, always shielded by a halo, invariably manages to escape death's clutches, making it utterly perplexing. In the original narrative, no such incident of falling into the water occurred during the housewarming banquet. Nor would Fang Ruiying have succumbed to unconsciousness. This indicates that the plot has deviated from its original trajectory, albeit not by a wide margin. It seems fate intends to eliminate Fang Ruiying first, then allow Xiao Yunyi to find his path, thereby restoring the narrative's balance. Upon grasping the crux of the matter, Xiao Yunyi murmured to himself, "You still wish to pursue the narrative, yet I am no longer the person I once was. How could I possibly allow you to manipulate me?" Fang Ruiying and the Yu family are destined to meet their demise early on, serving as pivotal figures to propel the ensuing plot. Should they survive, the original storyline would falter. Thus, it is no wonder that fate seeks to eliminate them through various means, forcibly creating a rift between the protagonist and the antagonist. If Fang Ruiying perishes, it signifies acquiescence. If she survives, it represents defiance. In such a predicament, what choice remains? Having transmigrated into the role of a mere supporting character, Xiao Yunyi's foremost concern is to safeguard his own existence to the greatest extent possible, to live well, and to live until the end. He must devise a method to escape the fate of a mere pawn, which undeniably requires an act of rebellion against destiny. Xiao Yunyi collected his thoughts, calming his emotions, and turned to the quietly seated Wu Dashan, inquiring, "Brother Wu, did you tell my father that you witnessed me slip and fall into the water, and that Xiao Huaiqian selflessly jumped in to save me?" A flicker of guilt crossed Wu Dashan's eyes as he nodded. Both I and old Cheng, along with the eldest young master and the He family's young master, were present. We witnessed it firsthand. There can be no doubt. Disappointment flickered across Xiao Yunyi's face as he shook his head. "I offered you the opportunity to speak, yet you refuse it. If that is the case, you may leave." Wu Dashan was taken aback by this outcome, momentarily stunned, wishing to explain himself. Xiao Yunyi waved his hand. "I shall not keep those with ulterior motives by my side. No matter how capable they may be, it is unacceptable. From the moment you chose to lie, you made your decision. Further words are futile. You may go." Chapter 16. A battle without smoke. Wu Dashan discerned the finality in his words and ceased his attempts at explanation. He performed a respectful bow, shamefaced. "I, old Wu, have erred, betraying your trust, my lord. I have no face to remain as your guard. I shall resign to the general. Take care, my lord." Xiao Yunyi had no time to contemplate Wu Dashan's feelings. He first instructed Xia He to head to Lanji courtyard, then sent Zhang Xian to summon Xiao Zhongyuan. The banquet had concluded, and the guests had returned to their respective homes. When Zhang Xian sought out Xiao Yunyi, he found him engaged in conversation with Xiao Huaqin. Upon learning that Xiao Yunyi had awakened, he turned to Xiao Huaqin and said, "It is getting late. You should return to rest. I will go check on Ear." Xiao Huaqin replied, "I shall accompany you, father." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yunyi nodded in agreement. The father and son arrived at the Shushi courtyard, and as they entered the inner room, Xiao Huaqin expressed his remorse. "I have been negligent, leading to your unfortunate fall into the water. I must apologize." With that, he bowed slightly to the bedridden Xiao Yunyi. Observing this, Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow and spoke, "Enough, the fault does not lie with you. There is no need for such formality. Had it not been for my child's carelessness, his brother would not have fallen into the water and lost consciousness. There is indeed responsibility on my part." Xiao Huaqin's words were sincere. Just as Xiao Yunyi was about to respond, a cold laugh interrupted. "Huh? Has no one ever told you that your acting skills are truly lacking?" Xiao Yunyi, disinterested in laboring over this matter, chose instead to unveil the fade that had been draped over the situation. "You conspired with He Xingzhou, intending to cast me into the pool to drown during my inebriation, merely to avenge the grievance for striking your mother. There is no need to feign innocence before me." With that, I turned to Xiao Yunyi and continued, "Father, I possess no evidence and do not inquire whom you trust more. I only wish to know how you intend to address this matter." Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow and replied, "You have only recently moved in and are unfamiliar with the household. It is only natural. Be more cautious in the future and drink less. Rest assured, I will not punish you for this incident." "Did you fail to absorb a single word of what I just said?" Xiao Yunyi retorted, "Earlier, I erred, and you struck me 20 times. Now, in light of the evident doubts surrounding this situation, you choose to dismiss it lightly. Is that fair? What more fairness do you seek?" Xiao Yunyi replied sternly, "This is a family matter, not a case for the magistrate. Moreover, how could there be any error in what multiple witnesses have seen?" At the opportune moment, Xiao Huaqin interjected, "Father, it is my negligence that led to Yi's fall into the water. If it will appease him, I am willing to take the 20 strikes myself. This matter does not concern you. Do not take upon yourself the burden of responsibility. However, there are no buts. The night is late. You should return to rest." The more Xiao Huaqin took the initiative to accept blame, the more Xiao Yunyi defended him, repeatedly emphasizing that this incident was merely an accident. "Then, I shall take my leave," Xiao Huaqin said respectfully, bowing, and before departing, he cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Yunyi. Those favored tend to act with impunity. This adage holds true in any context. As I observed his retreating figure, I repeatedly reminded myself to adopt the perspective of an observer regarding the characters within this narrative. Do not immerse yourself in their roles, nor let emotions sway your judgment. Yet, upon witnessing the expression Xiao Huaqin revealed before his departure, a sudden, nameless fury ignited within me. Provocation. A blatant provocation. I understood that this was a psychological contest with Xiao Huaqin, a battle devoid of gunpowder. Should I allow anger to provoke an indiscreet reaction, I would have lost. "Father, you have spent over a decade at the border, having shared more time with him than I. I comprehend your favoritism towards him, yet I shall not let this matter rest. The night has grown late, and I am weary. You too should retire for the night." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi's mind was flooded with memories of the edicts from Zhuge and Xuanwu, and a profound sense of helplessness welled within him. Where did it all go wrong? Must one of them truly be cast away? Caught in a dilemma, he wished to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. The incident of the fall indeed bore peculiarities, yet both sides are dear to him, and he could not conceive of a solution that would satisfy all parties, which is why he refrained from delving deeper. "Yeah, your father. There is no need for further words, father. You regard him as a true son, prioritizing him in all matters. Yet I refuse to suffer additional grievances because of it. Some grievances you must endure." Xiao Yunyi took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "Were it not for Captain Ye's selfless rescue, I would have perished on the battlefield long ago. And the House of God of War would not exist as it does now. Without the House of God of War, there would be no heir. Since I have received this grace, how can I not bear some measure of grievance in return? A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. How much more so should one repay the debt of life?" Xiao Yunyi continued to admonish, saying, "A true man stands tall and firm. One should act with generosity and clarity regarding grievances and kindness. How can you be so petty over trifles?" "Petty? Huh?" Xiao Yunyi scoffed, retorting, "Are you suggesting that even if he were to wield a knife with the intent to take my life, I should merely prepare my neck for the blade?" Nonsense. Do you even comprehend the absurdity of your words? As Xiao Yunyi grew increasingly agitated, he rebuked, Qian has always been benevolent towards others. Had it not been for your previous misdeeds, he would not have troubled you. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Xiao Yunyi replied, closing his eyes. Refusing to respond further to Xiao Zhongyuan's tirade. You ungrateful wretch. Xiao Zhongyuan's earnest counsel fell on deaf ears, leaving him with no choice but to issue a stern warning. If anything were to happen to Qian, I shall not spare you. After departing from Shushi Courtyard, he immediately summoned his personal guards, instructing, increase the number of men assigned to discreetly protect the eldest young master. The guard complied and reported, Deshan has just submitted his resignation. What should we do? Xiao Zhongyuan furrowed his brow and replied, have him come to my study. The guard promptly sent someone to convey the message. In the study, Xiao Zhongyuan did not inquire about Wu Dashan's reasons for leaving, but instead asked whether it was true that Xiao Yunyi had fallen into the water while intoxicated. Wu Dashan chuckled, General, you surely know the truth better than anyone. Recalling the earlier incident, he felt that the eldest young master was perhaps overly cunning. After a brief hesitation, he continued, General, I dare to speak a word that may be inappropriate. I hope you do not take offense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhongyuan smiled. As comrades, we should speak freely without reservation. Wu Dashan remarked, while it is true that old Yi saved your life, the young master is, after all, your biological son. It seems illogical that you treat outsiders better than your own flesh and blood. Illogical? Xiao Zhongyuan fell silent. A voice in his mind reminded him that without Lieutenant Yi, he would not be who he is today. Thus he must treat the orphan of the Yi family with kindness. Yet, is such favoritism truly justifiable? After much contemplation, he found no answer and chuckled resignedly, casting aside the strange thought. My son is also a source of worry. I cannot fathom the troubles he may cause in the future. If you choose to leave, it may save you from being entangled in his affairs. If you wish, I can arrange for you to serve as a commanding officer in the capital. Wu Dashan shook his head. After many years in the military, I have grown weary of the soldier's life. Now, I simply wish to return home and spend time with my family. With his military achievements, the rewards he received, though not lavish, were sufficient to ensure his family's well-being. Before leaving, Wu Dashan earnestly advised, General, after all, he is your son. Blood is thicker than water. No matter the magnitude of the kindness shown, it cannot surpass the bond of blood. I say no more. I trust you will consider this. Chapter 17. The Northern Supervisory Office. In the Lanji courtyard, when Fang Ruiying awoke, it was already late at night. Xiao Yunyi hurried to check on her and, upon learning that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dear, are you all right? How could you fall into the water? Is there something more to this? Fang Ruiying inquired with deep concern. Xiao Yunyi understood that if he revealed the truth, Fang Ruiying would undoubtedly believe him and, in her quest for vengeance, target the Yu family. This would lead them down a path meticulously orchestrated by fate, ultimately resulting in their demise. Therefore, Xiao Yunyi refrained from disclosing the full story, stating instead that he had accidentally fallen into the water while intoxicated. Fang Ruiying remarked, the vices of wine, lust, wealth, and power are the four perils for a gentleman. One must remain vigilant against them. My son, you must exercise caution. Xiao Yunyi jested, Mother, I am hardly a gentleman. You foolish child. Why belittle yourself in such a manner? If you do not aspire to be a gentleman, do you intend to be a scoundrel? Fang Ruiying admonished. Xiao Yunyi replied, a benevolent man may be condemned, yet righteousness does not extinguish the wicked. I neither wish to be a gentleman nor a scoundrel. Fang Ruiying, feeling unwell, soon fell into a deep slumber after their conversation. Returning to the Shushi courtyard, Xiao Yunyi pondered through the night and realized a profound truth. As a character in a narrative, he could not escape the machinations of fate. Thus, he understood the necessity of possessing his own strength to confront such forces. Consequently, after a light breakfast at dawn, he set off directly to the Bizenfew. Report a case? What case? Do you even know where you are? This is Bizenfew, and it's my first time seeing anyone come here to file a report. The gatekeeper, eyeing Xiao Yunyi as if he were a fool, barked. The Bizenfew deals exclusively with cases sanctioned by the Emperor. Not just anyone can come here to report matters. Begone. Standing outside the gate with his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yunyi slowly spoke. I am Xiao Yunyi, the heir of the Shinshu Marquis. I have come regarding the assassination attempt by a Northern D assassin last night. Please inform your superiors. I shall wait here. The heir of the Shinshu Marquis? A Northern D assassin? The gatekeeper immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and politely replied, "Please wait a moment, young lord," before hastily running off to inform the higher authorities. As the report ascended through the ranks to the district chief, several officers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the nature of Xiao Yunyi's claims. At the Shunshu Marquis' housewarming banquet, where the crown prince and several princes were present, should an assassin indeed have infiltrated? The implications would be dire. Assassins? The Northern D have only just submitted their surrender after the disastrous assassination of Xiao Huaiqian in Baishui County. How could they possibly arrange for another assassin to stir trouble at the Shunshu Marquis' residence? They reasoned that aside from Xiao Yunyi's misfortune of falling into the water last night, nothing else had occurred. Do you really think the Northern D assassins are so idle as to engage in such antics? This young lord is clearly treating us as fools. One officer found the situation intriguing, prompting his peers to consider why Xiao Yunyi did not report to the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, or the Supreme Court, but specifically sought out the Bizenfu. Since the establishment of the Jinyiwei, this was the first instance of someone voluntarily coming to report a case. Logically, the Bizenfu had no obligation to concern itself with trivial matters, but the identity of the person reporting was anything but ordinary. Given the current status of the Shunshu Marquis, countless individuals were eager to curry favor. Might this situation involve something more significant? Could they seize an opportunity from it? After deliberation, the officers decided to invite Xiao Yunyi into the Bizenfu while promptly dispatching someone to report to the governor. Half a stick of incense later, as Xiao Yunyi savored his tea, he was greeted by a burst of hearty laughter from outside the door. The esteemed presence of the young Marquis graces the Northern Town Pacification Office, illuminating its humble abode. Should there be any inadequacies in my hospitality, I implore the young Marquis for his understanding. However, is it not the illustrious He Qijing, the pacification envoy of the Northern Town Pacification Office, before me? Indeed, it is I. He Qijing inclined his head slightly, a warm smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Young Marquis, have you come to report a case at the Northern Town Pacification Office?" The other party's demeanor was disproportionately humble, suggesting there was something amiss. Xiao Yunyi, cautious, rose and offered a bow. "What you may not know, esteemed Sir He, is that in Baishui County, there were assassins from Beatty who sought my demise. Though they mistook their target, last night marked the second attempt, and I fear there may be a third or fourth. Is that so?" He Qijing's expression shifted into an enigmatic smile as he scrutinized Xiao Yunyi for a prolonged moment before speaking languidly. "What does the young Marquis believe the Northern Town Pacification Office to be?" After contemplation, Xiao Yunyi replied, "The Northern Town Pacification Office is the core of the Jinyiwei, empowered by imperial decree to execute first and report later." His 8-character summary was precise. A fleeting spark ignited in He Qijing's eyes, quickly vanishing as he maintained his composure. The Jinyiwei serves the emperor, while the Northern Town Pacification Office handles imperial cases. What gives you the audacity to think you can command the Jinyiwei with mere words? With that, he approached Xiao Yunyi, his gaze filled with a hint of scrutiny. He slowly inquired, "Young Marquis, do you know your own worth? Or shall we send you to the Jiyuan to weigh you?" The Jinyiwei possesses 2 prisons, one at the Southern Town Pacification Office and the other, the dreaded Jiayuan at the Northern Town Pacification Office, which instills fear in all, causing children to refrain from crying at night. Xiao Yunyi, striving for composure, candidly stated, "Esteemed Sir He, I have come for 2 purposes, to seek assistance from the Northern Town Pacification Office, and to provide timely aid to bolster your efforts." Seeking assistance from the Northern Town Pacification Office? How intriguing. For the first time, He Qijing found his interest piqued by such a youthful figure, smiling as he said, "Pray tell, what kind of aid do you offer?" Xiao Yunyi responded, "I possess knowledge of the truth behind Princess Yuha's demise. Months ago, she drowned while on an outing, and the emperor ordered the Eastern Factory to investigate, concluding it was an accidental fall after intoxication. This matter has been definitively settled by the Eastern Factory." He Qijing narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he said, "So, you suggest that Princess Yuha did not perish by accident?" Xiao Yunyi nodded. "Though I have only recently arrived in the capital, I have heard tales of this incident. Last night, after the drowning, I recalled an amusing story I had heard in Baishui County." "What story, may I ask?" He Qijing pressed. Xiao Yunyi continued, "In my youthful folly, I was engrossed in urban tales. Several months ago, I overheard that a certain family boasted about their son's new bride, claiming her dowry included several items from the imperial palace. At the time, a few friends insisted on witnessing such extravagance, but but I had no interest and did not attend. Later, I learned that the newlywed bride had once been a maidservant to a certain princess. My curiosity piqued. I inquired further and discovered she had served Princess Yuha. What perplexed me was that after the princess's tragic and sudden death, while the county magistrate allowed the maidservant to return home, how could she have been permitted to take imperial possessions with her? Even the most favored maidservant could never acquire the imperial belongings of the palace, let alone claim them as her own. Were it merely such a matter, onlookers might only consider the maid audacious for pilfering her mistress's possessions, without suspecting any connection to the demise of Princess Yuha. However, He Qijing is not an ordinary person. He holds the position of the pacification envoy of the Northern Town Guard. Moreover, prior to my arrival in the capital, I heard whispers that this maid became pregnant merely 3 months after her marriage, her belly swelling as if she were 5 months along. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yunyi fell silent, exchanging a contemplative gaze with He Qijing. The princess had passed less than 3 months ago, and now, a maidservant, married for merely 3 months, was displaying a 5-month pregnancy. It was evident that there were deeper secrets at play. When seemingly unrelated events are pieced together, the underlying implications become glaringly clear. As for tangible evidence, when has the Jinyiwei ever required such trivialities in their investigations? They need only to apprehend the maid, for there are countless methods to elicit a confession. He Qijing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He was reluctant to squander this opportunity to embarrass the Donchong, while simultaneously wary of the potential for a counterattack. Observing the youth before him, an idea struck He Qijing, and he smiled as he inquired, "Young lord, you possess considerable talent. Would you care to join the ranks of the Jinyiwei?" Chapter 18. The Jinyiwei apprehends suspects. In the original narrative, Princess Yuha indeed met her untimely end by drowning. But it was not due to drunkenness leading to an accidental fall. Rather, she had stumbled upon her husband in the throes of infidelity with a maid, and in the ensuing struggle, he pushed her into the lake. The county horse, holding the esteemed title of Right Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Revenue, had already allied with the Donchong, which resulted in the princess's death being officially classified as an unfortunate accident due to intoxication. Following the original trajectory, the truth surrounding the princess's demise would eventually be unveiled several months later through a fortuitous turn of events involving Xiao Huaqian, earning him the gratitude and favor of the duke. This incident would subsequently embroil him in a series of schemes, leading to a life marked by both treachery and retribution. The crux of the matter lies with that wretched maid who, by all accounts, should have perished. Xiao Yunyi has seized the protagonist's opportunity, leveraging this affair to procure an identity token from He Qijing, thus becoming a 7th-rank captain under the Northern Town Guard. It is not that He Qijing is stingy. It is simply a matter of protocol. Any advancement would require meritorious service. "Are you prepared to investigate the case of Princess Yuha?" He Qijing asked directly, revealing his intentions without reservation. Xiao Yunyi answered without hesitation, simultaneously presenting a condition prior to his official appointment. He hoped the official would first address the matter of his own near drowning, dispatching personnel to bring Xiao Huaqian and He Xingzhou to the Northern Town Guard for assistance in the investigation. He Qijing, discerning Xiao Yunyi's intentions, contemplated briefly before acquiescing, promising, "I shall grant you half an hour." Xiao Yunyi replied, "That will suffice." He Qijing promptly issued orders to apprehend the individuals in question, instructing Xiao Yunyi to await him in the back hall. Once Xiao Yunyi had departed, Wang Qingyuan, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "While the situation with Duke Keqing may be manageable, the Divine Martial Duke is currently on the rise and poses a significant threat. Why must you wade into this murky water, my lord?" "It is my duty. How can one deem it mere folly?" He Qijing responded with a smile, "I am intrigued. Given the strife between the Xiao brothers, whom do you believe Xiao Zhongyuan will protect?" Wang Qingyuan pondered briefly before responding, "It is my belief that the Duke of Divine Valor will indeed protect Xiao Yunyi, as he is his biological son. If that were the case, Xiao Yunyi would not have come to our Northern Pacification Office. This implies that the Duke will safeguard Xiao Huaqian. But why is this so? Why neglect a legitimate son in favor of an adopted child with no blood relation? What kind of situation is this?" He Qijing remarked, "I too find this quite intriguing, which is why I consented to Xiao Yunyi's request earlier. It allows us to acquire a capable subordinate while simultaneously doing a favor for Xiao Zhongyuan, truly a win-win scenario. The Northern Pacification Office is not a place one can enter or exit at will. Since we are here, we must leave something behind. Otherwise, How could we uphold the formidable reputation of the Jinyiwei? The conflict between the two brothers of the Duke of Divine Valor presents an opportunity for the Northern Pacification Office to benefit. Why not seize it? At the Duke of Divine Valor's residence, with Xiao Yunyi away for court, Feng Ruiying was taken aback upon learning that the Jinyiwei had come to arrest someone. Her anxiety transformed into relief when she discovered they were after Xiao Huaixian. Yusher nearly fainted from the shock, mustering her strength to plead with Feng Ring, crying out, "I implore you, madam, save my son." Feng Ruiying, already harboring resentment towards Yusher, and having been influenced by Xiao Yunyi's whispers, maintained a stern demeanor as she reprimanded. "Regardless of how my husband treats you, now that you have entered the Duke's residence as a concubine, you must adhere to the duties of your position. What right do you have to call the child registered under my name your son?" Yusher's heart raced with worry for her child. Leaving her little focus for such matters, she immediately knelt and bowed, pleading, "I beseech you, madam, to intervene and rescue the eldest young master." Feng Ruiying replied coolly, "It is the Jinyiwei who have come to apprehend someone. What can I do? You are seeking help from the wrong person." Yusher, agitated, suppressed her emotions and retorted, "My late husband had a debt of gratitude towards the Duke. Now, the sole bloodline of the Yi family suffers unjustly, yet you stand idly by. Do you wish to be seen as ungrateful? Enough!" Feng Ruiying shouted angrily, "In the estate of the Xiao family, what connection do you have to the Yi family? You are now a concubine of the Duke's residence. What business do you have mentioning a deceased husband? Guards, silence her." Immediately, the maidservants restrained Yusher, and Granny Sun stepped forward, delivering 10 resounding slaps. Feng Ruiying coldly remarked, "As a concubine, one must accept the reality of that role. This courtyard is not a place you can invade at will. Such disregard for decorum warrants further punishment. With no mercy." Granny Sun struck Yusher until her cheeks were swollen and blood seeped from her lips. Before Yusher could utter a word, Feng Ruiying ordered her confinement in the woodshed. Once Yusher was taken away, Granny Sun cautioned, "When the master returns, it may be difficult to explain, so you should prepare yourself." Feng Ruiying replied, "Prepare for what? Is it permissible for him to strike my son 20 times, yet not allow me to deliver 20 slaps to his concubine? I am eager to see how he will respond." At the residence of Duke Xiuqing, unlike Xiao Zhongyuan, Duke Xiuqing held only a nominal position and was not qualified to attend court. When the Jinyiwei arrived to apprehend someone, he was present in his estate. "May I inquire what crime my son has committed? Why do you come unannounced to take him away? We ask for your understanding, Duke. The Jinyiwei are carrying out their duties and have no further information to provide. What nonsense is this? Your brazen behavior shows no regard for the laws of the court. We see only the Emperor and the noble lords. If you do not step aside, we shall not hesitate to take action. You have gone too far. I shall report you to the Emperor. Each month, countless memorials are submitted against the Jinyiwei. Your case is but one among many, whether it be more or less. The Jinyiwei is tasked with carrying out orders. Do you truly wish to impede our capture of criminals? There are indeed those who instill fear in the Jinyiwei. But Duke Chucheng is not among them. In the end, he can only endure in silence, not daring to obstruct us. Meanwhile, Lady Chucheng stands by, reveling in the misfortune, muttering under her breath, "Such useless beings, they must have caused trouble outside, and they deserve to be imprisoned in the secret jail." In the Northtown Pacification Office, upon learning that the individuals had arrived, Xiao Yunyi wasted no time and ordered immediate action, each to receive 20 lashes. He had taken the command insignia, holding the rank of chief officer, and according to regulations, he could command 5 minor flags, each leading 10 guards. With a single command, the executioners were dispatched. The 20 lashes were merely a prelude for the Jinyiwei, yet they would leave Xiao Huaiqian and He Xingzhou severely injured. This blatant act of vengeance was a clear message to Xiao Huaiqian. While you may require schemes to harm me, I need only a word to bring you down. Xiao Yunyi understood that he could not kill Xiao Huaiqian within the Northtown Pacification Office. Words would be futile without tangible harm. Both parties were aware of certain truths, requiring no further confrontation. Thus, he remained absent throughout, and after the punishment, he ordered their release, leading his guards straight to Baishui County. Unbeknownst to him, the order for their release was not executed immediately. After enduring their punishment, Xiao Huaiqian and He Xingzhou were confined until the Marshal Shenwu and Duke Chucheng personally intervened. Conversing with He Qijing before escorting them away, Duke Chucheng learned the details from He Qijing and could not help but complain to Xiao Zhongyuan. When the city gates catch fire, the innocent fish are harmed. General Xiao truly has a fine son. Chapter 19. Xiao Yunyi was left speechless. Having never anticipated Xiao Yunyi would report to the North Town Pacification Office, let alone join the Jinyiwei. To forsake the military and abandon the esteemed Yuan army and Jinyiwei for such a role? A rebellious son. Truly a rebellious son. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Yunyi climbed into the carriage. Before he could inquire further, Xiao Huaiqian took the initiative to speak. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please punish me, father. Though he appeared frail, his constitution was far superior to that of ordinary men, and with prior instructions given to the executioners, the 20 lashes resulted only in superficial injuries. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yunyi sighed deeply and lamented, knowing it is wrong. Why proceed with such actions? Xiao Huaiqian replied, while you were alive, you never allowed mother to suffer even the slightest grievance. Now that you are gone, it is my duty to protect her. Is it wrong for a son to stand up for his mother? Xiao Yunyi, not one to lecture, had little experience in guiding his children. The fault lay not with them, but with their father. Guilt weighed heavily on Xiao Yunyi's heart. Ultimately, had it not been for the hasty matters of taking a concubine and adopting a child, the incident of the slap would not have transpired. Just as the 5 fingers vary in length, there are times when a bowl of water is not perfectly balanced. Moreover, given that Xiao Yunyi harbors feelings of gratitude and guilt, it is only natural that he would show some favoritism. Xiao Huaiqian, having discerned this truth, felt emboldened to take action against Xiao Yunyi. The outcome could only be attributed to his own inadequacy in competing with the other. Inside the carriage, the father and son sat in silent opposition. In Baishui County, Xiao Yunyi led a team of Imperial Guards and, after some inquiries, swiftly located the maid known as Fu Ling. Upon their first encounter, one could understand the saying, as lovely as a peach in spring, as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. Fu Ling was indeed striking, while her husband appeared rather ordinary. Upon seeing the Imperial Guards, he trembled in fear, and before he could inquire further, he divulged the entire sequence of events in a rush. Respected officials, I am a law-abiding citizen who has never committed a grave error. My union with Fu Ling merely involved accepting her family's silver. I have never laid a finger on her. Whatever she has done is of no concern to me. I beseech you to see the truth. Xiao Yunyi, with no opportunity to kneel and tremble like the man before him, turned his gaze towards Fu Ling, curiously asking, Are you not afraid? Fu Ling gently caressed her abdomen and shook her head, replying, after being forcibly sullied by the county magistrate, I anticipated that such a day would inevitably arrive. He forced himself upon you? The original text merely glossed over this point without elaboration. Xiao Yunyi, intrigued, offered Fu Ling a seat, smiling as he said, I have the time and would be willing to grant you the opportunity to present your side of the story. Fu Ling responded, I do not seek to justify myself, but rather to convey the truth to you, esteemed official. It was the county magistrate who forcibly sullied me, subsequently threatening my family to compel me into an illicit relationship with him. Xiao Yunyi inquired, Why did you not inform the county princess from the outset? Fu Ling replied, I am not a companion of the county princess. I have no right to expect her sympathy. Had I disclosed this matter initially, given her volatile temper, she would have surely beaten me to death. After a pause, she added, Being of lowly status, I could only endure. On that day, while out with the county magistrate, the princess caught us in a compromising position, and I was prepared to face death, never expecting that the magistrate would accidentally push her into the lake. The penalties for intentional murder and accidental death are not judged by the same standards. Xiao Yunyi pressed, Was it truly an accident, or was it premeditated? Fu Ling firmly insisted it was merely an unfortunate mishap. Xiao Yunyi remarked, Those from the Eastern Depot wished to eliminate you to prevent future troubles. The county magistrate employed a trick to feign your death and allow you to escape. Now, you lie to protect him, claiming you were assaulted, while the princess's demise was also an accident. Do you think I would believe such a tale? At his words, Fu Ling's complexion turned pale, and she was about to explain herself. Take her away. With a commanding tone, Xiao Yunyi instructed, and 2 Imperial Guards approached to escort the couple, whose relationship was merely nominal, into the prison cart, simultaneously collecting all relevant evidence. On the street, sharp-eyed citizens recognized the leading Xiao Yunyi and murmured amongst themselves, Why forsake the noble title of heir to the marquisate to become an Imperial Guard? The Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei serve as the Emperor's hounds, having committed numerous acts that have drawn the ire of the people since their inception. Baishui County is the ancestral land of the Xiao family. On the streets, One can easily find a person with the surname Xiao, all of whom are related to Xiao Yunyi. At this moment, upon seeing Xiao Yunyi take up the position in the Jinyiwei, the elder members of the Xiao clan, who are older and of higher rank, expressed their frustration. Spitting on the ground, one elder reprimanded loudly as Xiao Yunyi passed by. Why would the scion of the esteemed Ho residence forsake his noble status to join the Jinyiwei? For anyone else, such a statement could be tantamount to a death sentence. Xiao Yunyi cast a sidelong glance at the elder, recognizing him from the memories of his former self as a great-grandparent within the 5th degree of kinship. With such a high lineage, even Xiao Zhongyuan would be compelled to listen. Not wishing to provoke, he chose to pretend he had not heard. Fixing his gaze forward, Xiao Yunyi commanded, "Accelerate our return to the capital." Upon returning to the North Town Pacification Office, Xiao Yunyi handed over the captured Fu Ling to the officer in charge, Li Xingbaihu, and proceeded to don his official attire and dagger. Notably, the standard uniform of the Jinyiwei is not the Feiyu robe, nor is the standard dagger the Xiuquan knife. Only a select few within the Jinyiwei are entitled to wear the Feiyu robe and carry the Xiuquan knife, which is a bestowed garment, rather than everyday wear, and is seldom donned in common situations. The personnel structure of the North Town Pacification Office comprises 1 pacification commissioner, 2 deputy commissioners, and the Qianhu, who are all borrowed from subordinate garrisons, with 5 direct officers, several trial officers, and various flags and sergeants. Xiao Yunyi was assigned under Baihu Wang Qingyuan, who immediately established his authority upon their first meeting. Once inside the North Town Pacification Office, regardless of one's noble lineage, adherence to the office's regulations is mandatory. One should not presume that familial connections provide immunity from consequences, for should one err, no one could offer salvation. "I will heed your esteemed guidance," Xiao Yunyi acknowledged. He had no desire to become a contentious figure within the North Town Pacification Office. As a newcomer, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Wang Chengyuan, sensing the need for moderation, picked up a dossier from the table and remarked, "You possess both valor and intellect, and you are efficient in your tasks. Lord He holds you in high regard, and there happens to be a case that requires your attention." As Xiao Yunyi perused the document, he could not help but express his confusion. "Might it be that you have mistaken this dossier for another? This is a case that has already been resolved." Wang Qingyuan replied, "Is a resolved case no longer a case? Or do you lack the capability to investigate this matter?" The exchange confirmed his suspicions that this was a deliberate attempt to create difficulty. Uncertain of where he had offended this superior, upon realizing the intent to challenge him, Xiao Yunyi decided to be forthright, stating plainly, "The dossier indicates that the case has been closed by the Eastern Depot. You now wish for me to reopen the investigation, which can only be a ploy to leverage me against the Eastern Depot. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your intentions?" Chapter 20. Even if it cannot be done, it must be done. The murder case of the county magistrate in Huayuan County occurred last July. Initially investigated by the Jingzhou Prefecture and subsequently transferred to the Ministry of Justice. Due to the protracted stagnation of the case, the emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered the Jinyiwei to conduct a thorough investigation, while the Eastern Depot, unwilling to be outdone, also sought permission to participate in the inquiry. Consequently, the investigation gradually devolved into a conflict between the two factions, ultimately culminating in victory for the Eastern Depot. In the closing arguments, it was noted that the wife of the magistrate of Huayuan County engaged in an affair and, upon being discovered by her husband, conspired with her lover to murder him. The case was supported by ample evidence and witness testimonies, leading to the execution of the perpetrators, who have since been reincarnated. What purpose does it serve to revisit this case? Even if it were a miscarriage of justice, can one truly seek delayed justice for the deceased? The dead require no further notions of justice. Moreover, the Jinyiwei are not synonymous with the pursuit of righteousness. There are undoubtedly deeper motives at play. Just as the case of Princess Yuha was concluded, another similar case involving the magistrate of Huayuan emerges. This is no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate orchestration. What could be the true intent behind such actions? Xiao Yunyi could only speculate. Wang Qingyuan bellowed, "How outrageous! Are you unaware of your own status? You are the chief banner under my command. Whatever I require of you, you must comply. Do you dare defy me? This case must be pursued regardless of feasibility. Do you understand? This case may very well be at the behest of He Qijing, and its true purpose remains shrouded in mystery. If you wish to continue your tenure at the Northern Town Pacification Office, you have no right to refuse. As the saying goes, a higher official can crush a lower one. Once you enter the bureaucratic realm, such situations are inevitable across all offices. At this moment, the desire for advancement surged within Xiao Yunyi with unprecedented intensity. At the Duke Xinwu's residence, upon their return, the father and son learned of Fang Ruiying's altercation with the Yu family. Xiao Weiji's eyes instantly reddened as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, expressing remorse. I have caused you trouble, father. With familial strife unresolved, discord among wives and concubines further complicated matters. Xiao Zhongyuan felt a throbbing headache but had no choice but to confront the situation. You are injured. Return and rest well. I will take care of your mother, he instructed before hastily making his way to the Lanji courtyard, gathering details from the housekeeper along the way. What madness is this? They are all so troublesome. Xiao Zhongyuan seethed, hastening towards the woodshed. Yu's swollen cheeks had turned a dark hue, her hair and garments disheveled, and her fingers, ravaged from incessantly clawing at the wooden door, bore broken nails, a sign of utter disarray. My lord, I implore you to save Chinner. We no longer wish to be a part of the Xiao family. We only beseech you to allow us to leave. The Yi family has but this one lineage remaining. Please. My lord, spare us. Yu, clutching at her last thread of hope, knelt before him, repeatedly bowing her head. It was unclear how long she had been wailing prior. Her eyes swollen beyond recognition, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Sister-in-law, upon seeing you, Xiao Zhongyuan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, an indescribable guilt engulfing his heart. He rushed forward to assist her, his face etched with shame. Sister-in-law, I have brought Chinner back. I owe you and Brother Yi an apology. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Xiao Zhongyuan, unwilling to delay, promptly arranged for you to be taken back to Jichuan Pavilion and instructed his guards to summon the imperial physician with the duke's insignia. Once he ensured that the servants would tend to her with utmost care, he sped towards the Lanji courtyard. Alas, my lord, your return today is quite early. Could it be that you are aware of my altercation with the Yu family and have hastened back to champion her cause? Fang Ruiying seized the initiative. Xiao Zhongyuan, witnessing her frivolous demeanor, could no longer contain the fury bubbling within him. With a resounding slap, he struck Fang Ruiying, exclaiming in anger. Is it not enough that Yi is troublesome? How could you, as her mother, be so thoughtless? Do you not know who Sister Yu is? What possessed you to strike her? 20 slaps. What is the meaning of that? Is this display for whom? Can you not conduct yourself with the decorum befitting a wife? What trap are you trying to ensnare me in? The events unfolded with alarming swiftness. By the time Granny's son comprehended the situation, Fang Ruiying's lips were stained with blood, and half her face had swollen grotesquely. Good heavens, my lord. Xiao Zhongyuan, how could you strike your legitimate wife for the sake of a concubine? Granny's son cried out, rushing forward without regard for rank or protocol, forcefully pushing Xiao Zhongyuan away. She then turned to several maidservants, shouting, Are you all deaf? Go fetch medicine, summon the physician, and bring the old matriarch here at once. Turning back, Granny's son held her young mistress tightly, her gaze fixed with intensity upon Xiao Zhongyuan. Fang Ruiying wiped the blood from her mouth, her tongue probing a loose tooth, her eyes coldly fixed upon the husband she had awaited for 11 long years. Since my marriage into the Xiao family, this is the first time you have raised your hand against me for the sake of a concubine, Xiao Zhongyuan. Is this what you call cherishing me for a lifetime? In his fury, Xiao Zhongyuan struck without restraint, only to feel regret wash over him afterward. Yet, upon recalling Sister Yu's pitiful plight, an unnameable ire ignited within him. Sister Yu is the widow of Colonel Yi, who has rendered our family significant favors. To raise a hand against a benefactor is an act of ingratitude. If you do not wish to bring her into the Xiao household, then since she has come as a concubine, I, as the legitimate wife, hold the authority to discipline her. I have previously informed you that bringing Sister Yu here was to provide her better care. You comprehended this then, so why now do you behave so irrationally? Irrational? Unreasonable? Huh, Fang Ruiying scoffed. We were acquainted in humble times, and now that you have achieved success, it is indeed time for this humble wife to depart. Xiao Zhongyuan's expression darkened instantly, and he admonished her sternly, Do not speak such nonsense. Fang Ruiying retorted, Is the widow of the Yi family indebted to you, while I, the mistress of the Xiao household, am not? For 11 years, I have honored my mother-in-law and nurtured our offspring. In what way have I wronged you, Xiao Zhongyuan? Have I ever claimed that you were in the wrong? Xiao Zhongyuan's tone softened gradually, his expression filled with helplessness. The affairs of the court are burdensome. I merely wish to return home to witness a harmonious family. Such is sufficient. A family? Fang Ruiying pushed Granny's son aside and approached Xiao Yunyi, raising her chin defiantly. Enunciating each word, in your heart, who do you truly consider family? Must you persist in this relentless quarrel? All of Xiao Yunyi's fury transformed into a profound sense of helplessness. The Yu family had bestowed kindness upon him, yet he too felt a debt towards his wife. Just as he was at a loss regarding how to mediate the relationship between Xiao Huaiqian and Xiao Yunyi, he found himself equally perplexed about how to foster harmony between Fang Ruiying and the Yu family. The couple's quarrels persisted, each firmly entrenched in their own stance. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Wei, accompanied by her eldest son and daughter-in-law, arrived at the Lanji courtyard, simultaneously clad in the attire of the Jinyiwei. Xiao Yunyi returned to the residence of the Duke of Shenwu. Chapter 21. The seeds of hatred begin to sprout in the Danhui courtyard. Granny's son had been ruthless. Yu Shi had utilized a specially concocted medicinal ointment from the imperial physician, and her injuries appeared quite severe. Her once fair complexion was now marred by swelling, with bruises prominently visible. Worrying for her son, Yu Shi hastened to the Danhui courtyard before her facial injuries had a chance to subside. When mother and son finally met, they were both startled by the sight of each other's wounds. Xiao Huaiqian lay on the couch. Beside him were blood-stained bandages from the recent treatment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting deep concern for the other. After the family physician completed his treatment and issued a few admonitions, he took his leave. Xiao Huaiqian dismissed the servants present, and as the room was left with just the two of them, his expression darkened. Mother, since we entered the Xiao family merely a month ago, we have already endured so much suffering and torment. Do you still believe that our initial choice was the right one? Yu Shi felt a pang in her heart at his words and hesitated before responding. Qianer, what do you mean by that? I do not understand. Xiao Huaiqian exhaled deeply, slowly articulating. I merely feel that the people in this duke's residence do not seem to welcome us. They create obstacles at every turn and have even inflicted such harm upon you. I cannot endure this. Yu Shi hurriedly reassured him. My child, do not think irrationally. You are now part of the Xiao family, inscribed in the family register. We are all one family. Just endure a little longer, and it will pass. You may consider them family, but they do not reciprocate, Xiao Huaiqian retorted with a cold laugh. Fang Ruiying is clearly targeting you. My injuries are a result of Xiao Yunyi's actions. As long as they are here, how can we expect to live in peace? Sensing the bitterness in Xiao Huaiqian's words, Yu Shi grew increasingly anxious and admonished him sternly. You must not act recklessly. You cannot jeopardize your future over a moment's anger. Xiao Huaiqian's countenance darkened further as he gritted his teeth and replied, It is not that I wish to act recklessly. Rather, they simply will not relent. Instead of sitting idly by, it would be wiser to strike first. Yu Shi was taken aback, unable to comprehend how her son could harbor such venomous thoughts. And she scolded him in alarm. Nonsense. How could you entertain such malicious ideas? Malicious? Hearing such words from his own mother pierced Xiao Huaiqian's heart like a knife. He was but a scholar, only 21 after 3 years of mourning in the prime of his youth. During his period of mourning, he could have sequestered himself and study, dedicating himself to academic pursuits, even without the support of the Duke of Shenwu's residence. Xiao Huaiqian had sufficient confidence in his own talents to shine brightly on the path of the imperial examination and achieve academic distinction. Mother, you often proclaim that it is all for the sake of your child, yet have you ever considered that none of this is what the child desires? Is it not what you wish for? Upon hearing these words, the sorrow within Yu's heart deepened profoundly. To forsake her reputation, to willingly degrade herself as a concubine, to sever her own heart and push you into another's embrace, all in pursuit of a brighter future for you. This was a torment like no other. Tears streamed down Yu's face as her voice trembled. Your mere expression of discontent negates all the sacrifices I have made. Have you ever contemplated my feelings? The term degradation pierced Xiao Huaiqian's heart like a sharp arrow, leaving a gaping wound. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly, in your desire to utilize the Xiao family's influence to pave the way for your child. Have you not also invalidated the years of hard work I have devoted to my studies? This statement plunged you into even greater despair, her tears flowing like a relentless flood. Each droplet struck Xiao Huaiqian's heart like a heavy hammer. As Yu's lamentations grew more profound, Xiao Huaiqian felt himself enveloped by an immense pressure. It was not that he could not sense a mother's love, but rather that this love weighed so heavily. It became suffocating. Do not weep, mother. I have acknowledged my faults. Though Xiao Huaiqian was reluctant to admit wrong, he felt compelled to do so. In his view, the root of all this turmoil lay with Fang Ruiying and her son. At this moment, the seeds of hatred quietly began to take root within him. Until his return home, Xiao Yunyi remained preoccupied with the case of the murdered magistrate of Huayuan County. The unwritten novel, spanning millions of words, was rife with superfluous content, rendering it impossible to recall the less significant characters and plots. After a prolonged effort to recollect, he could not remember any such segment in the original text. A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Yunyi's mind as he murmured, "It appears this case can only be resolved through genuine skill and knowledge." Meanwhile, Xiaohe was preoccupied with thoughts of the lady of the household. Upon learning of her young master's return, she hastily approached him, recounting the happenings within the estate in detail. Without time to ponder further, Xiao Yunyi swiftly turned and made his way to the Longji courtyard. As he stepped inside, he encountered the elders from the East Court. After respectfully greeting his grandmother, uncle, and aunt, his gaze settled upon Fang Ruiying's face. Despite the passage of time, the imprint of a slap remained strikingly clear, a testament to the severity of Xiao Zhongyuan's earlier actions. The sight of Xiao Yunyi clad in the official garb of the Jinyiwei evoked astonishment among the onlookers. How could the esteemed heir of a marquisate so swiftly transform into a member of the Jinyiwei? Xiao Zhongyuan's ire reignited at the sight of Xiao Yunyi. He barked sharply, "You ungrateful wretch, do not delay in shedding that attire. Tomorrow morning, you shall resign from the Northern Pacification Office and must never again associate with the Jinyiwei." Xiao Yunyi disregarded Xiao Zhongyuan's reprimands, walking purposefully toward Fang Ruiying. He softly declared, "I have long warned you that mother and son are the source of our family's discord. Surely you now believe me?" Fang Ruiying, with a weary smile, shook her head and sighed. "It is far too late to speak of such matters now." Xiao Yunyi quickly reassured her, "It is not too late. There is still time to amend things." With that, he turned to the venerable matriarch Wei, respectfully inquiring, "As your grandson is still young and lacks understanding, I humbly request your guidance on a matter." Madame Wei, perplexed by the implications, hesitated briefly before nodding. "With several elders present, if you have any questions, feel free to inquire." Xiao Yunyi spoke up. "Is it not the case that my father striking his legitimate wife for the sake of a concubine is tantamount to favoring the concubine at the expense of the wife?" The notion of favoring a concubine at the expense of the wife encompasses two fundamental aspects. Firstly, favoring the concubine, elevating her status through various means. Secondly, the detriment to the wife. Such favoritism directly leads to the wife being cast aside or even meeting her demise. The Yu clan member, as a concubine, regardless of her unique status, remains confined by her role. Within the framework of propriety, a husband bears the responsibility to uphold the status and interests of his wife. This inquiry left everyone in the room astounded. Before anyone could respond, Xiao Yunyi continued, "Though the Xiao family may not be a prominent clan, it has endured for centuries. To preserve the family's honor, I beseech my grandmother to impose a severe punishment on Aunt Yu to rectify the Xiao family's reputation." Chapter 22. The Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might Impudence. Xiao Zhongyan thundered, "You ungrateful wretch, who grants you the audacity to speak ill of your elders?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "It is undoubtedly the ancestors of the Xiao family who empower me. Moreover, what regard should we have for Aunt Yu as a legitimate elder?" From the perspective of a savior, Fang Ruiying's actions could be seen as ingratitude. Yet, from the standpoint of a concubine, she bears no fault whatsoever. The same event, viewed from different angles, yields contrasting outcomes. "You insolent child, enough." Before Xiao Zhongyuan could finish, Madame Wei interjected, "Though Yi Guer may have overstepped, his words do hold a semblance of reason." "Mother, you." "All right, enough." Madame Wei decisively interrupted Xiao Zhongyuan, stating, "Ruiying struck you, and you have struck Ruiying. Let this matter rest here. From now on, let each of you maintain your peace. Is that understood? The law of the land prevails, and familial rules govern the household. Regardless of Xiao Zhongyuan's external power, he must still submit to his mother's authority. The principle of filial piety weighs heavily, capable of restraining both Xiao Yunyi and Xiao Zhongyuan alike. Son, I have understood. With your mother's decree, this matter shall conclude." Xiao Zhongyuan reluctantly acquiesced. Fang Ruiying nodded. "Your daughter-in-law shall heed your teachings." Having exerted his influence, Xiao Yunyi was acutely aware that his stepfather was seething with discontent and would seek to confront him at the earliest opportunity. Thus, under the pretext of missing his grandmother and fulfilling his filial duties, he chose to stay at the eastern residence that night. The following day, seizing the moment while his stepfather was at court, Xiao Yunyi hurriedly made his way to the Longji courtyard. approaching Fong Ring to whisper in her ear. Mother, after yesterday's events, you must have realized that Father's affections have completely shifted towards that mother and son duo. You can no longer rely on him. It is time for you to stand firm on your own. After a night's passage, Fong Ring's swelling had subsided, yet the pain in her heart remained unrelieved. Granny's son chimed in that you woman may not be striking in appearance, yet her scheming is unfathomable. It is truly detestable how she has ensnared the master to such an extent. Fong Ruiying remained silent, gently caressing her bruised cheek. Xiao Yunyi interjected. The situation originated from my actions, and has now escalated into an irreconcilable conflict. That mother and son are no innocents, and while I fear nothing, I am concerned they may covertly bring harm to you. They lack the audacity, Fong Ruiying replied, enveloped in sorrow, her voice feeble. Your grandmother has spoken. This matter ends here, and should not be mentioned again. Overconfidence is a prevalent psychological bias, characterized by an inflated self-assessment regarding one's abilities or judgments, lacking objective substantiation. Fong Ruiying had never truly confronted the mother and son, which caused Xiao Yunyi considerable distress. The original narrative had begun to shift, with the specter of death still looming overhead. In the current circumstances, Fong Ruiying, as a steadfast ally, could secure greater advantages as long as she remained alive. Thus, Xiao Yunyi dared not show any sign of relaxation. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Fong Ring's unfriendly inquiry. Now that you are the heir of the Marquisate, why do you still seek to join the Jinyiwei? Xiao Yunyi hesitated for a moment before confessing. Although the Jinyiwei bears a notorious reputation, its power is considerable. Fong Ruiying frowned. You are the son of the divine martial marquis. You should desire influence over reputation. What do you truly wish to achieve? A title, no matter how lofty, holds no value without actual authority. In the capital, a marquis without real power is akin to mere decorative fluff. What significance does the heir of a marquis hold? If people show you respect, they address you as young marquis. Devoid of respect, you are but a nameless figure. Xiao Yunyi was unwilling to elucidate the specifics, simply stating, I do not seek to achieve anything. I merely believe that a true man should not be without power, even for a single day. Fong Ruiying chuckled. You have yet to undergo the ceremony of coming of age. How can you claim to be a true man? Abruptly, a thought struck her, and she continued. At the housewarming banquet, I noticed that the third young lady from the Minister of Right's family possesses both beauty and talent. Though her only shortcoming seems to be her apparent disdain for you. We have never met. How could she possibly look down on me? The third young lady of the Shen family is indeed a talented individual, and her standards are naturally high. If she were to take an interest in you, that would indeed be peculiar. Preferences vary. If she does not fancy you, so be it. I am not particularly scholarly. My mother should consider more suitable matches from military families. Xiao Yunyi possessed a wealth of knowledge, but was disinclined to play the role of a mere scribe to impress a young lady. Observing his demeanor, Fong Ruiying expressed her disapproval, stating, Daughters of officials often excel in the arts, and you indeed seem somewhat unworthy of her. Xiao Yunyi remained unfazed, cheerfully revealing his true intentions for this visit. Mother, I have now been appointed as the chief flag officer of the Northern Pacification Office. While my official rank may not be high, I do wield some influence. You manage the household finances and possess a modicum of funds, together, as mother and son. Let us establish a money house. As a significant financial institution in the feudal era, a money house primarily generates substantial profits through three methods. First, it earns profit from the interest rate spread by accepting deposits and issuing loans. Depositors place their funds at a lower interest rate, while the money house lends at a higher rate, thus reaping the rewards. Second, it profits from currency exchange by capitalizing on the differences in exchange rates. For instance, the common folk require the exchange of silver coins for copper coins, or vice versa, and the money exchange will charge a certain fee for this service. Furthermore, the money exchange provides merchants with cross-regional financial settlement services, collecting remittance fees and earning commissions from issuing silver notes. This industry is indeed lucrative. However, not everyone possesses the capability to profit from it. In addition to substantial capital, one also requires powerful backing for protection. If you wish to start, then do so. I shall provide the funds and manpower. You may discuss the specifics with a few shopkeepers at your convenience. Fong Ruiying had never worried about finances throughout her life and had little interest in engaging in commerce. She could not comprehend her son's aspirations. Yet this did not hinder her unwavering support. Let us open the first establishment. Once profits are made, we shall establish a second and a third. within 3 years. I will ensure that Wanli money exchange flourishes everywhere, Xiao Yunyi vowed earnestly. Wanli? A name that suggests boundless profit. Quite clever. Fong Ruiying expressed little enthusiasm and then inquired. The duties of the Jinyiwei are not easily managed. Your father made his stance clear last night. Are you truly intent on pursuing this path relentlessly? Mother, for me, being a Jinyiwei is far safer than not being one, Xiao Yunyi replied cryptically. Fong Ruiying found his words perplexing but chose not to delve further. Following the events of the previous night, in her heart, the husband who once cherished her was now deceased. A woman must obey her father before marriage, her husband after marriage, and her son upon her husband's death. This is the principle of 3 obediences. Her son had made his decision, and all she needed to do was offer her support. After leaving the Lanziyuan, Xiao Yunyi did not hasten to the northern town patrol office but instead returned to the Shushi courtyard, where he instructed Zhang Xian. Find a trustworthy person and devise a way to poison Xiao Huaiqian, eliminating him. Young master, are you about to lose your mind again? Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Forcing a wry smile, young master, the people in the Danhui courtyard were personally arranged by the master. It would be difficult even to poison him, let alone enter the inner courtyard. Chapter 23. The truth is irrelevant. Through the events of yesterday, Xiao Yunyi realized that under his intervention, it had been proven that the plot could indeed be altered. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the protagonist before his aura of destiny fully awakened, thereby preventing future complications. However, since the assassination incident in Baishui County, Xiao Zhongyuan had placed great emphasis on the internal defenses of the Marquis' residence, increasing the patrol guards and personally selecting the servants for each courtyard. Fortunately, Xiao Yunyi had no intention of exerting effort in the Danhui courtyard. He retrieved 100 taels of silver notes from his pocket, placing them into Zhang Xian's hands, instructing, seek someone from outside to discreetly bribe the kitchen servants to poison Xiao Huaiqian's food and drink. Zhang Xian lamented, young master, this matter is too significant. Regardless of success or failure, it will be difficult to resolve. The master will undoubtedly pursue this to the end. I do not wish to die. Xiao Yunyi chided him softly. Look at you, quaking in fear. If you kill that person first, can he still question a corpse? As long as you exercise caution and remain undetected, you will be safe regardless of the outcome. Young master, I have never killed anyone. There is always a first time for everything. You can feign hosting a banquet and secretly poison the wine. How should one handle the corpse? Meeting by the river, poisoning someone, and then sinking them to feed the fish. Is it truly a daunting task? It should not be, I presume. Zhang Xian felt that this matter exceeded his capabilities, yet he found himself devoid of reasons to refuse, plunging into a state of inner turmoil. Xiao Yunyi pondered for a moment and then retrieved 200 taels in silver notes, handing them over to Zhang Xian with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Sanjin, do not underestimate yourself. You possess great capabilities. I regard you as a confidant, the only one I can trust. If you wholeheartedly assist me from now on, wealth and glory shall be yours. Rest assured, master, I will ensure this matter is handled well, Zhang Xian replied, barely concealing his excitement, embodying the sentiment of a scholar willing to die for a true friend. After addressing the trivialities, Xiao Yunyi rode alone to the North Town Pacification Office, dedicating the entire morning to organizing relevant clues. As mealtime approached, he summoned his subordinates, the small banners and lieutenants, to join him at a pre-booked tavern. Yesterday, I failed to properly gather with everyone upon my appointment, so today I shall host. Although we must limit our drinking, an abundance of delicacies awaits. Xiao Yunyi, sporting a smile, rose, raised his teacup in place of wine, and toasted to the crowd. Seeing this, the others stood up, a flicker of trepidation crossing their faces, collectively exclaiming, Your Excellency is far too courteous. We should be the ones to toast you. Xiao Yunyi waved his hand with a smile, saying, There is no need for such formality. Consider this meal as our initial acquaintance. Please, enjoy yourselves without restraint. With that, he was the first to pick up a piece of food and savor it, a look of satisfaction crossing his features, observing their new superior's affability. The tension among the crowd gradually dissipated, and they began to eat and drink with laughter. Xiao Yunyi understood that a single meal could not win hearts. It was merely an opportunity to bridge the gap with his subordinates. As the flavors of the dishes mingled, he sensed the moment had arrived. Setting down his chopsticks, he cleared his throat and shifted the conversation to the case of the county magistrate of Huayan. He surveyed the group and spoke softly, Everyone, I have gathered you here not only for camaraderie, but also to seek your insights. Are you aware of why the higher-ups have tasked me with reinvestigating this case? Upon hearing this, the previously lively atmosphere turned somber, and silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, 5 small banners exchanged glances. One of whom looked at Xiao Yunyi with a face full of suspicion and cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency, you cannot possibly be unaware, can you?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head. "If I were privy to the reasons, there would be no need for me to ask." Another small banner interjected. "The case of the Huayin County Magistrate was originally under our Northtown Pacification Office's jurisdiction, only to be seized by the Eastern Bureau. Having the meat snatched from our lips is nothing short of a slap in the face." After a pause, he continued, "You captured the key witness in the case of Princess Yuha yesterday, proving your capabilities. The higher-ups will undoubtedly promote you in hopes of striking a significant blow to the Eastern Bureau. Since its inception, the Eastern Bureau has been vying for power against the Jinyiwei, often gaining the upper hand and consistently suppressing the latter. In recent years, numerous Jinyiwei have defected to the Eastern Bureau, leading to the gradual decline of the Jinyiwei's influence. Were it not for the profound trust bestowed upon the commander of the Jinyiwei by the Emperor, the Jinyiwei would have long become a mere garden for the Eastern Depot, barely able to contend with its chief. The majority of the Jinyiwei harbored a deep-seated resentment, lamenting the absence of an opportune moment for retribution. A sycophantic junior officer, with a beaming countenance, remarked, "I have heard that last night, someone from the Eastern Depot arranged a meeting with Lord He, after which Fulling was dispatched from the Northern Pacification Office. In my humble opinion, it must pertain to some sort of agreement with the Eastern Depot. It remains uncertain whether this signifies a reversal of fortunes. To apprehend someone and release them within a day?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi instinctively furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally articulating, "Are you implying that the case of Princess Yuha will not be reopened, and the true murderer shall continue to roam freely?" The junior officer chuckled lightly in response, "My lord, as you are newly arrived, you may yet be unfamiliar with the intricacies at play here. Whether this case is reopened or not is of little consequence. The identity of the true culprit bears no significance. What truly matters is how to extract the utmost benefit from this situation. Isn't the truth behind Princess Yuha's death of paramount importance?" Xiao Yunyi retorted, his heart brimming with indignation. It was not merely the inability to bring the true criminal to justice that vexed him, but rather the suppression of the case, which obstructed him from reaping any accolades. His diligent efforts to win He Qizheng's favor were but a means to ulterior ends. Once his value diminished, he would be discarded. In this game of power, there exists no right or wrong, no distinction between black and white. Only the pursuit of self-interest reigns supreme. The junior officer chuckled dryly. There are countless royal relatives in the capital. How can one possibly attend to them all? In the Great Yong Dynasty, titles are conferred without land. All royal kin reside in the capital, within the 18 princes' mansions. The 18 mansions do not merely consist of 18 residences, but rather a vast area outside the imperial city, designated solely for the residence of royal relatives, including the princely courts. Noble titles are divided into 3 ranks: first-class princes, second-class heir princes, and third-class dukes. The current dynasty practices a system of downgraded succession. The heir apparent of a first-class prince is conferred the title of heir prince, while all legitimate sons are downgraded to dukes, and illegitimate sons to earls, with no further downgrade beyond count. Princesses, county princesses, and county ladies are merely conferred titles without inheritance. With so many royal members, Princess Yuha does not hold substantial weight in the emperor's eyes. Unless someone were to escalate this matter and bring it to the emperor's attention, this case stands little chance of being reopened. The Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei have evidently reached a tacit understanding. Xiao Yunyi refrained from any foolish actions, and after a brief conversation, he shifted the topic. "Yesterday, Lord Wang instructed me to reinvestigate the murder case of the county magistrate of Huayuan. Where do you all believe we should commence our inquiries?" Chapter 24. Arrival of Eastern Depot personnel. The case from last year has already seen its perpetrators brought to justice, and the deceased has long since been laid to rest, reduced to mere bones. In such circumstances, where should one begin an investigation? Several junior officers exchanged glances, and one, summoning courage, inquired, "My lord, did you perhaps offend Lord Wang in the past?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yui's brow furrowed slightly, and he queried in perplexity, "Why do you ask?" The junior officer replied, "The case of the county magistrate of Huayuan has already been concluded. There exists neither the emperor's decree nor new evidence to suggest any doubt about this case. There is truly no justification for reopening the investigation. Xiao Yunyi, lost in contemplation, nodded slightly. Are you implying that the re-examination of the Huayuan County case is a deliberate ploy by Lord Wang to complicate matters for me? Upon hearing this, the young officer's face turned pale, and he hastily waved his hands. No, I absolutely did not mean that. I said nothing at all. Another young officer interjected. Sir, perhaps you should consult Lord He? Without hesitation, Xiao Yunyi declined. If I must trouble Lord He over such trivial matters, how can I expect to maintain my position within the Northern Town Pacification Office? He had been parachuted in, personally recruited by He Qijing to the Northern Town Pacification Office. And it was understandable that Wang Qingyuan sought to establish his authority through suppression. The case concerning the magistrate of Huayuan County was a strategic contest between him and Wang Qingyuan. Victory would solidify his standing within the Northern Town Pacification Office. Only those of worth could expect special treatment, while those deemed worthless either complied obediently or were ruthlessly discarded. Such is the nature of workplaces in later generations, let alone within the Jinyiwei. Xiao Yunyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. While others ignite their fires upon taking office, I find myself scorched by flames. I apologize for the hardships you endure while serving under me. The others express their gratitude. To serve under your leadership is our fortune in this lifetime. In the grand scheme of the Jinyiwei, the total flag was but a mere speck, rendering any overt displays of loyalty unnecessary. However, it was common knowledge throughout the Northern Town Pacification Office that Xiao Yunyi was favored by He Qijing and would undoubtedly be entrusted with greater responsibilities in the future. Those present were seasoned veterans. If they could not perceive this, they had no place in the Jinyiwei. As the meal progressed, the rapport between Xiao Yunyi and his subordinates deepened significantly. According to protocol, when the total flag of the Northern Town Pacification Office traveled beyond the capital on official business, it was customary to bring only a detachment of cavalry, borrowing local manpower upon arrival, to avoid potential difficulties in the localities. Xiao Yunyi chose to bring his 5 flags directly to Huayuan County. The townsfolk, witnessing this commotion, could not help but shake their heads in lament, murmuring, with so many Jinyiwei mobilized, I wonder which family will suffer misfortune this time. Upon learning of this, Wang Qingyuan promptly summoned his trusted total flag and commanded, discreetly informed the Eastern Depot about Xiao Yunyi's intent to reinvestigate the Huayuan County magistrate case. His confidant cautiously warned, Sir, this will undoubtedly lead the Eastern Depot to hinder our efforts, and they may even act against our people. Our people? Wang Qingyuan scoffed. There are no our people. Just follow my orders. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. You initiated the investigation, and now you intend to abandon your own men. What kind of situation is this? The confidant, perplexed yet reluctant to question further, replied, I shall obey your command. Outside the city, along the official road, a young officer inquired. The magistrate of Huayuan County was buried in his ancestral home after his death. Should we first head to Huayuan County or proceed directly to Shangha Township? Huayuan County falls under the jurisdiction of the capital region, reachable in 2 hours by swift horse. Shangha Township, however, belongs to the inner region, situated in a remote area, requiring at least 2 days to arrive. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Yunyi commanded, we shall go directly to Shangha Township to conduct the autopsy. Though not a forensic expert, he had perused numerous ancient and modern detective dramas, including Washing Away Injustice. According to the records, the magistrate of Huayuan County was poisoned by his wife, who, in collusion with her lover, subsequently disposed of the corpse in a pond. The incident transpired last May, and the remains have long since decayed into mere bones. If the documents are to be believed, the deceased succumbed to poison during his lifetime, thus the method of osteological examination could be employed to ascertain the truth. The crux of this endeavor lies in proving the Eastern Depot's erroneous judgment rather than apprehending the actual murderer. The party hastened their journey, only resting in a nearby county town after sunset and continuing their travels at dawn. Upon reaching Shangha Township, they located the magistrate's grave under the guidance of the township head. However, when Xiao Yunyi beheld the desecrated tomb, his heart plummeted. The captain approached to investigate carefully and reported, My lord, based on the soil conditions, this grave was excavated merely half an hour ago. Half an hour? They could not have gone far. Who could it be? The first person who came to Xiao Yunyi's mind was Wang Qingyuan, but he quickly dismissed this notion. The cavalryman brought the township head before the grave and demanded sternly, Who has disturbed this grave? Speak. The township head, bowing repeatedly, insisted he was unaware of the matter. Given the sudden turn of events, Xiao Yunyi did not expect to glean any valuable information from him. He turned to several junior officers and inquired, "Is it possible to track the culprits by following the traces left behind?" The officer skilled in tracking stepped forward to examine the surroundings, responding, "I can only do my utmost." Xiao Yunyi nodded, and then commanded the remaining 4 officers, "Each of you take the township head to investigate today's visitors. Another shall go to the garrison to summon troops and set up checkpoints to intercept any suspicious individuals." He dispatched the 4 officers, leading a contingent under Cui Yin toward the county office. Meanwhile, someone was already awaiting his arrival at the office, privately requesting the magistrate to convene in a side chamber upon Xiao Yunyi's arrival. "I am Zhuang Xingping, the head officer of the Eastern Depot," he said, greeting Xiao Yunyi with a broad smile, teasing, "I heard you brought 5 banners of troops. I wonder if you have achieved anything?" The highest authority in the Eastern Depot is the supervisor, who primarily issues commands or receives reports, while daily affairs are managed by the 2 officials in charge of penal matters. These officials oversee more than 50 mid-level officers, comprising both eunuchs and individuals selected from the Jinyiwei, who handle administrative tasks within the Eastern Depot and do not engage in field work. Those who do venture outside are referred to as officers or clerks, numbering over 100, organized into 12 divisions according to the 12 earthly branches. Each division is led by a chief officer, known as the head officer, commanding over 100 subordinates, totaling more than 1,000 elite individuals, all handpicked from the Jinyiwei. It is no exaggeration to say that each officer of the Eastern Depot was once an elite of the Jinyiwei, either proficient in martial skills or possessing unique talents. Upon realizing Zhuang Xingping's identity, Xiao Yunyi understood that the bones had already fallen into his adversary's hands, and he could only shake his head in resignation. "Pray tell, as the head officer of the Eastern Depot, you have traveled such a distance. Surely it cannot be merely to witness my misfortune?" Chapter 25. Recruitment. The young lord is truly amusing. Zhuang Xingping dismissed those around him, composed his expression, and stated solemnly, "I have come here at the behest of the supervisor to invite the young lord to collaborate with us in the Eastern Depot." Xiao Yunyi, somewhat bewildered, responded with a hint of peculiarity, "I am but a nameless nobody. How could the supervisor possibly know of me?" Zhuang Xingping replied, "The young lord is indeed overly modest. Who does not know the name of the Grand General of the North, Jinbei? As the sole heir of the Grand General, you naturally attract attention from all quarters. To ascertain whether an individual is in favor, 2 core factors must be considered: imperial favor and military power. The god of war Marquis, Grand General Xiao Yunyi, embodies both. As the heir to the god of war Marquis, it is difficult for Xiao Yunyi to remain inconspicuous." Zhuang Xingping continued, "The position of a mere flag officer in the Northern Town Pacification Office is hardly befitting your stature. Should you accept a post in the Eastern Depot, the supervisor will grant you the esteemed position of chief officer." Xiao Yunyi regarded the chief officer of the Eastern Depot before earnestly asking, "What would be the consequences if I were to decline?" Zhuang Xingping, maintaining a stoic demeanor, responded, "If you cannot serve the supervisor, it would be best for you to resign and return home, living the life of a noble heir in peace. The power of the supervisor can easily facilitate such an outcome." Xiao Yunyi had no doubts about this and pondered further, inquiring, "What if I neither wish to join the Eastern Depot nor resign?" "Neither wish?" Zhuang Xingping scoffed lightly. "There are many ways to ensure you cannot remain in the Jinyiwei or any other office." Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I hold great respect for the supervisor and have no intention of opposing the Eastern Depot. Is there not a way for me to navigate this situation?" Zhuang Xingping replied, "Previously, your arrest of the herbalist Fu Ling caused the Eastern Depot to incur considerable costs. Now you have come to Sheath Township to seek an autopsy. Is this not an affront?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi suddenly realized the truth. He had been betrayed. It was all too clear that Wang Qingyuan was behind this. Damn it! Time and again, am I digging my own grave? While cursing inwardly, Xiao Yunyi quickly shifted his thoughts and smiled, saying, "You must be no fool to have secured the position of chief officer. Surely you understand that I am merely acting on orders. Why must you make this difficult for me?" Zhuang Xingping responded, "There is no need for hidden meanings in front of an honest person. I have been sent to sincerely recruit you, considering you a talented individual. Do not be oblivious to the times. The Jinyiwei is widespread, with numbers exceeding 100,000, yet mere numbers do not equate to power. The Eastern Depot, though fewer in number, prides itself on its elite composition. the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, a trusted eunuch of the emperor, enjoys greater favor than the commanding officer of the Jinyiwei. In terms of authority, the Eastern Depot far surpasses the Jinyiwei. To be granted the position of chief officer upon joining is a mark of great respect and honor. The only downside is that the common folk refer to the Jinyiwei as the emperor's hounds, while they call the Eastern Depot eunuchs. Neither is esteemed. Yet at least the Jinyiwei has a semblance of bravado. Xiao Yunyi was acutely aware that the supervisor extended this olive branch solely due to his father's influence. However, his enlistment in the Jinyiwei had already tread upon the foundation laid by Xiao Yunyi. If one were to turn and join the Eastern Depot, given the irascible temperament of the old man, his legs would surely not survive, and he might even be cast out from his home. Xiao Yunyi pondered this internally, maintaining a facade of composure as he remarked, "I have heard of coercing the unwilling into prostitution. But this is the first instance of pressuring the Imperial Guards to join the Eastern Depot. Do you truly believe I am a mere soft persimmon, to be squeezed at will? Do you dare to refuse?" Zhuang Xingping's expression instantly hardened, and he commanded, "Do you comprehend the repercussions of offending the supervisor?" Xiao Yunyi replied coolly, "It is an honor that the supervisor is willing to keep a position open for me, yet I find your tone quite displeasing." Zhuang Xingping paused, taken aback, and then chuckled in disbelief. "To call you young lord has truly inflated your sense of self-importance." Xiao Yunyi retorted, "I am merely the chief of the Northern Town Pacification Department, hardly a figure of significance. But what do you represent?" Zhuang Xingping had not anticipated Xiao Yunyi to be so obstinate. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "In comparison to your position, the role of the head of the Eastern Depot is far more befitting for you. Why hesitate to serve the supervisor in the Eastern Depot? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The more one gains, the more one must sacrifice," Xiao Yunyi stated candidly. "At present, my shoulders are still too inexperienced to bear a heavy burden." After a pause, he added, "However, should an opportunity arise in the future, I would not mind collaborating with the Eastern Depot." Zhuang Xingping regarded Xiao Yunyi with a meaningful glance. "It is widely rumored in Baishui County that you are a frivolous scion, yet your recent demeanor suggests you are concealing your true capabilities through self-deprecation. I am curious as to why. One who has been a frog at the bottom of a well has a limited view, having now leaped out." "I am eager to strive for greater horizons," Xiao Yunyi responded. "Is that all there is to it? What else could it be? I have heard that on the day you joined the Northern Town Pacification Department, you had your brother apprehended and beaten." Zhuang Xingping deliberately paused to observe Xiao Yunyi's reaction. Noting the lack of disturbance before continuing, "At your age, such profound cunning is indeed rare. Why lose your composure over trivial matters? Profound cunning? Indeed rare? I am merely a workhorse in the realm of duty. I am hardly deserving of such accolades," Xiao Yunyi replied, bemused, letting out a soft sigh. "He attempted to drown me in the pool. If I were to endure in silence, would I not become akin to a turtle?" Zhuang Xingping interjected, "Are you not concerned about the Southern Department seeking retribution for your abuse of power?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi felt an inkling of understanding and stated plainly, "I have the Northern D assassins as a pretext. At least it sounds plausible on the surface, and the Southern Department has no reason to trouble me." Zhuang Xingping scrutinized Xiao Yunyi's eyes, seeing no trace of guilt. The matter of using the Northern D assassins as an excuse was known only to a select few within the Northern Town Pacification Department, all of whom had been sworn to secrecy. His awareness stemmed from the fact that some among them had already allied with the Eastern Depot. Zhuang Xingping nodded. "I will report today's events truthfully to the supervisor. You should take care of yourself." Xiao Yunyi inquired, "What of the case regarding the magistrate of Huayuan County? Will you not intervene? With the bones already gone, what is there left to manage?" Zhuang Xingping paid little heed to the matter, hesitating for a moment before stating, "Given your position, it is advisable to avoid drawing too much attention in the Jinyiwei, lest others seize the opportunity to criticize your father. In the realm of politics, a father and son are inherently linked. One's glory and misfortune are shared." Xiao Yunyi smiled in response. "Thank you for the reminder. You are a wise individual. I hope we may find an opportunity for collaboration in the future." With that, Zhuang Xingping turned to leave. "The Eastern Depot, is it?" Xiao Yunyi mused quietly. "Perhaps I should play a game of intrigue." Chapter 26. Poisoning weakness is the original sin. Those of low status possess no voice. Between the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei, Xiao Yunyi felt no confidence in navigating the complexities, at least not at present. As the sun dipped low, the night gradually enveloped the land, and several junior officers returned, having achieved nothing. One among them reported first, "Sir, we have received word from the garrison. They claim to have seen individuals from the Eastern Depot." Before Xiao Yunyi could respond, another officer interjected eagerly, "Sir, it must be the agents of the Eastern Depot who have taken the remains. We may still have time to pursue them." The others murmured in discontent, "Even if we catch up, what then? Can we reclaim the remains from them? If it were any other department, the Jinyiwei would face no hindrance. Yet against the agents of the Eastern Depot, our actions are frequently constrained. Conflicts have occurred repeatedly, with the Jinyiwei often at a disadvantage. Reclaiming the remains was certainly out of the question. The first officer to speak disregarded the words of the others, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yunyi. "Sir, without the remains, should we continue the investigation into the case of the magistrate of Huayuan County? Without the remains, what is there to investigate?" Xiao Yunyi inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions. "Let this be a diversion. Let the brothers eat and drink well, and we shall set forth for the capital again tomorrow afternoon." Not only had he made a fruitless trip, but he had also nearly put himself in jeopardy, which left Xiao Yunyi feeling exceedingly displeased, wishing fervently to slay Wang Chengyuan upon his return to the capital. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. Yet, it was clearly Xiao Zhongyuan who shone brightly. What was it to Xiao Yunyi? Unable to contend with the grand schemes, they resorted to petty tactics. The chief of the Eastern Depot, truly shameless. Xiao Yunyi cursed the ancestors of his adversary in his heart. In the capital, Zhang Xian lamented, "The young master is truly reckless. He leaves at a whim. And it has been 2 days without his return. What am I to do?" Ever since receiving the task of poisoning, his mind had been consumed with how to proceed. After 2 days of deliberation, he had identified a suitable scapegoat, intending to discuss the details with his young master upon his return. Alas, fate had other plans, and he resolved to rely on himself. Seizing the opportunity while out to procure supplies, Zhang Xian disguised himself and sought out the previously contacted local vagabond, Rindayo. They agreed to meet by the banks of the Weizhong Pool in the western part of the city. Zhang Xian produced 200 taels in silver notes, lowering his voice to declare, 100 taels for you, the other 100 to bribe the kitchen staff. Upon success, I shall provide you with an additional 1,000 taels. Rindayo quickly tucked the notes into his clothing, exclaiming with excitement, "By heavens, this is the first time I have seen such a fortune." Zhang Xian cautioned, "Do not attempt to bribe the elderly servants within the Marquis's residence. Seek out the younger, less experienced attendants instead." "Do you comprehend?" Rindayo nodded. "Having navigated the complexities of the capital for so many years, I am certainly aware of such trivial matters. Focus your mind and prepare the subsequent 1,000 taels. Each creature has its own path. As one who prides himself on being a minor figure of notoriety in the capital, he has often indulged in unscrupulous acts of oppression. It was merely a matter of bribery, requiring no direct involvement on his part." Rindayo confidently vowed to resolve the matter within 3 days. After detailing the necessary precautions, Zhang Xian agreed to meet Rindayo again 3 days hence at the hour of the dog. Upon returning home, Zhang Xian chose not to pay undue attention to the Danhui courtyard, patiently awaiting developments. On the first day, there was no news. The second day passed in silence as well. It was not until the morning of the third day that chaos erupted within the Danhui courtyard, with servants kneeling in disarray. Before them lay a young servant, lifeless and spewing black blood, surrounded by a scattered breakfast. Xiao Huaijian's gaze shifted between the servant and the remnants of the meal. The breakfast was poisoned. Had this incident not occurred, he would have consumed the tainted food. Who could have poisoned it? The first name that sprang to Xiao Huaijian's mind was Xiao Yunyi, and only Xiao Yunyi. However, upon further reflection, he recalled that Xiao Yunyi had led the Imperial Guards out of the city on an assignment days prior and had yet to return, leaving no opportunity for him to commit the act. Yet if it were not Xiao Yunyi, then who else could it be? Had the servant not had a penchant for stealing, today's deceased would have been him. Summon someone immediately to notify my grandmother and uncle at the East Mansion, and additionally, go to the magistrate's office to report this. Xiao Huaijian commanded, his expression darkening. Recently, Xiao Zhongyuan had been preoccupied with military affairs, returning home only late each night. Given the gravity of today's incident, he ought to have informed the matriarch of the Marquis's household first. However, due to his suspicions regarding the poisoning being the work of Fang Ruing, Xiao Huaijian hesitated. Half a stick of incense later, Grandmother Wei and Elder Xiao hurriedly arrived. Startled by the sight of the dead servant, Elder Xiao inquired, "Have you sent someone to summon your father back to the residence?" Xiao Huaijian replied truthfully, Father has been occupied with military matters in the 3 provinces lately, and I thought with you and grandmother present, it unnecessary to send for him. Only sending someone to report to the magistrate. Upon hearing this, grandmother Wei furrowed her brow, displeased. Your father left many people in the residence. You could have conducted a private investigation. Why did you take it upon yourself to report to the magistrate? A woman should not tread in such affairs. This is the capital, not that small locale of Baishui County. Xiao Huaijian felt disdain in his heart, but maintained a respectful demeanor, responding, Grandmother. The capital lies beneath the emperor's feet, and the court has its own laws. In the event of a homicide, one must report it to the authorities. Private investigations are not permissible. Grandmother Wei scolded. It is merely the death of a servant. Matters within high-ranking households can be resolved behind closed doors. Your unsolicited report has escalated the situation. Have you considered the reputation of the Marquis's household? Xiao Huaijian suppressed his emotions, stating, Grandmother. The intended victim of the poisoning was not the servant, but rather your grandson. Does reputation hold more value than his life? Lady Wei's expression immediately darkened. As it became apparent that a dispute might arise between the 2 generations, Master Xiao hastily intervened, stating, Mother, the report has already been made. The urgent matter at hand is to investigate the servants in the manner to prevent any treachery. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei quickly understood that there was more than one young master in the household. Though Xiao Huaiqian had perished, the lineage of the Xiao family could not be compromised. You are right. Proceed with the investigation at once, she commanded. Upon learning of the homicide at the SHNW Marquis' residence, the deputy magistrate of Jingzhou personally arrived with a team to detain the servants in the courtyard, subsequently interrogating each member of the Xiao family. When Feng Ruiying received the news, the investigation was already nearing its conclusion. All servants of the Marquis' estate were gathered together, particularly those who had worked in the kitchen or had access to the breakfast service, and were taken by the officials for questioning, regardless of their innocence or guilt. None of these individuals would remain in the SHNW Marquis' residence henceforth. Additionally, all the servants attending to the various courtyards were thoroughly interrogated within the entire Marquis' estate. Aside from a few trusted confidants close to the masters, Master Xiao adhered to the principle of better to wrongfully execute than to let slip, sending all suspects to the authorities for investigation. The same applied to those serving in the Shushi courtyard, with the exception of Granny Qi, Xia He, and Zhang Xian. Granny Qi and Xia He felt fortunate for their exclusion, while Zhang Xian was consumed by frustration, muttering to himself, this makes it the 2nd time. Considering the assassination in Baishui County, is that individual some celestial being, shielded by divine protection? Chapter 27. The unraveling of facades during the previous assassination attempt in Baishui County. A servant had risked his life to save another, and now, another servant had tested poison, narrowly escaping death twice. Such extraordinary luck seemed almost unnatural. Amidst his lamentations, Zhang Xian was swiftly devising a plan to eliminate any witnesses. With all the kitchen staff apprehended by the Jingzhou government, it was uncertain when Rin Daiyou might be implicated. Yet, the 2 had agreed to meet at the hour of the dog. What was to be done now? Outside the manor, the Jingzhou government loomed, while inside, a multitude of guards were present. In such circumstances, any unusual activity would surely attract attention. How could there be no deaths? How could this have been reported? What could be done now? Zhang Xian was like an ant on a hot stove, eager to eliminate Rin Daiyou immediately, yet unable to devise a foolproof plan. He should have prepared contingencies. Why had he not? Foolish, utterly foolish. As time ticked away, Zhang Xian grew increasingly anxious. At the Northern Vigilance Office, Wang Chengyuan sat at the head, quietly listening to Xiao Yuyi's report, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. So, the Eastern Depot preemptively exhumed the remains. And you did nothing while watching them leave? He inquired. What does the esteemed official wish me to do? Engage with the Eastern Depot personnel. Before a response could be offered, Xiao Yuyi continued. I find it perplexing how the Eastern Depot was aware of my movements. Does the official have any insight into this matter? Wang Qingyuan's demeanor remained calm as he replied with composure. You led a contingent of 5 banners out of the city. The men of the Eastern Depot are neither blind nor deaf. They would certainly have noticed. Knowing you left the city is one thing. Knowing you aim to exhume remains is another. Xiao Yui even suspected that there might be members of the Eastern Depot among the accompanying cavalry, though he deemed it unnecessary to voice such thoughts. Thus, the fault lies with the humble servant. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why the personnel of the Eastern factory would fixate on me so intensely. As the heir of the divine martial marquis, the individuals who take an interest in you are not limited to the Eastern factory alone. A flicker of jealousy ignited in Wang Qingyuan's eyes. He had toiled for nearly a decade to attain the position of 100 households in the Northern Town Patrol, enduring countless hardships and tribulations along the way. Had his lineage been a touch more illustrious, his path would undoubtedly have been far smoother, and he would not be confined to such a modest rank. The more Wang Qingyuan pondered, the more resentment brewed within him. He spoke gravely. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. Since you have bungled your duties, you must accept your punishment. Nothing excessive, merely 10 strikes. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Xiao Yunyi immediately softened his tone. My lord, this is hardly a serious case. Why must we treat it so gravely? I shall certainly reflect upon my actions, and there is no need for my brothers to intervene. Wang Qingyuan, pleased by his submission, yet unwilling to relent, countered. Do you think this is a trivial matter? The Northern Town Patrol has its own regulations. Failing to execute your duties warrants punishment. He inquired, May I ask when I have offended you, my lord? Is this not an overt display of bias? Bias? You are overestimating your own significance. Wang Qingyuan ceased further discourse, turning to issue a command to the lieutenant beside him. Take him away and administer punishment. It was evident that this was a personal vendetta. The most absurd aspect was that the two had no prior connection, and thus, no personal enmity existed. Yielding time and again would only render one more susceptible to bullying. At this juncture, Xiao Yunyi found little reason to maintain the facade. You presume that merely being addressed as my lord grants you a sense of importance? Audacious and insolent. Wang Qingyuan's expression darkened in an instant. With the mask of civility cast aside, Xiao Yunyi unleashed his ire. You insolent wretch, do you truly believe that, just because the tiger is silent, you can mistake me for a sickly cat? Wang Qingyuan, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, Very well, you indeed possess courage. I hope you can retain that courage. With that, he commanded, Xiao Yunyi, for your insubordinations. Take him away and strike him with 20 blows. In some offices, skilled executioners could deliver 20 strikes that would result in death. However, in the Northern Town Patrol, 20 strikes would render one's existence a living hell. Xiao Yunyi, now incensed, thought, I dare not yield to the Eastern factory as overseer. You, Wang Qingyuan, are but a mere 100 households. What do you represent? I was personally recruited by Lord He into the Jinyiwei. Dare you lay a finger on me? Very well. Let us see. The impotent bluster amounts to nothing more than barking. Wang Qingyuan responded with a cold smirk. Casting a glance at the lieutenants under his command, what are you waiting for? Take him away and strike him hard. 2 lieutenants exchanged glances. One on the left and one on the right, seizing Xiao Yunyi and dragging him outside to commence the punishment. The Northern Town Patrol erupted into a flurry of activity. Such incidents were not unprecedented, but it was typically colleagues from the military who faced such treatment. This was the first instance of someone directly subordinate to Xiao Yunyi being punished. Several of Xiao Yunyi's subordinates shook their heads in dismay. One murmured, This is indeed the Northern Town Patrol. If one's own strength is insufficient, how can one rely on others for assistance? We are all subordinates of Lord He. Can there be open favoritism? Our young marquis is still too inexperienced. The Jinyiwei were ruthless towards outsiders and showed no mercy within their ranks. Initially, after enduring just 2 strikes, Xiao Yunyi cried out in pain, realizing that he could not continue this way. Thus, he let out a wretched scream, rolled his eyes back, and feigned unconsciousness. The executioners exchanged glances, puzzled. Was he truly unconscious after just a few blows, or was it an act? Should they splash him with cold water? Had he lost his mind? Did they truly believe him to be a criminal? Regardless of whether he was genuinely unconscious or merely pretending, they decided to deliver the remaining strikes with caution and swiftly send him for medical attention. Upon learning of this matter, He Qijing summoned Wang Qingyuan and inquired calmly, Do you understand why I wish to recruit Xiao Yunyi into the Northern Supervisory Office? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Qingyuan responded, It is because Duke Xinwu possesses command over the military forces of the 3 provinces in the capital region. He Qijing pressed further. Have you ever considered why the emperor entrusted these military forces to Duke Xinwu? Wang Qingyuan cautiously speculated, Is it not due to Duke Xinwu's great accomplishments? He Qijing countered. Regardless of how significant the achievements may be, is not the hereditary title of marquis sufficient? Why then grant him military power? Before Wang Qingyuan could formulate a response, He Qijing sighed deeply. With external threats quelled, it is now time to address internal troubles. For years, the 2 nations had been at war. resulting in countless casualties among soldiers and significant depletion of military supplies. He Qijing was uncertain whether the national treasury was depleted, but he was aware that many local officials in the capital and surrounding regions were exploiting their positions for personal gain. Furthermore, various factions, including the Eastern Depot, imperial relatives, and high-ranking ministers, all possessed unsavory enterprises within these regions. In previous years, due to the war, the emperor had decreed a reduction in palace expenditures. Ironically, during this particular period, a local official in the capital was revealed to have extravagantly squandered wealth to win the favor of a courtesan. The outcome was predictable. The emperor was furious and ordered the Jinyiwei to conduct a thorough investigation. This led to the exposure of over 30 officials, both large and small. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He Qijing composed himself and spoke earnestly. The long-standing rivalry between the Jinyiwei and the Eastern Depot is a result of the emperor's indulgence. It reflects the monarch's strategic mind. The preferential treatment of Xiao Yunyi aligns with this as well. Wang Chengyuan appeared to grasp a fragment of understanding, sir. Do you imply? He Qijing elucidated. In simpler terms, the emperor has grown disenchanted with both the depot and the guards, wishing to forge a new blade to excise corruption. He then gestured for Wang Chengyuan to approach and gently patted his shoulder. Chengyuan, you are my trusted confidant. You should alleviate my burdens rather than create new troubles. Do you comprehend? Chapter 28. Only action after delivering 20 strikes. Several captains promptly took Xiao Yunyi for medical treatment before returning him to the Duke Xinwu's residence. As soon as they departed, Xiao Yunyi regained consciousness. Zhang Xian, neglecting his master's injuries, hurriedly recounted the events occurring within the residence. Young master, this is the situation regarding Rendayo. Xiao Yunyi, still reeling from the pain, took a moment before responding. Do not panic. We shall assess the situation again at the hour of the dog. Zhang Xian exclaimed eagerly. But what if Rendayo is captured during this time? Xiao Yunyi interrupted. He only took action on the third day, indicating he had made considerable preparations in the preceding days to secure the subsequent 1,000 taels of silver. He would not allow himself to encounter any mishaps. Those who navigate the streets of the capital may lack significant prowess, yet they possess a modicum of cunning. After offering a brief reassurance, Xiao Yunyi inquired, what is Xiao Huaqin up to? Zhang Xian replied, he has neither raised a fuss nor caused any disturbance. As if nothing had transpired, simply engrossed in reading quietly in the courtyard. The two failed assassination attempts signify that the protagonist's aura is strengthening. It will only become increasingly difficult to eliminate him. Xiao Yunyi could not help but suspect that the backlash from attempting to poison the protagonist had led to receiving 20 lashes. Furthermore, he found it perplexing why Wang Chengyuan would target him without cause. What about Fu, Lu, Shou, Shi, and Kai? They have been taken by officials to the Jingzhou prefecture for questioning. They will likely not return until tomorrow. Zhang Xian paused, adding, not only them, but most of those suspected have been taken away. This is the case throughout all the estates. The master has already dispatched someone to Baishui County, intending to bring back some trusted servants from there. Following the previous failed assassination, additional guards were assigned. After this poisoning attempt, a complete overhaul has occurred. From a certain perspective, this move is highly beneficial for the entire Marquisate, effectively eliminating the opportunity for the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei to place spies within. There is a certain dramatic irony in this unexpected turn of events. Upon learning of the circumstances, Xiao Yunyi could not help but exclaim, my esteemed uncle is indeed no simple man. Just as the master and servant were conversing, Fang Ring rushed in and declared, resign from your official position. Tomorrow you must resign and no longer serve as a Jinyiwei. The executioners from the Northern Town Patrol had indeed shown restraint. The 20 lashes this time were considerably lighter than those inflicted during the previous punishment. Fang Ruiying, unable to bear seeing her son injured, spoke with teary eyes. The Jinyiwei is perilous, and the Northern Town Patrol is not a place for good people. The path of an official is not so easily traversed. It is perfectly acceptable to remain at home as a carefree and idle young master. Xiao Yunyi replied, Mother, I have been an idle young master for many years. Now I wish to strive for myself. Fang Ruiying, with a stern expression, retorted, our family holds a hereditary title, and your father is a general of the northern town. There is no need for you to struggle for anything. If the plot were to unfold as written, the one who would ultimately benefit would be Xiao Huaqin. In the narrative, the divine martial marquis is indeed Xiao Huaqin's greatest support, and as Xiao Zhongyuan's power grows, the protagonist's aura will only strengthen further. In the original text, Xiao Yunyi is depicted as a human-shaped golden finger, destined to become the governor of the capital in a few years, commanding military forces across 6 provinces and overseeing 300,000 troops. Yet, this golden finger solely belongs to Xiao Huaqian. Mother, at my age, it is precisely the time to strive. It is not about achieving a high official rank, but rather about proving that I am not merely a young master who idles away his days. Xiao Yunyi spoke with unwavering determination, tinged with a hint of defiance, continuing. It is often said that a hero begets a hero. My father, a great warrior who fought for the nation, has bestowed upon me the honor of being his sole descendant. Naturally, I must not tarnish his esteemed reputation. Upon hearing this, Fang Ruiying fell into silence. Her heartfelt desire was merely for her son to lead a tranquil life. Yet, when her son articulated his true thoughts with such resolute conviction, she found herself unable to suppress his aspirations any further. After a moment of internal conflict, Fang Ruiying gently suggested, as you have grown, your choices are your own. If you truly wish to remain in office, perhaps you could serve in a different department. Xiao Yunyi shook his head. It is but a trivial injury. There is no need for you to worry, mother. Before Fang Ruiying could respond, a cold snort echoed from outside. A mere 100 household officer has reduced you to this state. Xiao Yunyi, clad in armor and exuding an air of martial ferocity, fixed his piercing gaze upon Xiao Yunyi, reprimanding him in a deep voice. In your own domain, you may act with bravado, but outside, you are nothing. Fang Ruiying, incensed by his words, retorted sharply, Xiao Yunyi, your son has been beaten to this extent. And though you, as a father, cannot lend a hand, you come here to deliver such scornful remarks to showcase your prowess? The couple had not shared a bed for several days due to that slap, and their conversations had dwindled to a bare minimum. Xiao Yunyi, feeling a pang of guilt, gradually softened his tone, explaining, I have just returned from the military camp and only recently learned of the events. I had no time to address this. Then go and address it. Why do you come here to flaunt your authority? She demanded. You, a dignified Duke of Divine Might and a general of the Northern Front. Are you incapable of seeking justice for your son? Of course not. Then why do you hesitate? What are you still doing here? I shall go. With that, Xiao Yunyi turned to leave. Fang Ruiying called after his retreating figure. Your son has been struck, and your dignity as a father is being trampled upon. If all you intend to do is utter meaningless words, then you might as well not go at all. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yunyi's expression twitched as he longed to retort. The bottom is one matter, and dignity is another. They should not be conflated. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were merely, rest assured, I shall act with my hands, not my words. By this time, the hour for the court's dismissal had long passed. Before leaving the estate, Xiao Yunyi commanded his men to ascertain the whereabouts of Wang Chengyuan, and then, accompanied by a squad of loyal soldiers, he proceeded directly to confront him. Wang Chengyuan was reveling in a tavern with his trusted subordinates when he noticed Xiao Yunyi's imposing presence and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Forcing himself to maintain composure as he asked, why has the Duke personally sought out a humble official such as myself? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yunyi waved his hand and issued a direct order, break one of his legs. The accompanying soldiers, seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle, advanced without hesitation. A blade's hilt struck Wang Chengyuan's mouth, silencing any protest. Another blow landed on his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Finally, a third strike mercilessly smashed into his knee, shattering his leg. Wang Chengyuan howled in agony, his words a garbled plea. The soldiers, hardened by countless battles, stood resolutely, while the standard-bearer, under their watchful eyes, bowed his head in silence, afraid to breathe too loudly. Xiao Yunyi's gaze fell upon them as he spoke calmly. Convey to your commander that Wang Chengyuan has offended me, a transgression against authority. I shall impose a minor punishment. If he has any objections, he may come to settle this matter with me. Chapter 29. The strong overcome the weak. Several flag officers appeared tense, hesitant to respond recklessly. Only after Xiao Yunyi departed did they breathe a sigh of relief. They were merely flag officers, at most permitted to meet with the regional governor, and certainly lacked the authority to relay messages to the commander. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for Xiao Yunyi to defend his son. The commander might not take up the cause of a mere 100 households. The news quickly reached He Qijing, who merely instructed someone to remind Wang Chengyuan to take care of his injuries, not even bothering to visit in person. Wang Chengyuan, feeling abandoned, Cursed he Qijing for his lack of righteousness. What loyalty, he thought, was nothing but nonsense. He had intended to swallow his pride, but ultimately could not bear this humiliation. After much contemplation, he recalled an imperial censor he had previously caught in a misdeed. He promptly penned a letter, dispatching someone to deliver it secretly, demanding that Xiao Yunyi be brought to account during the morning court session the following day. Meanwhile, upon returning to Shushi Courtyard, Xiao Yunyi recounted the events, garnering rare praise from Feng Ruiying. Now that's more like it. You finally exhibit some semblance of a father's demeanor. However, as soon as she spoke, concern flickered across Feng Ruiying's face. Surely the Jinyiwei won't come back to trouble you? Receiving her words of concern, the bond between the couple began to thaw. Xiao Yunyi felt a surge of joy in his heart, maintaining a composed exterior as he replied, the Jinyiwei has always been vengeful. Having lost such face, trouble is inevitable. Whatever schemes they employ, I shall confront them head-on. Can you handle it? Feng Ruiying's worry was palpable. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yunyi stepped closer, taking her hand gently. As a father, it is my duty to shield my children from the storms of life. I have braved the battlefield and survived. You need not fret. The more nonchalantly he spoke, the greater Feng Ruiying's anxiety grew, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of guilt. If she had not provoked him earlier, perhaps the situation would not have deteriorated so. Reflecting on this, she turned to Xiao Yunyi, expressing her displeasure. What are you doing? Instead of being a proper heir, you choose to become a member of the Jinyiwei. It's no wonder you're suffering now. Xiao Yunyi immediately chimed in. Indeed. Look at how distressed your mother is. Had you not been injured, I would have given you another thrashing. Feng Ruiying's character was that of a love-struck individual, regardless of the grievances endured. As long as Xiao Yunyi lowered himself to appease her, she would unconditionally forgive him. Xiao Yunyi watched his parents display affection before him, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Unable to restrain himself, Mother, I am already severely injured. Can you two not return to Longji Courtyard to indulge in your love? Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Yunyi remarked, the child is hurt and needs rest. We should return home. I have much to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruiying quickly sensed the implication. Her shyness mingled with anticipation. You rest well. I will return to check on you shortly. With that, she led the way outside. Xiao Yunyi's heart leaped with joy. After many days of solitude, he would finally have the chance to enjoy a meaningful time together today. In the present moment, there is no time to chastise the wayward son, leaving behind the words, I shall return to deal with you, before hastily departing. Zhang Xin seized the opportunity to slip out of the residence under the pretense of procuring medicine for the young master. After a quick disguise, he made his way to the banks of the Wei River. He boarded a small boat he had previously rented, prepared an exquisite feast, and quietly awaited the arrival of Rendayo. As time passed, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings, and the lights along the shore flickered on, one by one. The moonlight poured over the river like liquid silver, shimmering brilliantly, while pleasure boats gently departed from the banks, gliding towards the heart of the river. Zhang Xin fixated on the shore, his heart racing with anxiety. Finally, at the appointed hour, Rendayo appeared punctually at the designated spot. However, to Zhang Xin's surprise, he was not alone. Two companions accompanied him. Why have you brought two people with you? Zhang Xin's voice trembled slightly. A cold smile curled at the corners of Rendayo's mouth. We are but strangers. I must take precautions against you. He continued, enough with the pleasantries. Produce the money swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xin composed himself and replied with calmness, I have questions for you, but this is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us board the vessel first. Rendayo hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to board the boat. Yet, he remained cautious, instructing one of his companions to stay on shore, warning, if we do not disembark first, do not hesitate for a moment. Immediately report to the authorities. Zhang Xin's heart sank at these words. He was uncertain of how much the person left on shore knew, rapidly analyzing the precarious situation in his mind. To kill or to spare? If Rendayo were not eliminated and subsequently captured by the authorities, could the secret be kept? Yet, if he were to poison him under such circumstances, how would the person on shore react? Zhang Xin was consumed by indecision. Rendayo, with a hint of a smile, remarked, My good sir, why the delay? Or perhaps you have no inquiries after all. Of course I do, Zhang Xin replied, mustering his courage to bring him aboard while swiftly devising a strategy in his mind. The boat was not large, aside from the boatman. There was only a table laden with fine food and wine. Rendayo made himself comfortable, lifted the wine jug from the table, and smiled. I have heard of a dual-chambered wine jug that can dispense 2 different types of wine through a rotating mechanism. With that, he examined the jug closely and then handed it to his companion. Take a look. Is this not the dual-chambered jug? The companion merely glanced at it and shook his head. It is not. Rendayo replied with a smile. Then it seems the wine inside can be consumed with confidence? The other man responded, the jug may be trustworthy, but the cups are another matter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately drenched in cold sweat. As the companion had indicated, he had not poisoned the food, but rather had placed poison in the wine glasses. Rendayo set down the jug and arranged the cups on the table, swiftly mixing them up. My good sir, please select a cup first. Zhang Xian, after a moment of struggle, managed to utter, I do not drink wine. The fledgling in the world of martial arts inadvertently exposed the crux of the matter with a single utterance. Upon hearing this, Rendayo broke into a broad grin. Producing a dagger from his bosom and inquiring with feigned politeness, my dear sir, do you wish to savor a dish of knife-cut noodles? Or would you prefer some wonton meat? Zhang Xian instinctively took a step back, bewildered by the implications of Rendayo's words. Rendayo elucidated. If you opt for the knife-cut noodles, I shall plunge this dagger into you and cast your body into the water. However, should you desire wontons, you must strip and leap into the depths yourself. Zhang Xian felt a chilling wave wash over him. Initially intending to be the perpetrator, he found himself threatened instead. How could he possibly continue under such circumstances? Chapter 30. Promotion. Rendayo addressed the matter directly, stating, to accept payment for a service and to alleviate a calamity, with no further entanglements thereafter, is the unwritten rule of our world. I am a man who values adherence to rules. I trust you will not make my task difficult. Zhang Xian's heart raced. His complexion drained of color as he stammered. What if I claimed I forgot to bring the banknotes? Would you believe me? Of course. Why would I not? Rendayo replied, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. As long as you are not intentionally defaulting, I am willing to wait another day. Zhang Xian shook his head vehemently. I assure you, I will not default. At the same time and place tomorrow, I shall bring the remaining funds. Rendayo said, I wish to place my faith in you. May I inquire your esteemed surname? No need for formalities. My surname is Jin, Zhang Xian lied. Rendayo's smile widened as he exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who promptly subdued Zhang Xian with a grappling technique. What are you planning to do? Zhang Xian's eyes widened with terror. Rendayo replied, Master Jin, you have breached the rules today, and thus you must face the consequences. With that, he stepped forward and brutally snapped Zhang Xian's left index finger. The anguished scream echoed through the silent night, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Master Jin, I too regret this. Who compelled you to break the rules? I hope you can forgive me, Rendayo said with a beaming smile. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth against the pain of his severed digit and managed to utter, I have no one to blame but myself. The harsh truth he had come to grasp today was that wrongdoing incurs a price. The error lay not in the act of poisoning, but in harboring murderous intent without adequate preparation, while his finger could still be reattached. Should he suffer a severed spine in the future, it would indeed be the end of all things. Once ashore, Zhang Xian first sought treatment at a clinic for his injury. Upon returning home, he meticulously recounted the events and knelt to plead for forgiveness, saying, Young master, it is my incompetence and lack of foresight. Please punish me as you see fit. Xiao Yunyi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the incident. He first allowed Zhang Xian to rise, inquiring with concern about his injury, before asking, How do you wish to handle this matter? Young master, what do you mean? Zhang Xian appeared puzzled. Xiao Yunyi spoke plainly. Do you intend to capture him for personal revenge, or shall we employ the services of the assassin, Wuliuxing, to take care of it? Zhang Xian was taken aback by the unexpected freedom of choice he had in this situation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Young master, I believe that Rendayo is someone we should consider sparing. Xiao Yunyi was taken aback. He severed your finger, and you still wish to spare him? Zhang Xian hastily explained. Young master, the reason Rendayo was allowed to return must be that he has some form of support. If we rashly eliminate him, it may bring unnecessary troubles upon you. Xiao Yunyi replied. What support could he possibly have? Does he know your true identity? Zhang Xian, his face etched with concern, admitted. I cannot be certain, but I am rather apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi's resolve to eliminate Rendayo only strengthened. In that case, he must not be allowed to live. However, Zhang Xian hesitated, but before he could voice his doubts, he was interrupted. "There is no room for hesitation," Xiao Yunyi declared. "Not only had I intended to kill him, but the moment he acted against you, his fate was sealed." With that, he produced 500 taels of silver and instructed, "Remember, one must eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future calamities. Anyone closely associated with Rindayo must be dealt with. Better to err on the side of caution than to let them escape. The lives of the common folk, who dwell at the lower echelons of society, are invariably deemed inexpensive, regardless of the feudal dynasty in which they find themselves. Their target was merely a local thug. The price of 500 taels of silver could easily procure the lives of several individuals, as Zhang Xin was currently the only trustworthy confidant available. Investing 500 taels to cultivate his loyalty was undoubtedly a sound transaction. The following day, during the morning court session, an official accused Xiao Yunyi. After understanding the situation, Emperor Jingfeng questioned the commander of the Jinyiwei, Li Lingjun. "My lord, are you merely going to brush aside the matter concerning the heir of the Duke of Xuanwu?" In response to the emperor, Li Lingjun knelt and bowed. "Your servant acknowledges his fault and asks for your punishment." Internally, he cursed He Qixing's ancestors for generations. In truth, he was completely unaware of the details of the incident. With so many personnel in the Jinyiwei, it would be impossible for the commander to manage every triviality. He Qixing had not reported this matter, and he could not fathom why anyone would abandon the noble heir to serve as a commander in the North Shinfu. In the entire capital, only Xiao Yunyi would engage in such behavior. Emperor Jingfeng scanned the assembly of officials, his voice resonating. "Xiao Yiqing has rendered great service to the state. His son shall be rewarded with the position of 1,000 households in the Jinyiwei." The position of 1,000 households in the Jinyiwei is a 5th-rank title, belonging to the mid-high level of military ranks, second only to the 2 provincial governors. Within the Jinyiwei system, 1,000 households are core members, and only those with outstanding achievements may hold the position. What merit does a mere boy possess to assume such a role? As soon as he finished speaking, a courtier stepped forward, ready to voice his objection. But Xiao Zhongyuan interjected, "Your Majesty, my humble accomplishments do not warrant the title of Duke of Xuanwu. My son, benefiting from the royal grace as the heir, is already a great honor, and he is truly unworthy of the position of 1,000 households." Emperor Jingfeng smiled. "You have quelled the northern turmoil and made the northern Di bow in submission, instilling fear in their hearts. Your martial prowess is unparalleled. How can your son be so lacking? My lord, do not undervalue yourself. The higher one stands, the harder the fall." Xiao Zhongyuan did not believe that his wayward son could shoulder such a heavy responsibility. He also feared that if his son were to rise, he might become a target for scheming adversaries, leading to calamity. Faced with such an overwhelming imperial favor, he could only muster the courage to refuse repeatedly. Within the court, some officials observed with indifference, others voiced their agreement, while some vigorously opposed the decision. Emperor Jingfeng, upon observing Xiao Zhongyuan's repeated refusals, pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards Li Lingjun. "Li Yiqing, do you believe that the heir of the divine martial marquis is worthy of the position of Qianhu? In response to your Majesty, I humbly suggest that, considering the merits of the divine martial marquis, his son is indeed deserving of the title of Qianhu." Li Lingjun initially aligned his words with the emperor's intent, expressing approval. However, he then shifted his stance. Yet, Xiao Yunyi is still rather young and lacks the experience necessary for handling cases. His abilities may be somewhat insufficient. I propose he commence from the rank of Baihu, with the possibility of promotion to Qianhu upon proving himself in the future. The ministers were acutely aware that the emperor aimed to convey the significance of Xiao Zhongyuan's standing through the matter concerning Xiao Yunyi. Thus, a promotion for Xiao Yunyi was certain, albeit not directly to Qianhu. Understanding the emperor's intentions, Li Lingjun naturally suggested a suitable course of action. It was not unheard of for a chief flag officer to bypass the Baihu trial and directly assume the position of Baihu, leaving the civil and military officials with little ground to oppose. Emperor Jingfeng, observing the expressions of his ministers, slowly proclaimed, "Convey my decree. Bestow upon the heir of the divine martial marquis, Xiao Yunyi, the title of Jinyiwei Baihu, grant him the Qilin robe, and bestow upon him the embroidered spring blade." Chapter 31. The principle of mutual benefit. The Qilin robe belongs to the category of bestowed garments and is not a standard attire for civil or military officials. The emperor grants robes to his subjects, typically offering the first rank a python robe, the second rank a flying fish robe, the third rank a bullfighting robe. and the 4th and 5th ranks a Qilin robe. The position of Jinyiwei Baihu is officially ranked at the 6th grade. Thus, receiving the Qilin robe signifies a remarkable imperial favor, highlighting Xiao Zhongyuan's esteemed status in the emperor's eyes. The censors who had impeached Xiao Zhongyuan were not particularly surprised. Having fulfilled their duty, the outcome ultimately rested with the emperor's will. After the court session, colleagues approached to congratulate him, jesting, "The Xiao family has produced a Qilin son. Such joyous news surely warrants a banquet, Lord Marquis." While Xiao Zhongyuan excelled in warfare, he found himself somewhat beleaguered by the insidious schemes of certain literati. Fortunately, just as his smile began to stiffen, a eunuch arrived bearing the emperor's edict, summoning Xiao Zhongyuan to the Ganlu Hall for a discussion. Once he departed, the courtiers formed small groups and whispered amongst themselves, "What do you suppose the emperor wants with Lord Xiao? Is it necessary to speculate? General Xiao is a military man, so it must pertain to matters of war. Yet herein lies the conundrum. What military matters necessitated clandestine discussion at this juncture? The northern conflicts had subsided, and there were no bandit threats within the realm of Daong. Were Xiao Zhongyuan a civil official, it might be understandable. Why summon a military general while neglecting the cabinet ministers for discussions? The civil officials tended to regard Xiao Zhongyuan merely as a martial figure, irrespective of his significant accomplishments. What could a mere warrior possibly comprehend about state affairs? In the Ganlu Hall, after bowing thrice in reverence, Xiao Zhongyuan respectfully inclined his head to listen to the emperor's words. "You are a distinguished contributor to Daong. There is no need for such excessive formality when you meet with me privately." Emperor Jingfeng personally assisted Xiao Zhongyuan to rise, commanding, "Bring forth a seat for Aiqing Xiao." "I am fearful and deeply grateful for your majesty's grace," Xiao Zhongyuan responded, adhering to the proper decorum. A young eunuch brought forth a chair, placing it beside the emperor's own seat. Xiao Zhongyuan expressed his gratitude once more, and the sovereign and minister took their seats together. After a moment of idle conversation, Emperor Jingfeng suddenly sighed deeply. The submission of the Northern D should be a cause for great joy. However, while external threats have been quelled, internal troubles grow increasingly severe. Xiao Zhongyuan promptly responded, "Your Majesty possesses remarkable talent and vision, and with the support of the esteemed officials of the cabinet, the realm shall surely flourish under your governance." Illuminating the grand era of Daong, Emperor Jingfeng had heard such words countless times before. He shook his head and mused, "Strong medicine is needed for ailments, and severe laws to quell chaos. Yet, the internal strife weighs upon me like a chronic illness, robbing me of sleep." Summoning Xiao Zhongyuan alone, the conversation reached this point. Although Xiao Zhongyuan, as a military general, was uncertain of how he could contribute, he felt it inappropriate to feign ignorance and respectfully replied, "I am willing to share your burdens, your majesty." Emperor Jingfeng nodded slightly and, shifting the topic, remarked, "You joined the army in the northern frontier the year I ascended the throne, rising from a mere soldier to a general over the course of 11 years, ultimately pacifying the turmoil in the north. What the late emperor could not achieve during his reign has been accomplished in my time. This is not solely your merit. Yet none can deny that you are my fortunate general and a great benefactor of Daong." After 11 years of warfare, returning triumphantly, it was expected that Emperor Jingfeng would allow him to enjoy a life of honor and prosperity. However, recognizing their shared youth, he continued, "I have much to reflect upon, recalling the past, assessing the present, and envisioning the future." He concluded with a succinct phrase, "I desire to recreate the prosperous era of Taizong." What constitutes a prosperous era? Stability in governance, military strength, vast territories, flourishing culture, ample livelihoods, and thriving commerce. These are the 6 essential elements of prosperity. As a sovereign, one aspires to establish a flourishing empire during their reign. Alas, Daong possesses only 3 of these vital elements. Without hesitation, as a dutiful minister, Xiao Zhongyuan respectfully declared, "I am willing to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your majesty until my last breath." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingfeng was greatly pleased and commanded the dismissal of all unrelated personnel from the hall, allowing the 2 of them to engage in a private discussion within the Ganlu Hall. Meanwhile, a eunuch arrived at the residence of Marquis Shenwu to announce the imperial decree and bestow royal rewards. The emperor, by the grace of heaven, proclaimed. Until the eunuch finished reading the decree, Xiao Yunyi was still processing the information. In the entire Northern Pacification Office, only He Qijing had received the Qilin robe. And now he, Xiao Yunyi, became the second recipient from the office. Everyone in the Marquis's residence rejoiced at Xiao Yunyi's honor, except for the quiet and desolate Danhui courtyard. After learning of this, Xiao Huaqin found it impossible to focus on his reading, feeling a peculiar sense of loss as if something precious had been taken from him. Just then, Yusha arrived, expressing her concern. Have your injuries healed? Upon seeing her, Xiao Huaqin finally smiled and nodded. I am well now. I can return to the National Academy to study tomorrow. Yusha replied, studying is important, but your health is paramount. It would be wise to rest a few more days. You can still study at home. Xiao Huaqin, taken aback, responded. You had previously urged me to study diligently at the National Academy. Now that I am healed, why do you advise me to rest at home? Yu's face was etched with hesitation. After instructing the maidservants to withdraw from the room, she finally spoke, when he held the position of general. He dared to have you taken. Now that he has been conferred with the rank of 100 households, I fear. A terrifying scene seemed to flash through her mind, and her voice faltered. Xiao Huaqin narrowed his eyes, his expression cold as ice. After a long pause, he finally replied. He wouldn't dare to brazenly endanger my life. At most, he might resort to vile tactics, causing me physical suffering. Xiao Dower, what is there to fear? Yu's concern deepened. What I fear most is that he may frame you, causing you to lose your reputation, leaving you a mere nobody for the rest of your life. Xiao Huaqin, taken aback, inquired with curiosity, you previously advised me to maintain a good relationship with him. What has occurred to bring about such a drastic change in your perspective? With a soft sigh, you replied, the Marquis's attitude towards you has always differed. Initially, I was too naive, but after enduring the lady's wrath last time, I finally awoke to reality. She paused, then continued, lately, I have been plagued by an unsettling anxiety, often waking from nightmares, having dreamt repeatedly of you meeting your demise at his hands. Xiao Huaqin chuckled softly, rest assured. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. If that day were truly to come, the last person to perish would not be me. Yet you remained uneasy, tentatively suggesting. Now that you are also the Marquis's legitimate son, perhaps you should not wait for next year's imperial examination. Speak to the Marquis and request to be directly appointed to office. In her mind, as long as he entered officialdom, protected by the fortunes of the court, those malevolent spirits would dare not approach him. Xiao Huaqin fell into silence. Seeking an official position through patronage was a shortcut, advantageous, yet fraught with drawbacks. Had this been before, he would have unhesitatingly declined. However, now that the Marquis had been granted the title of 100 households with the bestowal of the Qilin robe, his path seemed promising. He sensed an intangible voice whispering within him. This ebb and flow of power, should you fail to suppress him, you shall be overwhelmed. With less than half a year until next year's examination, even if he were to become the top scholar, he would merely be appointed to the position of a 6th-rank Hamlin Academy editor. How could one suppress? After a prolonged silence, weighing the pros and cons, he slowly responded. You must not involve yourself in this matter. Once father returns home, I shall personally discuss it with him. Chapter 32, Reprimand in Theory. A scholar is half a step into officialdom, possessing the qualifications to serve as an official. However, whether one can secure an official position depends on various factors. The primary pathways for a scholar to enter officialdom include selection, interception, and candidacy. Yet, the thresholds for these pathways are exceedingly high, with opportunities exceedingly rare. It could be said that the chances are 1 in 10,000. At this juncture, all candidates are scholars, and academic prowess is no longer the primary metric for evaluation. Aside from those with formidable backgrounds, only those extraordinarily fortunate may seize an opportunity. Even when one does gain entry into officialdom, the positions attained are seldom high, often relegated to deputy roles such as assistant magistrates or instructors. Those with connections have little need for elaboration. For those lacking connections, extraordinary luck may allow them to remain in the capital, occupying a 9th-rank position as a proofreader. Thus, a scholar entering officialdom is unlikely to achieve greatness. Therefore, when Xiao Zhongyuan returned home and heard from Xiao Huaqin of his desire to enter officialdom ahead of schedule, he erupted in anger for the first time. After 10 grueling years of diligent study, having endured such arduous times, how could you possibly contemplate abandoning your participation in the imperial examination at this critical juncture? Even a mere soldier understands the distinction between a successful candidate and a scholar. After years of scholarly pursuit, do you truly fail to grasp this fundamental truth? Those who are successful in the examination may advance to the palace examination, where one who excels may be conferred the title of Jinshi, while those who perform commendably are awarded the 2nd and 3rd ranks respectively. Typically, the top scholar is appointed to a prestigious position within the Hanlin Academy, while the second and third place scholars receive lower ranks. Additionally, those who attain the second and third ranks through imperial examinations, if they excel, may become shijishi, and even when assigned to local governance, may serve as county magistrates. Crucially, within the ranks of the civil service, without the title of jishur, others would scarcely deign to cast a glance your way. Xiao Yunyi, after expressing his exasperation, calmed somewhat and solemnly remarked, "You are on the path of civil service. Without the credentials of a jishur, your career will be severely limited. For those from humble beginnings, attaining a ninth-grade position would be a monumental achievement. In a family of such stature as the Shinwu Marquisate, a seventh-grade position is merely the starting point of a career." Xiao Yunyi admonished, "Your vision is woefully narrow. How do you expect to ascend to high office in the future?" Xiao Huaqian stood dazed before his father, a myriad of doubts swirling in his mind. Despite his pride, he had never envisioned a day when he might hold a significant governmental position, at least not in the immediate future. It seemed far beyond his reach. His father's words struck him like a revelation, and from that moment onward, he resolved to banish any errant thoughts, dedicating himself to his studies with the aim of achieving academic success in the coming year. The impulsive notion that had briefly flickered in Xiao Huaqian's mind was extinguished completely under his father's stern guidance. In the northern town protectorate, He Qijing knelt respectfully before Li Lingjun, enduring his superior's reprimands while internally voicing his grievances. After a lengthy period, Li Lingjun, having vented his frustrations, raised his teacup and drank deeply. "Qijing, if you cannot manage your subordinates effectively, it would be best to resign from your position as town protectorate." "I shall heed your teachings, my lord," He Qijing replied meekly, cautiously probing. "My lord, Wang Qingyuan has served in the northern town protectorate for many years. Though he may lack merit, he has certainly toiled. Is it not excessively harsh to demote him to a trial position merely for confronting Xiao Yunyi?" Li Lingjun retorted sharply. "The northern town protectorate is no place for favoritism. One must take responsibility for their actions. What is Wang Qingyuan? What audacity does he possess to openly settle personal scores? Did you empower him to target Xiao Yunyi?" A barrage of questions left He Qijing feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to hastily clarify. "Of course not. I implore you to see the truth. Xiao Yunyi was personally recruited by me into the northern town protectorate. How could I possibly wish to undermine him?" Pausing, he added, "In fact, there exists no conflict between Wang Qingyuan and Xiao Yunyi. It cannot be deemed personal retribution." It would have been better to remain silent on the matter, for mentioning it only reignited Li Lingjun's fury. Then what madness has taken hold of Wang Qingyuan? You still defend such a person? Listen closely. Do not allow him to remain in his trial position. Send him directly to the position of chief standard bearer. However, as a superior, the ability to protect a subordinate is one matter, while advocating on their behalf is an entirely different challenge. He Qijing, filled with helplessness, steeled himself and spoke. "My lord, it is true that Xiao Yunyi acted against the authority, violating the rules of the Northern Pacification Office. Both parties are at fault. If we impose a harsh punishment on Wang Qingyuan due to this incident, I fear the brothers beneath us may voice their discontent. Although Xiao Yunyi currently stands in the zenith of his power, this does not imply that the Jinyiwei should retreat in fear. Xiao Yunyi has already endured 20 strikes, and Wang Qingyuan has suffered a broken leg. This matter should end here. Should we further demote Wang Qingyuan to a general banner, what would become of the Jinyiwei?" He Qijing spoke with the dignity of the entire Jinyiwei at stake, meticulously analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. "My lord, given Xiao Yunyi's status, even without Wang Qingyuan, there would be others to take his place. I believe the most prudent course of action would be to transfer Xiao Yunyi to the Weisi. The core of the Jinyiwei is divided into 3 offices: the Northern Pacification Office, the Southern Pacification Office, and the Investigation Office. Within the capital, there are a total of 18 offices, each with 1 chief captain, 2 deputy captains, and an undetermined number of 100 captains. The Weisi serves as a mid-level execution agency, responsible for the implementation of specific tasks. Under the chief captain's office, several hundred captain offices are established, and given Xiao Yunyi's current rank, he is fully qualified to lead a 100 captain office. Initially, Li Lingjun thought He Qijing was merely proposing to transfer Xiao Yunyi to a 100 captain office. Thus he did not respond. It was only when He Qijing mentioned the intention to move him to a chief captain office that a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Ah, Qijing, even if you wish to support your confidant, there is no need to be so overt about it. My lord, I merely believe that Xiao Yunyi is a fine blade, and it would be a pity not to wield him. And how do you intend to utilize him? In response, He Qijing elaborated on his thoughts. After listening, Li Lingjun did not immediately express his stance. After a long contemplation, he finally inquired, "How confident are you?" He Qijing replied, "This matter requires a gradual approach. We must not act hastily. As of now, everything remains in the preliminary stages, and I do not harbor great confidence. If I must quantify it, I would say around 70%. 70%? That is quite substantial." Li Lingjun fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Proceed with your plan. If you can successfully achieve your objective, I shall grant you further advancement. Advancement from the pacification office to the commandant's position equates to a promotion to the 4th rank. Although the commandant's rank is higher, the power and influence do not compare to that of the pacification office, especially that of the Northern Pacification Office, which possesses the authority to report directly to the emperor. Li Lingjun's promise, while seemingly a demotion in disguise, is nonetheless a necessary step from the pacification office to the commandant's position. He Qijing found himself in a quandary. To ascend to the role of commandant, he would inevitably have to relinquish his position as a pacification officer. However, abandoning the pacification office did not guarantee his promotion to commandant. In that moment, He Qijing was perplexed, uncertain whether Li Lingjun's intentions were genuinely to elevate him or if there were ulterior motives at play. Chapter 33, Grassroots Training. Meanwhile, the assassin from the No Leaving Path organization quietly set his plan into motion on the night he received the task, without raising any alarms. In the span of a single night, 13 local ruffians, including Rendayo, met their silent demise. Upon learning of this matter, the Jingzhou prefecture took it very seriously and swiftly initiated an investigation, apprehending nearly 100 gang members who bore grudges against Rendayo. In no time, the entire capital was shrouded in the shadow of this case. The public's reactions to this incident were varied. The majority applauded the actions of the Jingzhou prefecture, believing that they had finally accomplished a significant task for the people by punishing the ruffians who engaged in nefarious activities. However, there were also some who expressed skepticism about the government's approach. They felt disheartened by the notion that the authorities only acted decisively in the wake of fatalities, as if only in the aftermath of a homicide would they truly take action. The events of yesterday were entirely unrelated to Xiao Yunyi. On the day following his appointment as a 100 households official, He Qijing abruptly reassigned him from his original position to the Qianhu office, under the pretense of allowing him to gain practical experience at the grassroots level. Yet, the true motivations behind this decision remained shrouded in mystery. Upon arriving at the Qianhu office with the transfer order and exchanging pleasantries with his direct superior, Xiao Yunyi barely had a moment to catch his breath before he was immediately handed an exceedingly challenging case. Investigating the Northern D spies? A wave of unease surged within him. Previously, he had successfully deflected the blame for the assassination of Xiao Huaijin in Baishui County onto Northern D assassins through media manipulation. Consequently, when the poisoning incident occurred, Xiao Zhongyuan's first suspicion also fell upon Northern D, prompting him to seek the emperor's approval for an investigation yesterday. As fate would have it, the case had now landed in Xiao Yunyi's lap. Currently, Xiao Yunyi was unable to discern whether this was mere coincidence or the result of a deliberate scheme. Without the luxury of pondering further, he inquired, "My lord, are we the only ones involved in this investigation?" Yin Jibin replied, "Certainly not. This is the very duty of the Jinyiwei, and the emperor has specifically issued an edict regarding this matter. All 18 offices in the capital must participate. Within the structure of the Jinyiwei, the Northern Jinfu Division held the most power, followed by the Southern Jinfu Division, and then the Division of Experience. The authority of the Qianhu office was considerably lesser, primarily limited to duties such as patrolling, apprehending criminals, conducting searches, investigating, and gathering intelligence." Xiao Yunyi hesitated. "My lord, would it be inappropriate for me to investigate this matter?" Yin Jibin retorted, "Your brother is the victim. How could that be inappropriate?" Xiao Yunyi found himself at a loss for words. In the original plot, Northern D would later develop treacherous intentions and secretly conspire to counterattack Daong. However, before the specifics of their plans had been elaborated upon, he had already traversed into this world. At present, the protagonist was still studying at the Guozijian, and the narrative had only just begun. The Northern D had yet to take any action. Their inaction meant that there was no clear direction for apprehending the Northern D spies. Reluctant to handle this hot potato, Xiao Yunyi promptly declined. "My lord, as a newcomer, I am not equipped to handle such a significant case. I kindly request that you assign me a different case to manage. Yin Jibin chuckled. I understand that you are here to gain experience at the Qinhu office, and I had no intention of making things difficult for you. This case has no deadline. You can certainly manage 2, 3, or even more cases concurrently without any issue. The core responsibility of the Northern Town Protectorate is to investigate cases designated by the Emperor, primarily concerning court officials, thus specializing in the handling of imperial prisons. The scope of duties varies across different military districts, expanding their responsibility significantly. Over the years, numerous cases have accumulated, creating an inexhaustible supply of work. Yin Jibin indiscriminately pulled Xiao Yunyi into the archive room, gesturing expansively. Choose any case you like. Xiao Yunyi, with a few strands of black lines forming on his forehead, forced a smile. I truly appreciate your generosity. Yin Jibin patted Xiao Yunyi on the shoulder, speaking with utmost sincerity. From now on in the 1,000 household office, I am the eldest, and you are the second. We shall support one another as brothers and progress together. According to the military system, beneath 100 households, there is 1 trial 100 households and 2 general flags. After leaving the office, Xiao Yunyi hosted a banquet for his subordinates, but this time, he only invited 3 individuals, the trial 100 household by Shi Chong, and the general flags Hong Shengxiong and Cui Yin. During the banquet, Xiao Yunyi eliminated unnecessary formalities and addressed them directly. You all know who I am, so I shall not elaborate further. What I wish to convey is that we are all brothers in this endeavor, and we shall share our fortunes equally. Bai Shichang and the others responded in unison. We are grateful for your esteem, my lord. Xiao Yunyi continued. My intentions in joining the brocade-clad guards are pure. I simply seek to achieve merit and ascend the ranks. Such candid speech took the 3 subordinates by surprise. Hong Shengxiong was the first to speak up. My lord, you are the most forthright superior I have encountered to date. For these 3 matters, I raise my glass in salute. He lifted his cup and drank to honor Xiao Yunyi. Xiao Yunyi reciprocated and continued. As I am new here, I require your assistance to achieve success. If you are willing to genuinely support me, we shall share our fortunes from this day forth. However, if you feel that following me holds no promise, please voice it now. I will not make things difficult for you, and will request Lord Yin to transfer you to other 100 households. Upon finishing, Xiao Yunyi's gaze fell first upon the trial 100 household by Shi Chong. The trial 100 household ranks at the 6th grade, 1 level below the standard 6th grade 100 household. As a candidate for the 100 household position, as long as he performs his duties without error, he will likely be promoted upon completing his term. Therefore, for Bai Shichang, aligning with the right person is crucial. To achieve merit often involves taking risks, which can lead to mistakes, consequently affecting future promotions. Bai Shichang's current principle of work could be summarized in 8 characters. Seek not to achieve, but strive to avoid mistakes. Faced with the gaze of the new superior, he instinctively averted his eyes. Noticing this, Xiao Yunyi turned to the 2 general flags and inquired, What do you think? Everyone was aware that Xiao Yunyi had greatly benefited from the emperor's favor due to his father. He currently lacked experience and qualifications in handling cases, but it would not be long before he was promoted to 1,000 households after gaining some recognition in the 1,000 household office. Hong Shengxiong was the first to express his stance. My lord, I have already completed my toast. I am certainly willing to work alongside you to accomplish great things. General flags face less pressure compared to trial 100 households, as they are generally not demoted unless they commit serious errors. Cui Yin did not hesitate either. He raised his glass and respectfully proclaimed, I raise a toast to you, my lord. I humbly request your continued guidance. After saying this, he drank first as a sign of respect. Xiao Yunyi, as before, after finishing his drink, once again fixed his gaze upon Bai Shichang. If you have any concerns, feel free to express them. You need not worry about me targeting you. In Chapter 34, The Case of the Vengeful Ghost, there is an adage that rings true. All crows under heaven are equally black. Among the many 100 households in the garrison, Xiao Yunyi undoubtedly stood out like a crane among chickens. After feigning deep contemplation, Bai Shichang lifted his glass, his face adorned with a smile. I am deeply honored by your esteemed attention, my lord. Should the need arise, I shall spare no effort, willing to plunge into fire and water for you. Very well. From now on, we shall consider ourselves as one family, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Xiao Yunyi raised his glass in a toast. As the wine flowed and the dishes varied, their conversation gradually deepened. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yunyi inquired, You are seasoned veterans of the garrison and must possess a thorough understanding of its affairs. Are there any cases that are both manageable and conducive to achieving merit? Upon hearing this, Bai Shichang's heart stirred slightly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "My lord, the cases handled by the Jinyiwei primarily stem from 3 sources. 1 is designated by the emperor, 2 are from various departments within the capital, and 3 are from local garrisons." Pausing, he continued, "Among these, cases designated by the emperor are primarily overseen by the Northern Pacification Office. The garrison can only take the lead on the latter 2, and among these, local cases offer the greatest freedom and autonomy." Xiao Yunyi nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Bai Shichang added, "Due to the high degree of autonomy, handling local cases allows for greater flexibility, and the merits earned are less likely to be usurped by others. I suggest we begin with local cases." Hong Xingxiong interjected, "My lord, local cases are mostly of medium or small scale, setting aside whether they are difficult to handle. Even if resolved, the merits will be modest. In my humble opinion, we should focus our efforts on investigating assassination cases. Capturing even 1 assassin would be a significant achievement." Cui Yan, upon hearing this, readily concurred from the sidelines. "What Chief Hong says is absolutely correct. The person who faced the assassination is your own brother, my lord. With this connection, we are likely to obtain more concrete leads from him, thus gaining a competitive edge." Xiao Yunyi shook his head, regarding the northern spies. "Not only will the Northern Pacification Office intervene, but the Eastern Depot will certainly not remain idle. Hence, I prefer to start with local cases." Upon hearing this, Bai Shichang could not help but feel secretly pleased, maintaining an expression of calm as he smiled and flattered. "Your wisdom is truly remarkable, my lord." The opinions of Hong Xingxiong and Cui Yan were not adopted, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Having served in the garrison for many years and tackled numerous tricky cases, they were still merely chiefs. There exists an old saying within the garrison: 100 small merits do not equal 1 great achievement. This implies that no matter how many minor cases one resolves, their collective merits cannot compare to the accomplishment of a single major case. Hong Xingxiong and Cui Yan exchanged glances, each reading the other's sense of resignation. They were acutely aware of their lowly status and, despite their reluctance, could only acquiesce to orders. At Bai Shichang's suggestion, Xiao Yunyi ultimately chose to investigate a haunting murder case that transpired in Binzhou. According to the records, on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, a judicial officer in Binzhou fell victim to a vengeful spirit, losing not only his life, but also his head. Bai Shichang elaborated that this case was sufficiently bizarre and had garnered significant public interest. The local authorities had investigated for quite some time without any leads, ultimately closing the case hastily. If we could uncover the truth behind this mystery, our names would surely resonate far and wide. Cui Yan muttered softly. The difficulty of investigating a cold case is inherently great. Reputation is not merit, and what good is it, even if it is vast? Hong Xingxiong wholeheartedly concurred with his sentiments and whispered, "We are the Jinyiwei, not the Ministry of Justice or the Dali Temple. We only need to resolve a few cases without exhausting ourselves." Though their voices were hushed, the small confines of the room meant their words did not escape Bai Shichang's keen ears. Before Bai Shichang could finish his remarks, Xiao Yunyi interjected, "Enough? Each of you prepare. We shall depart for Binzhou in half an hour to investigate the case." At the city gate, merchants awaited scrutiny from the guards. And when the Jinyiwei made their appearance, the guards shouted, "Clear the way. Step aside, everyone. The Jinyiwei are on official business. All idle folk must swiftly move aside." The crowd hurriedly parted, transforming the already spacious thoroughfare into an even broader expanse. Within a merchant convoy, the curtain of one carriage was lifted, revealing a small head peeking out, furtively glancing around. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the girl was startled and quickly lowered the curtain, silently praying that she had gone unnoticed. Xiao Yunyi had merely cast a casual glance, yet it fortuitously met the girl's gaze. Though her countenance bore signs of weariness, her eyes shone with a clarity reminiscent of autumn waters, leaving a lasting impression. Observing Xiao Yunyi's attention towards the merchant group, Hong Xingxiong inquired, "My lord, have you discerned anything unusual?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head. "Nothing of note. The journey to Binzhou is not short, so let us hasten." With that, he urged his horse forward, and the accompanying riders followed suit, stirring up a cloud of dust. During a brief respite along the way, the group engaged in conversation about the case. Hong Xingxiong, curious, asked, "My lord, do you truly believe that vengeful spirits exist in this world?" Before Xiao Yunyi could respond, Cui Yin interjected, "Surely there are no vengeful spirits. It is merely the malice of the human heart at play. The highest administrative officer of a region is the inspector, who oversees subordinates including the long history officer, the military officer, the adjudicator, and the judicial officer. The judicial officer primarily focuses on apprehending thieves and bandits, targeting those who thrive on bloodshed. As the number of arrests increases, it is inevitable that some daring individuals may seek retribution." Bai Shichong remarked, "It is the duty of the people to respect deities and keep their distance. Such wisdom is clear." Hong Xingxiong, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, feigned a foolish smile. "Master Bai, your words are too profound for my simple mind to comprehend." Bai Shichong chuckled lightly, patiently elucidating the meaning behind his words. Hong Xingxiong nodded in a semblance of understanding, though he was only partially enlightened. Xiao Yunyi reminded them, "This is the first case we have taken on. Whether it is a vengeful spirit seeking retribution or someone scheming behind the scenes, we must pursue the truth relentlessly." Hong Xing, fully aware of the appropriate words to say at such a moment, patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, my lord. Our Jinyiwei has always been adept at dealing with malevolent spirits. If we encounter ghosts, we will vanquish them, and if we face deities, we will extinguish them. Even the king of hell must yield to us." Cui Yin immediately interjected, "Under your wise leadership, my lord, our journey will undoubtedly be smooth and fruitful." Xiao Yunyi, not displeased by such flattery, smiled slightly and commanded, "Increase our pace and hasten to Binzhou." Chapter 35. The murder in the secret chamber. The tragic death of the judicial officer in Binzhou has been dubbed a case of vengeful spirits, primarily because the deceased was found in a confined space, coinciding with the night of the Ghost Festival. Among the common folk, numerous rumors circulated, the most captivating of which suggested that the deceased had exploited his position to harm many innocent citizens, whose resentful spirits returned on the night of the festival to exact vengeance. Within the Binzhou government office, based on the coroner's report, apart from the missing head, the body exhibited no other wounds, and there were no signs of struggle in the vicinity. Xiao Yunyi meticulously perused the case file in hand, simultaneously inquiring, "Lord Liao, what is your perspective on the notion of vengeful spirits seeking retribution?" Lord Liao replied, "The idea of vengeful spirits is merely the folly of the uninformed. In my view, this case is clearly one of murder in a locked room." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi nodded thoughtfully and casually remarked, "Lord Liao, please elaborate on your insights regarding this case." Clearing his throat, Lord Liao continued, "I believe Officer Xian's fatal injury was to the head, which explains why the murderer severed his head." After listening, Xiao Yunyi set down the file and smiled faintly. "Is there anything else?" After a moment's reflection, Lord Liao responded, "The incision on the neck is remarkably clean, evidently made with a sharp blade, leading to the conclusion that the assailant must be a skilled martial artist." Xiao Yunyi noted, "This is already clearly documented in the case file. Do you have any other observations, Lord Liao?" Lord Liao shook his head in resignation, stating, "I personally visited the crime scene, which was a rather peculiar room in Fengyi Building, with only one entrance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi's interest was piqued. "Fengyi Building is a brothel, isn't it? Officer Xian, being in such a place, yet remaining alone in the room, do you not find that somewhat peculiar?" With a deep sigh, Lord Liao explained, "Officer Xian had sustained injuries on the battlefield in his youth and could no longer engage in intimate relations like a normal man. He stayed alone in that room because it was designed in such a way that allowed him to discreetly observe others reveling within." Listening to Lord Liao's explanation, Xiao Yunyi found himself pondering deeply. While it was not uncommon for battlefield injuries to lead to such conditions, the crux of the matter was how Officer Xian could divulge such a private matter to others. Xiao Yunyi, with a smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive, inquired, "Sir Liao, how did you come to know of this matter?" The expression on the face of the prefect Liao grew somewhat unnatural. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately confessed, "In truth, I once accompanied Officer Xian to that very chamber." Xiao Yunyi, puzzled, responded, "Given your esteemed status, what sort of woman would be beyond your reach? Why then resort to such clandestine observation?" Prefect Liao's countenance became increasingly awkward as he stammered an explanation. "Initially, my curiosity compelled me to see what was so extraordinary about that room. However, I gradually discovered that there exists a peculiar thrill in observing others reveling in pleasure." He could hardly articulate the feelings that overtook him, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to the act of peeping every so often. Had it not been for official duties on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, he likely would have joined Officer Xian once more. Prefect Liao cautiously inquired, Xiao Baihu, our dynasty forbids officials from consorting with courtesans, yet can my actions truly be deemed as such? The Bureau of Music hosted official courtesans, but not everyone could gain access. Thus, despite the prohibition, the edict bore little fruit. After all, we are all men, and who among us does not harbor a few carnal thoughts? When such matters arise, as long as there is no conflict between the parties involved, the various departments generally turn a blind eye. Xiao Yunyi, disinterested in pursuing this triviality, casually reassured him. Eyes cannot kill. Peeping is certainly not tantamount to consorting with courtesans. Rest assured, Prefect Liao possessed limited knowledge of the entire case. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no additional insights, Xiao Yunyi led his team to the Baihu office of Binzhou to peruse the records detailing Officer Xian's social connections. After gathering information from his colleagues at the Baihu office, he then turned to the Fengyi building. Over half a month had elapsed since the crime took place, and that peculiar room remained sealed, preserving the crime scene intact. Within the room, aside from several apertures intended for voyeurism, there were no other notable features. It lacked windows and concealed doors, and the soundproofing was rather inadequate. It was evident that when Officer Xian engaged in peeping, the couple next door, who were in the throes of passion, did not hear the scream, indicating that the assailant employed some special means to silently sever Officer Xian's head. According to testimonies from relevant personnel, Officer Xian entered the Fengyi building at the hour of the rooster on the night of the Zhongyuan festival. It wasn't until the hour of the rabbit the following day that the occupants of the Fengyi building noticed something amiss. Upon breaking down the door, they discovered the headless corpse. During this time, 3 individuals had approached the room: the matron, a young servant, and the guard. Xiao Yunyi separated them for individual interrogations, and their testimonies matched precisely with those recorded in the official documents. Bai Shichang, with a grave expression, cautioned, Sir, on the day of Officer Xian's demise, his adopted son also went missing, which may bear some connection. In my humble opinion, we should commence our investigation from this angle. We might uncover significant leads. Xiao Yunyi listened intently, refraining from directly addressing Bai Shichang's suggestion. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, if you were in the same position, what method would you employ to sever the head of someone inside the room from outside? Upon hearing this, Bai Shichang furrowed his brows, plunging into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he slowly shook his head. If the intent were merely to extinguish a life, there were indeed methods to accomplish it, such as administering poison clandestinely in food or water. However, the notion of severing a head from a distance was truly unfathomable, bordering on the impossible. At this moment, Cui Yin interjected, but it is a fact that military officer Xian met such a bizarre demise. Hong Shenxiang, hearing this, readily concurred, indeed, this is exceedingly strange. Could it be that a vengeful spirit has come to claim him? Xiao Yunyi, however, paid no heed to his subordinate speculations. His complete focus remained on the crime scene, meticulously scrutinizing every corner of the room for any overlooked or undiscovered minuscule traces. Observing this, Hong Shenxiang could not resist inquiring, My lord, the officials and guards have thoroughly inspected this place inside and out. Surely, there can be no oversight? Xiao Yunyi shook his head. It is not that there are significant oversights, but rather that some minor details have eluded notice. Chapter 36. The depths of the waters are profound. Beyond the grasp of ordinary souls, Cui Yin glanced around, finding no suspicious details, and with a flicker of inspiration, praised, with the Lord himself taking charge. Others naturally pale in comparison. Xiao Yunyi then turned to Bai Shichang, commanding, You shall summon the brothers from the 100 households to assist in tracing the whereabouts of military officer Xian's adopted son. He then looked towards Cui Yin, instructing, You lead a team to investigate those closely associated with military officer Xian, checking if they have shown any suspicious behavior of late. Hong Shenxiang inquired, My lord, what shall my role be? Xiao Yunyi replied, You will investigate whether military officer Xian exhibited any unusual conduct prior to his demise, particularly focusing on any contacts he may have had with individuals from the underworld. Understood. The trio responded in unison. Xiao Yunyi, accompanied by several constables, proceeded to the provincial governor's residence and directly inquired, Lord Liao, are you aware of any individuals that military officer Xian may have offended? After a moment of contemplation, Governor Liao responded, As far as I am informed, due to his duties, Military officer Xian has indeed crossed paths with numerous outlaws and was previously threatened. Xiao Yunyi pressed further, what kind of threats? Governor Liao recounted the information he had gathered. Approximately 2 months prior, while leading troops to quell bandits, military officer Xian encountered 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. During the apprehension, they fiercely resisted, ultimately leading to the capture of 8 individuals. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that these individuals hailed from the same gang within the confines of the Guangzhou region. The reason for their violent clash outside Bianzhou City was to prevent several traders from their gang from entering the city. On the 3rd day following this event, someone threw dead livestock into military officer Xian's residence, leaving behind a letter threatening him to release the traders imprisoned in the dungeon, or else face dire consequences for his friends and family. Xiao Yunyi listened intently to Governor Liao's account, maintaining a smile throughout. Once Liao had finished speaking, he leisurely posed a question. Lord Liao, in your opinion, under what circumstances would those bandits dare to threaten a judicial military officer? After a brief moment of reflection, Governor Liao replied, in my view, only when the potential rewards outweigh the risks would those desperate individuals act with such audacity. Xiao Yunyi nodded slightly and continued to inquire, what does Lord Liao believe lies behind the interests of those traitors from the gang? Lord Liao, the governor, revealed a troubled expression and sighed helplessly. Captain Xian has yet to pry any information from the bandits' lips before tragically meeting his untimely demise at Fengyi Tower. Furthermore, the other gang members perished in prison on the same day, leaving me utterly in the dark on this matter. When too many coincidences converge, they cease to be mere coincidences and instead reveal a long-conceived plot. Unperturbed, Xiao Yunyi pressed on, Lord Liao, do you think it is possible that Captain Xian had already uncovered the secret from the bandits, but chose to keep it hidden due to the immense benefits involved? Upon hearing this, Governor Liao firmly declared, absolutely impossible. Captain Xian was personally promoted by me, and his loyalty to me is unwavering. He would never conceal anything from me. Xiao Yunyi remained skeptical and leisurely responded, fame and fortune can cloud one's judgment, beauty can ensnare the soul, and the allure of fine wine and wealth is indeed hard to resist. Governor Liao's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of contemplation, he cautiously inquired, so, you suspect that those gang traders hold a vast fortune, and that Captain Xian, upon discovering this, intended to monopolize it? But why then did he meet his end in a sealed room? Why was his head severed? Xiao Yunyi refrained from answering this question and redirected the conversation towards the gang. Governor Liao elaborated. These individuals hail from the Guanyi region and are members of the Jinhu gang, which has established a stronghold in the Qingzhou area. Following Captain Xian's death, I sent a letter of inquiry to my colleagues in Qingzhou, and their reply indicated that the Jinhu gang operates within the salt trade and has formidable connections. Within the realm of Daong, the primary types of salt include sea salt, well salt, and pond salt, predominantly sourced from the regions of Hedong, Guanyi, Jiangnan, and Longyu. The Guanyi area, particularly the Guangzhou Plain and parts of Hedong, boasts abundant salt resources. Notably, the Hedong salt ponds, located in the Shaanxi portion of Guanyi, are natural saline lakes, producing what is known as Jie salt or Hedong salt. Salt trade, they are likely trafficking in illicit salt. Xiao Yunyi inquired with a smile. How strong are these connections? Can they rival the Jinyiwei? Governor Liao fell silent. The only connections that could surpass those of the Jinyiwei would be those of the Eastern Depot. According to the laws of our dynasty, trafficking in more than 1 stone of illicit salt warrants the death penalty, and those who are complicit but remain silent face severe repercussions. The crime is grave, yet individuals still risk it all due to the enormous profits involved. For wealth, men may perish, and for sustenance, birds may fall. The martial world is rife with reckless men who risk their lives, whether in small groups or forming larger factions. Such gangs are collectively referred to as salt gangs. While they appear law-abiding on the surface, the clandestine activities they engage in are beyond comprehension. Governor Liao kindly cautioned, Xiao Baihu, you are here regarding a murder case. It would be wise to refrain from meddling in other matters. Xiao Yunyi replied, does Lord Liao believe I cannot contend with the powerful backers of the Jinhu gang? Governor Liao shook his head. It is not a matter of being unable to contend. Rather, it is unnecessary. The salt trade is managed by the Salt Transport Department, with local salt offices assisting and various inspectors overseeing the operations. The web of involvement is vast and intricate. It is not something an ordinary person can navigate. The salt gang has a long-standing history, and its enduring presence can be attributed to the powerful figures backing it. As long as these individuals remain unassailable, the Salt Gang will continue to thrive. Even if one faction, such as the Golden Tiger Gang, is eradicated, others like the Golden Leopard Gang and the Golden Wolf Gang will inevitably rise in its stead. Thus, why jeopardize one's future for a futile endeavor? Lord Liao is correct. I have merely come to investigate the homicide and will not meddle in affairs beyond that, Xiao Yunyi casually remarked. Then continued, if it were merely a case of revenge killings among the martial underworld, such intricate methods would be unnecessary. Besides the Golden Tiger Gang, are there any other suspects in Lord Liao's mind? Inspector Liao replied, I am occupied with official duties and cannot devote my attention to this case. If you wish to learn more details, it would be prudent to consult with the officials overseeing this investigation. Having asked all pertinent questions, Xiao Yunyi did not linger. After departing from the inspector's residence, he returned to his lodgings to await the return of his subordinates. As the sun set, Bai Shichong and the others returned in succession, each meticulously reporting their findings. The adopted son of the military officer had left Tongzhou City alone on horseback during the hour of the unseen on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. His last appearance was in a small town 30 miles away, after which he vanished without a trace. Bai Shichong inquired, My lord, based on the information we currently possess, he had not yet perished when he departed, thereby allowing us to largely eliminate him as a suspect. Should we continue to pursue his whereabouts? Xiao Yunyi remained impassive and, after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke. Have we discovered the reason for his departure? Bai Shichong replied, according to the descriptions from the neighbors. It seems he had a fierce argument with the military officer, which prompted him to leave home in a fit of anger. Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow and pressed. What was the specific cause of their quarrel? Bai Shichong displayed a look of embarrassment and responded, This is yet to be clarified. Xiao Yunyi spoke gently. Continue to investigate thoroughly. It is imperative we understand the reason for their dispute. With that, he turned to Hong Xingxiong and Cui Yan, asking, What about you two? Have you made any discoveries? Chapter 37. The Damned One. The family structure of the military officer is simple, comprising only parents, a wife, siblings, and an adopted son. He is often preoccupied with official duties, having little interaction with friends and relatives. Aside from his family, his closest contacts are colleagues from the office. Cui Yan stated, based on intelligence provided by the brothers at the 100 households. The military officer's wife has been involved with a shopkeeper for years and has had 3 pregnancies during this time. My lord, do you think the officer's death could be the work of this adulterous couple? A man who lacks moral integrity might marry for appearances, yet his inability to satisfy his wife's physical needs could lead to her infidelity, which is to be expected. Xiao Yunyi replied, What intrigues me more is whether the military officer was aware of this affair while he was alive. After a moment of hesitation, Cui Yan responded, I believe he must have had some inkling. A woman experiencing fulfillment and one who does not exist in entirely different states. Given that the military officer frequented establishments like Fingy Tower, it would be impossible for him to remain oblivious. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yunyi commanded, Go and bring her here for questioning. Cui Yan complied with the order and set off. Without waiting for inquiries, Hong Xingxiong took the initiative to speak. Those who have been closely associated with General Xian have shown no unusual behavior lately. Xiao Yunyi probed meticulously, eliminating all improbable suspects, ultimately narrowing the list down to the illicit couple and the adopted son. Half an hour later, the official addressed the gathered crowd. The infamous reputation of the Jinyiwei is known to all. Even the hardest of individuals can be softened. There is no need for torture. A mere question sent the adulterer, Manager Liu, into a state of sheer terror. And he spilled every detail of his affair with the Qin family like beans tumbling from a bamboo tube. My lord, I only engaged in an affair. I had no part in the murder. I beseech you to see reason. Manager Liu repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. In contrast to the terrified Manager Liu, Qin remained composed, recounting her experiences since marrying General Xian in a calm tone. On the night of their wedding, her husband had his brother take his place in the marriage bed. The first sentence Qin uttered left the audience in shock, and her subsequent words ignited a wave of outrage among those present. It was the idea of her in-laws, and her husband personally bound her tightly, maintaining this for a full 3 years. Qin's demeanor was tranquil, her words devoid of emotion, as if narrating events unrelated to herself. Due to her prolonged inability to conceive, they contemplated divorcing her to remarry. Qin used this matter as leverage, thus halting their plans. However, Thereafter, her life became increasingly unbearable, with beatings and insults becoming commonplace, and her husband frequently bringing men home to force her into submission. Unable to restrain himself, Hong Xingxiong exclaimed, "Given such circumstances, why do you not seek a divorce?" To which Qin replied, "It is too late." These 3 words encompassed emotions that others could scarcely fathom. At that time, she was merely on the cusp of adulthood. Hong Xingxiong cursed vehemently, "General Xian truly deserves his fate. The world acknowledges the evils of the Jinyiwei, yet seldom sees their virtues." Qin, gazing at the furious man before her, bowed deeply, devoid of words, for no words were necessary. Those who understand need not be told, while those who do not, regardless of how much is said, will only perceive it as a jest. Qin acknowledged her infidelity, yet denied any involvement in the murder, stating, "Whether you wish to kill or punish, I leave it to your discretion, my lords." Hong Xingxiong retorted, "You foolish woman. Do you think the Jinyiwei concern themselves with such trivial matters?" After saying this, he turned to Xiao Yunyi, ingratiatingly remarking, "My lord, would you not agree?" Xiao Yunyi, initially believing this to be a simple case of infidelity, was taken aback by the intricate twists of the affair. In later times, there were indeed similar tales, but compared to General Xian, they were but trifles. Xiao Yunyi did not take Qin's words at face value and ordered Hong Xingxiong to visit the Xian residence to verify the truth from General Xian's parents. Hong Xingxiong's eyes gleamed with determination as he immediately led several officers to storm the Xian household, first assaulting General Xian's parents and elder brother without hesitation. "My lord, whatever you wish to ask, I will confess. Please, spare my father and mother," they pleaded in despair. Hong Xingxiong scoffed, "Confessions obtained without torture cannot be deemed valid. Continue the beating. As a man of passion, I cannot help but empathize. Were my daughter to marry into such a family and endure the torment akin to what Qin experienced, I would undoubtedly seek to exact vengeance upon them, flaying their skin and scattering their bones to the wind. She was but 15 when she wed into your family, and you treated her thus, subjecting her to 3 long years of suffering. You are truly deserving of damnation." The more Hong Xingxiong pondered, the angrier he became, commanding several executioners to employ their methods, leaving her breath, but ensuring she did not perish. The air was filled with their anguished cries for mercy. An hour later, Hong Xingxiong departed from the Xian residence, returning to report to his superiors. The entire affair had proceeded with remarkable efficiency, yet the methods employed were inevitably brutal, leaving Xian Sanjuan's parents and elder brother permanently incapacitated. Bai Shichong shook his head in resignation. His kind-hearted superior and impulsive subordinates made him uneasy about his own future. Xiao Yunyi remained silent regarding Hong Xingxiong's actions, and after confirming that manager Liu and Qin had no alibi for the time of the crime, he swiftly released them. Cui Yin, wearing a gloomy expression, muttered, "We have already investigated all relevant individuals. Those with even a hint of suspicion have verified their alibis. It is no wonder the local authorities and the 100 Household Bureau are at a loss with this case." A subtle smile played at the corner of Xiao Yunyi's lips as he remarked, "In truth, not everyone lacks an alibi." Upon hearing this, Bai Shichong and the others in unison queried, "Who else could it be?" Xiao Yunyi slowly replied, "Xian Kanjun." The incredulity on their faces was palpable. Xiao Yunyi, unhurried, elucidated, "Once we eliminate all those who could not have committed the crime, the remaining individual, no matter how implausible they may seem, must inevitably represent the truth." Hong Xingxiong appeared somewhat bewildered, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. "My lord, could you elucidate this further for us?" Xiao Yunyi explained, "Based on our current understanding, at the time of death, only Xian Kanjun was present at the crime scene." Cui Yin interjected, "But my lord, I still have a question. There were no tools in the room of Fengyi Tower that could decapitate, so how could Xian Kanjun have severed his own head?" A deeper smile graced Xiao Yunyi's lips as he reminded, "I referred to the deceased, not to imply that the deceased was Xian Kanjun." Bai Shichong seemed to grasp something suddenly, his expression betraying hesitation as he asked, "My lord, are you suggesting that Xian Kanjun orchestrated a faked death to escape? Yet, if that were the case, how could he have executed this locked room murder?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "I believe the deceased was not killed in the room, but was brought there post-mortem. Xian Kanjun employed some special means to fabricate this locked room murder." Bai Shichong eagerly pressed, "The crux of the matter lies here. What method did Xian Kanjun employ?" Chapter 38. A needle in a haystack. Xiao Yunyi refrained from answering this question, shifting the focus. The urgent task at hand is to locate the supposedly dead Xian Kanjun. Otherwise, this case shall remain unsolved. Just as the conversation reached a pivotal moment, it abruptly ceased. Is this merely a jest? Bai Shichang, with an expression of urgency, implored, My lord, you must surely be aware of the method of the murder in the secret chamber. Please, do not keep us in suspense any longer. I am genuinely eager to understand, and I earnestly request your enlightenment. Xiao Yunyi smiled faintly, a subtle grin playing at the corners of his mouth, and queried, Who do you believe knows General Xian best? Bai Shichang pondered briefly before responding, In my humble opinion, General Xian's parents would know him best, having spent every day with him and being intimately aware of his habits and preferences. Cui Yin interjected, I beg to differ. From what I understand, General Xian spends most of his time away from home, leaving him with limited interaction with his parents. On the contrary, he works at the Yamen, collaborating extensively with his colleagues. Thus I believe they would know him better. Hong Xingxiong shook his head in response, stating gravely, I contend that General Xian's greatest understanding lies with his adversaries. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to win every battle. His enemies would undoubtedly conduct thorough research to strategize against him. Xiao Yunyi listened to the trio's perspectives with a smile, gently gesturing for silence. You each possess a kernel of truth, yet none of you are entirely correct. My understanding transcends mere familiarity with the deceased's lifestyle and relationships. It delves into a physical comprehension. Pausing for effect, he continued, In the room of Fengyi Tower, there exist several peepholes, which I have scrutinized closely. I discovered subtle traces upon these openings. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how these marks related to the deceased. Xiao Yunyi elucidated, From this, I surmised that the murderer employed fine threads threaded through these holes, manipulating them from the adjacent room to lock the door, thereby creating the illusion of a sealed chamber. Previous investigators noted the holes but failed to appreciate their significance, let alone conceive that the murderer might utilize such a method to orchestrate a locked-room murder. Bai Shichang cast a discreet glance at the brocade-clad youth, and after a brief silence, ventured, So, the murderer severed the victim's head to conceal their true identity? Xiao Yunyi nodded slightly. Prior to this, the investigators relied on height, build, attire, personal trinkets, and distinguishing marks to ascertain the victim's identity. However, these can all be disguised to obfuscate the truth. Only the face remains unalterable. Hong Xingxiong furrowed his brow, skepticism etched across his features as he interjected. What could possibly motivate General Xian to go to such lengths? Cui Yin chimed in. Did he not uncover some secret from those traitors? It seems to me that his intention is to cast this case as one of supernatural interference, thus deterring further investigation. In doing so, he could pursue that secret unimpeded. As the conversation reached this point, Cui Yin suddenly turned around, offering a respectful salute to Xiao Yunyi, a broad smile adorning his face. Had it not been for your intervention, my lord, this case might have been regarded as a haunting specter claiming lives, ultimately becoming an unsolvable mystery. The world is vast and filled with marvels. Numerous bizarre and enigmatic cases have occurred in the localities, often invoking fears of the supernatural, leading investigators to hastily conclude their inquiries without daring to uncover the truth. Compared to other peculiar cases, this locked-room murder is particularly flawless. Were it not for the extraordinary intellect of Xiao Yunyi, this case would have surely been buried. Bai Shichang interjected, It has been half a month since the incident. If the truth aligns with your estimations, then Xia Qinjun has likely already concealed his identity. Searching for him amidst the sea of humanity would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With a smile, Xiao Yunyi replied, On the surface, it appears that Xia Qinjun no longer exists, but I firmly believe that locating his adopted son will lead us to him. After all, we are the Jinyiwei, tasked with the very pursuit of such elusive quarry, are we not? Initially, the Jinyiwei consisted of only a few thousand personnel, later expanding to 50,000, and now exceeding 100,000, scattered across the realm. In terms of power, the Jinyiwei may not rival the Eastern Depot, but when it comes to intelligence networks, they far surpass them by several streets. This disparity is one of the reasons the Eastern Depot covets power. 7 days later, in Qingzhou, Xiao Yunyi donned his civilian attire, instructing his subordinates to masquerade as a traveling merchant convoy as they lodged at the Yulian. During this time, Bai Shichang visited the Qingzhou military station, seeking intelligence regarding the Jinhu gang from his colleagues in the Jinyiwei. Meanwhile, Cui Yin took a portrait to the Qingzhou government office, inquiring with the city guards whether they had seen Xie Kenjun or his adopted son while checking travel permits. Within the confines of the inn room, Hong Xingxiong paced back and forth, unable to contain himself any longer. My lord, since we have learned that Xian Jizong arrived in Qingzhou several days ago, why do we not enlist the local military to conduct a citywide search? We have already arrived late. If he seizes this opportunity to escape, our efforts will be in vain. Xian Jizong, the adopted son of Xie Kenjun, was once a small beggar taken in at the age of 7, now 21. He had served as a lieutenant under Xie Kenjun, abruptly leaving Binzhou on the day of the incident. Savoring his tea, Xiao Yunyi replied leisurely. Every monkey has its own method of restraint, and our Jinyiwei operates similarly. The capital and its surroundings are two distinct realms. Excessive commotion will undoubtedly attract discontent. It is prudent to maintain a low profile. The influence of the Jinyiwei has long since waned. While still formidable, it primarily pertains to the lower echelons of society. In the absence of a royal edict, disturbing the officials of the court of imperial sacrifices or the cabinet may lead them to disregard even a minor Jinyiwei officer. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to take the lead in someone else's territory. As they conversed, Bai Shichang and Cui Yin returned in succession. Cui Yin was the first to report. We found no trace of Xie Kenjun. However, it is confirmed that Xian Jizong indeed arrived in Qizhou several days ago, utilizing genuine travel permits. Afterward, none of the city guards noticed his departure. He should still be within the city. Xian Jizong resigned in a manner befitting his status, and there was nothing inappropriate about his identity. Should he resort to using a false pass, it would only provoke unnecessary troubles and suspicions. Xiao Yunyi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Bai Shichang, inquiring, "What does the garrison have to say?" Bai Shichang responded, "The Jinhu gang originated from the salt industry, inheriting their business through 5 generations. They seemingly have profound entanglements with certain officials in the salt transportation office." Seemingly, Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow, pressing further, "Which specific officials does the garrison suspect?" Bai Shichang shook his head. "The brothers in the garrison have yet to gather intelligence on this matter." Xiao Yunyi scoffed. "Is it truly a lack of information? Or is someone attempting to conceal the truth?" Bai Shichang pursed his lips, hesitating as if contemplating something, ultimately choosing silence and refraining from answering. Chapter 39. A warning in a vast forest. All kinds of birds exist. The salt industry is a coveted prize, drawing the interest of various factions. And it is hard to guarantee that the Jinyiwei would be an exception. Cui Yin lowered his voice, expressing his confusion. "My lord, I find it somewhat perplexing. If Officer Xian is indeed alive, why must we persistently pursue this case? As a unique institution overseeing officials, the primary duty of the Jinyiwei is to manage affairs involving officials. If Officer Xian were alive and no other officials were missing, it would indicate that the deceased in this case were not court officials. Logically, such cases should be handled by local authorities. The garrison is already overwhelmed with numerous cases. They are not idlers. Engaging in a matter that ought to be resolved by local authorities would not only seem like a misuse of resources but could also attract criticism for meddling in affairs that do not concern them, ultimately proving counterproductive." Xiao Yunyi spoke softly. "Do you not have any sense of the current state of the Jinyiwei? Once we have taken on a case, we cannot abandon it midway. Clinging to our identities will only invite ridicule." He paused before adding, "The entire case is merely missing the final piece of the puzzle to unveil the truth. Furthermore, are you not curious as to why Officer Xian would feign death to extricate himself?" Cui Yin remained silent for a moment before replying candidly, "My lord, to speak from the heart, I find myself utterly uninterested in why Officer Xian chose to fake his death." Beside him, Hong Xingxiong nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiments as Cui Yin. My only concern is the extent of merit I can establish once this case is resolved." Bai Shichang interjected, "My lord, I believe that any undertaking should be pursued to its conclusion. Since we have initiated an investigation into this case, we ought to follow it through until the truth is revealed. Therefore, I support your decision to continue the inquiry. The art of commanding subordinates is indeed a discipline, one in which the former societal laborers were not well versed. As a 100 household officer in the Jinyiwei, Xiao Yunyi possessed the authority to command his subordinates. However, considering his recent arrival and lack of connections within the garrison, he was reluctant to strain his relationships with them. Until this moment, he had maintained a relatively lenient approach towards his subordinates, only now realizing the error in his thinking. The hierarchical dynamics of the new century are certainly not applicable to the Jinyiwei. Weak nations lack diplomacy. Might is the ultimate principle. In a feudal dynasty marked by clear class distinctions, those in power are primarily concerned with their own interests, mindful only of the opinions of their peers or those of a higher rank. Subordinate personnel are merely required to obey commands. Failure to do so results in the replacement with someone more compliant. Contemplating this, Xiao Yunyi's lips gradually curled into a smile as his gaze swept over Xiao Yunyi and Hong Xingxiong. Oh, so you dare question my decisions? With such audacity, why remain mere commanders? I shall recommend you both to the commanding officer for titles of 1,000 households. Too soon to be lords of 1,000 households. Do you require me to bow before you? As his words hung in the air, both Xiao Yunyi and Hong Xingxiong were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Hastily kneeling to offer their apologies, we do not dare, we acknowledge our mistakes, and humbly beseech your forgiveness. A blow may cause temporary pain, but words can inflict wounds that last a lifetime. Xiao Yunyi and Hong Xingxiong had never anticipated that a mere whisper from the lips of an 18-year-old boy could cut deeper than any blade. Colleagues, who understands? This fellow, though smiling, exuded an aura colder than the harshest winter. At this moment, they would rather endure a blade than hear the heart-wrenching words of the smiling tiger. I bear guilt. Please punish me, my lord, they implored, their foreheads pressed to the ground. Xiao Yunyi reveled in the pleasure brought forth by his status and power. His face seemingly serene, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. What are you two doing? I am but a mere 100 households, unworthy of such grand gestures. His tone was gentle, laced with a hint of mockery, betraying no anger, yet Xiao and Hong felt increasingly like startled birds, their anxiety mounting. I do not dare, I would rather die. They cried in unison, their heads bowed low, their bodies drooping as if their bones had been removed, nearly pressing their entire forms to the ground. The Jinyiwei, known for their swift and decisive actions, whether internally or externally, had always maintained a consistent demeanor. Yet now, an adept at wielding words had emerged, a departure from the esteemed conduct expected of the Jinyiwei. Xiao Yunyi silently lamented, with such eloquence. Why not serve as a censor instead? Why sully oneself with the Jinyiwei? Hong Xingxiong was filled with regret. Had he known that their superior was not a docile kitten but rather a smiling tiger, he would never have dared to chime in earlier. As the tension escalated, Bai Shichang timely stepped forward, respectfully stating, My lord, while they are indeed at fault, we are in a critical period of employing personnel. It would be prudent to document this incident and offer them an opportunity to redeem themselves. Bai Shichang's words undoubtedly provided Xiao Yunyi with a means of retreat. An astute subordinate knows how to present such an opportunity at crucial moments, allowing their superior to gracefully step down from a precarious position. It must be said that those who ascend to the rank of 100 households possess a certain perceptiveness. As the saying goes, moderation is key. Xiao Yunyi had no intention of imposing severe punishment on Xiao and Hong. He merely sought to assert his authority through this opportunity. To quell external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. With the objective achieved, Bai Shichang stepped forward to plead on behalf of Xiao and Hong. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yunyi chided them briefly before gently dismissing the matter. The specific whereabouts of Xing Zone required further verification, and this task was entrusted to Xiao Yunyi. Do you have any questions? Xiao Yunyi promptly bowed and replied, Rest assured, my lord, I shall dedicate myself fully to this task and will not disappoint you. Xiao Yunyi inclined his head slightly and turned his gaze towards Bai Shichang, instructing, Regarding the Jinyiwei gang, the Wei office is certainly concealing information. You need to devise a method to investigate further and see if any useful intelligence can be uncovered. Bai Shichang responded, Your subordinate will comply and do his utmost. Standing to the side, Hong Xingxiong watched anxiously, his heart fluttering with uncertainty. Noticing that his superior had not mentioned his own assignment, he hesitated several times before cautiously inquiring. My lord, what should I be doing? Xiao Yunyi slowly rose and walked to the window, gazing into the boundless night. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, You should rest well and regain your strength, for tomorrow I shall take you to the Jinyiwei gang. Upon hearing this, Bai Shichang felt a stir in his heart and spoke up, My lord, the local powers are intricately intertwined, and we have yet to clarify the situation. Is it not a bit premature to visit the Jinyiwei gang at this time? Xiao Yunyi shook his head, whether early or late, we must go. There is little difference. This case is becoming increasingly intriguing, and it presents us with the opportunity to stir the waters and see which factions are covertly observing us. Chapter 40. A display of authority in the deep of night. tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Save for a faint flicker of candlelight emanating from a secluded chamber within a distant courtyard. Two figures sat across from each other in the dim glow, engaged in hushed conversation. "How is your investigation progressing?" one inquired. "It is somewhat challenging and will require more time," came the reply. "Xiao Yunyi plans to visit the Jinyiwei gang tomorrow. It would be wise for you to avoid the situation then." "Is it so soon?" Xian Jizong expressed surprise and asked earnestly, "Do you truly believe bringing him in will prove beneficial?" Bai Shichang responded, "I cannot ascertain how much assistance he will provide to our plans, but I know that Xiao Zhongyuan's troops can significantly impact the ensuing situation." Xian Jizong furrowed his brow. "This matter hardly warrants the mobilization of troops, does it? You may be overreaching if it backfires. It will be difficult to explain to those above." Bai Shichang sighed. "I understand your concerns. Yet Xiao Yunyi is indeed a valuable asset that can bring us considerable advantages if we handle it judiciously," Xian Jizong cautioned. "Xiao Zhongyuan is the general of the northern garrison and the emperor's man. He cannot be considered part of our faction." Bai Shichang replied, "Precisely for that reason, I seek to cultivate a relationship with Xiao Yunyi. With this connection, future dealings in the capital's 3 provinces will be much more convenient, provided we can win him over." After a moment's hesitation, Xian Jizong voiced his worries. "Have you reported this to our superiors? They do not appreciate us taking initiative on our own. Do not labor in vain." Bai Shichang smiled and said, "Only through experience can one determine whether a good deal can be struck. Xiao Yunyi will undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset. If wielded correctly, our master will be most pleased." Upon hearing this, Xian Jizong ceased his persuasion and shifted the conversation. "Xiao Yunyi's arrival at the Golden Tiger Gang may present an opportunity for me. Is there any way to attract more attention to him?" Bai Shichang pondered for a moment before nodding. "The appearance of the Imperial Guards is no trivial matter. The Golden Tiger Gang will surely be on high alert. At that time, I shall instruct my people to create a diversion, leading to a confrontation with the members of the Golden Tiger Gang. You may act as you see fit." The following day, at the Golden Tiger Gang, the leader, Dan Kuan, was indifferent upon learning of the Imperial Guards' visit, dismissing them as mere minor players seeking to make a show of authority. "You truly show a lack of understanding. A few hundred taels of silver should suffice to send them away. We've dealt with such occurrences before. Is there any need to panic?" "Leader, this time is different. The person in charge is clad in a Qilin robe, and he seems unfamiliar. He is likely not from the Qingzhou garrison, but from the capital." "A Qilin robe? From the capital? Could it be that the inspector from the Northern Town Patrol is here in person?" Dan Kuan's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. With little time to ponder further, he hastily commanded, "Immediately prepare 1,000 taels of gold for any necessary use." If it were merely the Imperial Guards from the Qingzhou garrison, even 1,000 households would pose no threat. But the arrival of someone from the capital in a Qilin robe was an entirely different matter. Who could this be? While lost in thought, Dan Kuan adjusted his attire and made his way to the main hall. Upon entering, he was met with the glaring sight of the Qilin robe and a notably youthful face. It was not the inspector from the Northern Town Patrol. Dan Kuan felt a slight relief and approached with a bow. "I am Dan Kuan, leader of the Golden Tiger Gang. Honored to meet you, esteemed gentleman. May I inquire how I should address this esteemed individual?" Xiao Yunyi, seated at the head, cut straight to the point, hand over Xian Jizong. A flicker of confusion crossed Dan Kuan's eyes, yet his smile grew more radiant as he replied respectfully, "Esteemed young sir, I am unfamiliar with anyone named Xian Jizong. Surely there is a misunderstanding here?" "Impudent!" Hong Xingxiong interjected sharply. "You dare refer to the esteemed sir as young sir? Is this an affront?" Dan Kuan quickly clarified. "Your Excellency has misunderstood. I have no such audacity. I merely misspoke in my excitement. I truly deserve to be reprimanded." He jestingly tapped his own mouth. Xiao Yunyi smiled and inquired, "Leader Dan, have you not had your breakfast?" "I have indeed." "Have you not yet dined, my lord?" "I shall have someone prepare it immediately." Momentarily taken aback, Dan Kuan thought to himself, "Is this why he has come so early? Could he be unwell?" Xiao Yunyi maintained his smile and slowly continued. "If you have already dined, how is it that you lack the strength to strike back?" Dan Kuan's expression stiffened, and he forced a laugh. "Your Excellency is truly humorous." Hong Xingxiong interrupted with authority, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear the words of the esteemed sir? He instructed you to exert some effort and strike your own mouth." Dan Kuan looked up at the Qilin-clad youth, who was regarding him with an enigmatic smile, his gaze as cold as that of a corpse. Slap, slap, slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Shan Kuan raised his hand and struck himself 3 times. Hong Xinxiang, having served in his position for many years, possessed a keen sense of judgment. Noticing that his superior remained silent, he discerned the dissatisfaction and thus adopted a stern demeanor, admonishing, "What are you doing swatting mosquitoes? Put a bit more force into it." With 3 crisp slaps echoing in the air, Shan Kuan understood the wisdom of enduring short pain over prolonged suffering. In the second round, he struck with fervor, and after 3 blows, blood trickled from his lips. Before the core members of his gang, he endured the humiliation and humbly apologized, saying, "I, a mere commoner, spoke out of turn. I now recognize my error and earnestly seek your forgiveness, my lord." Xiao Yunyi, caressing the jade pendant at his waist, wore an increasingly playful smile. Observing this, Hong Xinxiang solemnly remarked, "Now that you acknowledge your mistake, why do you not kneel?" Clenching his teeth, Shan Kuan, under the gaze of his subordinates, slowly bent his knees and prostrated, declaring, "I acknowledge my error and implore your grace for forgiveness, my lord." The power of the Jinyiwei was immense. Yet only a few truly wielded authority. He was unaware of the youth's identity, only knowing that those worthy of wearing bestowed garments were all favored by the emperor. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never destroy the facade of civility. Xiao Yunyi suddenly exclaimed, "To endure this is commendable. The leader of the Shan gang truly possesses the qualities of a person destined for greatness." Upon hearing this, Shan Kuan immediately sensed the ill intentions behind the words. However, the resplendent Qilin robe was too striking, leaving him no choice but to respond with a forced smile. "Your grace flatters me. I am but a humble man striving to provide for my family, hardly worthy of such praise." Xiao Yunyi, uninterested in further pleasantries, stated directly, "This official has received word that Xian Jizong entered your Jinyiwei gang a few days ago. Surrender him, and I shall spare you." Indeed, a few days prior, someone had infiltrated the Jinyiwei gang, though that individual did not bear the name Xian Jizong. It was clear now that a pseudonym had been employed. Shan Kuan's expression shifted multiple times as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind before shaking his head. "My lord, I truly do not know anyone by the name of Xian Jizong. There is no such person in the Jinyiwei gang." Xiao Yunyi reattached the jade pendant and approached Shan Kuan, looking down upon him with an air of authority. "Leader Shan, are you truly unwilling to see the grave consequences of your obstinacy? Are you not afraid that I will take you to the Imperial prison for interrogation?" Chapter 41. The silver tribute to enter the Imperial prison is akin to placing one foot in the grave. If one manages to survive the ordeal, they shall emerge with a title universally acknowledged as unyielding. Within the Imperial prison, the most terrifying aspect is not death, but the torment of being unable to live or die. Its dreadfulness could silence a child's cries at night, yet not everyone is deemed worthy of being confined within its walls. Having overseen the affairs of his gang for many years, Shan Kuan was no fledgling to be easily intimidated by mere words. Faced with the threat of imprisonment, he resolutely maintained, "I do not know this Xian Jizong. There is no such individual within the Jinyiwei gang." Xiao Yunyi retook his seat of authority and commanded, "Summon all your men. We shall interrogate them one by one." Shan Kuan understood that this was a ploy to gauge the strength of his gang. With no option to refuse, he discreetly signaled to a core member beside him, instructing, "Comply with the Lord's command and gather all 100 brothers from the gang." In the realm of Jianzhu, how could the largest gang consist of merely 100 individuals, including just one leader? This seems implausible. Without awaiting a response, Xiao Yunyi continued, "Regardless, I do not believe you. Bring forth the roster. I shall examine each name meticulously." The expression on Shan Kuan's face shifted to one of stark discomfort as he suppressed his emotions, replying with feigned respect, "My lord, our gang engages in legitimate business. We do not possess such a roster." "Is it indeed legitimate business?" Xiao Yunyi retorted. "Then fetch the contracts and account books. I demand to inspect them." Having prepared 2 sets of documents, Shan Kuan felt no apprehension. After exchanging glances with the core members of the gang, he nodded, "As you command, my lord." Xiao Yunyi then instructed Hong Xinxiang, "Send a few men to keep watch." Hong Xinxiang dispatched 3 of his guards to shadow the members of the Golden Tiger gang, ensuring constant surveillance. After the passage of a single incense stick, a commotion erupted outside the hall. "You are truly overstepping. Does the Imperial Guard think itself invincible? We, the Golden Tiger gang, are not to be trifled with. Dare to strike again, and you shall see. Only those who are unyielding are worthy opponents. The Imperial Guard never targets the weak." We relish the challenge posed by your kind. Come and try. Brothers, arm yourselves and protect the young master. Dare to assault the Imperial Guard? Do you wish to revolt? Surrender at once, or face annihilation. Come, I am but a worthless life. I shall drag you down with me. A piercing scream followed, succeeded by the clamor of clashing weapons. Upon hearing the mention of the young master, Shan Kuan rushed out. The Shan family, in his generation, had been inexplicably blessed with 5 daughters, and after fervent prayers to the heavens, they finally welcomed a cherished son. If anything were to befall him, the Shan lineage would face extinction. Cease. Should you harm my son, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Shan Kuan's focus narrowed solely to his beloved child. In that moment, anyone who dared to threaten his son would invoke his wrath. You reckless boy. Why are you here instead of remaining safe at home? Have they harmed you? Shan Kuan's eyes were filled with concern. Father, I am fine. I merely heard that the Imperial Guard was causing trouble and came to see for myself. Truly unscathed? Unconvinced. Shan Kuan scrutinized his son before finally breathing a sigh of relief, subsequently inquiring about the events that transpired. One of the gang members pointed accusingly at a guard. Seething with indignation, it was this scoundrel who insulted the young master, calling him a woman and attempting to touch his face. How dare you? You dare to insult a fine son and lay your hands on him? Shan Kuan felt a chilling wave of fury wash over him. His pent-up rage erupting as he bellowed, "This is intolerable. Seize him and sever one of his hands." Ah, Shan gang leader, you wield great authority. Even daring to lay hands on the Imperial Guard. Do you truly believe yourself to be the overseer of the East Factory? Xiao Yunyi emerged slowly, his gaze settling on the young master. Appearing to be around 17 or 18, he possessed a delicate beauty akin to that of a woman. Were it not for the unmistakable Adam's apple, one might easily be misled regarding his gender. Having come from a future where gender ambiguity was commonplace, Xiao Yunyi was nonetheless momentarily taken aback. Are you truly a man, or have you donned male attire to inherit the family business? Certainly not. I am Shan Yuanao, the deputy leader of the Golden Tiger Gang. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? I am Xiao Yunyi, 100 households of the Jinyiwei. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Yunyi couldn't help but ponder. Could this young man possibly possess the attributes of a succubus? Shan Kuan, having just learned the identity of the visitor, was taken aback and cautiously probed. May I ask, what is your relationship with the general of the northern town? At this juncture, there was no further need for concealment, and Xiao Yunyi readily admitted, he is indeed my father. The name of the general of the northern town is known far and wide. Shan Kuan shook his head in resignation and smiled wryly. The general of the northern town is a national hero, and I, a mere commoner, hold him in great esteem. With your status, why would you wade into such murky waters? Flattering words are best taken lightly. Xiao Yunyi paid no heed to them and stated matter-of-factly, it is my duty. After a moment of silence, Shan Kuan first dismissed the gathered gang members and then invited Xiao Yunyi and Hong Xinxiang into the inner hall. With irrelevant personnel dismissed and the doors and windows secured, he inquired, do you know who the Golden Tiger Gang serves? Behind every lucrative business, there are shadows of various forces. Xiao Yunyi, lacking interest in such matters, spoke directly. The only individual pertinent to the case is Xiao. Hand him over, and I shall leave with my men immediately. Shan Kuan replied earnestly. The moment you stepped into our gang, you became the focus of certain individuals. If you attempt to take someone from us, I assure you, there will be those who will act against you. Hong Xinxiang retorted. How dare you threaten the esteemed official? Do you truly believe my blade cannot sever your head? It is not a threat, but a fact. Shan Kuan explained. The person you wish to take is tied to a sum of 1,500,000 taels of tribute silver. Hong Xinxiang inquired, what is this tribute silver? Shan Kuan did not answer the question. Continuing instead, 1,500,000 taels of silver is enough to drive people to madness, even to the point of assassinating 100 households of the Jinyiwei. He paused and added, you are no ordinary 100 households. They will naturally have their reservations regarding you, but it is hard to say the same for other Jinyiwei. Do you intend to gamble the lives of your subordinates? After stating this, he turned to the furious Hong Xinxiang and reiterated word by word, it is not a threat, but a fact. The old adage holds true, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Xiao Yunyi pursed his lips, swiftly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, while simultaneously inquiring, how could Xiao, a mere lieutenant in the Bianzhou military camp, possibly have access to such a sum of 1,500,000 taels? Chapter 42. The big shot. Shan Kuan answered without reservation. Our gang indeed presents a substantial share of profits to a certain esteemed individual each year. However, this year, unforeseen circumstances arose. A traitor within the gang colluded with a band of desperate fugitives, seizing the tribute silver we had prepared. Before he could finish speaking, Hong Xingxiong interrupted. In the Jianghuai region, the annual salt tax is barely over 3 million taels. How then does your Golden Tiger gang manage to amass such a colossal sum to distribute to others? Hong Xingxiong marveled inwardly. The Golden Tiger gang is truly formidable. Merely occupying the territory of Qingzhou, they managed to distribute as much as 1,500,000 taels of silver annually. Such an immense number inevitably arouses profound curiosity regarding the origins of their wealth. At that moment, standing nearby, Shan Yuan Ao hastily interjected, "My lord, you may be unaware that salt taxes and profits are entirely distinct matters and cannot be conflated. Moreover, the intricacies involved are manifold. To see over 3 million taels of silver find their way into the national treasury is already quite commendable. As a member of the Jinyiwei, it is unnecessary for a commoner like me to elaborate on these matters. The silver that salt merchants in Jianghuai pocket annually is considerably more than what we receive." After a brief pause, he added, "If you harbor doubts, you are welcome to investigate thoroughly and ascertain the truth." Hong Xingxiong replied with a cold smile. Who does not know of the wealth possessed by Jianghuai merchants? Behind them lies a web of influential figures. Do you truly expect me to investigate such matters? Assuming I am a fool, Shan Yuan Ao respectfully retorted. If you are aware that they have powerful backers, how can you presume that the Jinhu gang lacks significant support? Hong Xingxiong was rendered speechless. He certainly understood that the Jinhu gang was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, how could Shan Kuan have had the audacity to act against the Jinyiwei? Unfortunately, faced with an obstinate superior, subordinates must comply. Xiao Yunyi's thoughts were not entirely focused on the matter at hand, as his gaze would often drift towards Shan Yuan Ao. Hong Xingxiong noticed this and, clearing his throat several times, lowered his voice to caution, "My lord, do pay attention to your demeanor. Do not become ensnared by that youthful allure." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi realized he had been misunderstood as harboring same-sex inclinations, and he felt no inclination to clarify. Hong Xingxiong continued, "My lord, I dare to add that there are numerous broad avenues in this world. Why must you insist on traversing a winding path?" Xiao Yunyi was momentarily taken aback by Hong Xingxiong's words. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure, leaving him feeling somewhat speechless. Upon hearing this, Shan Kuan's expression darkened instantly, as he clearly understood the implications of Hong Xingxiong's statement, which incited considerable ire within him. Shan Yuan Ao, however, wore a look of complete bewilderment, utterly oblivious to their conversation. Seeing that Hong Xingxiong was intent on continuing, Shan Kuan could no longer contain himself, and, with a hint of anger, implored, "I beg both gentlemen to exercise some decorum." Xiao Yunyi, slightly regaining his composure, spoke with solemnity. "The young master just mentioned that the Jinhu gang has powerful backing. Hence, the question arises, who exactly is this individual? Is it someone from the Sili Jian? Or perhaps from the cabinet?" Shan Yuan Ao's lips curved into a slight smile, appearing both amused and enigmatic. "My lord, why do you not consider the possibility of the Dongchong, or even the Jinyiwei?" Without hesitation, Xiao Yunyi replied, 150,000 taels of silver, with annual distributions. Faced with such a lucrative opportunity, the Jinyiwei would undoubtedly refrain from interference, lest they find themselves choking on their own hubris. While the power of the Jinyiwei is considerable, it is still subject to significant constraints. If Li Lingjun, as the commanding officer, possessed such audacity, the Jinyiwei would not have been suppressed by the Dongchong for so many years. As for your earlier mention of the Dongchong, Xiao Yunyi smiled and countered, "What difference is there between the Dongchong and the Sili Jian? The head of the Dongchong is but a eunuch who serves as the scribe for the Sili Jian, ranking just below the chief eunuch of the Sili Jian. It is no exaggeration to assert that the entire Eastern Bureau is under the control of the Directorate of Ceremonies." Shan Yuan Ao remained silent, continuing to inquire, "Then why does your excellency believe it could not be the cabinet?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "From your words, does it imply that this matter bears no relation to any of them?" His voice lowered slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity and inquiry. A faint smile, tinged with contemplation, graced Xiao Yunyi's lips as he continued, "This is indeed intriguing. If it is not them, then who could it be?" Surely it cannot be some royal relative. He deliberately elongated the last word, as if pondering other possibilities. Throughout his discourse, Xiao Yunyi's gaze remained fixed on the faces of the Shan father and son, meticulously observing the subtle shifts in their expressions in search of clues. When he mentioned a certain prince, their eyes displayed a marked change. This minute reaction did not escape Xiao Yunyi's notice. The one backing you must be a certain prince. For there are but a few who could command both the Eastern Bureau and the Imperial Guards' respect, he conjectured. Is your patron one of the princes under the late emperor? Or perhaps a son of the current emperor? Faced with Xiao Yunyi's pressing inquiries, the expressions of the Shan father and son darkened further, their eyes filled with horror, seemingly shocked by his deductions. However, despite the turmoil within, they chose silence, understanding that excessive speech could lead to greater exposure. Noting their reticence, Xiao Yunyi's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Shan Kuan, demanding in a stern tone, "Given the circumstances, do you intend to persist in your obstinate resistance?" Shan Kuan remained as unyielding as a monk in meditation, showing no reaction, not even lifting his eyelids. Yet, just as Xiao Yunyi presumed, he would continue to be silent. Shan Kuan unexpectedly spoke, his tone subtly laced with a veiled threat. "Your Excellency, I have already made myself clear. This matter involves 150,000 taels of silver intended for that esteemed individual. Are you truly resolved to pursue this investigation?" The act of speaking was a positive sign. A slight smile emerged on Xiao Yunyi's face as he replied, "Whether to investigate or not falls within my duties. It is of no concern to you. You need only surrender the individuals." Shan Kuan's gaze flickered, caught off guard by Xiao Yunyi's unwavering resolve despite the clarity of his words. After a moment of silence, he cautiously probed, "Do you mean to say you only desire the individuals, not the 150,000 taels of silver?" Chapter 43. The Imperial Horse Department. Just as Xiao Yunyi was about to respond, a flurry of urgent shouts erupted from outside. "Come quickly! There's a flood!" Shan Kuan's face paled as he rushed to the door, only to witness flames engulfing the eastern wing of the building. The rapid spread of the fire suggested foul play, likely involving the use of oil. The Golden Tiger Gang has never encountered such an incident. The Imperial Guard has just arrived, and already a great fire has erupted. Shan Kuan's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Xiao Yunyi as he ominously remarked, "My lord, shouldn't you provide the common folk with an explanation?" Xiao Yunyi cast a glance at Hong Xingxiong, indicating that in such dire circumstances, remaining silent was not an option. Hong Xingxiong understood the unspoken command, but stubbornly shook his head. "You previously instructed me not to speak out of turn, as a dutiful subordinate. I dare not defy your orders." Xiao Yunyi's eyes nearly bulged with frustration. Despite the circumstances, Hong Xingxiong chose silence. In a fit of anger, he barked, "How dare you? What gives you the right to demand an explanation from this official?" Hong Xingxiong quietly retorted, "Outrageous." His voice was strong, yet his authority fell short. Certain words are best spoken by subordinates. When uttered by those in power, they risk losing their weight. Xiao Yunyi shot him a fierce glare. "Is that all?" Hong Xingxiong nodded. "Understood." Clang. The long blade was drawn from its sheath. The other guards, upon witnessing this, swiftly unsheathed their swords. Xiao Yunyi felt a surge of urgency. Yet now that the blades were drawn, some words became difficult to voice. He had long heard of the impressive skills possessed by the Imperial Guards. Today, he was witnessing their prowess firsthand. "Come forth," Shan Kuan commanded, and the gang members quickly assembled. In the blink of an eye, hundreds surrounded the Imperial Guards. These were the elite members of the gang, armed with large sabers and long spears, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The fire in the eastern chamber continued to blaze, while the gang's laborers hurried to extinguish it, starkly contrasting with the tense standoff on the other side. Externally composed, Xiao Yunyi's heart raced with anxiety. "Shan Gang leader, you must consider the consequences of attacking the Imperial Guards. My lord, to speak frankly, the Eastern Factory has also sent individuals. Can you guess what happened? You killed them?" "Huh." Shan Kuan offered no reply. From his expression, Xiao Yunyi gleaned a disquieting answer. This was not the Jiang Hu he was accustomed to. To dare to kill men from the Eastern Factory, the backing of the Golden Tiger Gang must be formidable indeed. "Are you affiliated with the Prince of Duan?" The Prince of Duan is the brother of the current emperor and the only prince permitted free passage within the palace. Outside of the Prince of Duan, Xiao Yunyi could scarcely fathom anyone else possessing such audacity. Shan Kuan's heart tightened, and he instinctively denied, "Of course not." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, preparing to offer further explanation when suddenly, his son Shan Yuan Ao began to applaud, exclaiming in agreement, my lord. You are indeed astute. Your guess is spot on. Shan Kuan looked at his son in astonishment. Son, I assure you, I am well aware. Shan Yuanao beamed with confidence, motioning for the gang members to sheath their weapons and slowly approach Xiao Yunyi. My lord, may I have a private word? Certainly, Xiao Yunyi replied readily. The two entered the hall and closed the door behind them. My lord, such boldness. Shan Yuanao complimented casually before continuing. As the only son of the General of the North, you must be aware that during the campaign against the Northern D, our empire once faced a shortage of military supplies, correct? The original narrative does not encompass this particular plot, as the protagonist was solely preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, lacking any recollection of such events. Xiao Yunyi, unclear about the matter, could only respond ambiguously. This is common knowledge. What precisely are you attempting to convey? Dan Yuanao cast a glance at the firmly shut door before lowering his voice, stating, the true backing of the Golden Tiger Gang is not the Duke of Duan, but rather, the Emperor. Impossible, Xiao Yunyi retorted, dismissing such absurdity. Dan Yuanao smiled faintly and continued, in the past, the Emperor employed numerous methods to gather provisions, including reducing expenses within the palace. However, these were but a drop in the bucket compared to the needs of the frontier troops. This is a fact known to the common populace, and Xiao Yunyi did not contest it. Dan Yuanao pressed on. It is well known that certain ministers possess substantial wealth, and the emperor is aware of this. He discreetly instructed the Imperial Guard to gather incriminating evidence against these ministers. What do you suppose happened? During the time of war between the two nations, not a single court official was punished for corruption. The outcome is all too predictable. Xiao Yunyi began to grasp the implications, and after a brief silence, he spoke. You cannot be suggesting that the Golden Tiger Gang is merely a tool for the Emperor's financial gain? Certainly not, but you may interpret it as such. Dan Yuanao refrained from elaborating, continuing with his previous discourse. Within the Imperial Guard, there are allies of those ministers who leaked the Emperor's inquiries into corruption. Upon learning of this, the ministers voluntarily donated silver to purchase provisions. Given the intense warfare at the borders, the Emperor, preoccupied with the situation, had no time to delve into such trivial matters. Thus, after narrowly escaping repercussions, the ministers promptly destroyed all evidence, both testimonial and material. The end result was that the frontier troops received their supplies and fought valiantly, while the ministers evaded justice, indulging in a life of luxury. Countless innocent civilians perished due to the suppression of witnesses. As he concluded, Dan Yuanao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiao Yunyi, growing impatient, interjected sternly. You have rambled on about irrelevant matters. What is it you truly wish to express? Dan Yuanao replied. As the esteemed heir of the divine Marshal Marquis and a captain in the brocade-clad guards, why do you not pursue those corrupt ministers instead of troubling us common folk? Xiao Yunyi found this assertion somewhat ludicrous and retorted with a sneer, if you, the Golden Tiger Gang, are mere commoners, then what of the farmers who toil in the fields? Seeing that his words had failed to penetrate, Dan Yuanao shifted his approach, stating earnestly, in recent years, the Golden Tiger Gang has had to allocate 70% of its earnings elsewhere. Would you care to know the destination of those funds? Without waiting for a response, he continued, earlier, we spoke of the Duke of Duan and the Emperor, yet the Empress Dowager was conspicuously absent from our discussion. The Empress Dowager? Are you in league with her? Xiao Yunyi questioned, suspicion etched upon his face. What evidence do you possess? Dan Yuanao produced a token from his sleeve, inscribed with the characters for the Imperial Horse Department. Initially established as a bureau for horse breeding, the Imperial Horse Department gradually expanded its power, not only appropriating some military authority from the Ministry of War, but also overseeing pastures and royal estates, managing imperial shops, and handling fiscal matters alongside the Ministry of Revenue. Its responsibilities were akin to those of the Privy Council of the Song dynasty, with its chief eunuch regarded as a pivotal figure within the inner court. The Golden Tiger Gang is working for the Imperial Horse Department. The chief eunuch there is an ally of the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing the token, Xiao Yunyi felt as if he were a frostbitten eggplant, forced to wear a bitter smile. If you possess the token, why not reveal it sooner? You have prattled on endlessly, seemingly toying with me. Chapter 44. The greed of the small-minded to encapsulate with modern terminology. The position of the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Monitor is a multifaceted high-ranking role that encompasses administrative management, military command, and financial auditing. The Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs stands as the foremost among the 12 monitors, with its head eunuch being referred to as the Grand Minister or the First Eunuch. a title denoting immense power. In a certain light, the position of the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Monitor is not merely subordinate to that of the head of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. It possesses the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. This matter seems rather difficult to resolve, Xiao Yunyi pondered aloud. Regardless of whether the eunuch was an ally of the Empress Dowager, the mere presence of this token was sufficient to keep him in check. The position of 100 households in the embroidered uniform guard is still far too low. What could the Empress Dowager possibly need such a vast sum of money for? Xiao Yunyi could not help but voice his inner curiosity. Shan Yuanao shook his head, stating, "Such matters are beyond the ken of a commoner." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "I dare to speculate that the Empress Dowager must be seeking to alleviate the Emperor's burdens. In the past, the Emperor was nearly driven to despair over issues of provisions. The current Empress Dowager, being the Emperor's mother, regards wealth as mere trifles. Its utility holds little significance for her. Thus, it is likely she seeks to amass wealth through the Golden Tiger Gang to ease the Emperor's worries. Hence, in Shan Yuanao's view, the Golden Tiger Gang's backing, whether or not it is the Emperor himself, is of no difference." After a prolonged contemplation, Xiao Yunyi finally spoke. "Let us proceed as discussed with the gang leader. I require only personnel, not gold." Shan Yuanao replied, "Your Excellency is unaware that a traitor within our ranks has conspired with outsiders to abscond with tribute silver, concealing it in a secret location. Currently, only one person knows the precise whereabouts, thus he cannot be easily entrusted to you." "One person?" Xiao Yunyi inquired, "aside from Xian Jizong. Surely Xian Kanjun must also be aware. Why has the young gang leader overlooked him?" Shan Yuanao was taken aback for a moment and retorted, "How could you not know that Xian Kanjun has perished? Truly deceased? How did this happen?" Xiao Yunyi's face reflected his confusion. Shan Yuanao replied, "It was none other than Xian Jizong who personally executed him, presenting Xian Sanjuan's head as a token of allegiance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi murmured to himself, "I guessed the beginning, yet did not foresee the conclusion. If Shan Yuanao speaks the truth, it implies that the headless corpse at Fengyi Tower belonged to Xian Kanjun, and the act of murder was carried out by Xian Jizong." A wave of disappointment washed over Xiao Yunyi as he pressed on. What could have prompted Xian Jizong to do such a thing? Shan Yuanao answered matter-of-factly, "When a matter involves over 1,000,000 taels of silver, who would not be tempted?" When he arrived, he proposed conditions, offering to return the tribute silver but demanded half for himself. Agreeing would yield tens of thousands of taels, while refusal would result in losing it all. Given the current situation, it is evident that the Golden Tiger Gang did not acquiesce to these terms. And Xian Jizong has not yet departed from Qingzhou City. Both parties remain in the negotiation phase. What, then, could be Xian Jizong's true objective? Xiao Yunyi pondered deeply, unable to conjure a plausible explanation. Does the young master also believe that Xian Jizong has come for the sake of silver? His reasoning is that he fears our gang will pursue him relentlessly, hence he wishes to offer half of the silver in exchange for peace, not realizing that this silver belongs to the Golden Tiger Gang. Dan Yuanao replied with a smile, "My father and I both see through such a clumsy excuse and are aware that he has ulterior motives for approaching our gang. Thus, we allowed him to roam freely while secretly monitoring his actions." Xiao Yunyi inquired opportunely, "Were there any discoveries?" Dan Yuanao responded, "Today, there was indeed some unusual activity. But before I could ascertain the details, the Jinyiwei arrived." His words trailed off, and recalling previous events, he immediately sensed something amiss. "This is bad. It's a feint." Without a moment's hesitation, Dan Yuanao dashed outside, calling out urgently, "Father, hurry and take people to the secret chamber." Upon hearing this, Dan Kuan swiftly gathered a few trusted subordinates and headed for the secret chamber. The secret chamber of the Golden Tiger Gang concealed years of ledgers, including correspondence records with the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. If these ledgers were stolen and leaked, it would spell disaster for the entire gang. After a short while, Dan Kuan returned with a grim expression, shaking his head at Dan Yuanao. "The ledgers are missing." In an instant, Dan Yuanao was drenched in cold sweat, his already pale face turning even more ashen. Who was scheming against the Golden Tiger Gang? A mere Xian Jizong could not possibly orchestrate this. Who could it be? In a frenzy, Dan Yuanao tugged at his hair, replaying suspicious individuals and events in his mind, yet he found no leads. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he hurriedly approached Xiao Yunyi and pulled him aside. "My lord, I implore you to assist me with a task." "What is it?" "I wish to request that you issue an order to seal the city." Seal the city? Xiao Yunyi shook his head. I am but a humble 100 households of the Jinyiwei, lacking such authority. Dan Yuan urged fervently. While others may not have the power, you certainly do, should you choose to lend your assistance. I promise a reward of 1,000 taels of gold afterward. 1,000 taels of gold can be exchanged for 10,000 taels of silver. Yet 10,000 taels of silver may not equate to 1,000 taels of gold. It is no wonder so many aspire to hold office, with real power in hand. Wealth is indeed easy to amass. Xiao Yunyi did not hesitate, shaking his head once more. I am merely 100 households without such authority. If the young master wishes to seal the city and apprehend individuals, you may seek the assistance of the magistrate. Sealing the city is a significant matter. If ordered by the magistrate, it would inevitably attract scrutiny from various offices in the capital, leading to unnecessary complications. However, if the Jinyiwei were to command the city's seal, the situation would be entirely different, as there would be ample excuses to deflect inquiries. Aside from the Eastern Depot, no office would willingly provoke the Jinyiwei. Dan Yuan had the means to placate the Eastern Depot, and seeing Xiao Yunyi's refusal, he raised the stakes. 3,000 taels of gold. If you are willing to assist, the Golden Tiger Gang will present 3,000 taels of gold as gratitude. Issuing an order to seal the city requires but a single word, in exchange for 3,000 taels of gold. Xiao Yunyi had never seen so much gold in 2 lifetimes, and for a moment, he was indeed tempted. Seeing the situation, Shan Yuanao raised the stakes once more. The matter indeed posed a challenge. If the esteemed gentleman were to lend a hand, the Golden Tiger Gang would graciously offer 5,000 taels of gold as gratitude. A gentleman acquires wealth through rightful means, while a scoundrel does so without decorum. Thus, with a lack of courtesy, Xiao Yunyi spread his palm and declared, 50,000 taels. Time was of the essence, and in the face of Xiao Yunyi's audacious demand, Shan Yuanao showed no hesitation, nodding in agreement. It is a deal, as long as the esteemed gentleman assists in this endeavor. 50,000 taels of gold will be presented thereafter, handsomely. Xiao Yunyi, with a serious demeanor, replied, I have no particular fondness for wealth. I simply wish to assist a friend in need. He was not enamored with money, but rather had a penchant for collecting gold. Having said this, Xiao Yunyi promptly summoned Hong Xingxiong and instructed, take a squad to seal off the city gates. Without my command, no one is to leave the city. A small contingent of cavalry, lacking in significant combat prowess on the battlefield, could nonetheless effectively control the city with just a few stationed at the gates. As was the current state of the Jinyiwei, unable to confront the formidable tigers of the capital, they had no trouble dealing with the lesser nuisances of the local domain. Chapter 45, The Mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits the imperial authority permitted actions to be taken prior to reporting. The once formidable Jinyiwei was gradually becoming a relic of the past, and as a member, Xiao Yunyi felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy, particularly amidst the power struggles. He became acutely aware of the significance of authority. Promotion. It was imperative to ascend the ranks swiftly. With the Golden Tiger Gang in disarray, Xiao Yunyi returned to the inn with his subordinates, pondering a concrete plan for advancement. Meanwhile, within a dilapidated temple, XING zone, adhering to prior arrangements, concealed the stolen account books within the wall bricks and promptly departed after erasing all traces. Not long after, a disheveled and ragged beggar entered the temple, ensuring the surroundings were safe before retrieving the oil paper-wrapped account books from within the wall. At last, he had obtained them. Excitement filled the beggar's eyes as he carefully tucked the account books into his bosom, utterly focused and oblivious to the figure stealthily approaching from behind. With a swift motion, the beggar met his demise. His head rolled into the corner, still bearing a look of joy. After dispatching the beggar, the man hastily approached and retrieved the oil-wrapped package from the beggar's grasp, carefully unwrapping it. Upon seeing the account books, he hesitated momentarily before flipping through the pages. With this ledger in hand, the position of eunuch Pang was undoubtedly at risk. This time, I have achieved a significant feat, securing my place as the head of the Dongchang. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a long sword was poised at his neck. When did this happen? Damn it. I was careless. Cold sweat dripped from the man's brow as he maintained his original stance, daring not to move. Cautiously, he spoke. I am the head of the Dongchang. May I inquire which esteemed hero stands before me? Zhu Juanhao's gaze fell upon the ledger in the Dongchang head's possession, his voice low. I will ask, and you shall answer. Misstep even once, and your head will be forfeit. Do you understand? Understood. Who is eunuch Pang? The chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. What is the significance of what you hold? The evidence of collusion between the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau and the Golden Tiger Gang in the illicit salt trade has been uncovered. With this ledger in hand, the inspector can bring down Lord Pang. What is the objective? To seize power and elevate their own faction. The Eastern Factory's clerk revealed no secrets, answering every inquiry without reservation. Xiao Yunyi promptly posed several additional questions before taking possession of the ledger. Brave hero, I have disclosed everything I know without concealment. You may take the items. I only hope you will spare my life. Before the clerk could finish his plea, a flash of blades severed his throat. The act was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. In the world of martial heroes, loyalty and integrity are paramount. This gallant figure had not promised mercy upon completion of his questions. You treacherous eunuchs are all deserving of death. Xiao Yunyi secured the ledger and then rifled through the clerk's belongings, discovering a small purse. Are these eunuchs truly so impoverished? Inside, he found merely a handful of silver coins, not even a banknote to be seen. He muttered to himself, recalling his father's words, when traversing the martial world. The gravest mistake is to draw the attention of the authorities. To avert future troubles, I must make do with a humble offering to the Buddha. With that, he gathered hay and kindling, igniting a fire to consume the dilapidated temple before departing with haste. With newfound wealth, Xiao Yunyi's first thought was to acquire a steed. After inquiring about prices, he learned that the cheapest horse in town cost over 30 taels of silver. With insufficient funds, he resigned himself to purchasing a mule for transportation. You lion? What a splendid name! Xiao Yunyi dismounted and instructed the approaching innkeeper, feed my noble steed the finest fodder. He tossed a silver coin towards the innkeeper. Rest assured, young master, I will provide only the best feed. The innkeeper bowed and ushered him inside, glancing back at the mule and whispering, dressed as he is. He hardly appears impoverished. He is generous with his coin. How could he not afford a horse? Having heard of the term pointing at a deer and calling it a horse, this was the first instance he had encountered where a mule was mistaken for a horse. A swordsman riding a mule, unashamed in the martial world? The blaze at the temple soon attracted the attention of the authorities. Why has the Imperial Guards suddenly decided to seal the city? What could possibly be their motive? When it comes to the Imperial Guard, who are we, mere constables, to question their actions? The higher-ups have said nothing, so why concern ourselves? Previously, the Golden Tiger Gang had caused a fire, and now a temple was ablaze. Do you think these incidents could be connected? It's hard to say. Perhaps the Imperial Guard is sealing the city to capture the arsonists. Yet, those disturbances seemed rather excessive. What sort of individual is worth such a response from the Imperial Guard? After all, they are the Emperor's personal guards, wielding immense power. They do as they please. Let us not engage in idle speculation, lest we attract trouble. Once the fire was extinguished, the constables began to scrutinize the scene. Apart from 2 charred corpses, they discovered an identity token. Chief, this matter could escalate significantly. Among the deceased are members of the Eastern Factory, including a clerk. Once more, with the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Factory involved, we lack the means to address this. We must report this incident to our superiors without delay. Shall we inform the garrison as well? Whether to notify or not is a decision made by the higher authorities. Our duty is to perform our roles diligently without overstepping boundaries. The squad leader instructed his subordinates to properly handle the charred remains before hastily returning to the government office with their identification tokens to report the situation of the dilapidated temple truthfully. Given the involvement of the Eastern Depot, no one dared to be careless. To avoid handling a hot potato, they directly dispatched someone to deliver the token to the governor's office. The Dan family, father and son, were engaged in discussions with the governor regarding the citywide manhunt when they learned of the events and scrutinized the identification gold medal. It was indeed the token of the Eastern Depot's head. Dan Kuen's expression turned grave. The governor of Qingzhou inquired, "Is this related to that previous incident?" Dan Kuen refrained from answering, instead turning to his beloved son and commanded, "Mobilize all the forces of our gang. You must personally lead the search for Xian Jizong. Alive or dead, we must see him." The Golden Tiger Gang wielded substantial influence in Qingzhou, possessing wealth, power, and reputation. If they were to claim second place, no one would dare to assert first. The governor of Qingzhou, deeply entangled with the Golden Tiger Gang and recognizing the severity of the situation, ordered his subordinates, "Mobilize the personnel from the office to cooperate with the young master and apprehend the arsonist throughout the city." The collaboration between official and civilian forces stirred unrest throughout the city, causing the populace to worry, suspecting that a grave incident had occurred. At the Cloud Guest House, Xiao Yunyi smiled at the Qianhu of Qingzhou's garrison seated opposite him and slowly spoke. Lord Wang, I have already stated that the reason for sealing the city is to capture the true culprit behind the case of military officer Xin. Surely, you do not wish to obstruct my investigation? Qianhu Wang gently explained. Brother, it is not that I wish to hinder your case, but the commotion is too great. As a Qianhu, it is challenging for me to justify this to the higher authorities. The higher authorities? Xiao Yunyi inquired with a smile. Does Lord Wang not know that I have come from the Northern Pacification Department? Qianhu Wang was tempted to ask, are you not aware of why you left the Northern Pacification Department? Serving in the Northern Pacification Department and having once served there are two entirely different concepts. Constrained by the glaring Qilin uniform, Qianhu Wang suppressed his emotions and urged kindly, Brother, the Jinyiwei has its own rules. Your actions are undermining those rules. While the situation remains manageable, please instruct your men to withdraw. Chapter 46. The world is inherently unfair. It is merely a city seal. Why is Lord Wang so anxious? Xiao Yunyi regarded him with a bemused smile, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Could it be that you have some connection with the murderer? Wishing to grant me leniency? Upon hearing this, Qianhu Wang became agitated and hastily gestured. Brother Xiao, you must not speak carelessly. I have no acquaintance with that true murderer. My reluctance to allow you to seal the city is solely out of concern for the people. This sealing will undoubtedly greatly disrupt their lives, leading to chaos. Xiao Yunyi's smile broadened, leisurely responding, your deep concern for the populace truly earns my respect, Lord Wang. However, the murder of a court official is no trivial matter. Since Lord He takes this incident very seriously, I naturally cannot afford to be negligent. Hearing this, Qianhu Wang's heart tightened. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously probed. Are you referring to Lord He from the Northern Pacification Department? Xiao Yunyi nodded in affirmation. Wang Qianhu's expression grew somewhat grim as he pondered to himself. The inspector of the Northern Town's pacification office holds a position of great authority. Why would he take such an interest in a mere military officer? Is there not some hidden agenda at play? The more he contemplated, the more suspicious he became of Xiao Yunyi's words. However, lacking concrete evidence, he felt it unwise to directly challenge Xiao Yunyi, especially considering the latter represented the Northern Town's pacification office. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Qianhu resolved to subtly probe Xiao Yunyi's intentions and inquired, how long do you intend to keep the city sealed? If the perpetrator remains elusive, are we to remain in lockdown indefinitely? Xiao Yunyi offered a slight smile and replied, Rest assured, Lord Wang, I shall not allow the common folk to suffer for long. If the culprit is not apprehended by tomorrow, I shall issue an order to lift the lockdown. Earning 50,000 taels in 2 days amounts to a lucrative daily gain of 25,000 taels. The prospect of such earnings is enticing. As for capturing the criminal, that is a concern for the Golden Tiger Gang, and Xiao Yunyi was indifferent to it. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Wang Qianhu rose to take his leave. Xiao Yunyi, ever the gracious host, personally escorted Wang Qianhu to the door, smiling as he said, It is a laborious journey for you, Lord Wang. Should you have official business in the capital in the future, I shall ensure you are well entertained. As members of the Imperial Guard, those serving in the capital stand on a higher pedestal. Despite his lingering discontent, Wang Qianhu maintained a polite demeanor, responding, Good brother. Should I fall short in my hospitality, let us raise a toast together in the future. It was only after Wang Qianhu exited the inn that Xiao Yunyi allowed his smile to fade, murmuring to himself, Is it truly for the welfare of the people, or merely for the interests of the upper echelons? It is difficult to ascertain. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn's lobby, Zhu Jianhao fixated intently on a figure on the second floor, muttering to himself, to don the Qilin attire at such a young age signifies an extraordinary status and capability. If I were to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the Jinyiwei. Following the sealing of the city gates, the Golden Tiger Gang commenced a roundup of all individuals who had interacted with Xin Zone, based on prior intelligence. The moment the temple was set ablaze, Xin Zone recognized that trouble had arisen and sought to establish contact with Bai Shichang. Your men are guarding the city gates. Can you devise a means to smuggle me out? He implored. Our people, along with those from the Eastern Factory, perished within that temple. I remain uncertain whether the account book was dispatched as planned. It is imperative to verify. Each participant had distinct roles, and aside from his own connections, he had no means to reach out to others. How can I confirm anything under these circumstances? The fire at the temple was exceedingly suspicious. and I feel a sense of unease, fearing unforeseen complications may arise. My task is complete. Even if something were to go awry, it is the responsibility of others. Now both the underworld and the authorities are pursuing me. You must ensure my safe passage out of the city. Understood. Bai Shicheng recognized the urgency of the matter, and thus arranged for Xian Jizong to disguise himself and blend in with a prearranged merchant convoy, personally guiding them to the city gates. Hong Zongqi, come here. Bai Shicheng pulled Hong Xingxiong aside and lowered his voice, saying, this caravan belongs to me. They are in urgent need to leave the city for a delivery. Please assist me by allowing them to pass. Hong Xingxiong shook his head repeatedly, replying, Sir Bai, I cannot grant this favor. Lord Xiao has ordered me to seal the city gates and not allow anyone to leave, including your people. Bai Shicheng jested. Is Lord Xiao's order absolute, while mine is not? Hong Xingxiong candidly responded, of course it is. However, your command must take a back seat to Lord Xiao's. Bai Shicheng argued. We have worked together in the office for many years. Turning a blind eye to such matters has been commonplace. Why is it unacceptable in my case? After a pause, he continued, we are all brothers who share the same pot. Who doesn't know whom? Must we expose every bit of dirt and tear each other apart for all to see? Hong Xingxiong glanced at the small group of 7 or 8 individuals and 2 carts, hesitating for a moment before stating, in plain view of everyone. Should I let your people out, Lord Xiao would surely hold me accountable afterward, and you would have to bear the consequences. Bai Shicheng discreetly slipped 100 taels of silver notes into Hong Xingxiong's hand, solemnly promising, it was I who ordered your release. I will take full responsibility should anything go awry, and you will not be implicated. Use this money to treat your brothers to tea, and I shall reward you later. With an order from the Lord, I dare not refuse. Hong Xingxiong accepted the notes and walked towards the city gate, exchanging a few words with his subordinates before nodding to Bai Shicheng. Understanding the signal, Bai Shicheng urged the caravan to hasten their departure. The surrounding townsfolk, witnessing the scene, were filled with resentment. Some bolder individuals voiced their discontent, asking, why can they leave the city while we cannot? This is unfair. Bai Shicheng turned to see a young man in his 20s, visibly enraged. Did you just mention fairness? He inquired, placing a hand on his sword. Stepping forward with a smile. I can certainly grant you that, but do you dare ask for it? The young man's companions quickly dispersed, averting their eyes, fearful of attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, they were confronted by the Jinyiwei. Who dares to discuss fairness with them? Moreover, does fairness even exist in this world? The crowd silently created distance. The young man, upon realizing his impulsiveness, understood that words once spoken are like water spilled. He reluctantly stated, Sir, the common folk merely believe that if the city is sealed to capture criminals, all should be treated equally. Is that not correct? Silence enveloped the area, as no one dared to respond. Bai Shicheng gestured for the young man to approach, gently patting his shoulder. I grant you the opportunity to rephrase your words. Repeat what you just said. Sir, I believe a slap. The moment the words left his lips, the young man received a sharp slap. Bai Shicheng coolly remarked, continue. Sir, I believe, slap slap. Before he could finish, another 2 slaps followed. Bai Shicheng, meeting the young man's defiant gaze, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He kicked the young man to the ground and drew his sword, pointing it at his throat. You have but one chance. Think carefully before you speak. Chapter 47. The ants counterattacked beneath the scornful gaze. The young man clenched his teeth in the face of death's threat. Suddenly, an elderly man surged from the crowd, kneeling and bowing respectfully, saying, My lord, your actions are always just. This young man speaks in folly. He is but a child who knows not his place. I beseech you to show mercy. Bai Shicheng glanced at the city gate and noted the merchant caravan had exited the city, disinterested in prolonging the confrontation. He sheathed his blade and coldly remarked, Insect-like creatures such as you are not worthy of staining my sword with your blood. Depart. With that, he turned and walked away. As the youth was assisted away, he cast a furtive glance at the receding figure, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Once a distance was established from the Jinyiwei, the old man shook his head in resignation, softly sighing, Child, your audacity is excessive. They are the Jinyiwei. How dare you provoke them? Today, you have merely suffered a beating, which is fortunate. Had it been worse, you might have lost your life. You must not act so recklessly in the future. The young man, hearing the elder's words, felt no relief from his anger and retorted sullenly, What of the Jinyiwei? Can they act without consequence? The old man, with a bitter smile, replied, Whether or not they can act without consequence, I cannot say. However, we common folk certainly cannot. Lacking power and connections, we are left vulnerable to bullying, and a moment of carelessness can lead to disaster. The youth vehemently disagreed, spitting blood onto the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "What a wretched world! Is there truly no law? Are the lives of commoners so expendable?" Startled, the old man hurried to calm the youth, saying, "Child, do not be agitated. Though the world is unjust, if we keep our heads down and behave with decorum, we can still survive." The young man's heart remained turbulent as he whispered in retort, "If one cannot live with dignity, is that truly living?" The elder sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, "Child, society is stratified, and we, the common folk, occupy the lowest tier. Those in power are exalted, the Jinyiwei and the Donchong are above us all. Their words can dictate our fates. In their eyes, our lives are as mere weeds, easily discarded." After a long silence, the youth finally spoke. "Each person has their own aspirations. I refuse to continue living in such a manner. I yearn for a different way of life." With that, he thanked the old man and rushed towards the finest tavern in the city. Outside the tavern, the young man steadied his breath and, with resolute steps, ascended the stairs and knocked on a certain door. "I am Gao Kejian, a commoner with urgent matters to report to the esteemed Donchong lord." The door swung open, revealing a long blade pressed against his neck. Suppressing his fear, Gao repeated his earlier statement. "Bring him in," came the command. Zhuang Xingping scrutinized the young man in plain attire, his voice low and commanding. "How do you know our identity?" Gao Kejian took a deep breath, calming his nerves, and replied, "I am a herbalist. Previously, while selling herbs at the pharmacy, I happened to witness one of the esteemed lords reveal his identity." Upon hearing this, Zhuang's gaze shifted to several subordinates. One individual promptly began to explain, "Your Excellency, the medicinal herb we require can only be found at that particular apothecary. The shopkeeper is unscrupulous, having raised the price exorbitantly, which compelled me to reveal my identity." Zhuang Xingping turned to Gao Kejian and inquired, "How did you find this place?" Gao Kejian replied, "After that esteemed individual departed, the common folk were abuzz with discussion. I did not seek to pry, rather, I inadvertently overheard mention of this location, and thus I came to test my fortune." Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Xingping chastised his subordinates. "Now do you understand why I instructed you to disguise yourselves? Our identities are inherently sensitive. Should we be exposed, we would attract undue attention. Everyone knows who we are. What then shall we do?" The subordinates responded in unison. "We acknowledge our mistakes and will act with greater caution henceforth." Zhuang Xingping continued his reprimand for a few moments before redirecting his gaze to Gao Kejian. "Bold, meticulous, and fortunate, he is indeed a promising prospect. It would be a pity to confine him to the life of a mere herbalist. I am willing to serve you." "Your Excellency," Gao Kejian declared, kneeling in reverence. "In a world brimming with talent, what is scarce is opportunity. For those at the lowest rungs, devoid of connections. Ascending the social ladder requires one to forge their own opportunities. Success may lead to a remarkable turnaround. Failure, at worst, results in death, with a substantial risk at hand. It is better to fight valiantly than to live in fear." Zhuang Xingping regarded Gao Kejian with interest and slowly spoke. "Now, tell me what you wish to report." Gao Kejian recounted the earlier incident involving the Jinyiwei allowing the merchant convoy to exit the city, followed by his assertion, "I believe that among those individuals lurks a murderer. Do you possess evidence?" "I do not." "On what basis do you make such a claim?" "Based on my intuition." "Intuition?" Zhuang Xingping chuckled, eliciting laughter from the others present. Gao Kejian, resolute, continued, "In lieu of evidence, I trust my intuition more, for evidence can be fabricated, but intuition cannot be deceived." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping's gaze sharpened slightly, finding it hard to believe that a mere herbalist could possess such insight. "Have you studied?" "I have. My father was a scholar, who, despite decades of examination, remained merely a scholar. Sometimes I cannot help but ponder whether all that study was truly worthwhile." "And do you have an answer?" "Studying is beneficial. However, excessive study yields little value." "How intriguing, truly intriguing." Zhuang Xingping's smile grew increasingly radiant. Previously, due to a certain incident, the department had suffered significant losses of capable personnel, and now, encountering a promising talent, he could not help but feel a fondness for him. This matter involved the Jinyiwei, and the Donchong had every reason to intervene. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Xingping turned to a subordinate and commanded, "Take some men and verify his intuition." Gao Kejian interjected, "Your Excellency, I wish to accompany you." Zhuang Xingping nodded, "Very well. If you can prove your worth, I shall grant you a position." The hierarchy consists of the leader, followed by the deputy, then the lieutenant, and finally, the clerk. The clerk is a lowly official within the Dongchang, akin to a Jinyiwei enforcer. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Your Excellency. For Gao Kejian, as long as he could enter the Eastern Factory, opportunities for advancement would abound. It may not be an instantaneous ascent to greatness, yet it could certainly be deemed a remarkable transformation of fate. After a stick of incense had burned, at the city gate, the Eastern Factory officials proclaimed, "Step aside swiftly." As the leading figure raised his identity token and shouted with unrestrained arrogance, Gao Kejian felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. The guards at the city gate, upon witnessing this, lowered their voices to inquire, "My lord, the individuals before us are agents of the Eastern Factory. Should we obstruct them or not? If we dare to intervene, these agents may draw their blades. If matters escalate, who will be responsible for the aftermath? You or I? Let them pass." Hong Xingxiong darkened his expression. Though he was merely the chief of the guard, his displeasure toward the Eastern Factory's arrogance was futile. After the Eastern Factory personnel exited the city, one of the guards suddenly remarked, "My lord, do you not think one of those agents looked quite familiar?" Hong Xingxiong dismissed the thought and, with little time to ponder, commanded, "Send someone to report the Eastern Factory's departure to Lord Xiao." Chapter 48. Reaching an agreement, the guard hastened to the Yunyi Inn, rushing upstairs to meticulously relay the sequence of events. Xiao Yunyi was engaged in a discussion with Cui Yin when he heard the news. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Where's Bai Shichang now?" The guard replied, "After delivering the individuals, Lord Bai departed, and I do not know his whereabouts." Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before decisively ordering, "Immediately locate him and have him return to see me at once." "As you command." The guard swiftly departed. Once the guard left, Cui Yin hesitated before speaking, "My lord, if the agents of the Eastern Factory truly apprehend someone, I fear it may lead to unnecessary complications." Xiao Yunyi asked, "What are your thoughts?" Cui Yin carefully chose his words, responding, "I believe that regardless of the hidden intricacies, Lord Bai's failure to report to you beforehand indicates that he has drifted from your confidence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure, "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush." Cui Yin hastily continued, "With the Eastern Factory now involved, this matter may prove difficult to resolve. Thus I believe it is imperative that we swiftly dissociate ourselves from this situation. Betrayal, once occurred, is never to be forgiven. Those who would betray you are unafraid of causing you harm and are unworthy of forgiveness. Bai Shichang's actions are tantamount to betrayal. In making his decision, he likely did not consider the significant trouble it would cause his superiors. Perhaps he did consider it, yet was indifferent." Without hesitation, Xiao Yunyi commanded, "Find the person in charge of the Eastern Factory in Qingzhou and request his presence." Cui Yin responded, "I shall seek assistance from the brothers in the guard." Half an hour later, within the confines of the Yunyi Inn, Zhuang Xingping sat across from Xiao Yunyi, smiling as he said, "I did not expect to encounter the young Marquis so soon. It truly is an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, it is fate. I too did not anticipate that the person here would be you." Xiao Yunyi exchanged a few courteous remarks before getting straight to the point. "The caravan leaving the city is solely the action of Bai Shichang and has nothing to do with me." Zhuang Xingping lifted his teacup, took a sip, and, while deep in thought, replied nonchalantly, "What does the young lord mean by that?" Xiao Yunyi candidly stated, "He acted without my consent, and I wish to avoid being implicated. Hence I have asked you to clarify the matter." "It is as simple as that." "Simple, is it?" Zhuang Xingping smiled faintly. "Might I request the young lord to elucidate why the sudden order to seal the city?" "The sealing of the city is to apprehend the true culprit." Xiao Yunyi continued to use the tragic case of the death of Xian Jianjun as an excuse. "Is that so?" Zhuang Xingping was dissatisfied with this response and pressed further. "I have heard the sealing is due to the theft incident involving the Jinhu gang's secret chamber. If it were the former, it could be somewhat justified, but if it is the latter, it would be an abuse of power for personal gain. The truth of the matter is inconsequential. What truly matters is how it is reported upwards." Xiao Yunyi was uncertain whether the other party possessed some knowledge, but he discerned a hint of threat in that statement. Indeed, earning 50,000 taels of gold is no easy feat. "Your people from the Eastern Factory have come to Qingzhou. Could it possibly be for the Jinhu gang as well?" Without waiting for a response, Xiao Yunyi continued, "Let us speak candidly. I have no intentions regarding the Jinhu gang, nor should you cling to trivial threads. Of course, I will not let you toil in vain. You may investigate the caravan leaving the city as you see fit, and if necessary, you may take Bai Shichong back for questioning. You will pursue your own path in Qingzhou, while I tread my own. Let us not disturb one another, shall we? A certain influential figure once remarked, the martial world is not merely about conflict, it is about human relationships. Xiao Yunyi deeply resonated with this sentiment. Much like the court where there are no eternal allies or foes. Zhuang Xingping shook his head. You are from the Jinyiwei, and I am from the Eastern Factory. Harmony between us is inherently impossible. Xiao Yunyi replied, the rivalry between the Jinyiwei and the Eastern Factory, regardless of who ultimately prevails, benefits only a select few at the top. We are merely larger ants. Why can we not discuss matters amicably instead of making things difficult for each other? Zhuang Xingping shook his head once more. I shall not remain an ant forever. You do not mean to say you have decided to become a eunuch, do you? A peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yunyi's face. You should become the eunuch, your entire family. The words halted abruptly, and Zhuang Xingping instantly understood, his expression darkening. The head of the Eastern Factory is only entrusted to the second or third in command of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs, even if he were to castrate himself immediately. He would never have the opportunity. The head of the major department could advance to a position akin to a penal officer. But such positions are typically filled by the transfer of captains and lieutenants from the Jinyiwei, leaving him with little chance. At his current standing, it could be said that his career has essentially peaked. Unless he departs from the Eastern Factory, further advancement is unlikely. Naturally, as the power of the Eastern Factory grows, so too does the authority of its heads, rendering rank less significant. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yunyi continued, I can also inform you that the Jinhu gang has the support of the Horse Supervision Office. I need not elaborate on what this implies. Zhuang Xingping was already aware of this matter, surprised by the other's candor. After a moment of silence, he began, I can agree to a pact with you, refraining from interfering in your affairs in Qingzhou, but you must disclose the location of the Golden Tiger Gang's secret chamber. Xiao Yunyi shook his head in resignation, saying, how could I possibly know such a thing? Zhuang Xingping's expression instantly darkened, responding coldly, if that is the case, then there is no need to continue our discussion. With that, he rose to leave. Wait. Xiao Yunyi's mind raced, and he tentatively inquired, are you hoping to retrieve something from the secret chamber? Or perhaps place something within it? Zhuang Xingping's gaze sharpened, a half-smile playing on his lips as he replied, is this what you refer to as mutual non-interference? Xiao Yunyi clarified, do not misunderstand. I am not intentionally prying. It was merely a casual question. He paused before adding, while I am unaware of the exact location of the chamber, I can infer its probable whereabouts based on the condition of the Shan father and son at that time. Zhuang Xingping's demeanor softened slightly as he pressed for details. And where would that be? Xiao Yunyi carefully recalled the scene, slowly articulating, near the pond, at a certain point in the rockery. This is merely my conjecture. Your men must verify it themselves. Zhuang Xingping inclined his head in gratitude. Thank you. Once this matter concludes, I hope to share a drink with the young lord. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yunyi posed his final question, aside from the Jinyiwei and the Dongchang. Who else is monitoring this situation? Zhuang Xingping paused, feigning confusion. Which matter do you refer to? Xiao Yunyi replied, the issue regarding the annual tribute. Zhuang Xingping remained silent for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even if you knew, what would it change? Would it satisfy your curiosity? You must understand that curiosity can be perilous. Xiao Yunyi found himself at a loss for words, ensnared in silence. Even with the Yuma Supervisory Bureau and the Empress Dowager involved, what good would knowing do? It seemed that knowledge would only invite unnecessary troubles. After contemplating for a while, Zhuang Xingping offered a kind reminder before departing. You and I are merely pawns in the hands of powerful figures. Never presume that you can influence the grand scheme. If you make a misstep, even if someone can preserve your life, you will lose your standing on the board. Chapter 49. The change in status. The heavens and earth serve as the chessboard, and all beings are but pieces. Xiao Yunyi suddenly felt that from the moment he embarked on his official career, he had already fallen prey to someone else's machinations. He was unaware of who was orchestrating this game from behind the scenes. It could be the Dongchang, the Jinyiwei, perhaps the Si Li Jian and the cabinet, or even the emperor himself. The entire affair was ignited by the tragic death of Xie Kanjun, a case that came to his attention through Bai Shichong's suggestion, meaning he was the one who led him into this trap. As Xiao Yunyi analyzed the recent events, his confusion deepened, and he could not fathom the true intentions of the other party. As the sun set and night fell, the city gates closed, yet the city remained far from quiet. Members of the Golden Tiger Gang roamed the streets, lanterns in hand, searching for traces of Xi and Jizo. Xiao Yunyi opened the window and gazed at the numerous members of the Golden Tiger Gang visible on the street, gradually coming to realize the extent of their power. Pray tell, whose man are you? I am, of course, a man of the Jinyiwei, your man, my lord, Bai Shichang replied, standing respectfully to the side. His expression calm and devoid of any hint of panic. Xiao Yunyi turned back, his gaze scrutinizing the three subordinates before him, and slowly spoke. The individuals you sent out have already fallen into the hands of the Dongchang. The reason they have yet to act against you is that I wish to afford you another opportunity. If you are willing to confess the truth, I shall ensure your safety. Bai Shichang met Xiao Yunyi's eyes directly, calculating in his heart, while smilingly inquired, "What does my lord wish for me to confess? Who instructed you to deliberately lead me to investigate the case of Xie Kenjun? What is the true purpose behind this?" Bai Shichang's complexion shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, responding unhurriedly, "My lord, I merely offered some suggestions. Whether to investigate or not lies entirely within your discretion. How can it be said that I was guiding you intentionally?" Xiao Yunyi sneered coldly, his voice stern. "The people from Dongchang are downstairs. Their methods of coercion are no less formidable than those of the Jinyiwei. At this juncture, do you still believe it wise to remain obstinate?" Bai Shichang was undoubtedly aware of the Dongchang's ferocity, yet he refused to relent, maintaining a facade of calm. "Though I am but a minor trial officer, I am still a member of the Jinyiwei. Even if I were to commit a transgression, it would be for the Nanzhangfu to address, not for the Dongchang to interfere in the internal affairs of the Jinyiwei." A faintly mocking smile graced Xiao Yunyi's lips as he replied, "You are not entirely mistaken. However, the caveat is that someone must be willing to advocate for you. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shichang's expression darkened slightly, and he retorted, "My lord, do not underestimate me. Do you truly believe that aside from yourself, no one else would stand up for me?" Xiao Yunyi remarked, "Your indirect guidance for me to pursue the case sufficiently indicates that your backer is neither Yin Qianhu nor the Bizhangfu." He paused momentarily before continuing his conjecture. "You just mentioned the Nanzhangfu, which does hold some possibility. However, in my view, it is far more likely that they intend to exploit you through the Nanzhangfu. In other words, your backer is neither the Dongchang nor the Jinyiwei, but..." His voice trailed off. Bai Shichang gradually regained his former composure and smilingly asked, "What is it? Why does my lord not continue?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head. "I have merely come to a sudden realization." Bai Shichang, curious, pressed on, "What has my lord come to understand?" Xiao Yunyi stated, "Mercy does not command troops, righteousness does not engage in commerce, benevolence does not govern, and goodness does not serve as an official." Bai Shichang, puzzled, inquired, "What does my lord mean by this?" Ignoring him, Xiao Yunyi turned to Hong Xinxiang and commanded, "Go summon the people from Dongchang." "Wait." Bai Shichang quickly interjected, his tone serious. "I have never acted against my lord's interests, and moreover, this is a matter concerning the Jinyiwei. If you were to hand me over to the Dongchang, how do you think the brothers of the Jinyiwei would regard you? Are you not concerned about acquiring a reputation for treachery? In the ranks of the Jinyiwei, many have covertly allied themselves with the Eastern Depot, a fact that is far from a secret. However, no Jinyiwei has ever dared to display overt familiarity with the Eastern Depot. Moreover, no superior would entrust their subordinates to the hands of the Eastern Depot. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can leverage this to gain the upper hand over me? You lack the requisite gravitas." Xiao Yunyi chuckled coldly. "I initially presumed your confidence stemmed from the backing of a powerful ally, yet I now realize it is merely your subjective arrogance that fuels your bravado." Having said this, he turned to Hong Xinxiang and commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." One was 100 households and the other a trial 100 households. Indeed, it was a case of the city gates ablaze, bringing calamity to the fish in the moat. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Xinxiang descended to summon the men from the Eastern Depot. "Minister Bai, I did not expect to meet you again so soon. Who are you? Is it you?" "Indeed. It is I, a humble commoner. No, my status has changed. I should refer to myself as a subordinate. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Gao Kejian from the Eastern Depot. It is an honor to meet you, Minister Bai. You are actually from the Eastern Depot?" Bai Shichang could scarcely believe that mere hours ago, he had looked down upon this lowly individual, who now stood before him as an agent of the Eastern Depot. Gao Kejian bowed solemnly. "Thanks to your esteemed self. If it were not for your 3 slaps and a kick, I would not be where I am today." Xiao Yunyi had already gleaned the details from Gao Kejian's words and interjected coolly, "It is precisely because of him that the Eastern Depot intervened in this matter." capturing those whom you had released from the city. How can this be? Impossible. Bai Shichang, agitated, stepped forward, gripping Gao Kejian's clothing and shouted in rage. You are but a commoner. How could you wield such influence? This is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. He paid no heed to Gao Kejian's rise due to his own actions. Rather, he could not accept that a trivial matter could lead to the collapse of his carefully laid plans. Have they captured everyone, including Exine Jizong? Has the intelligence been dispatched? Did they divulge anything? At that moment, Bai Shichang's thoughts were in disarray, and he began to panic. Observing the frenzy Bai Shichang, Gao Kejian felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Minister Bai, when you pressed the blade to my throat merely hours ago, did you ever imagine that the tables would turn? Ah, by the way, you might not comprehend this, but prior to my arrival, Lord Zhuang ordered that I be responsible for your interrogation. Can you believe it? I, Gao Kejian, the lowly commoner you deem fit to crush beneath your heel, have the honor of interrogating you, a trial 100 households of the Jinyiwei. How fortunate I am. People often say, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. What merit do I possess, Gao Kejian, to have gained such an opportunity in merely a few hours? Heaven has truly been kind to me. Gao Kejian laughed heartily, unable to conceal the glee of a petty individual who has found success. Minister Bai, please, let us change locations and converse properly. In a certain courtyard, the interior was filled with various instruments of torture, and several henchmen secured Bai Shichang to a wooden frame. Gao Kejian bypassed the torture rack directly and retrieved a large wooden barrel from the corner, smiling as he recounted, in my childhood, during a moment of mischief, my father, wielding a bamboo stick, gave me a severe beating. Despite being an educated man, he could be quite ruthless when provoked. He broke 3 sticks of bamboo, leaving me in a state of blood and flesh. You may not know, but the splintered bamboo has barbs that, while not immediately painful, can fester if not removed promptly. As he spoke, Gao Kejian extracted a sharpened bamboo skewer from the barrel, explaining, these are the skewers used for candied hawthorns, around 300 of them, soaked in a special medicinal broth for an hour. He approached Bai Shichang's left side and slowly inserted the skewer into the crevice of his fingernail. The deliberate slowness only intensified the agony. Bai Shichang gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry of pain, and spat out curses. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, when I get out, you will pay tenfold. Get out. Huh. Gao Kejian retrieved another skewer and inserted it into the same spot with equal deliberation. Though this is not the North Town's penal office, it is not a place you can leave at will. Blood dripped from the exposed skewer, pooling on the ground and blooming into a striking crimson flower. The torment induced by the skewers, enhanced by the special medicinal infusion, caused Bai Shichang's body to tremble ever so slightly after just 2 were inserted. Tell me, how many skewers do you think can fit into a fingernail's crevice? Without waiting for a response, Gao Kejian grasped a handful of skewers and smiled. I believe at least 5 can fit. Do you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, he began to insert skewer after skewer into the crevice. It was only after 5 had been placed that he paused. You see, I told you 5 would fit. The commoner resorted to base methods, which paled in comparison to the tortures found in the penal office. Although Bai Shichang's face was ashen, he continued to curse vehemently. You wretched insect, thinking a mere layer of skin makes you something? Just wait. I will make you understand what it means to suffer worse than death. Sir, the moment you kicked me away and held a knife to my throat, I understood what suffering worse than death truly is. It is a humiliation that strikes at the soul, far more distressing than physical pain. Gao Kejian resumed his methodical insertion of skewers, filling the spaces between the fingers of Bai Shichang's left hand before stopping once more. You surely do not know, but I am an herbalist, knowledgeable in pharmacology and acquainted with acupuncture. I understand the human body's pressure points, while acupuncture can heal. Inserting these skewers with the special concoction can render one desperate for relief. With that, he tore open Bai Shichang's garments, exposing his pale skin. Gao Kejian positioned a skewer against a pressure point on the right side of his ribcage and began to apply increasing pressure. For the first time, the medicinal effects spread, and Bai Shichang cried out in pain. Gao Kejian's smile grew more pronounced as he gently reassured, relax, do not be tense. Pain is a natural response. This is merely the beginning. There are still over 300 bamboo sticks to go. I assure you, before we finish with the bamboo sticks, your life will not be in jeopardy. One by one, the sticks were inserted into various acupoints of Bai Shichang's body. And under the dual influence of the acupoints and the special medicinal concoction, the pain was magnified several-fold. Bai Shichang struggled desperately, only to exacerbate his torment by moving the sticks. Damn it, if you want to know something, just ask. He shouted. My dear Bai, you err in your words. The moment you entered this room, you should have voluntarily divulged everything, rather than waiting for me to inquire, Gao Kejian replied calmly, though an unmistakable malice lurked in his eyes. As a captain of the Jinyiwei, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? I will confess everything, please. Just remove the bamboo sticks. Bai Shichong pleaded with desperation. The nearby guards exchanged glances, astonished at Bai Shichong's apparent cowardice. The onlookers, contemplative, approached the wooden tub, inhaling the scent of the dark medicinal brew, murmuring, what a remarkable individual. Gao Kejian, undistracted, held several bamboo sticks poised against Bai Shichong's throat, a smirk gracing his lips. No, I've only used a few sticks. There are still nearly 300 left. How can you yield so quickly? No one anticipated that the seemingly honest youth could utter such cruel words. At this moment, Bai Shichong's emotional facade shattered as he cried out. I am sent by Lord He of the Northern Town Supervisory Office. You cannot treat me this way. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately took note. Gao Kejian withdrew the sticks and pressed further. What is the purpose of your mission? Bai Shichong replied. To assist Xiao Yunyi in stealing a ledger from the Gold Tiger Gang's secret chamber and then returning it to the capital to present it to Lord He. Gao Kejian, unfamiliar with the struggles among the factions, was unsure of what to ask next, so he simply said, continue. Bai Shichong took a breath before continuing. The reason for luring Xiao Yunyi here is to draw him into the scheme, thereby forcing Xiao Zhongyuan to stand against the Eastern Factory. Gao Kejian recognized the name Xiao Zhongyuan and felt a flicker of confusion, prompting him to inquire, what does this have to do with General Xiao? Bai Shichong explained. Everyone wishes to win over Xiao Zhongyuan, but no one dares to do so openly. Therefore, Lord He believes he can leverage Xiao Yunyi. First, by obtaining the ledger. Then attributing the credit to Xiao Yunyi, he hopes to curry favor with Xiao Zhongyuan. Your superior intends to use the ledger to undermine the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Station. When he discovers that the plan failed due to Xiao Yunyi, he will undoubtedly redirect his anger towards him. Thus, even if Xiao Yunyi cannot win over Xiao Zhongyuan's favor, he will at least be positioned against the Eastern Factory. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, Lord He could gain the support of the Imperial Horse Station by returning the ledger. This is the entirety of Lord He's scheme. Bai Shichong fully divulged the task at hand, pleading earnestly, I only know this much. For the sake of Lord He, please refrain from inflicting further torture upon me, if you would be so kind. The East Factory was backed by the Directorate of Ceremonial, and should the Jinyiwei enlist the Imperial Horse Department into their ranks, the situation would undergo a monumental transformation. Gao Kejian comprehended the significance of this intelligence, and his smile broadened with radiance. Of course, but it would require the esteemed Lord to speak a word of mercy, so that I may be granted leniency, he replied. Before Bai Shichong could utter another word, Gao Kejian seized a bamboo skewer, promptly altering his tone, and pleaded, I implore you, grant me mercy. Gao Kejian feigned a lack of comprehension, digging into his ear with a serious countenance. Did you just say something, Sir Bai? I did not quite catch that. Could you please speak a bit louder? Suppressing his inner humiliation, Bai Shichong bellowed, I beg you, exercise your mercy and spare my life. Chapter 51. A night of terror. Gao Kejian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Who would have thought that the Jinyiwei would witness the downfall of the esteemed Sir Bai? I am most curious about your sentiments as you plead for mercy from those you once regarded as mere ants beneath your feet. The physical pain paled in comparison to the psychological humiliation. Bai Shichong's complexion turned pale, his lips moved, yet no words escaped his mouth. Suddenly, an attendant interjected, Enough. Take him away and confine him. You shall accompany me to report to Lord Zhuang. Upon hearing this, Gao Kejian dared not defy the order, nodding and bowing. As you command. The guard stepped forward to untie the ropes, shackling Bai Shichong before escorting him to join the merchant group in confinement. In the dimly lit room. Upon recognizing the newcomers, one exclaimed, Sir Bai, how did you also fall into the hands of the East Factory? Bai Shichong surveyed the room, inquiring, What of Xiao Yunyi? The individual replied, He left the city alone and should not have been captured. As long as Xiao Yunyi remained free, the situation would not spiral into irretrievable chaos. Bai Shichong let out a sigh of relief, mocking himself with a smile, to have capsized in the gutter, nearly thwarted by an insignificant ant. Fortunately, the plan remains intact. Someone asked, What shall we do now? Bai Shichong's gaze swept across the group, his eyes filled with scrutiny. What did you divulge upon your capture? They recounted. We claim to be spies of the Jinyiwei, your men, assisting in smuggling goods. Each had sustained varying degrees of injury, most of them rendered incapable of movement, while the one most grievously wounded was already on the brink of death. Had it not been for their affiliation with the Jinyiwei, they might have already lost their lives. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Bai Shichong reassured them, "Do not worry, they would not dare to kill. If we can endure a few more days, help shall soon arrive." Silence enveloped the group. In their current predicament, self-rescue was impossible, and they could only hope for timely assistance from their own. In another chamber, Zhuang Xingping smiled and inquired, "Do you believe what he said?" Having listened closely during Bai Shichong's interrogation, Xiao Yunyi replied, "His words are likely a blend of truth and deceit. Yet, one matter continues to puzzle me. Why would so much effort be expended on my father? A mere martial general? Since ancient times, military generals have traditionally engaged solely in military affairs, avoiding political matters. Although there have been exceptions, it is evident that with Xiao Zhongyuan's temperament, he is far from being suited for such a role." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping nodded in agreement, stating that it is indeed worthwhile. To put it plainly, not only is your father involved, but every military general serves as a sharp blade in the emperor's hand. What does that mean? Xiao Yunyi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhuang Xingping elucidated. The emperor's blade can be wielded for warfare across the lands and can also be employed to rectify the affairs of the court. After the pacification of the northern territories, it is apparent that the emperor intends to support a new authority figure. Support a new authority figure? Huh. With your level of political awareness, you will only ever be a mere pawn. Xiao Yunyi retorted, shaking his head. Setting aside whether Xiao Zhongyuan would even wish to assume such a position, it is doubtful that the cabinet and the imperial ritual office would allow anyone to share power. Any capable emperor would not permit the emergence of a powerful minister during their reign. The essence of imperial strategy lies in maintaining balance. Much like the relationship between the Jinyiwei and the Dongchang, or the cabinet and the imperial ritual office. Zhuang Xingping, with a stern expression, remarked discontentedly, "Why must you belittle others while speaking? With your disposition, it is no wonder you are not well received." Xiao Yunyi replied, "It is not my intention to demean. Rather, your words lack consideration. Do you think that anyone can simply become a powerful minister?" Zhuang Xingping countered, "You cannot deny that in the eyes of those high-ranking figures, your father is indeed seen as the emperor's chosen authority." Suddenly, Xiao Yunyi recalled that in the original narrative, Xiao Zhongyuan had indeed become the grand commander of Jingjidao, commanding an army of 300,000. However, this was under the influence of the protagonist's halo. Without such a blessing, could one even hope for a favorable conclusion? Even if they attain power? Throughout 5,000 years of history, how many powerful generals have met their demise due to their own overwhelming accomplishments that threatened the ruler? Without the protagonist's halo, which minister could hope to end well? Damn it, just chatting with you has made me break into a cold sweat. I'm leaving, Xiao Yunyi declared. Rising to depart, Zhuang Xingping, perplexed and realizing he intended to leave, hastily pressed, "What about Bai Shichong? How do you plan to address the Northern Pacification Office? If the Imperial Horse Office sends someone to find you, how will you respond?" Xiao Yunyi, seemingly unheeding, continued on his way, not looking back as he said, "I merely wish to investigate a murder case and achieve some minor merit. I have no desire to entangle myself in these trivial matters. Remember our agreement. We shall not interfere with one another." At the Yunlai Inn, as night deepened, Xiao Yunyi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. According to the original plot, the pressures from various factions were supposed to be borne by the protagonist, Xiao Huaqin. Yet now, as the storyline quietly shifted, did it indicate that the role of the protagonist could be supplanted? What of the halo belonging to the protagonist? Could it be inherited? Could it not? Xiao Yunyi pondered endlessly without arriving at an answer. In a haze, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, and upon opening his eyes, he found a gleaming hidden sword poised against his throat. Zhu Juanhao, his face concealed by black cloth, spoke in a hushed tone. "You will answer my questions as I ask them. Should you refuse to cooperate, you will die. If you understand, blink your eyes." Xiao Yunyi's heart raced as he blinked. Noticing that his opponent did not strike immediately, a flicker of hope ignited within him, and he cautiously spoke, "Brother, I believe you have entered the wrong room." Zhu Juanhao coldly retorted, "What is your identity?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "I am 100 households of the Jinyiwei. Please show some mercy." Zhu Juanhao's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he advanced the point of his sword closer. "Why do the Eastern factory personnel treat you so courteously? What unsavory agreement have you forged with them? Have you been tailing me?" A misstep in response. Zhu Juanhao's arm twitched, and the sword grazed Xiao Yunyi's neck. Blood beginning to seep and stain the bedding crimson. Those who are ruthless seldom utter many words. A black-faced brother of the rivers and lakes. Xiao Yunyi recognized the futility of resistance and, enduring the pain, softly said, "Do not act rashly. I am willing to disclose whatever you wish to inquire." Zhu Juanhao spoke in a low voice. "Answer my previous question. If you utter another word of nonsense, I shall sever an arm." Xiao Yunyi replied, "My father is the godly martial marquis, Xiao Zhongyuan. I possess the bestowed Qilin robe, and the eastern factory dares not." "You are the son of the general of the northern town?" Zhu Juanhao exclaimed in astonishment. Under the faint moonlight, he scrutinized the youth before him, hesitating before asking, "How can you prove that you are the son of General Xiao?" Xiao Yunyi was taken aback. Suddenly, a phrase from a future worker echoed in his mind. "Please prove that your father is indeed your father, and that you are his son." How does one prove that my father is my father, and that I am his son? What a perplexing question. Xiao Yunyi felt tears welling up. "Brother, we are both children of the rivers and lakes. Can we not engage in a modicum of reason?" Chapter 52. This time, no gold when have the Jinyiwei ever reason with others? How absurd. Zhu Juanhao raised his sword, poised to strike. Xiao Yunyi hastily exclaimed, "Do not take action. I can prove it." He gestured towards a nearby clothing rack, saying, "That is the Qilin robe. Because my father is Xiao Zhongyuan, I received the Qilin robe at the age of 18. Only the son of the general of the northern town could be so honored." Zhu Juanhao had seen a boy clad in the Qilin robe during the day, yet he shook his head. "The room is too dark. I cannot discern clearly. This alone cannot serve as proof." The cold blade reminded Xiao Yunyi to remain composed, and he spoke in a calm tone. "Brother, do you not see the resemblance to my father's features?" "I have not seen your father. My father is the general of the northern town. How can I prove it?" "Good heavens, is this never-ending?" The room fell into a brief silence. Xiao Yunyi slowly exhaled, forcing a stiff smile. "Brother, you cannot be a fool sent by a monkey. Can you?" "Who is the monkey? What does fool mean?" Zhu Juanhao inquired, perplexed. In the dead of night, with sleep eluding him, the sword descended like a comet. Faced with the threat of death, Xiao Yunyi felt a sense of impending collapse. "Brother, let us converse. Must we engage in this manner? I have a heart condition and cannot bear such fright. Do you think I am attempting to scare you?" Zhu Juanhao, expressionless, slowly lifted the blade. Its tip precisely aimed at Xiao Yunyi's heart. As he prepared to plunge the fatal blade, Xiao Yunyi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A potent desire for survival surging within him. "Wait." Zhu Juanhao halted his movements, gazing coldly at Xiao Yunyi, and spoke in a measured tone. "Do you have any final words?" Seeing a glimmer of negotiation, Xiao Yunyi felt a wave of relief and hurriedly replied, "Brother, I swear I shall no longer be willful. I will cooperate fully. Ask me anything you wish to know, and I shall divulge all that I am aware of." Zhu Juanhao scoffed disdainfully. "They say a tiger cannot produce a son of the hound. How could General Xiao have a son like you? So, do you trust me now?" Xiao Yunyi asked eagerly. Cautiously, "Does this mean you will not kill me?" Zhu Juanhao sheathed his sword, his demeanor still frigid as he enunciated, "If you dare to deceive me, I shall assuredly take your life." With the sword now withdrawn, Xiao Yunyi's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he swore solemnly, "I speak only the truth. A man of honor does not change his name or forsake his lineage. My surname is Xiao, my given name Yunyi, and I am the sole son of General Xiao Zhongyuan of the northern frontier." Zhu Juanhao inquired, "If you truly are the general's son, why abandon the noble title of a marquis heir to become a member of the Jinyiwei? What were you thinking? Why pursue the role of a Jinyiwei? Relying on others is precarious. They may falter or abandon you. Even if your own father were to arrive, he could not be trusted. Only by wielding power in your own hands can your survival be assured. This matter is not for outsiders to know." Xiao Yunyi's mind raced as he explained. "I did not desire to be a Jinyiwei, but the position of 100 households was bestowed by the emperor. I had no choice but to accept." The more he spoke, the more he stumbled. With the immediate threat to his life temporarily alleviated, Xiao Yunyi quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Brother, your visit at such a late hour must pertain to some matter requiring my assistance?" Zhu Juanhao then recalled his purpose, speaking candidly. "I initially intended to eliminate a significant figure within the Jinyiwei to enhance my reputation. Since you claim to be General Zhao's son, I shall grant you an opportunity to live. 10 days hence, at the hour of the dog, at Nuanxiao Pavilion in room 5, should you fail to keep this appointment, I shall seek another chance to take your life." With that, he leaped swiftly from the window, not waiting for a response. "Brother, are you still there?" Xiao Yunyi waited for a moment, and upon sensing the stillness within the room, he cautiously rose and approached the window to investigate. Beneath the moonlight, only the sway of tree shadows could be seen, devoid of any human presence. He initially contemplated summoning his subordinates to capture the assailant, but quickly reconsidered. Had the intent to harm been genuine, he would have already met his fate. After much deliberation, he concluded it prudent to remain silent, tending to the injury on his neck before returning to his bed. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, Cui Yin noticed the ointment applied to Xiao Yunyi's neck. His heart racing in alarm as he stepped forward with concern. "My lord, you are injured?" Having experienced the treachery of Bai Shichang, Xiao Yunyi had grown wary of his subordinates, offering a vague excuse to deflect the inquiry before asking, "Where's old Hong?" Cui Yin replied, "My lord, at dawn." Captain Hong led the brothers to guard the city. Xiao Yunyi nodded slightly, and after partaking in a modest breakfast, he led his companions to the Jinhu gang under the pretense of inquiring about the search efforts, while clandestinely probing for any underlying matters. Perhaps due to the subtlety of his approach, the Dan father and son remained completely oblivious, merely lamenting their plight. Xiao Yunyi listened attentively, weighing his thoughts for a considerable time, before suddenly commanding Cui Yin to withdraw his men outside. Turning back, he lowered his voice and stated, "I have come into possession of crucial intelligence concerning the very survival of the Jinhu gang. What price are you willing to pay for it?" The Dan father and son exchanged glances, and Dan Yuanao quickly rose to step outside, summoning his trusted aide with the instruction, "Surround the courtyard and permit no one to approach." After securing the doors and windows, he resumed his seat. Learning from past mistakes, Dan Yuanao refrained from hastily offering a price, instead retorting, "What sum does the esteemed sir wish to sell for?" He did not inquire about the information itself, but rather how much gold was sought, indicating his firm belief in the validity of the intelligence held by the other party. Dan Kuan furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at his precious son, deliberately adopting a stern demeanor as he reprimanded, "Aoer, you have erred in this. How could you speak to Lord Xiao in such a manner?" Upon concluding his admonishment, he turned to Xiao Yunyi with a smile, saying, "If the esteemed sir requires anything, please feel free to express your desires. Although our gang operates on a modest scale, we can still muster 3,000 to 5,000 taels of silver as a humble offering to you, my lord." Xiao Yunyi did not respond immediately, merely smiling as his gaze settled on Dan Yuanao, inquiring, "Have you not mentioned yesterday's transaction to your father?" "I have not." "And why is that?" "Because there was no need." "Then can your words hold any weight?" Dan Yuanao, aware of his companion's concerns, promptly assured, "I will not go back on my word." "Aoer, what transaction have you engaged in with Lord Xiao?" Dan Kuan's expression was one of confusion. "Father, allow me to handle this matter. You have not slept all night. Please return and rest for a while," Dan Yuanao insisted with a hint of firmness. Dan Kuan hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to rise and depart. Observing this, Xiao Yunyi expressed his surprise with a smile. "It appears that the true leader of the Jinhu gang is the young master. My lord has misunderstood. I am merely taking advantage of my father's affection and being a bit willful," Dan Yuanao clarified without further elaboration, redirecting the conversation. "Does my lord still desire gold?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head. "This time, I seek not gold, but rather the profit shares from all the Jinhu gang's enterprises." Is the young master capable of fulfilling this request? Chapter 53. Fortune and misfortune intertwine. The Jinhu gang's dealings extend far beyond mere salt trading. This is not merely a case of extortion, but akin to carving flesh. What intelligence could possibly be worth such a price? Dan Yuanao's thoughts raced. Yet his countenance remained affable as he replied softly, "It seems I did not clarify yesterday. The enterprises of the Jinhu gang do not belong to the gang itself, but rather to the Empress Dowager. Are you certain you wish to partake in this bounty? Feigning authority? I beg your pardon. But that is merely a ruse of the past." Xiao Yunyi regarded him with disdain, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "You undoubtedly possess the token of the Imperial Horse Depot. Yet how can you ascertain that the forces behind it are truly the Empress Dowager?" Dan Yuanao, taken aback, chuckled. "Who would dare to exploit the Empress Dowager's name for profit? An envoy has also alluded to this. How could such matters be false?" Xiao Yunyi responded, "When the false appears true, the true may also be false. In this world, how much can you discern between truth and illusion?" Shan Yuanao contemplated an alternative possibility, his expression subtly shifting as he tentatively inquired, Does the intelligence at your disposal allow one to discern truth from falsehood? Xiao Yunyi offered no response. Gradually raising 3 fingers, I demand a 30% profit. The Golden Tiger Gang is required to remit 70% of its profits annually. If you seek an additional 30%, who will sustain the numerous brothers of the gang? Without hesitation, Shan Yuanao declined. Xiao Yunyi remarked, as the largest gang in Qizhou. Supported by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, the Golden Tiger Gang surpasses the salt merchants of Jiangnan in every respect. Last year, the 7% yield was merely 1,500,000 taels, which seems rather meager, does it not? Lacking knowledge of the salt industry and historical texts, his only advantage lay in having watched numerous period dramas, fully aware of the opulence of salt merchants. The Golden Tiger Gang, with its substantial size, would see its annual profits at no less than 10 million taels. With the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau backing it, the local authorities require only minimal arrangements. And after deducting necessary human and material costs, the most conservative estimate would yield 5 to 6 million taels annually. Taking 5 million taels as a base, a 70% profit share would amount to 3,500,000 taels. This is merely a conservative estimate. The actual profits are likely much higher. Shan Yuanao was uncertain of the specific intelligence Xiao Yunyi possessed, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yunyi observed the subtle changes in his expression, feeling an increased sense of assurance, and continued, a 30% profit, provided it amounts to no less than 1 million taels annually, will ensure I do not audit your accounts. Shan Yuanao felt a sense of helplessness, yet was unable to resist. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke. What you seek is not merely 1 million taels, but a continuous stream of 1 million taels. Is the intelligence you possess truly worth such a price? Xiao Yunyi asserted confidently. Without my information, the Golden Tiger Gang will undoubtedly face annihilation within a month, and the Shan family will be exterminated. Even the Empress Dowager would be powerless to protect you. Shan Yuanao's complexion shifted repeatedly, and after a prolonged silence, he responded, this matter is of great significance. I must discuss it with my father. Please grant me a moment. Xiao Yunyi nodded. You are the one in a hurry. I have all the time in the world. In the study, Shan Yuanao recounted the entire sequence of events, including his commitment to seal the city with 50,000 taels of gold. Shan Kuan's face was filled with rage as he exclaimed, my son, when did you become so foolish? The prefect can seal the city with a mere word. Why squander 50,000 taels of gold to request it? 1 million taels annually? Does he dare to make such a demand? Unafraid of being crushed under the weight of his own greed, Shan Yuanao attempted to explain. Father, 50,000 taels of gold is indeed substantial. Yet I believe the expenditure is justified. It is not solely because Xiao Yunyi is a member of the Jinyiwei, which can spare us numerous unnecessary troubles, but also because he is the son of Xiao Zhongyuan. Shan Kuan retorted, and what of Xiao Zhongyuan? Do you think that spending 50,000 taels of gold will entice him to lend us his support? If it were that simple, he would not have remained in his position as the general of the northern town for long. Shan Yuanao clarified, it is not about winning over Xiao Zhongyuan. It is merely about fostering a good relationship with Xiao Yunyi. In due course, we can expand our interests in the Jingjidao under his banner. Shan Kuan paused in surprise and pressed, what exactly are you thinking? Dan Yuanao responded, Commander Xiao Zhongyuan leads the troops in 3 provinces, and within this territory lies the largest dock in the capital region. At that time, we merely need to accompany Xiao Yunyi to make an appearance and subtly manipulate affairs, which will undoubtedly yield greater benefits. Father, our family has held sway in Qizhou for generations, and given the vastness of this place, we have already ventured into every conceivable industry passed down through the ages. It is high time we expand our horizons. Just as the Dan family is a formidable presence in Qizhou, other provinces possess their own local powers. To encroach upon another's territory and seize a share, we must have a sufficiently robust backing. This truth is clear to Dan Kuan, yet he struggles to comprehend it. We already have the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office behind us. Why should we expend effort to win over Xiao Yunyi? Father, we must not put all our eggs in one basket, especially since as long as Xiao Zhongyuan is present. Even if the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office extends its reach into the capital region, he would swiftly curtail their influence. Dan Yuanao took a breath and continued. Xiao Yunyi undoubtedly possesses intelligence that could jeopardize us. Otherwise, he would not make such demands. We truly have no choice in this matter. Dan Kuan hesitated, pondering. Could it be mere bluster to intimidate us? Dan Yuanao shook his head. It does not appear so. He is aware that we are backed by the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, and his fervent assertion that even the Empress Dowager cannot protect us is sufficient to illustrate the gravity of the situation. Pausing momentarily, he added, "The distinction between truth and falsehood is not a matter of clarity. Rather, it is that our voices hold no weight." Voices hold no weight? In the presence of those influential figures, we indeed lack the authority to speak. It is true that our words carry no weight, Dan Kuan murmured repeatedly. Why would the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office seek out the Golden Tiger Gang? Is the prominent figure behind this the Empress Dowager? What intelligence does Xiao Yunyi truly possess? Under what circumstances would the Dan family face extermination? Dan Kuan's breath quickened, his thoughts entangled like a ball of yarn. Dan Yuanao stated, "Father, from the moment Xiao Yunyi made his request, we have already lost our options." Regaining his composure, Dan Kuan sighed heavily. Whether it be the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office or the brocade-clad guard, we cannot afford to offend them. If he desires it, let us concede. Money can be earned again, but a life lost means losing everything. Dan Yuanao reassured, "Father, take heart. Matters that can be resolved with money are not significant. Furthermore, we can seize the opportunity to bring Xiao Yunyi aboard. Misfortune may be the foundation of fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. Until the final moment, the outcome remains unpredictable." Dan Yuanao returned to the hall with brush and ink, drafting an agreement that allocated 3/10 of the Golden Tiger Gang's shares to Xiao Yunyi, promising an annual dividend of no less than 1 million taels of silver. "Lord Xiao, kindly inscribe your name and affix your seal. This agreement shall take effect immediately." Is such formality truly necessary? I trust you. If a commoner cannot trust himself, how could a lord trust a commoner? Dan Yuanao prepared ink and presented a wolf hair brush with a smile. "As long as the Golden Tiger Gang endures, you shall receive no less than 1 million taels annually. There are 2 copies of this agreement. Please sign swiftly." Xiao Yunyi understood Dan Yuanao's intentions and could easily find an excuse to refrain from signing this agreement. Yet he was acutely aware that once he accepted the money, it would undoubtedly be meticulously recorded by the other party. The decision to sign or not held little significance for Xiao Yunyi, who, without much hesitation, put pen to paper and affixed his personal seal. Dan Yuanao, drying the ink, tucked the contract securely into his bosom and inquired with a smile, "My lord, may I now be enlightened as to the intelligence you possess?" Chapter 54. Dividing the spoils. Xiao Yunyi replied, "I have received reliable information that the people from the Eastern Depot, taking advantage of yesterday's chaos within the Golden Tiger Gang, secretly placed something lethal in your family's hidden chamber." Upon hearing this, Dan Yuanao's complexion turned pale, and without uttering another word, he hastened towards the direction of the secret chamber. An hour later, Dan Yuanao returned to the hall holding several letters, his teeth clenched in anger as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated the Eastern Depot would resort to such despicable and malicious means. It is truly abominable." The items were concealed with utmost secrecy. Had Dan Yuanao not firmly believed that Xiao Yunyi would not speak without reason, he would have never uncovered the lethal items after searching the entire chamber. In total, there were 5 sealed letters, each encrypted in a manner incomprehensible to the untrained eye. Dan Yuanao couldn't decipher them either, but he recognized the emblem embossed on the letterhead, which belonged exclusively to the royal insignia of Beatty. Colluding with traitors. They aim not only to obliterate the Golden Tiger Gang, but also to annihilate the entire Dan clan. As dread washed over him, Dan Yuanao was filled with an overwhelming hatred for the Eastern Depot. Xiao Yunyi, upon receiving the letters from Dan Yuanao, examined them closely but could discern nothing particularly noteworthy. Were it not for Dan Yuanao's recognition of the Beatty royal insignia, he would not have paid much attention to these letters. It must be said that the Eastern Depot had indeed invested considerable effort into this scheme. Suddenly, Dan Yuanao recalled something and asked, "May I inquire, my lord, from where did you acquire this information? Do you possess any additional intelligence?" Everything was merely conjecture, and Xiao Yunyi had no intention of revealing the truth. He simply stated, "The Jinyiwei have their own channels of information. This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. As for other intelligence, I can only tell you that there are individuals from the Eastern Depot embedded within the Golden Tiger Gang." Dan Yuanao felt a twinge of disappointment but nodded. "This matter has long been known to me. Not only are there individuals from the Eastern Depot within the gang, but also from the Jinyiwei. I am aware of each of their identities and had thought everything was under control, yet it appears there was a lapse in vigilance." After a moment's pause, he abruptly changed his tone and asked, "My lord, as you are now also a shareholder of the Golden Tiger Gang, in light of the impending threat. Could you assist me once more? Xiao Yunyi probed. Surely you do not intend to wield the Jinyiwei's blade against the people of the Eastern Depot? Dan Yuanao vehemently denied. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I am a law-abiding individual and would never engage in unlawful acts. I merely wish to request your assistance in dispatching a rider with a letter to a certain person. Xiao Yunyi's thoughts stirred, and after careful consideration, he ultimately shook his head. This matter transcends the enmity between the Golden Tiger Gang and the Eastern Depot. It is further entangled with the Royal Horse Administration, and I am reluctant to become embroiled in it. I have already been of sufficient assistance to you. Tomorrow, I shall return to the capital with my men. For tonight, you are to send 3,000 taels of gold. The remaining 47,000 taels may be temporarily stored within the Golden Tiger Gang. When needed, I will send someone to retrieve it bearing my seal. With that, disregarding the others' attempts to retain him, he turned and departed from the Golden Tiger Gang. On his journey home, Xiao Yunyi meticulously reflected on the events that had just transpired. Once he was certain that there were no flaws in his actions, he finally exhaled in relief. Prior to this, he had sensed that Zhuang Xingping's appearance in Qingzhou was anything but trivial. Given the East Factory's modus operandi, their intervention would not be trifling. If they chose to act, it would undoubtedly result in significant consequences. I have underestimated the ruthlessness of the East Factory. Xiao Yunyi lamented inwardly. With the Emperor's decree to apprehend the Northern D spies, the East Factory seized the opportunity. Knowing that if the Golden Tiger Gang were branded as traitors, they would be uprooted entirely. Even if the Shan family were not exterminated, they would certainly face severe repercussions. This maneuver not only severed the financial lifeline of the Imperial Horse Depot, but also alleviated concerns for the powerful figure behind it, making it a multifaceted gang. The waters were too deep to navigate. It was best to seize what one could and retreat swiftly. Upon returning to the Yulian, Xiao Yunyi recalled the masked assassin from the previous night, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Consequently, he gathered his belongings and relocated to a more inconspicuous inn. As time flowed slowly, with the city gates closing, Hong Shengxiong returned with his cavalry. An hour later, Shan Yuanao dispatched a trusted aide bearing a chest of gold ingots. In the presence of Hong Shengxiong and Cui Yan, Xiao Yunyi opened the chest filled with shimmering gold and candidly stated, "This is a token of gratitude from the Golden Tiger Gang, totaling 3,000 taels of gold, for someone whose annual salary barely exceeded 40 taels of silver." The sight of this chest brimming with gold was a fortune that one could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Hong Shengxiong could not help but gasp, stammering, "My lord, this may not be appropriate to accept." Cui Yan stood frozen in place, gazing at the chest of gold. As the commander of the Jinyiwei, he had witnessed many grand spectacles during his tenure and was not easily awed by 3,000 taels of gold. What bewildered him was why the esteemed son of the divine martial marquis would stoop to accept such a trivial sum, especially in front of his subordinates, openly engaging in a bribery act. Did he not know that such corruption could lead to severe consequences? Filled with confusion, Cui Yan quietly inquired, "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "From the 3,000 taels of gold, I shall take 1,000, and you two shall each receive 700. The remaining 600 will be distributed among the brothers who emerged from this place." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Hong Shengxiong retorted, though it was evident that he was tempted. Ultimately, however, reason triumphed over greed, and he candidly admitted, "My lord, such an abundance of gold would be enough to ensure my demise several times over. I fear for my life if I possess wealth without the means to enjoy it." Turning to Cui Yan, Xiao Yunyi asked, "What about you? Do you not intend to accept?" Cui Yan's gaze flickered uncertainly. In the realm of politics, refusing to conform could lead to exclusion, and in more severe cases, it could result in the loss of one's position or even threaten one's life. The superiors had made their intentions clear regarding the acceptance of bribes. Distributing wealth to subordinates was merely a test. If one were to decline, how could the superiors trust their loyalty? Cui Yan swiftly assessed the situation. The true aim of his superior was to use the guise of sharing wealth as a means to filter out trustworthy aides. In response to "My lord," he said, "I believe this action is somewhat improper. I think you should take 2,000 taels, while I and Captain Hong each take 200, with the remaining 600 shared among our brothers. The allocation for the brothers below remains 600 taels. From his own share, 500 taels are set aside for the superior, a gesture imbued with a certain filial piety." Xiao Yunyi observed Cui Yan with great interest. then turned his gaze to Hong Xingxiong. Both serve as the chief standard-bearers, one straightforward and the other rather cunning. Interestingly, the straightforward may not be truly simple, and the cunning may not be genuinely shrewd. Xiao Yunyi collected his thoughts and smiled, saying, "The journey ahead is long. I regard you as my left and right arms, and thus I cannot treat you poorly. It is agreed upon that 700 taels of gold shall be yours, not a single tael less. Take it yourself. Your humble servant expresses gratitude for your generosity, my lord." Cui Yin bowed deeply and, upon rising, promptly approached the chest, retrieving ingot after ingot of gold. Few in this world can resist the allure of gold. Observing the delighted expression on Cui Yan's face, Hong Xingxiong's eyes flickered with a hint of conflict. Noticing this, Xiao Yunyi smiled and remarked, 700 taels of gold is equivalent to 7,000 taels of silver. With such wealth, one could purchase nourishing supplements for one's parents, acquire decent jewelry for one's wife, and fulfill filial duties towards one's in-laws, while also being generous with friends and relatives. Look closely at these. They are not merely money. They represent the backbone of a man, his confidence, and his dignity. Old Hong, do you truly not desire 700 taels of gold? Chapter 55. Commanding troops effectively as a chief standard-bearer in the 7th rank. The monthly salary is 3 taels and 7 qian of silver, amounting to about 44 taels and 4 qian annually. Adding some allowances and expenses, excluding rewards for case resolutions, one could expect to earn 50 to 60 taels a year. This means that serving dutifully and honestly for 50 years would yield only 2 to 3,000 taels of silver. In the face of the glimmering 700 taels of gold, only a fool would not covet it. Hong Xingxiong scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. My lord, it is not that I do not desire this reward. Rather, I am too timid to accept it. Hearing this, Cui Yin interjected, gold cannot bite. Lord Xiao is showing concern for us. How could a subordinate refuse? I understand your sentiment, but ultimately, each person has their own aspirations. I am not clinging to any principle. I am simply of a timid nature. If I were to take such a large sum, I would not feel at ease. Hong Xingxiong steadfastly held to his conviction. Cui Yin, upon hearing this, chose to abandon further persuasion, securing his own 700 taels of gold, then respectfully stood aside. Awaiting further instructions, Xiao Yunyi inquired, "If you do not take it, do you not fear that I might feel uneasy?" Understanding the underlying implication, Hong Xingxiong responded with a hearty laugh. "My lord, you are an eagle soaring in the skies, while I am but an ant crawling on the ground. The harder something is to obtain, the more precious it becomes. This applies to both people and things. Of course, in the current situation, a single Hong Xingxiong is insignificant. Yet, devoid of a protagonist's aura or any formidable presence, one cannot predict how many individuals of great potential may arise in the future, yet remain difficult to claim as one's own. This incident serves as a reminder. Preparations must be made for what lies ahead." Xiao Yunyi reined in his thoughts and turned to Cui Yin, instructing, "Bring back the share from General Hong to the capital and distribute it among the brothers who were absent this time. The small flags should receive a bit more, while others will be treated equally. As for the gold ingots received, everyone knows what to say and what not to say." There were no loud slogans or proclamations of loyalty. Everyone was focused on how to perform in the future. Half an hour later, Xiao Yunyi frowned slightly as he gazed at the gold ingots brought back by Cui Yin, surmising the situation. He casually inquired, who did not receive their share. Cui Yin replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, 1 small flag under General Hong and 10 lieutenants took their share in front of the brothers, but returned it privately. The 100 households command 10 flags, and this time only 2 flags accompanied us to Qingzhou, meaning each person could only receive 20 taels of gold." Huh. Should I commend General Hong for his adept command? Xiao Yunyi casually picked up a gold ingot, nonchalantly asking, "Cui Zongqi, tell me, can someone like him still be of use? Surely you have your own thoughts on this." Reflecting on past events, Cui Yin did not perceive this as a request for his opinion, but rather as a test. He responded, "Reporting to you, my lord. General Hong is somewhat obstinate in character, yet he is always diligent and devoted, harboring no ulterior motives. I believe that even if he does not share your sentiments, he would never obstruct your path. Your words are intriguing. If he cannot align with you, how can you be so certain he will not become an obstacle?" Xiao Yunyi retorted, "With your robust stature, how could a mere pebble the size of his fingernail impede your steps? If one cannot discern a test from this, then I have truly wasted these years." Once Cui Yin grasped this point, He earnestly defended Hong Xingxiong, stating, I have worked alongside General Hong in the garrison for many years. While I cannot claim to know him intimately, I am aware of his capabilities and integrity. Permit me to add an unrelated remark. Had General Hong possessed the ability to adapt, he would have secured the position of 100 households long ago. The so-called adaptability in officialdom is nothing but flattery, sycophancy, and collusion. Xiao Yunyi inquired, and what about you? What reason prevented your promotion? Cui Yin replied, talented steeds are not rare, yet true mentors are scarce. It is my fortune to have encountered you. Xiao Yunyi paused for a moment, then laughed heartily, with your eloquence. It is indeed a disservice to confine you to the position of a general. Cui Yin immediately knelt, bowing his head in reverence, declaring, I pledge my loyalty to you. My lord, serving with utmost dedication until my last breath. The internal factions within the Jinyiwei were numerous, not to mention the southern and northern pacification offices. Even within a single garrison, multiple factions existed. The position of 100 households is merely a title. The true exercise of power lies in the hands of those beneath. Xiao Yunyi stepped forward to assist him, generously offering sincere words. Your unwavering support is akin to wings to me. Though these were seemingly light-hearted words, each carried a profound weight, truly embodying the saying, a tiger begets no dog. Amidst his reflections, Cui Yin, filled with humility, cautiously expressed, I humbly beseech you, esteemed sir, to offer me your guidance. Xiao Yunyi, pleased with this response, nodded and remarked, it is getting late. Return to prepare and rest early. We shall depart for the capital at dawn. After taking his leave, Cui Yin swiftly sought out Hong Xingxiong and, lowering his voice, scolded, you are utterly despicable. If you do not care for yourself, at least consider those under you. My people accept every single gold ingot, and what has become of this? Hong Xingxiong, leisurely enjoying his food and drink, grinned and replied, what else could it be but embezzlement? Isn't that obvious? Furious, Cui Yin retorted, who is embezzling? Those are rewards from our superiors. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent. If you truly possess courage, why not speak this in front of Lord Xiao? With a sneer, Hong Xingxiong countered, where do you think the gold ingots come from? You know they have been received, yet you wish to silence the discourse. This is akin to being a courtesan while wanting to uphold a facade of virtue. It appears you wish to monopolize all the fortune. Some things cannot simply be desired. Likewise, some cannot be refused. The military and civil branches differ vastly. Those without connections must relinquish certain sentiments to advance in the bureaucratic realm. Understanding Hong Xingxiong's nature, Cui Yin chose not to waste words. Pouring himself a drink and downing it in one go, you are destined to remain a mere banner-bearer for life. Yet, being a lifelong banner-bearer is not inherently a misfortune. One merely fears that a single misstep could prevent even that. What do you mean? Please clarify your words. Is such a question necessary? Hong Xingxiong, his demeanor turning serious, lowered his voice. Lord Xiao has a powerful patron. What do you and I possess? The affiliations of the Golden Tiger Gang are too intricate, and this matter seems to involve the Eastern Depot. Those outsiders dare not confront Lord Xiao. Yet do you think they would hesitate to act against us? Upon hearing this, Cui Yan's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to inquire, have you discovered something during your watch at the city gate these past few days? Hong Xingxiong, unreserved, admitted. The merchant convoy dispatched by Lord Bai yesterday was apprehended by the Eastern Depot on the same day. I kept a keen eye and noticed one person was missing. Cui Yin waited for further elaboration, but seeing no intention from Hong Xingxiong to continue, he pressed. And then? Must I still answer that? There is no and then. Hong Xingxiong savored a piece of meat paired with a sip of wine, relishing the moment. Cui Yin felt a stirring in his heart, but refrained from further questioning. He meticulously recalled various details, suddenly struck by a chilling realization. Are you suggesting that Lord Bai received orders from above to target the Golden Tiger Gang? Yet that seems implausible. How could they possibly know we were heading to Qizhou? How would I know? All I can tell you is that Lord Xiao ordered the city to be sealed not for the case involving Xia, but for the Golden Tiger Gang. Subsequently collecting 3,000 taels of gold, of which you received 700. Why did you not share such a crucial discovery earlier? Who asked me? As the gold recently pocketed began to feel uncomfortably warm, Cui Yin cast a fierce glare at Hong Xingxiong and urgently inquired, you must tell me honestly. Do you know whose man Lord Bai is? Chapter 56. The three parties in motion, what difference does it make? Whether one knows or not is inconsequential. Hong Xingxiong shrugged nonchalantly. I am not a fish in a pond. Even if there is a great fire, it won't affect me. Chui Yin, feeling a surge of urgency, retorted, "You may not be affected, but I certainly am. Just moments ago, I was speaking on your behalf to Lord Xiao. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. You spoke on my behalf." Hong Xingxiong questioned with a look of skepticism. Chui Yin recounted his earlier conversation with Xiao Yunyi, and upon hearing it, Hong Xingxiong fell into silence. The trees longed for stillness, yet the winds continued to blow. With a resigned sigh, Hong Xingxiong lamented, "I simply wish to serve as a captain in peace. Why must it be so difficult?" Chui Yin, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, urged, "You have a lieutenant under your command known as the 100 Knowledgeable of the Guard. He must possess some intelligence regarding Bai Shichang. Call him here and inquire in detail." Hong Xingxiong responded, "Do you recall the case of the raccoon slave during the reign of the late emperor? The entire guard was aware of it, and it became an unhealed wound in the hearts of all the Jinyiwei. This was not due to the case's gravity, but rather because it was treated so frivolously. The so-called raccoon slave case refers to an incident where a raccoon slave, kept by a certain noblewoman from the palace, suddenly died, for reasons unknown. That noblewoman implored the late emperor to order the Jinyiwei to investigate. The matter itself seemed absurd. Yet even more absurd was the fact that the late emperor acquiesced to her request. Partly, this was due to the noblewoman's cherished status, which could be described as having the affection of 3,000. Furthermore, on one occasion, the raccoon slave was seen chasing butterflies in the Imperial Garden, which prompted the late emperor to whimsically bestow upon it the title of butterfly-chasing lieutenant. All officials are subject to the scrutiny of the Jinyiwei. With the raccoon slave possessing an official title, its unexpected demise fell within the jurisdiction of the Jinyiwei. Both Chui Yin and Hong Xingxiong had joined the Jinyiwei in the 5th year of Jingfeng, and upon hearing of this incident, they regarded it as a disgrace to the organization. They even believed that the Jinyiwei's power began to wane following the raccoon slave case. Your sudden mention of the raccoon slave case, could it imply that the individuals behind Bai Shichang are connected to that noblewoman? Chui Yin pondered, a chill running through him. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he treated the late emperor's favored concubines with great kindness, particularly that noblewoman who had garnered the late emperor's affection. Not only was she still alive, but she also had 2 princes and 3 princesses from the late emperor. They were all beloved siblings of the current emperor. And should any of them bear a grudge over this matter and resort to covert sabotage, even Xiao Yunyi might find it difficult to withstand. Lord Bai joined the Jinyiwei in the 3rd year of Jingfeng. How could he possibly be connected to her? This is hardly plausible, is it? Chui Yin felt a rising sense of panic. Hong Xingxiong offered no reply, merely stating, "It is clear that Lord Bai has received orders to come to Qizhou, likely to trouble the Jinhu gang, while Lord Xiao is allied with them. The matter of belief or disbelief lies with you. As for the secrets concealed within, I remain oblivious. You may ponder this at your leisure. Trust? Distrust?" As Chui Yin returned to his chamber, he tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. His mind consumed by visions of being interrogated for bribery. By dawn, sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Xiao Yunyi casually inquired, "Have you not slept a wink all night?" Chui Yin replied, "I have never received such a grand reward before, and thus I am too exhilarated to rest." Hong Xingxiong, upon hearing this, merely smirked. Fearing further comments, Chui Yin hastily redirected the conversation. "My lord, the case of General Xin has yet to reach its conclusion. Should we not return to Binzhou for further investigation?" Xiao Yunyi feigned confusion. "Isn't the case of General Xin already resolved? What more do you wish to uncover?" Chui Yin quickly grasped the implication and concurred. "Indeed, the case has been closed. It was my oversight, and I beg your pardon, my lord." Xiao Yunyi nodded. "Inform the others. After breakfast, we shall set out for the capital." "Meanwhile, what did you just say? Dan Kuan had the secret chamber filled?" Zhuang Xingping exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. His confidant meticulously reported the intelligence gathered. Upon learning of Xiao Yunyi's visit to the Golden Tiger gang, Zhuang Xingping swiftly deduced the implications and cursed. "We agreed to leave each other undisturbed, yet he dares to pull such a stunt. What a despicable scoundrel." Beside him, a subordinate, somewhat perplexed, hesitated before softly advising, "My lord, the Golden Tiger gang has always maintained a veil of secrecy. If this information has suddenly leaked, it may well be a deliberate maneuver on their part." Zhuang Xingping scoffed. "They leaked it intentionally. This is merely a declaration to the outside world that they are prepared. A warning for us not to engage in any underhanded schemes, while simultaneously attempting to draw Xiao Yunyi to their side. That scoundrel first betrayed us, and then allowed Dan Kuan to do the same. He deserves it. Of course, I suspect there are unsavory dealings at play. Send someone to investigate thoroughly." Damn Xiao Yunyi, damn the Jinyiwei. The more Zhuang Xingping pondered, the angrier he became, continuing to issue orders. Furthermore, have Gao Kejian extend hospitality to Bai Shichang. Ensure he is treated with utmost respect. The final 4 words were almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. The confidant promptly relayed the order to Gao Kejian, simultaneously advising, do not employ any trivial methods. Bring out the heavy artillery. The term heavy artillery referred to certain specialized torture instruments. While they might not inflict greater pain, they would undoubtedly cause irreversible physical harm. Gao Kejian, lacking expertise in such matters, pondered for a moment before directly inquiring, my lord, would incapacitating his right hand suffice? The confidant nodded, you handle it. The key is to take your time. The chief has instructed that the hospitality must be impeccable. Do not rush. The slower, the better. Gao Kejian responded respectfully. I shall obey. Please inform the chief that I will spare no effort to ensure our guests' satisfaction. On another front, after successfully escaping from Qingzhou, Xiao Yunyi concealed himself in the wilderness for a night, painstakingly establishing contact with his superior, codenamed Copper Mirror, from whom he learned of Bai Shichang's arrest. Xiao Yunyi expressed his concerns, asking, this matter originated with me. Is there something I must do? The Copper Mirror replied, the tribute silver has been secretly transported away, and the unexpected events during the transfer of accounts cannot be attributed to you. This mission has been begrudgingly deemed a success, and others will take over from here. Bai Shichang is not in immediate danger. When the Eastern Depot personnel escort him back to the capital, arrangements will be made for his rescue. Understanding his own limitations, Xiao Yunyi refrained from further discussion on the matter and nodded, inquiring, what is it that you need me to do now? The higher-ups have decided to assign you to the Southern Town Supervisory Office. Your responsibility will be to oversee personnel below the rank of 1,000 households, with particular attention needed on Xiao Yuyi's actions. The Copper Mirror meticulously outlined the key points that required vigilance. Curiously, Xiao Yunyi asked, Xiao Yunyi, why has the higher-ups suddenly taken an interest in him? The Copper Mirror responded sternly, do not ask what you should not. The transfer order has already been issued. You must return to Binzhou with utmost haste. Once you receive the transfer order, proceed directly to the Southern Town office to report for duty. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Yunyi questioned, is this a lateral transfer? The Copper Mirror clarified, your rank will be elevated by 1 level to a trial position of 100 households at the Southern Town Supervisory Office. A satisfied smile graced Xiao Yunyi's face, and he then inquired, is my godmother well? Chapter 57. Setting fire to the house. Xiao Kanjun is deceased, and those who once wronged your godmother have received their due punishment. She is faring quite well now, the Copper Mirror replied. He issued a stern warning. Once you have the transfer order, make haste to the capital, and do not engage in any superfluous actions. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect your godmother. He understood the significance of the Qin family in Xiao Yunyi's heart. Had he not feared leaving traces that might reveal his identity, he would never have allowed Xiao Yunyi to return to Binzhou. In response to the warning from his superior, Xiao Yunyi readily agreed. However, upon returning to Binzhou, the first thing he did was not to go to the government office to retrieve the transfer order, but to return to the Xian household under the cover of darkness. Disguised and cloaked in the night, he intended to catch a glimpse from afar, but stumbled upon an exceedingly furious scene. In the main hall, Qin Shi was stripped of her outer garments, clad only in a white undergarment, kneeling before Xian's parents with the spirit tablet of Xian Kanjun placed beside her. A burly servant wielded a whip, striking Qin Shi mercilessly. 1 lash followed another, totaling 20 strikes. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Shi gritted her teeth in silence, even biting her lip until it bled, refusing to cry out in pain. Observing his daughter-in-law, battered and bloodied, Xian's mother exhibited no sign of compassion, coldly declaring, you shameless woman, do not think that my son's death grants you the freedom to act as you please. Better restrain your mischievous ways, or I shall send you to the depths of the pond. Do you understand? Qin Shi trembled, her voice quaking as she replied, the daughter-in-law will remember her mother-in-law's teachings. Xian's father, with a grim expression, stated, past grievances can be put aside. You were formally married to my son. In life, you are a daughter-in-law of the Xian family, and in death, you shall be a ghost of this household. From now on, behave yourself and honor my son's memory. We shall not treat you poorly. Inwardly sorrowful, Qin Shi dared not reveal her feelings, responding respectfully, the daughter-in-law will heed her father-in-law's teachings. Having reached a resolution, Father Xian and Mother Xian commanded their servants to escort Ms. Qin for her treatment. They then instructed their eldest daughter-in-law, "From now on, you shall manage the household. Keep a close watch on her, but do not show her too much kindness. Let her survive, but barely." The eldest daughter-in-law, possessing a gentle disposition and feeling sympathy for Ms. Qin, dared not oppose her mother-in-law. She obediently replied, "Mother, rest assured, I know how to handle this." With her in-laws and husband rendered incapacitated by the Jinyiwei, she had no choice but to assume her role in the family. Xian Jizong, distanced from the scene, could only witness Ms. Qin's suffering without comprehending the spoken words or the underlying reasons. It wasn't until he overheard the gossip of the servants that he grasped the full circumstances. Previously, when the Jinyiwei came to investigate, Ms. Qin's alleged infidelity had been thrust into the open, resulting in the brutal mutilation of Father Xian, Mother Xian, and their eldest son. All their wrath was directed at Ms. Qin, who was subjected to relentless beatings under various pretexts, using whips soaked in brine, inflicting pain without causing permanent injury, leaving her in a state of agony. During the lifetime of the second master, he had sought to acquire the wealth of that man by trading the second wife for a share of the profits. This was not a first-time occurrence, and the entire family was aware. At that time, no one raised any objection. Yet now, all blame fell upon the second wife. What kind of injustice was this? Who could dispute it? The sordid affairs of high society were fully experienced by the second wife, revealing her misfortunes. Alas, the adopted son, who had been nurtured with such care, had vanished without a trace, leaving the second wife utterly defenseless against torment. Life was already arduous, and now she was subjected to whips dipped in brine, treated more like a criminal than a daughter-in-law. How could such cruelty be humanly possible? The authorities showed no concern. Her natal family lacked influence, and divorce was not an option. It seemed to her that death would be preferable, an end to her suffering. The servants engaged in hushed discussions, each word piercing Xian Jizong's heart like a thorn. His mind wandered back to the age of 7 when he was first brought to the Xian household. Remembering that fragile woman who grasped his hand and uttered her first words, "From now on, I shall be your mother, and I will care for you well." From the moment he entered the Xian family, Ms. Qin managed all aspects of his life with her own hands. It was she who, during his grave illness, stayed awake for 2 days and nights, tending to him. Even when the family had nearly given up, it was she who sought out every possible remedy, ultimately rescuing his life. That year, Xian Jizong was 9, and Ms. Qin was 20. She declared, "I cannot bear children, but if you are willing, I shall treat you as my own flesh and blood." She asserted, "A woman who cannot bear children is no woman at all, so do not thank me. Treating you well is my duty, for through you, I have found my identity as a woman." She expressed her hopes, "I do not expect you to achieve fame and fortune. I only wish for your happiness, health, and safety. And when you marry, treat your wife kindly." She spoke many things, all of which he remembered. Yet, how had their lives come to such a tragic state? It was because of that man. Thus, he seized the solitary opportunity to orchestrate the man's demise, regardless of the fact that the man was his godfather. Even in the face of threats from the organization, he would unhesitatingly make the same choice again. Yet, why had her life not improved as a result? The copper mirror had clearly stated that she was living well. Why did the spoken words contradict the observed reality? What should I do? How should I confront this? Xian Jizong pondered for an extended period, until the dead of night when all were asleep. He set fire to the Xian residence. When the slumbering inhabitants awoke, the flames had already spread, and in their desperate bid for survival, they disregarded all else, leaving those with severed limbs to perish in the inferno. With their demise, she would find liberation. Throughout it all, Xian Jizong remained unseen. After confirming her safe escape, he vanished into the shadows. The fire consumed the home that had nurtured him, the very hell in which she had been trapped for 13 years. In that moment, he plunged into the abyss of darkness, while she would once again embrace the light. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Shenwu, in the Lanji courtyard. "You refuse to let me become a Jinyiwei, yet I still insist on it. I've been away for over half a month. If one were unaware, they might think I had perished outside. You couldn't even send a word back. Do you truly consider yourself a solitary figure?" Fang Ruiying chattered on, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Xiao Yunyi replied with a wry smile, "Mother, I am your own son. Must you curse me so?" The mere mention of the topic ignited Fang Ruiying's ire, and she scolded. "This son of mine is less devoted than those without blood ties. At least they come to pay their respects daily. Tell me, how many times have you done so in your life? Xiao Yunyi paused, then scoffed. Clearly, he is a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. You must be cautious. Ouch. Mother, could you refrain from tugging my ear so mercilessly? If it must be done, at least use a gentler grip. Xiao Yunyi feigned a pitiful demeanor, yet his tender display failed to sway his mother's resolve. Feng Ruiying tightened her grip and interrogated. Who did you just call a weasel, and who the chicken? Xiao Yunyi retorted. Why are women's concerns always so peculiar? Mother, what I mean is, his actions are merely to deceive you. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Do you really need to remind me of that? Feng Ruiying released her hold and resumed her previous demeanor, sneering. That mother and son must have ingested some strange medicine. The younger one comes daily to pay respects without fail. The older one, for trivial matters, makes an appearance from time to time. Your father is equally muddled. Thinking this is a good thing. What possible good could come from this? Certainly none. Xiao Yunyi shook his head fervently before inquiring. Aside from that, have they exhibited any other unusual behavior? Feng Ruiying pondered briefly and then spoke slowly. Indeed, there is something. Xiao Yunyi pressed further, such as? Chapter 58. The gift that mother and son, particularly the elder, visit the East residence daily, shamelessly accompanying your grandmother in prayers and rituals. The younger one frequently invites classmates into the estate. During your absence these past weeks, he has hosted 5 literary gatherings in the Danhuai courtyard. Feng Ruiying suddenly recalled something and coldly remarked, there are rumors circulating outside that the eldest son of the Xiao family from the Xinwu Marquisate is exceptionally handsome, extraordinarily talented, and possesses vast knowledge, a true top scholar. Many families are coming to propose marriage. Our doorstep is nearly worn down. In this unfolding narrative, Xiao Huaqian is graced with the aura of a protagonist, blooming like flowers in spring, adored by all. Men regard him as a confidant, while women see him as a beloved suitor, destined to achieve the title of top scholar in the upcoming examinations. Xiao Yunyi, however, is uncertain whether Xiao Huaqian's actions carry deeper implications. The one thing he is sure of is that fate is relentlessly enhancing the protagonist's popularity. Those familiar with the novels understand that the higher the popularity, the stronger the aura. Presently, the entire capital is aware that Xinwu Marquis Xiao Zhongyuan has 2 sons, the accomplished eldest son Xiao Huaqian and the inept heir Xiao Yunyi. The eldest son is the rarest of talents, while the heir is a figure of disdain among the populace. Xiao Huaqian has not made any grand gestures. He merely invited his classmates to a few intimate literary gatherings, penned several essays, painted a few artworks, and composed a few poems. Within a mere span of 20 days, he has garnered an impressive reputation. Meanwhile, I toil outside, embroiled in unfathomable schemes and caught in the whirlpool of various power struggles. He remains comfortably at home, gaining renown through mere words and deeds. It is truly a case of comparison breeds contempt. Xiao Yunyi sighed in resignation, acknowledging that those blessed with the protagonist's aura are indeed remarkable. Currently, the narrative unfolds along 2 principal threads. One he has read, belonging to the protagonist, and the other an unpredictable path diverging from the original story. The intersection of these 2 threads hinges entirely upon the choices he makes, each laden with its own advantages and disadvantages. Feng Ruiying interjected coolly. Which official does not face scheming? Blame your lack of ability. It is your own doing. Who told you not to study diligently? Why did you choose to become a member of the Imperial Guards instead of fulfilling your role as the heir? What exactly do you seek? A mother worries for her child traveling far. When apart, concern weighs heavily in her heart, fearing he may be thirsty, hungry, or weary. Yet when together, her words are laced with disdain, as if uttering even one word of affection would embolden him further. Xiao Yunyi remained silent for a moment before shrugging. To be honest, I am unsure of what I seek. Perhaps it is due to a lack of security that I feel the need to grasp onto something. What do you mean by lacking security? What do you wish to hold on to? Feng Ruiying inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Xiao Yunyi offered a few vague replies before shifting the conversation. Mother, my journey was not entirely fruitless. I acquired a sum of money. You should select a few trusted stewards to establish a branch of the Wanli Bank in Qingzhou. Feng Ruiying responded, the banks in the capital have only just begun. Why aren't you focusing on managing them properly instead of opening a branch? Even if you must open a branch with such vast land in the capital, why not establish several here? Why venture so far to Qingzhou? Xiao Yunyi did not elaborate further, stating simply, there are reliable people in Qingzhou to assist. Business will flourish there. The key now is to send trustworthy individuals. Feng Ruiying replied, "That is not an issue. But you must first explain how much silver you earned and the specifics of how you acquired it." Xiao Yunyi pondered for a moment, raising a solitary finger. 1,000 taels? That hardly seems sufficient to sustain a moneylender's establishment. So you have calculated well. Not only do you seek personnel, but funds as well? Mother, it is not merely 1,000 taels of silver, but rather 1,000 taels of gold. How much? Feng Ruoyin was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she immediately extended her hand. Xiao Yunyi deftly evaded, offering a wry smile and saying, "Could you refrain from always pulling my ear? Can we not converse amicably?" Feng Ruoyin lowered her voice, admonishing, "You dare accept bribes when you have yet to secure your position as 100 households leader? Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Yunyi corrected her. "This is not bribery. It is merely a small favor for a friend, and the gift is merely a token of appreciation." "Which family bestows 1,000 taels of gold as a token of gratitude?" Feng Ruoyin, filled with concern, replied, "My dear child, the marquis it lacks not for funds. If you desire it, I can provide you with the means. Quickly return that gold. 1,000 taels of gold can be given. But can 5,000 taels also be granted?" Xiao Yunyi was acutely aware that he must rely on Feng Ruoyin to establish the moneylending business, so he concealed the truth, stating, "Though referred to as a token of appreciation, it is, in truth, a contribution to our business. It is entirely plausible and will pose no issues." "Is that truly so?" Feng Ruoyin's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Xiao Yunyi nodded, fabricating a plausible tale to allay her fears, and continued, "The bureaucratic world has its own conventions. Those literati often accept antiques, paintings, rare books, and calligraphy, each possessing immense value. Would you consider that bribery?" Feng Ruoyin hesitated. "In matters between scholars, it should not count." "Should it?" Xiao Yunyi seized the opportunity. "Then, if I accept others' investments in my business, could that be deemed bribery?" Feng Ruoyin found herself ensnared in his argument, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate what it was. It is said that literati are indifferent to wealth, a notion that one can only take with a grain of salt. During the celebration of the emperor's birthday, all civil officials present gifts, many of which are treasures rare for ordinary folk. Where do such items originate? Everyone is aware, yet no one speaks of it, nor does anyone inquire. Xiao Yunyi continued to sway Feng Ruoyin with his rhetoric, presenting numerous fallacies until she finally acquiesced, leaving him content. In the Shushi courtyard, Xiao Yunyi listened as Zhang Xin reported on various matters within the estate, including the list of attendees for the literary gathering. From the Duke's heir to the children of humble origins, Xiao Huaiqian's social circle is indeed extensive. "Senjin, you have done remarkably well. This list is quite useful and may prove beneficial at any moment." Having said this, he carefully stored the list, gesturing towards a wooden box set aside, smiling. "Here is a gift I brought for you. Open it, and see if it pleases you." "A gift? What young master bestows presents upon a servant while attending to affairs?" "Young master, truly, I could weep." Zhang Xin, with reddened eyes, excitedly opened the box to discover neatly arranged gold ingots within. "Young master, this? 300 taels of gold. A gift for you. Do you like it?" "Like it? I adore it. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, young master." Zhang Xin, overwhelmed with joy, knelt and bowed, ceaselessly expressing his gratitude. Xiao Yunyi stepped forward to assist him, correcting, "This is not a reward, it is a gift." Zhang Xin was overcome with emotion, unable to utter a single coherent word. The term gift felt like a blazing coal in the depths of winter. Its warmth moved him to the brink of tears. "What merit do I possess?" Zhang Xin pondered, feeling unworthy as a mere lowly servant to receive such treatment. "Young master, enough, enough. Just accept it and dry your tears quickly, lest you become the subject of ridicule," Xiao Yunyi interjected. As the only trustworthy confidant at present, he held high hopes for Zhang Xin. As they conversed, a voice from outside interrupted, "Young master, the Lord has sent someone to request your presence in the study immediately." The moment Xiao Yunyi stepped out of the room, he beheld a radiant sunset draping over Xiaohe, whose features were as exquisite as a painting. With cascading hair and porcelain skin, the gentle evening breeze and the lingering glow of the setting sun rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. "I urge you not to spare the golden-threaded robes, but cherish the fleeting youth. When flowers are ripe for the plucking, seize them without delay, lest you find yourself empty-handed when the blossoms fade." Xiao Yunyi approached slowly, reaching out to smooth a stray lock of hair from Xiaohe's temple, smiling as he said, "Have someone prepare warm water. You shall attend to my bath tonight. Chapter 59. The Truth Unveiled in the Study. Xiao Yunyi casually flipped through a military treatise, asking nonchalantly, "Having been away from home for nearly 20 days, where have you been? What have you accomplished?" "I took on a case from the guard station, first going to Bingzhou, then to Qingzhou. There were no new discoveries. It was akin to a leisurely trip," Xiao Yunyi replied dismissively. Xiao Zhongyuan pressed further. "Did you not go to Tongzhou?" A sense of unease crept into Xiao Yunyi's heart, yet he maintained an impassive facade, replying, "I was investigating the case of the military officer from Bingzhou. What need had I to go to Tongzhou?" Setting aside the military book, Xiao Zhongyuan's gaze sharpened with scrutiny as he slowly spoke. "On the day Huaiqian was attacked in Baishui County, your servant left Baishui County. At that time, I paid little mind, until later, when Huaiqian was poisoned." He feigned a pause, his expression growing increasingly intense. "Now tell me, with so many people in the manor, why is it that only Huaiqian is targeted? The initial assassination could be dismissed as an excuse involving the Northern D spies, but to use such a flimsy pretext a second time is rather clumsy. The Northern D harbor a grudge against me, Xiao Zhongyuan. If they sought to retaliate against my family, why not target my own mother, my brothers, or my blood relatives? Why specifically poison Huaiqian, who shares no blood ties? Furthermore, regarding the subsequent drowning incident, how is it that the Northern D spies are inexplicably implicated?" Suppressing his rising anger, Xiao Zhongyuan demanded, "Am I not speaking clearly, or are you simply deaf?" Xiao Yunyi, outwardly calm as a seasoned elder, felt a tempest of panic within. He feigned confusion, asking, "What do you mean by that, father? I do not understand." Bang! Xiao Zhongyuan seized the military book and hurled it forcefully, shouting, "Do not presume yourself clever by taking others for fools." From the moment the emperor issued the decree to apprehend the Northern D spies, everyone who had any contact with them fell under the watchful eyes of the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei, including you, the 100th House of Jinyiwei. From childhood to adulthood, you have encountered numerous individuals and engaged in various activities, each detail meticulously scrutinized. In the presence of these individuals, you cannot conceal anything. Were it not for the timely warning from the Southern Town Pacification Office to your father, do you believe you could still stand here unscathed? Xiao Zhongyuan's ire escalated as he seized the inkstone from his desk and hurled it with force. Despite his fury, he refrained from directing his wrath towards his own son. "Have you lost your voice?" Xiao Yunyi observed the scattered brushes on the floor, quickly assessing the situation before him. The bad news was that Xiao Zhongyuan likely knew the truth behind the assassination. The good news was that it was not Zhang Xin who betrayed him, but rather someone from the Southern Town Pacification Office who had alerted him. What more could be said at this juncture? With his thoughts racing, Xiao Yunyi seized upon a crucial point in the earlier conversation and cautiously ventured, "Father, have you considered that it might be the Southern Town Pacification Office instigating this?" Still trying to argue, Xiao Zhongyuan retorted, throwing the pen holder in his hand. He barked, "Tongzhou, Qinshe Street, Lu's incense shop. Do not pretend you are unaware of its significance." Xiao Yunyi's expression stiffened, forcing a semblance of a smile. "Father, do you possess any evidence?" "You are all talk," Xiao Zhongyuan bellowed. "What did you say?" Still being obstinate. "Are you? Once you enter the Northern Town Pacification Office's prison, we shall see if your bravado holds against their instruments of torture." "Father, you jest," Xiao Yunyi replied, striving to maintain his composure. "I am your own son, the heir of the divine Marshal Marquis, a captain of the Imperial Guard, adorned in the Emperor's bestowed Qilin robe. Without tangible proof, who would dare imprison me?" Xiao Zhongyuan scoffed. "Is this your confidence? Relying on my protection while orchestrating an assassination against your brother and entangling this matter with the Northern D spies, should I commend your cleverness?" "Indeed, I am quite clever," Xiao Yunyi admitted. As the situation grew dire, he decided to abandon all pretense. Noticing his father teetering on the brink of fury, he quickly modified his tone. "No, please remain calm. Set down the paperweight. It is made of bronze and could truly be fatal. It should be used to smite you, this unfilial son, to spare me the torment of your continued existence." Xiao Zhongyuan's curses were fierce, and he acted swiftly. After placing the bronze tiger paperweight down, he seized several books from the desk, hurling them in Xiao Yunyi's direction while cursing, "At such a tender age, you possess a heart as venomous as a serpent, ruthless and deranged." How familiar those words sound. Xiao Yunyi, unable to resist, interjected, "Hearts in sync, a father harming his son. What do you intend? You wretched boy. Are you challenging the heavens?" Xiao Zhongyuan grasped the bronze tiger paperweight once more, advancing with determination. With a single move, he overcame Xiao Yunyi, pinning him down with one hand while the other raised the paperweight to strike at his son's backside. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow was more forceful than the last, accompanied by scathing remarks. You little rascal, with such ample flesh, you seem to be thriving well. What do you intend? What do you intend? Nothing at all. I truly do not wish for anything. I see my error. Please, do not strike again. Just as you have targeted one side, do not forget the other. Ow. Be gentle. I am your biological father. No, I misspoke. You are my biological father. Oh dear, you truly are my father. Xiao Yunyi cried out in despair. And no amount of pleading could elicit any mercy from his relentless father. After delivering over 30 blows, Xiao Yunyi finally ceased, disdainfully tossing the bronze tiger paperweight aside, admonishing. This is sheer nonsense, utterly unbecoming of you. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Xiao Yunyi felt a sense of discomfort, hesitating slightly before suggesting. It seems rather unbalanced. Might I trouble you to strike a few more times on my right side? Get lost. All right, I'm off. But I'll come back. Xiao Yunyi rose quietly, standing still and obedient. Following this commotion, Xiao Yunyi lost his inclination to scold, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, The mess in Tongzhou has been tidied up by me. All that remains is to deal with the servant by your side. Once he is handled, this matter will be laid to rest. Handled? You mean kill Zhang Xian? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi shook his head resolutely. No, Zhang Xian merely follows my orders. He is but a servant, and this matter cannot be laid at his feet. If you wish to pursue this further, direct your ire at me. Xiao Yunyi fell silent for a moment before responding. I could resolve this with a mere word. Do you know why I have not rushed to act, but waited for your return? Xiao Yunyi hesitated. You wouldn't want me to take matters into my own hands, would you? Xiao Yunyi replied. Your actions have crossed my threshold of tolerance. Therefore, I intend to use his life to impart a lesson to you. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. With that, he summoned his personal guards and commanded them to bring Zhang Xian forth. Greetings to my lord and young master. Zhang Xian bowed respectfully, completely oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, seeing his father was about to take serious action, Xiao Yunyi urgently pleaded. Father, grant me one more chance. Just this once, please. Xiao Yunyi replied. You are my only bloodline and may have many chances, but this does not exempt you from consequences. A tree that isn't pruned cannot grow straight. A person who isn't taught cannot succeed. This is the price you must bear for your mistakes. After saying this, he exchanged a glance with a nearby guard. The guard understood and swiftly seized Zhang Xian by the throat. My lord, please. Young master, save me. I don't want to die. Zhang Xian struggled desperately, his eyes filled with a longing for survival. He was unaware of what was happening. His sole thought was to live. Chapter 60. A death worthy of its cause. Stop. I command you to stop. Xiao Yunyi attempted to intervene and save Zhang Xian, only to be obstructed by another guard. Their eyes met, and he saw the desperate plea for life reflected in Zhang Xian's gaze. The guard remained unmoved, gradually tightening his grip. Within mere moments, Zhang Xian's eyes rolled back in his head. Seeing this, Xiao Yunyi shouted urgently, Zhang Xian is merely a servant. Why must you target him? Whatever you intend to do, direct it at me instead. Grant him a chance to live. Xiao Yunyi shook his head. Yunyi, remember this lesson. Those who seek to grasp fire will surely burn themselves. As his words settled, he signaled to the guard. Following the command, the guard no longer held back, efficiently snapping Zhang Xian's neck. Zhang Xian was dead. The outcome had unfolded as the original storyline dictated, unchangeable and unavoidable. Xiao Yunyi collapsed in despair, his heart sinking into the depths of sorrow. Xiao Yunyi spoke to himself. The political arena is no child's play. You must remember that you are your father's son. Without this identity, you are nothing in the eyes of others. Never forget that your adversaries are not your siblings at home, but those in the court who seek to exploit you. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The Xiao family thrives together and suffers together. Do not engage in actions that bring joy to our enemies and pain to our kin. The Jinyiwei represents tremendous power. Yet this is all contingent upon the emperor's favor. In other words, whoever earns the emperor's trust wields immense authority. Since the pacification of the north, no one in the court has enjoyed greater favor than Xiao Yunyi. Yet it is precisely for this reason that he cannot afford to be careless. Xiao Yunyi remained silent. Observing this, Xiao Yunyi shook his head. As a father, I currently have 2 sons, and you are the one most prone to straying from the right path. You must understand that fraternal discord only provides opportunities for outsiders to undermine the Xiao family. My son, if you do not awaken to this now, when will you? At this moment, Xiao Yunyi was enveloped by a profound sense of powerlessness, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Ultimately, he was not the protagonist. He was merely a pawn, and any struggle seemed utterly futile. Gathering his thoughts, Xiao Yunyi slowly rose. Father, as you just said, Zhang Xian is dead, and this matter ends here. A life extinguished is akin to a lamp snuffed out. I hope you can ensure a proper burial for Zhang Xian and treat his family kindly. I am somewhat weary and shall return another day to hear your teachings. With that, he turned to leave. Like Zhang Xian, he too was a supporting character, a mere pawn, the only distinction being that he was the heir of a marquis, whereas Zhang Xian was a servant. Watching Xiao Yunyi's retreating figure, Xiao Zhongyuan murmured softly to himself, "Have I erred? No, I have not." Without enduring the bitter cold, how can one appreciate the fragrance of plum blossoms? The political landscape is fraught with ambiguity, far more perilous than the battlefield. A moment's carelessness can lead one into an abyss. Gazing at the figure that gradually faded from view, Xiao Zhongyuan whispered, "My son, I fear I may not be able to protect you for a lifetime. Since you have chosen to join the Jinyiwei, you must grow rapidly in a short span. Zhang Xian's death, though tragic, will serve as the catalyst for your transformation." In the Shushi courtyard, Xiaohi prepared warm water and made arrangements for the night's service. However, the scene she anticipated did not unfold. "Young master, the water has cooled a bit. Shall I add some more hot water?" Oh, was it a yes or a no? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaohi softly inquired, "Young master, do you have something on your mind?" Xiao Yunyi did not respond. Rising Barand, with Xiaohi's assistance, donned his nightclothes. The two exchanged no words as Xiaohi quietly followed behind him, only to feel a bit awkward once they entered the bedroom. After settling on the bed, Xiao Yunyi made no further movements, simply holding Xiaohi close. "I am so tired. Would you like me to give you a massage?" Silence enveloped the room, and just as Xiaohi believed her young master had fallen asleep, a pair of strong arms enveloped her. "Ah, young master? Do not move." Xiao Yunyi held Xiaohi tightly in his embrace, as if this was the only way to find a semblance of tranquility. Though no words were exchanged, Xiaohi inexplicably sensed an aura of sorrow surrounding him. Several times she contemplated speaking, but ultimately restrained herself. Xiao Yunyi drifted into an extraordinarily long dream. Upon awakening, the specifics of the dream eluded him. Yet he retained a haunting impression of a tragic fate within it. After partaking in a modest breakfast, he made his way to the Qinhu office, remaining silent throughout the entire journey. Xiaohi, perplexed yet slightly disheartened, composed herself, and, once confirming her young master had departed, hastily proceeded to the Lanji courtyard. "What? You mean merely held you all night and did nothing else?" Feng Ruiying exclaimed, astonished. Xiaohi recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail. Feng Ruiying remained silent for a long moment, then turned to the side, addressing Granny Sunday. "Do you think might have been injured during his outing, leading to his condition?" Granny Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaohi, summoning her courage, interjected, "Madam, rest assured. While I assisted the young master with his bath, I observed closely that he was unharmed. Moreover, I can confirm that his gaze prior to his return from the study was one of desire towards me, but it shifted after he came back." "The study?" Again with Xiao Zhongyuan. Feng Ruiying's anger flared as she glanced at the sky, considering that there was still time. She hurriedly gathered her companions to intercept him, stopping Xiao Zhongyuan just as he was about to leave. "You, Xiao Zhongyuan, your son has only just returned, and what chaos are you stirring now? Have you frightened him to the point of inhumanity? Do you wish to sever the lineage of the Xiao family with your own hands? You are a disgrace to the ancestral line of the Xiao family. How can you face your forebears?" Xiao Zhongyuan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of her accusations. The terms inhumanity and severing the lineage struck him as particularly jarring. Had merely killing Zhang Xian rendered his son so psychologically fragile? A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Zhongyuan, prompting him to abandon his military duties and drag Feng Ruiying back to the Lanji courtyard. Once inside, he closed the door and urgently inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Feng Ruiying, eyeing him skeptically, replied, "You don't know? How could I possibly know such a thing?" Xiao Zhongyuan retorted, his anxiety mounting as a thought struck him. "How could you possibly know?" Feng Ruiying succinctly recounted Xiaohi's words, then pressed, "What exactly transpired in the study yesterday?" Among her 4 maidservants, Xiao Yi stood out most prominently, rivaling even the finest young ladies. She was well aware that her beloved son had long harbored feelings for Xiao Yi, and just yesterday had requested her assistance. Logically, it seemed impossible that nothing had occurred throughout the night. Feng Ruiying increasingly suspected that some form of provocation must have taken place, leading to his current state of helplessness. Growing more agitated, she demanded, Xiao Yunyi, are you deaf or mute? Answer me quickly, does this matter involve your infamous son again? Chapter 61. With this discussion, sleep was no longer an option. The matters concerning the assassin were deeply entangled, and Xiao Yunyi had no desire to elaborate. Upon reflection, he deemed it unworthy to stir discord between husband and wife over this matter. After weighing the circumstances, he meticulously recounted the sequence of events. Ear and Feng Ruiying found themselves at a loss for words. Xiao Yunyi interjected, saying, his audacity is excessive, the crux lies in his lack of thoroughness, which allowed the officials of the Southern Town Protectorate to uncover some clues. Had I not preemptively dismantled that stronghold, the consequences would have been dire. Feng Ruiying hastily inquired. So, is the trouble resolved now? Xiao Yunyi nodded. Zhang Xian is dead. Even if others harbor suspicions, there is no evidence to substantiate them. Hence this matter cannot be exploited further. Rest assured, hiring an assassin to commit murder is not a grave offense, but when it involves Northern D spies, the situation becomes convoluted. Once evidence is seized, one might not suffer death, but would undoubtedly endure severe consequences. That is reassuring. Feng Ruiying exhaled in relief. But soon her thoughts shifted, prompting her to exclaim, we must also take care of Zhang Xian's family. They need to be dealt with discreetly. Is that really necessary? They are merely old servants of the Xiao family and are unaware of Zhang Xian's deeds, Xiao Yunyi replied, hesitating. Before he could finish, Feng Ruiying interrupted. Their existence poses a potential threat to Yi one day, and I will not allow such a possibility, even if it is remote. At that moment, her mind was resolute. If a task must be undertaken, it must be executed with utmost precision. After a brief pause, she added, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. Xiao Yunyi queried, what are your intentions? Feng Ruiying responded, I will concoct a reason to send them to a manor on the outskirts of the capital. The autumn chill and heavy dew can easily lead to illness. It would be entirely plausible. Xiao Yunyi pressed his lips together, observing her as if for the first time, his gaze filled with a hint of astonishment. Feng Ruiying shot him a fierce glare and scolded, this is your fault. If you intend to commit murder, do it thoroughly. Do not leave a loose end for me to tidy up. She only had one son, and if he were not safeguarded, there would be no one to see to his final rites should anything happen. After a moment's thought, she added, Ear must not learn of this. Even if he does, it must be attributed to you. Do you understand? Xiao Yunyi fell silent, his thoughts concealed from all. Outside, Granny's son dismissed the other maidservants, leaving only Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, pay close attention to the young master tonight. Being chosen to serve in his quarters is a fortuitous opportunity, and you must seize it wisely. Granny, if the young master is unwilling, there is little I can do, Xiao Yi replied, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor conflicted. Granny's son had anticipated this, producing a small black cloth pouch from her sleeve and placing it in Xiao Yi's hands. Take this, observe quietly from within your room. As long as you learn diligently, you will surely win the young master's favor. Xiao Yi immediately grasped the contents of the pouch, quickly concealing it within her sleeve, her face reddening as she assured, rest assured, Granny, I will study earnestly. At the Jinyiwei, Xiao Yunyi appeared somewhat despondent following Zhang Xian's demise. He had initially intended to find some tasks to distract himself when he suddenly recalled his 10-day appointment with the mysterious figure. Are you aware of the location of the Warm Night Pavilion? The mere mention of it invigorated Hong Xingxiong, who had been stifling yawns moments before. My lord, if you speak of this, I assure you, I shall no longer feel drowsy. The capital boasts 3 renowned pleasure districts, the Teaching Bureau, the Northern River Pool, and the Zhangtai Alley. The Warm Night Pavilion is among the more distinguished brothels in Zhangtai Alley. The Teaching Bureau caters exclusively to court officials, while the pleasure boats at the Northern River Pool are frequented by the elite and wealthy science. Zhangtai Alley, however, is home to the largest and most diverse entertainment venue in the capital, where individuals from all walks of life converge. My lord, I trust you are well acquainted with the nature of such establishments, and need I elaborate further? After his introduction, a knowing expression crossed Hong Xingxiong's face, one that men often share. He then abruptly shifted his tone. However, A place like the Warm Night Pavilion is beneath your station. You would be better suited to the teaching bureau. Though he spoke of status, it was a veiled reminder that officials should not consort with courtesans, relegating them only to the teaching bureau for music. Xiao Yunyi sensed Hong Xingxiang's misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify immediately. Instead, he gestured for the two to take their seats. I have two matters for you. First, dispatch someone to ascertain the routes surrounding the Warm Night Pavilion. Second, you two should confer and devise a meticulous plan for apprehension. Apprehension plan. Hong Xingxiang's expression turned peculiar upon realizing the purpose was not for leisure. Who does my lord intend to capture? How many personnel will be required? You will find out in due time. As for the personnel, Xiao Yunyi pondered briefly before issuing his command. Each of you shall allocate 2 banners of troops, and by sunset tomorrow, be prepared, remain discreet, and do not attract attention. Hong Xingxiang did not press further and nodded in agreement. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After his departure, Cui Yin quietly reported to Xiao Yunyi, my lord. Under General Hong, only 2 banners of troops received rewards. I beseech your guidance. The general commands 5 small banners, totaling 50 cavalry. The 2 banners, including the small banner officers, comprise 22 individuals. It appears General Hong is not as adept in command as one might expect. Xiao Yunyi jested lightly before inquiring. Have all your 5 banners received their rewards? Cui Yin respectfully replied, my lord, your generosity has left me profoundly grateful. I would not dare refuse. It is rare to find an official who is not avaricious, especially within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, where temptations abound daily, and few can remain steadfast in their integrity. Hong Xingxiang, too, was not averse to greed. He merely feared the repercussions of such desires. Xiao Yunyi nodded and continued. Inform your men that during tomorrow night's operation at the Warm Night Pavilion, the one who performs best will be rewarded with the remaining gold ingots. Cui Yin, unable to contain his curiosity, cautiously inquired, my lord, whom do you intend to apprehend? Whom to capture? Xiao Yunyi found himself unable to answer this question. He was still unaware of the true identity of the individual in question and uncertain whether their demands concealed ulterior motives. He only knew that failing to eliminate this threat could result in his own silent demise at their hands. He had no intention of allowing such a perilous figure to linger, capable of jeopardizing his life at any moment. Xiao Yunyi instinctively touched his neck. The wound had long since healed, yet the scar remained etched in his heart. You should prepare as well. Tomorrow evening at the hour of the dog, he will appear at the Warm Night Pavilion, room number 5, and then we shall discover his true identity. Chapter 62. The Oath of Allegiance. Cui Yin was about to inquire further when a sudden announcement came from outside. Lord Xiao, Lord Yin requests your presence. Xiao Yunyi quickly offered a few words of caution before proceeding to Yin Jibin's office. Upon entering, he found his counterpart surrounded by a mountain of documents. A look of deep sorrow etched across his face. My lord, what has summoned me? There are no outsiders here. Call me brother instead. Yin Jibin rose, stretched lazily, and gestured for him to take a seat. It is not a grave matter, merely a case I need you to handle. What case? The Du family in the western part of the city is suspected of colluding with northern D spies. I need you to visit and bring them back for thorough interrogation. Having only recently entered the capital, Xiao Yunyi was unfamiliar with the various factions, and thus he inquired, brother, who exactly is the Du family? Which yamen do they belong to? I have already said, call me brother. Yin Jibin, feigning seriousness, corrected the address once more and shook his head. The Du family is merely a merchant family, not affiliated with any yamen. Xiao Yunyi chuckled, brother? Has our Jinyiwei fallen so low that we are tasked with apprehending mere merchants? Is it truly necessary for us to intervene? Hearing this, Yin Jibin sighed deeply. Ever since the emperor issued orders to capture northern D spies, those from the eastern depot have gone mad, arresting people left and right in the streets. Subsequently, the northern patrol followed suit, periodically taking groups for questioning. In just half a month, the eastern depot and the patrol have apprehended thousands. Yin Jibin then stated gravely, we have also detained numerous individuals, including commoners, various merchants, and minor officials. Our officers have been diligent in their duties. And now we are left waiting for you to join them. Are we to pledge our allegiance? Xiao Yunyi mused internally while asking, brother, are those individuals truly involved with the northern D spies? Yin Jibin replied earnestly, brother, the truth of the matter is secondary. What is crucial is that the eastern depot is arresting people, the northern patrol is arresting people, and so must we not lag behind. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yunyi finally asked, But is this approach effective? Yin Jibin paused for a moment, then smiled. I once held similar thoughts, but forget it. There is no need to dwell on it. After you have spent more time observing, you will gradually come to understand. Yin Jibin retrieved a dossier from the table and handed it to Xiao Yunyi. Every direct descendant of the Du family, regardless of age or gender, must be apprehended. I will give you 2 hours. Is that acceptable? The round trip from the Yamen to the Du family would only take about an hour. So 2 hours would be more than sufficient. As Xiao Yunyi perused the dossier, he noted the detailed records of the Du family's business dealings with the Northern D. Sufficient evidence for Jinyiwei to make arrests. Rest assured, brother, I shall attend to it immediately. Previously, he had dispatched 4 teams to handle matters at the Warm Night Pavilion, thinking that capturing a mere merchant would require few personnel. Thus, he only brought along Cui Yin and 3 of his teams. During the journey, Cui Yin learned that their target was a member of the Du family, and an expression of difficulty unconsciously crossed his face. My lord, I have heard that the current head of the Du family, Du Kuei, seems to have a close relationship with a certain royal relative. Is the Du family entangled with royalty? Do you know which royal relative it is? Cui Yin hesitated slightly before responding, as far as I know. It appears to be closely related to the family of concubine Mei. Of course, this is merely hearsay, and I dare not make any unfounded conclusions about the facts. Xiao Yunyi curled his lips in a disdainful smirk. If it weren't for this connection, how could that old fox Yin Jibin have remained inactive? He would have apprehended them long ago. Why wait for my return to issue the order? Cui Yin listened quietly, refraining from speaking, clearly hesitant to interject. Although concubine Mei was not among the 4 favored consorts, she had been the emperor's confidant since his days as a prince. Despite the passage of time and her waning beauty, she had once enjoyed the emperor's deep affection. More importantly, concubine Mei had a son who was a prince. Contemplating this, Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow slightly, pondering his strategies. He slowed his pace and instructed Cui Yin. You must immediately find a trustworthy outsider to inform Du Kuei that I am coming to apprehend someone on Yin Jibin's orders. Cui Yin's face clouded with concern. My lord, this course of action may not be prudent. If they were to flee, how would we explain it to our superiors? Xiao Yunyi smiled dismissively. If they do escape, I would actually find solace in that. Consider this. Only those with guilty consciences choose to flee. Is that not the case? If the Du family is not overly linked with the Beatty, their initial reaction upon receiving this news would not be to run away, but rather to utilize their connections to resolve the issue. At this point, Xiao Yunyi paused briefly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wishing to reap the rewards without offending anyone, Yin Jibin has monopolized all the merits and still expects me to bear the blame? His schemes are truly audacious. His tone was rife with contempt and dissatisfaction. Faced with 2 superiors, how ought one to choose sides? After weighing his options, Cui Yin gradually reached a decision and respectfully replied, My lord, rest assured, I know what to do. Having said this, he summoned a trusted aide and whispered a few instructions. Half an hour later, the doors of the Du residence swung open, and the head of the family, Du Kuei, awaited quietly. Only when the Jinyiwei arrived did he adjust his attire and approach with a smile. Commoner Du Kuei greets the esteemed lords. Might I have a few words with Lord Xiao alone? A private conversation? That is permissible, but I can only grant you the time of a single incense stick. That will suffice. Thank you, my lord. Please, do follow me. Du Kuei bowed and led the way directly into the side hall. Upon entering, Xiao Yunyi beheld a distinguished middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Du Kuei stepped forward to introduce, Lord Xiao? This is the direct younger brother of the Marquis of Wuyang, Master Zhudangjun. Before he could finish, Zhudangjun interjected, I have a slight acquaintance with your father. So I presume it's acceptable for me to address you as nephew, is it not? I could even extend my familiarity to your grandfather and call you grandson. Would you consent to that? Xiao Yunyi curled his lips, offering a cold smile. Is it customary for those of the Marquis of Wuyang's household to flaunt their connections? Zhudangjun, unperturbed, replied with a smile. The capital is a place teeming with hidden talents. There are certainly many whom the Marquis of Wuyang cannot afford to offend. Throughout these years, I have adhered to the principle of kindness, for surely, having an additional friend is preferable to gaining another enemy. Would you not agree? Chapter 63. Visitors from the southern town guard the Marquis of Wuyang is a title conferred by the founding emperor, hereditary and unchanging, making it one of the long-established noble families in the capital. The Zhou family has married into the royal lineage for several generations, with the current Marquis's eldest daughter being none other than the Meiji of this dynasty. born into such a prestigious family. As long as one does not commit any grave indiscretions, the emperor would likely turn a blind eye. With confidence on his side, Xiao Yunyi remained unfazed. His expression stoic. Is Master Zhuo representing the Marquis of Wuyang? Zhuo Dongjun did not respond directly, instead offering a compliment. You are quite remarkable. Brother Zhong Yuan has a worthy successor. Xiao Yunyi dismissed the flattery and pressed on. How do you intend to support the Du family? Zhuo Dongjun replied, before I offer assistance. Could you enlighten me on who is targeting the Du family? Yin Jibin, Xiao Yunyi stated without hesitation, exposing his superior. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Dongjun shook his head. My relationship with the Du family is no secret to the Jinyiwei, a mere Qian who would not dare provoke me. Xiao Yunyi added, I have just returned to the capital and am not well informed about this matter. I am here solely on Yin Jibin's orders. Zhuo Dongjun pondered for a moment, then politely inquired. I hope you might share what evidence Yin Jibin possesses. Xiao Yunyi recounted the contents of the documents he had reviewed, then turned to Du Kuei beside him and asked, Do you have anything to clarify? Du Kuei, with a wry smile, shook his head. I have been schemed against. Goods originally meant for us were mixed with products from the northern D. Though we dealt with it swiftly, too many witnesses exist, making it impossible to explain clearly. With so many voices, if the Jinyiwei do not intervene, we could have silenced them with wealth. Yet once those individuals are approached by the Jinyiwei, few would withstand the pressure of interrogation. Xiao Yunyi pressed further. What does the Du family possess that warrants such elaborate schemes from Yin Jibin? Du Kuei refrained from answering, instead directing his gaze toward Zhuo Dongyang. Observing this, Xiao Yunyi spoke first. Forget I asked. Yin Jibin's orders are that all direct members of the Du family, regardless of age, must be brought back. Zhuo Dongjun requested. Might I ask for your assistance? Xiao Yunyi shook his head. Master Zhuo, it is not that I do not wish to help, but my influence is limited. Even with good intentions, I am powerless. Zhuo Dongjun countered. If you could assist in destroying the evidence in Yin Jibin's possession, I, Zhuo Dongjun, would be indebted to you. Were such a statement made by the Marquis of Wuyang himself, it would carry more weight. Considering he has a daughter as an imperial consort and a grandson as a prince, lacking any qualifications for nobility and holding no official position. He was merely the second son of a marquis. How much value could such a person truly possess? Xiao Yunyi maintained a polite smile, preparing to decline. Suddenly, Zhuo Dongjun inquired, Dear nephew, have you ever heard of the Sanshui Guild? The 5 major waterways are essential for travel to the capital, leading to the emergence of numerous guilds, with the Sanshui Guild being the most renowned. The term Sanshui refers to the 3 largest waterways among these. Recalling the description of the Sanshui Guild, Xiao Yunyi hesitated before asking, Does Second Master Zhuo have any connections with the guild's head? Zhuo Dongjun candidly acknowledged. He is my associate. Xiao Yunyi remembered the scale of the Sanshui Guild, but was unaware that the guild's leader was affiliated with Zhuo Dongjun of the Marquis of Wuyang's household. Zhuo Dongjun pressed further. Dear nephew, would you be willing to assist? With the backing of the Sanshui Guild and the Marquis of Wuyang, his influence was certainly on par with that of the Marquis, perhaps even exceeding it. To assist or not? Xiao Yunyi weighed his options carefully and responded. As long as those people remain, Yin Jibin can still obtain testimonies from them. Would this not be a futile endeavor? Zhuo Dongjun replied, This is a minor issue. There is no need for you to worry. Simply destroy the evidence in Yin Jibin's possession. If successful, I shall certainly repay any future requests you may have. Destroying criminal evidence at the guard station was no trivial matter. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. Yet, the greater the risk, the more valuable the reward. The Sanshui Guild wielded considerable influence. If utilized properly, it could yield benefits far exceeding the associated risks. After much contemplation, Xiao Yunyi nodded. Since Second Master Zhuo has made the request, I am willing to give it a try. Zhuo Dongjun graciously replied, Thank you, dear nephew. He then turned to Du Kuei, instructing, If anyone dares to torture you, simply invoke my name, and I shall be eager to see how bold Yin Jibin truly is. Given Du Kuei's status, he was not qualified to enter the imperial prison. Yin Jibin lacked the capability to send anyone there, limiting his options to detaining individuals in the guardhouse or the local jail. Suddenly, Xiao Yunyi recalled that Yin Jibin's previous orders had assigned him the responsibility for the interrogations, implying that the use of torture was at his discretion. In that case, he might as well extend a favor. Rest assured, Second Master Zhuo, I too hold a position of authority. Since Du Kuei is under your command, I will do my utmost to ensure his well-being. The common folk thank you, Lord Xiao. Du Kuei bowed respectfully. Shui Dongjun regarded Xiao Yunyi with a deep gaze, smiling broadly. I appreciate your concern, dear nephew. Once this matter is resolved, I shall offer you a generous reward. Xiao Yunyi took Du Kuei, a member of the Du family, back to the guard station, assigning 2 subordinates to keep watch over him. Instead of rushing to find Yan Zhibin, he began analyzing recent events. The benefits brought by the Jinyiwei gang were immediate, while those from the Sanshui Guild were long-term. Of course, whether immediate or long-term, these benefits should remain concealed. Upon reflecting on this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be gradually treading the path uniquely reserved for villains. What characteristics define a villain, one might wonder. Background advantages. 1. Natural opposition to the protagonist. 2. A blurred moral baseline. 3. Those around him do not meet favorable ends. Thus, have I now ascended from mere cannon fodder to the role of a villain? Xiao Yunyi pondered alone until the midday meal, confirming that Yan Zhibin had left the garrison before stealthily proceeding to gather evidence. Throughout this endeavor, no unexpected events transpired, and upon his return to the barracks, he encountered Shui Yin rushing in to report. My lord, someone from the Southern Town office has arrived, specifically requesting to see you. From the Southern Town office? Who has come, and what is their purpose? Xiao Yunyi's face was marked by confusion. Shui Yin responded, a Trial 100 officer has arrived, looking unfamiliar. I did not dare inquire about his name, but he insisted on meeting you immediately. The Southern Town office administers 5 garrisons, primarily responsible for the internal military discipline of the Jinyiwei, as well as the development of military equipment. Their authority is confined to the Jinyiwei, possessing only investigative powers for external cases, lacking the authority to adjudicate. Requesting me by name? This cannot bode well. Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow. Let us proceed then, to meet this Trial 100 officer from the Southern Town office. Chapter 64. The Jinyiwei's long-suffering. The personnel within the garrison were abuzz with speculation. It has been years since anyone from the Southern Town office last visited. What brings them here today? Do you not understand the purpose of the Southern Town office? Their arrival surely indicates that someone within our ranks has committed an offense. There have been no shortage of offenders in recent years, yet they have shown little urgency. Why, then, do they suddenly come to meddle in our affairs? Indeed, if they possess true capability, they should be addressing matters at the Northern Town office instead of strutting their authority here. I wonder which unfortunate soul has caught their attention. It cannot end well for them. I have just inquired, and it seems they are here for Xiao Baihu. Shoo, quiet. Xiao Baihu is coming. As Xiao Yunyi made his entrance, the personnel in the garrison averted their gazes, feigning busyness. Upon their initial meeting, before he could voice an inquiry, the visitor introduced himself. From the Southern Town office, Trial 100 Officer Xian Jizong. I greet you, Xiao Baihu. Xian Jizong. You are the adopted son of the judicial officer from Binzhou, Xian Jizong? Xiao Yunyi expressed surprise. How did you come to be a Trial 100 officer at the Southern Town office? Feigning confusion, Xian Jizong replied. Do you know my adoptive father, Xiao Baihu? Before waiting for a response, he abruptly shifted the conversation. If you can attain the rank of 100 officer, how could I not be deserving of being a Trial 100 officer with my military achievements? His tone carried no hint of politeness, and anyone could sense the tension lingering in the air. Xiao Yunyi retorted with a cold laugh. Once a suspect in a murder case, you have now transformed into a Trial 100 officer of the Southern Town office. I must say, your fortune is remarkable, your audacity quite bold, and most crucially, your connections indeed formidable. Xian Jizong countered. Xiao Baihu, we in the Jinyiwei must adhere to the principle of evidence in our dealings. You accuse me of being a suspect. Do you possess any evidence? Such words, spoken by someone from the Southern Town office, were not laughable, given that they were responsible for overseeing the Jinyiwei. The personnel in the garrison strained their ears, attentively analyzing the dialogue between the two, each envisioning a different dramatic narrative in their minds. Unwilling to be the subject of a spectacle, Xiao Yunyi cut to the chase. Let us dispense with idle chatter. What is your true purpose in seeking me? Xian Jizong remarked. I have heard that you have apprehended a group of individuals. The entire direct lineage of the Du family in the west of the city has been seized, under the suspicion of their involvement with Northern D spies. Is this true? Just after the arrests, personnel from the Southern Town Pacification Office arrived. Who was orchestrating this behind the scenes? Xiao Yunyi's mind raced, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Speak plainly if you have something to say. We are all quite busy, and there is no need for circumlocution. Xian Jizong replied. It's nothing much, merely a suspicion that you, in your eagerness to achieve merit, are randomly apprehending individuals to bolster your numbers. Is it not acceptable for me to inquire? Of course, it is acceptable. You are a 100 household from the Southern Town Pacification Office, and it is your duty. Xiao Yunyi had no intention of further entanglement and stated directly, whatever you wish to ask, feel free to do so. Xian Jizong shook his head. I shall not question you. I intend to interrogate the members of the Du family. With that, he produced a black booklet from his bosom, waving it before Xiao Yunyi with a smile. I kindly request that you guide me ahead, if you would be so obliging. The Southern Town Pacification Office possesses the authority to inquire about cases currently being investigated or those that have already concluded by the Jinyiwei, but they can only inquire. Typically, they document the investigative process, returning it to the Southern Town Pacification Office for archiving. If there are doubts regarding a case, it is reported up the chain. Ultimately, for the Town Pacification Office to determine whether it is necessary to seek the Emperor's judgment. The personnel of the Southern Town Pacification Office are known for their meticulousness. They seldom pursue matters without valid reason. Any Jinyiwei recorded in the investigation will find their career and even their fate influenced by this record. Hence, this record-keeping booklet is referred to as the Book of Impermanence. The Northern Town Pacification Office similarly maintains a comparable record, but it pertains to civil and military officials, whereas the Southern Town Pacification Office's records encompass all Jinyiwei. In the prison, cries of injustice resounded. I am wronged. My lord, I truly am innocent. I do not know any Northern D spies. I implore you to release me. I merely purchased a few items from Northern D, and you have arrested me, torturing me for a confession. Why do you not arrest those selling the goods? You collude with merchants. Let me go. I shall petition for justice. My lord, I do not even comprehend Northern D language. I have been framed by others. I beseech you to investigate thoroughly and restore my innocence. As they proceeded, numerous apprehended citizens lamented their plight. The group comprised men, women, the elderly, and children, ranging from a 60-year-old to a 7-year-old. Those clad in coarse linen bore visible wounds, while those in fine silks remained unscathed. A flicker of indignation ignited in Xian Jizong's eyes as he coldly remarked, Can a mere child, so young, truly be a Northern D spy? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Those who wrong you are more aware of your innocence than you are. They are the wicked. What can be done? Everyone present understands how tarnished the reputation of the Jinyiwei has become. Xiao Yunyi remained silent. Although he did not make the arrests, he was nonetheless a member of the Jinyiwei. Xian Jizong's frustration grew, and he bellowed, Xiao Yunyi, you are a 100 household of the Jinyiwei. How can you stand idly by while innocent citizens suffer unjustly? Do you not honor the Chilan robe you wear? To stand by passively is not a grave sin, but it is a minor evil. Yet, where in this world can one find a purely virtuous soul? Xiao Yunyi scoffed. You elevate yourself to a moral high ground with a mere sentence. Quite impressive. Let me tell you, I am not swayed by such tactics. You, too, are merely a 100-house trial officer in the Southern Town Pacification Office, and yet you stand by and watch, don't you? The capital harbors more than 1,000 house office, and those apprehended far exceed these individuals. Even if you disapprove, what can you do? What can I do? Xian Jizong pondered deeply, realizing that apart from uttering grandiloquent phrases, he could do little to assist the innocent populace. Why, he questioned, were those clad in coarse linen punished, while the richly adorned suffered no consequences? Why had the Imperial Guards grown accustomed to this? Within the confines of this prison, the lowly were deemed guilty, the impoverished were guilty, and the powerless were guilty. This was not confined to this prison. Similar phenomena occurred in the edicts of the court, the factory prisons, the guards' prisons, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, the Jingzhou Prefecture, and local magistracies. Could it be managed? Even if it could not be, it must be managed. Xian Jizong's mindset gradually shifted. His initial focus on targeting Xiao Yunyi evolved to a broader disdain for the Imperial Guards. At that moment, he seemed to grasp why he had been reassigned to the Southern Town Pacification Office. The multitude of suffering souls lamented the Imperial Guards for far too long. With newfound resolve, he refrained from uttering further superfluous words, and upon reaching the cell housing the Du family, he finally spoke. I am the 100-house trial officer of the Southern Town Pacification Office. I have heard of your unjust imprisonment and have come to provide you with an opportunity to defend yourselves. Speak freely of your grievances. Having said this, he produced a ledger and a specially crafted ink pen, ready to document crucial information. Upon hearing this, the Du family turned their gazes toward Du Kuei, who in turn looked at Xiao Yunyi, silently inquiring, Is this your appointed person? If so, I shall speak my mind. Chapter 65. Seeking justice. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yunyi could surmise Du Kuei's intentions. Amidst the tension, he smirked, a trial officer of the 6th rank. And yet you make me feel as though a town pacification envoy has arrived. Du Kuei, upon hearing this, immediately understood that Xinjizong was not an ally. Maintaining a facade of composure, he replied, in response to your excellency, the common folk do not understand why they have been brought here. I implore you to advocate for us. Following this, he led his entire family to kneel, bowing in unison, fervently pleading, we beseech you to champion our cause. Upon hearing this, Xinjizong turned to Xiao Yunyi, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Excellency, you are quite remarkable. First, you apprehend individuals, then you fabricate charges. Is this how you conduct investigations? Xiao Yunyi replied, I act under the orders of Lord Yan. If you find this unsatisfactory, feel free to address your grievances with him. Do you think I fear doing so? Xinjizong coldly laughed. In that case, summon Lord Yan to come here. Xiao Yunyi aimed to shift the blame onto Yan Zhibin and promptly ordered someone to fetch him. Meanwhile, Xinjizong posed several questions to Du Kuei, who answered with impeccable precision. Xiao Yunyi observed with a detached demeanor until Yan Zhibin arrived, at which point he said, My lord, the personnel from the Southern Town Pacification Office suspect that you are overly eager for merit, recklessly apprehending individuals. I am left with no recourse but to summon you here for clarification. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xinjizong's mouth. The very person he suspected had become the target of scrutiny instead. Nonsensical chatter. I clearly harbor suspicions regarding Lord Yan's vendetta. Do you possess any evidence? Lord Yan is 1,000 household commander. How dare you slander him so casually? Xiao Yunyi interrupted, denying Sun Jizong the opportunity to speak. I understand that you, as a newly appointed official, wish to make your mark and seek trouble with Lord Yan. I shall be the first to oppose that. Sun Jizong, exasperated, opened his mouth to explain. I am not, but Xiao Yunyi cut him off with a sharp inquiry. Dare you claim that you are not here to investigate the capture of the Du family? Sun Jizong replied, Indeed, I have come to investigate this matter. Yet before he could finish, Xiao Yunyi continued to press. I am acting under Lord Yan's orders to apprehend individuals. You arrived immediately after sensing the commotion. And you assert that you are not targeting Lord Yan? Sun Jizong, unwilling to squander time on futile debate, stated plainly, the Southern Pacification Office has the authority to review all cases handled by the Jinyiwei. My investigation concerns not just one individual but an entire garrison. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhibin's eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he smiled and said, It is the duty of the Southern Pacification Office to oversee such matters. Naturally, we in the Northern Pacification Office shall cooperate fully. You may conduct your investigation as you see fit. He was a commander of the garrison, subordinate to the Northern Pacification Office, and with a single statement, he escalated the conflict to a regional level, warning the other side to tread carefully. The animosity between the two offices had long been established, not merely between the pacification officials, but also among the Jinyiwei belonging to both the southern and northern offices, who held mutual disdain for one another. Sun Jizong, being new to this environment, embodied the saying, the young bull is not afraid of the tiger. Unfazed by Yan Zhibin's veiled warning, he proceeded to inquire according to protocol. Lord Yan, why did you apprehend the direct lineage of the Du family? Yan Zhibin replied, This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us move to another location. Sun Jizong shook his head. This is precisely the right place. We can speak openly, eliminating any chance of one-sided narratives. Yan Zhibin, feeling frustrated, suppressed his anger and responded in a grave tone. It is naturally due to the Du family's collusion with the Northern D, raising suspicions of treachery. Du Kuei immediately cried out in protest, lamenting, I, a mere commoner, have not conspired with the Northern D, nor have I committed treason. Someone must be framing me. I implore you, my lord, to see the truth. Sun Jizong pressed further. What evidence does Lord Yan possess? Yan Zhibin retorted. In the merchant convoy of the Du family, we discovered goods characteristic of the Northern D. Both testimonial and physical evidence are present, leaving no room for rebuttal. Surprised by the existence of physical evidence, Xiao Yunyi cast a sidelong glance at Du Kuei, observing his composed demeanor, devoid of panic. Sun Jizong's gaze also fell upon Du Kuei as he inquired, What do you have to say regarding this? Du Kuei responded, In answer to your inquiry, my lord. 7 days prior, it is true that items from the Northern D were found mixed within my family's convoy. However, those were not procured by us. Rather, They were surreptitiously introduced by malevolent individuals. I beseech you, my lord, to discern the truth. Yin Jibin's expression darkened as he exclaimed, You dare to dispute this? The evidence is irrefutable. Du Kuei continued to protest his innocence, yet without tangible proof, he could not establish his defense. Sun Jizong narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze between Du Kuei and Yin Jibin. Lord Yin, do you possess any additional evidence aside from this? What do you mean? Is this evidence insufficient? Yin Jibin retorted with a scoff. Sun Jizong smiled silently, turning to Du Kuei and asking, When and where did you procure that batch of goods? In response to the inquiries of the esteemed official, on the 22nd of the previous month, a total of 5 vessels laden with goods were purchased in Yuezhou and transported via waterways to the capital. Upon unloading at the dock 7 days prior, it was discovered that items from the northern tribes had been inadvertently mixed in. Du Kuei answered truthfully. Having obtained the desired answer, Xin Jizong's gaze returned to Yin Jibin, and he inquired with a smile, Esteemed Yin, do you recall when the northern tribes surrendered? Upon hearing this, Yin Jibin quickly grasped the implication, and his countenance darkened noticeably. Xin Jizong continued, unperturbed, The northern tribes have submitted, thus becoming vassals of Daong. What objection could there possibly be in trading their goods? Or do you, esteemed Yin, still regard the northern tribes as independent and not part of Daong's dominion? After years of warfare, during which countless soldiers sacrificed their lives, it was only months ago that the northern tribes were compelled to bow in submission. Who would dare assert that they do not belong to Daong? This accusation was a heavy burden for one of his rank to bear. Yin Jibin, flustered, retorted sharply, You dare. This is outrageous. I have never uttered such words. Do not slander my character. Xin Jizong raised the ledger in his hand and spoke slowly. Esteemed Yin, your actions are a testament to your true thoughts. I have recorded everything accurately. Who do you suppose the higher authorities will believe, you or me? Upon hearing this, Yin Jibin's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he said, Is it because I apprehended the Du family that you would resort to such treachery against me? Who are you working for? Why must you persist in opposing me? Xin Jizong's demeanor shifted, and he mocked, Esteemed Yin, open your eyes and observe the sort of individuals confined within this prison. Before such company, how dare you speak of treachery? You ask me whom I serve? I, Xin Jizong, am undoubtedly in the service of the Emperor, representing the Southern Town Pacification Office, seeking justice for the innocent populace. Is my meaning sufficiently clear, Commander Yin Jibin of the Jinyiwei? A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, which was soon punctuated by an eruption of cheers. Well said. The Southern Town Pacification Office is part of the Jinyiwei as well. Similar circumstances had previously unfolded. Driven by power struggles rather than concern for the innocent, the imprisoned citizens erupted in applause, with some boldly proclaiming, The treacherous Yin has framed us, extracting confessions through torture. Fortunately, heaven is just, and Lord Xin sees through the deception. We beseech Lord Xin to stand for us, the innocent. The clamor of the populace grew louder. Echoing within the confines of the prison, we implore Lord Xin to deliver us, the innocent. Chapter 66. The clay Buddha crosses the river in the original text. Xin Jizong merely plays a supporting role in the narrative associated with Xiao Huaiqian. Xiao Yunyi found it perplexing how, within his own storyline, he could orchestrate such a remarkable scene. With merely a few words, he had cornered Yin Jibin, rendering the accusations against the Du family baseless and fundamentally resolving the issue at hand. Such meticulous logical reasoning could lead to intricate murder mysteries. Being targeted by such a person was undoubtedly perilous. While remaining vigilant, Xiao Yunyi discreetly distanced himself from Yin Jibin. Given the current circumstances, should Xin Jizong persist in pursuing this matter, it seemed inevitable that Yin Jibin would face severe repercussions. The cries of the common people echoed incessantly within the prison walls. Yin Jibin, despite his inclination to chastise, hesitated, fearing that Xin Jizong would seize the opportunity to attack him. Thus, he continually cast glances at Xiao Yunyi. Sir, are your eyes bothering you? Would you like me to summon a doctor? Xiao Yunyi feigned innocence. Frustrated, Yin Jibin retorted, Do you not see the prisoners in revolt? Hurry and suppress them. Where are they? Where are they? Xiao Yunyi turned to scan the surroundings, then returned with a serious demeanor, saying, Sir, there is no revolt here. Perhaps your eyesight is failing you, leading to a misunderstanding. Yin Jibin's gaze flitted between Xiao Yunyi and Xin Jizong before he suddenly burst into laughter. I see it now. You two are in cahoots, conspiring against me. How foolish I have been to realize this only now. Xin Jizong nodded, indeed. You were quite foolish to think I would ally with him. With that, his gaze turned icy as it settled on Xiao Yunyi. Do not think that by clearing your name, I cannot touch you. Consider yourself fortunate this time. We shall meet again. Xiao Yunyi dusted off his clothes, adjusted the dagger at his waist, and wore a radiant smile. In splendid attire, with a graceful blade, the emperor's favor is profound. Xian Jizong pursed his lips, snorted coldly, and turned to exit the prison, promising the imprisoned citizens, within 3 days, I shall rectify the injustices against the innocent. Thank you, Sir Xian. Thank you, Sir Xian. The people expressed their gratitude repeatedly. As Xian Jizong departed, Yan Zhibin's countenance immediately darkened. Are they all dead? Do they not see the multitude of prisoners in revolt? Inflict torture upon them. Administer severe punishment. Yes, sir. The prison guards dared not disobey orders. Just as they were about to act, a voice of cold laughter interrupted. Did you not hear Sir Xian? He mentioned rectifying the cases within 3 days. Do you dare to inflict punishment on the suspects at this moment? Are you truly unafraid of him retaliating against you? Xiao Yunyi remarked indifferently. If the Jinyiwei were hounds, then the Nansenfu could be likened to mad dogs, savaging their own. The prison guards exchanged glances, hesitating and looking toward their superiors. Seeing this, Xiao Yunyi coolly declared, do not look to him. Yan Zhibin is like a clay idol crossing a river, unable to protect himself. The first to fall will surely be him. Veins bulging in anger, Yan Zhibin shouted. Xiao Yunyi, I considered you a brother and treated you well. Why do you betray me and assist outsiders against me? You consider me a brother? Xiao Yunyi scoffed. A brother shares a heart, yet you play tricks on me as if it were a game. Did you truly think I could be molded and shaped at your whim? Suddenly, Cui Yan, who had remained silent, interjected, Gentlemen, this place is rife with onlookers. It would be prudent to retreat and discuss matters elsewhere. Internal disputes within the Jinyiwei are trivial when conducted behind closed doors. None wish to become the subject of ridicule. The prison guards eagerly supported the notion, voicing their agreement. Indeed, with your esteemed status, it would be wise to leave this place. When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. Sensing his impending loss of power, Yan Zhibin, disregarding the verbal altercation, hurriedly exited the prison and made his way towards the eastern part of the city. As a result of Xian Jizong's interference, could Zhuo Dongjun still salvage his connections? Xiao Yunyi pondered silently. In the eastern part of the city, within a secluded courtyard, Yan Zhibin bowed his body, detailing the events that had just transpired behind a screen. The room was enveloped in silence, and after a brief interval of tea, a meow shattered the tranquility, followed by a languid voice. You rushed to seek me out for this trivial matter? To you, it may seem trivial, but for me, it is a matter of great consequence that could significantly impact my career. Yan Zhibin wiped the sweat from his brow and respectfully reported, before coming. I inquired and discovered that Xian Jizong has been transferred from the Bianzhou camp to the Nansenfu, with the order signed by Yang Chongqing, the Nansenfu's chief. Footsteps echoed as Yi Huijin emerged from behind the screen, cradling a mottled raccoon. He chuckled lightly. What does that signify? After a moment's hesitation, Yan Zhibin carefully replied. I believe it is highly likely that Yang, the chief, has already deduced my allegiance to you, which is why he dispatched Xian Jizong to target me. The room fell silent again, the raccoon meowing several times, seemingly expressing its disdain for its owner's actions. Yi Huijin amused himself with the raccoon, casually remarked. Does Yang Chongqing possess such capability? If he could trace things back to me, how could Yi Qijing possibly remain oblivious? If Yi Qijing were aware, would he refrain from seeking me out? Yan Zhibin found himself at a loss for words, anxiously stating, I am dull-witted and cannot grasp the crux of the matter. However, it is a fact that Xian Jizong is targeting me, and presently, you are my only hope. Meow. The raccoon's impatient cries mirrored its master's sentiments. Yi Huijin continued to play with the raccoon, stating, a mere trial at the 100 households has left you in such a state. What can I expect you to accomplish? Thud. Yan Zhibin knelt and bowed his head, hastily defending himself. You may not be aware, but Xian Jizong's rhetoric is indeed formidable. He does not resemble a soldier from the barracks. Rather, he appears to be a scholarly man, viewing matters from exceptionally intricate angles, collaborating seamlessly with Xiao Yunyi. Which leaves me utterly defenseless. Yi Huijin raised an eyebrow and coldly smiled. You attempted to utilize Xiao Yunyi, yet instead found yourself ensnared by him. And you still have the audacity to speak of this? Yan Zhibin explained, you misunderstand. It is not that I cannot manage Xiao Yunyi, but rather, due to Xian Jizong's position within the Nansenfu, my hands are tied. Yi Huijin remarked, if you were a bit more astute. you would have used Xiao Yunyi as a shield. Instead, you not only became the shield yourself, but naively believed the crux lay with Xiao. Are your eyes blind? Unable to see the situation at hand? Is your intellect so lacking? Yin Jibin responded with humility, I am indeed foolish and implore you to enlighten me. Yi Huijin shook his head. You are not merely foolish. You are foolishly naive. As the captain of the guard, your inability to manage subordinates is one flaw. When Xiao summoned you, you complied without asserting your authority, which is another flaw. On your own territory, when Xiao Yunyi shifted all blame onto you, you should have flipped the narrative, accusing him of misinterpreting the superior's orders, yet you failed to seize the opportunity, which is yet another flaw. Xiao Yunyi was originally intended to bear the blame. At a critical moment, you chose not to utilize him. Fully aware that Xiao was affiliated with the Southern Pacification Office, engaging in a dispute with him was indeed unwise. This is the fourth point. After leaving the guard station, you should have immediately sought out He Qijing at the Northern Pacification Office, elevating the matter to a higher level and seizing the opportunity to instigate conflict between the Southern and Northern offices. Had you done so, would your predicament still hold significance? Throughout the entire affair, there were numerous opportunities presented, yet you failed to seize a single one. Do you not consider yourself foolish? Chapter 67. A night of 5 times. Now that matters have reached this point, what good would further discussion do? Yin Jibin prostrated himself, concealing his impatience, and earnestly implored, I beseech you to consider the modest contributions I have made in the past and assist me in overcoming this current dilemma. Yi Huijin's gaze fell upon the raccoon servant, a tender smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Little Shad, do you think we should lend him our aid? Meow? Are we not helping? Meow? Is that so? Very well then. The exchange between the man and the raccoon unfolded like a playful jest, while Yin Jibin dared not raise his head, nor express any dissatisfaction. Yi Huijin instructed, You shall return now, and, before dawn, seize the opportunity to eliminate the members of the Du family. Upon hearing this, Yin Jibin abruptly raised his head, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, All of them? But that's over 30 lives. If they were to perish in prison at this juncture, no matter how cleanly it was executed, the Southern Pacification Office would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. Yi Huijin beckoned him forward, whispering into his ear. After hearing his words, Yin Jibin's expression shifted drastically, his face alight with horror as he stammered. Do you realize how many lives will be lost by this course of action? This is far too great a matter. It will surely attract the Emperor's attention. How will we resolve it then? Yi Huijin remained unfazed, casually stating, Simply attend to this task. There is no need for you to worry about other matters. As long as you execute it cleanly, there will be no repercussions. As the captain of the guard, Yin Jibin possessed the capability and means to carry out the task efficiently. Yet, the thought of so many dying in a single night, causing such a commotion, would undoubtedly rouse the Emperor's ire. Could he truly escape unscathed then? Regret flickered within Yin Jibin as he cautiously probed, Is this your directive? Or? Yi Huijin's gaze sharpened, his voice low and commanding as he interrupted, Do not question what should remain unasked. In any case, you will be reassigned to a position as captain in another locale, along with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. Though appearing as a mere transfer from the capital to the provinces, it subtly implied a degree of exile. Nonetheless, such a relocation was not devoid of advantages. At least one could distance themselves from the tumult of power struggles and enjoy a tranquil existence as a local sovereign. At just over 30 years of age, Yin Jibin was in the prime of his ambitions and would have certainly declined such an offer before this juncture. Yet, given the current circumstances, one finds themselves ensnared in the complexities of the world. After weighing the pros and cons, Yin Jibin ultimately resolved to commit fully to this path, assuring, Rest assured, I shall execute this task splendidly. As the sun dipped in the west, Xiao Yunyi returned to the Marquis's residence after leaving the office. No sooner had he stepped into the Shushi courtyard than Feng Ruoyin hurriedly approached. My child, I have prepared some soup for you. Drink it while it is still warm. Having not yet dined, why was I offered soup first? Drinking the soup before the meal is no different. Let us refrain from conversation and indulge in the broth. Despite its dark appearance and potent herbal aroma, is this truly soup? Enough with the chatter. Hurry and drink it while it's hot. Feng Ruoyin, disinterested in further discussion, took it upon herself to administer the soup forcefully. Fortunately, it was not scalding, preventing any immediate expulsion. Xiao Yunyi, suppressing the bitter taste, finished the bowl, his confusion deepening. This is clearly medicine. How can you deceive me into believing it is soup? Soup or medicine, They are one and the same. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Tell me, how do you feel after drinking it? How should I feel? That is, Feng Ruiying was at a loss for words. At that moment, Granny's son interjected. Young master, do you not feel a warmth within your body? Indeed, Xiao Yunyi nodded. In the brisk October air. It would be odd not to feel warm after consuming hot soup. As long as it is effective, that is all that matters. Feng Ruiying beamed with delight. What efficacy does it possess? What have you made me drink? Surely you do not wish to poison your only son, Xiao Yunyi questioned with suspicion. Feng Ruiying scolded sharply. Nonsense. How could I ever harm you, even at the cost of my own life? Xiao Yunyi smacked his lips, a gnawing sense of dread lingering within him. Before he could pursue further inquiries, Feng Ruiying cheerfully announced, Enough of this. I have arranged for dinner to be served in your courtyard tonight. Ever since the incident in Baishui County with the Yu family, their household had not dined together as a family. Xiao Zhongyuan usually shared meals with her, occasionally visiting the east courtyard to dine with his mother, and sometimes joining the Yu family for a meal. Since moving into the Marquis' residence, father and son had only shared a table 3 times, excluding the periods spent apart. Reflecting on this, Feng Ruiying could not help but sigh. You two are truly something. When one is present, the other is absent. Speak with your mother. What is it that troubles your heart? Xiao Yunyi casually replied. There is no trouble. It's merely that for the past 11 years, it has been just the two of us, and suddenly, there is another person. It is simply an adjustment. Feng Ruiying reminisced about the days of solitude, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, yet grateful that their hardships have yielded sweet rewards, allowing for ample nourishment. Your father has endured countless trials for the nation, facing numerous perils and brushes with death. She began to recount her husband's struggles. Xiao Yunyi occasionally nodded in agreement, but the words seemed to enter one ear and exit the other. After dinner, Feng Ruiying continued to chat for over half an hour before finally sending him away, leaving a soothing silence in her wake. Young master, the hot water is ready. Would you prefer to bathe now or later? Xiaohe asked, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Xiao Yunyi, oblivious, glanced at the sky and instructed, let us do it now. Xiaohe made the necessary preparations, took a deep breath, and blushingly offered, young master, I shall assist you with your bath. Without awaiting a response, she began to disrobe, revealing her alluring figure. Such a splendid pair. Xiao Yunyi swallowed hard, a wave of heat surging through him. Young master, allow me to assist you with your bath. Summer Lotus. Her face flushed with modesty, gracefully stepped into the tub, revealing an exquisite scene. The verdant leaves cradled her delicate beauty as she stood elegantly in the water. Just as her name suggests, she was akin to a lotus blooming in summer, a sight so captivating that none could avert their gaze. That night felt interminable. Xiao Yunyi called for water 5 times before finally succumbing to slumber as the dawn broke. When he awoke, it was well past noon, and the space beside him was empty, the previous night's fervor akin to a distant dream, somewhat surreal. Summer Lotus? He inquired. I am here, she replied, entering the room with a slight blush, otherwise appearing unremarkable. Madam has sent someone to the guard station to excuse your absence, young master, so you may rest a little longer. Excuse my absence? Xiao Yunyi hesitated, then shook his head. I shall not sleep any longer. I have official duties to attend to at the guard station. Summer Lotus responded, allow me to assist you in changing. As she approached, he caught a faint scent of medicine and instinctively asked, have you taken medicine? Are you unwell? Summer Lotus hesitated for a moment before softly answering, as your personal maid. I must take medicine after attending to you. Xiao Yunyi's expression shifted as he inquired further, did you drink the contraceptive potion? She nodded. Do not take it again. He instructed firmly. Summer Lotus was taken aback. The potion is particularly harmful. I shall speak with my mother about it. Just remember not to drink it again, he asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. The contraceptive potion was known to be cold and harmful, potentially leading to lifelong infertility due to excessive consumption. And some stronger remedies even contained traces of toxic substances. Its detrimental effects were well known, and its efficacy paled in comparison to tracking safe periods, which was far more reliable. But Summer Lotus hesitated. No buts, just obey, he insisted. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred within Xiao Yunyi. After donning his attire, he could not linger with further discussion and hurriedly made his way to the guard station. Upon entering, he was met with a considerable commotion. Chapter 68. I beseech you to assist me this once Zhuang Xingping from the Eastern Depot, Xi and Jizong from the Southern Patrol, and several familiar faces from the Northern Patrol were all gathered in the courtyard. What has transpired? Xiao Yunyi asked, confusion etched on his face. Cui Yin, seeing him arrive, quickly pulled him outside, explaining, there has been an outbreak of the plague in the prison. Over 100 inmates perished overnight. Officials from various departments have gathered, and the palace's imperial physicians are conducting examinations one by one. The plague? Hearing those words, Xiao Yunyi's heart skipped several beats. In feudal times, this was akin to a death sentence. Unless one was blessed by divine intervention, it was a certain doom. The plague outbreak at the end of the Ming dynasty had claimed over 10 million lives, severely crippling the military and economic strength of the dynasty, ultimately becoming the final straw that led to its downfall. The plague was a significant factor in the Ming dynasty's demise. More than 95% of the epidemic was transmitted by rats, making the plague synonymous with pestilence, the most notorious of which was the Black Death. In the mid-14th century, Europe was besieged by a devastating plague, a form of the rat-borne disease known as the Black Death, which lasted over 300 years and resulted in approximately 75 million deaths. This set of numbers is terrifying to contemplate. Sir, are you listening to what I am saying? Cui Yin's face was filled with anxiety. Xiao Yunyi composed himself and inquired, what did you just say? Cui Yin replied, I was saying that things are quite chaotic inside. Haven't you already sent someone to request leave? You might as well go home and rest, rather than entering. Xiao Yunyi, fearful of the plague, had indeed contemplated fleeing, but suddenly recalled that this scenario had not been detailed in the original text. How could the plague have emerged so abruptly? The onset of this plague was rather suspicious, lacking any prior warning, and he felt that something was amiss. Xiao Yunyi asked, have any of our men contracted the plague? Cui Yin shook his head, it remains uncertain. The imperial physician is currently examining our brothers one by one, and so far, no one has been found infected. Those who have died are merely prisoners from the jail. Xiao Yunyi gestured towards the people in the courtyard and pressed, then why have the Eastern Bureau and the Southern Town Patrol come? Cui Yin explained, they are here to supervise and review the cases among each other. Once they confirm everything is in order, they will proceed to execute the prisoners held in the jail. After a pause, he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention and lowered his voice, though it is termed a review. In reality, it is merely a formality before they commence burning the bodies. Are they only incinerating those infected with the disease, or are they also burning other living prisoners? Xiao Yunyi envisioned the worst possible outcome. Cui Yin whispered, there are over 500 prisoners in the jail. More than 100 who fell ill last night have already been burned. The remaining 300 are under strict surveillance, regardless of their infection status. They will all be incinerated. Xiao Yunyi fell silent. The presence of rats in the jail was entirely normal. It was also common for prisoners to contract the plague after being bitten. Incinerating the pathogens to prevent further spread was logical. Everything appeared reasonable, lawful, and compliant, leaving no trace of error. Those involved might even receive commendations for their efforts in disease prevention. The crux of the matter lay in whether this plague was a natural disaster or a man-made calamity. While he pondered, he saw Xian Jizong approaching, who immediately stated, let's find another place to discuss this privately. Xiao Yunyi replied, what is this? Are you planning to interrogate me alone, suspecting my involvement in this matter? Xian Jizong turned to Cui Yin, who, understanding without the need for words, quickly excused himself and departed. I am not here to trouble you, but I find this situation rather perplexing. Then you should investigate it. What brings you to me? I have come to seek your assistance. What? Xiao Yunyi feigned surprise. Did I hear incorrectly? Just yesterday, you issued threats, and today you seek my help? What are you thinking? Xian Jizong stated. After I was transferred to the Southern Town Patrol, I specifically looked into your background. While you may not be particularly clever, you can be considered a decent person. Xiao Yunyi rolled his eyes and scoffed. Yes, you are the wisest of them all, wise enough to think there are good people in the Jinyiwei. Xian Jizong replied. In the Jinyiwei, those who do not harm innocent civilians are indeed considered good people. Xiao Yunyi responded with a cold laugh. Your standards are astonishingly low. Xian Jizong exclaimed. Over 100 lives have already perished within the confines of the prison. If we remain idle, the remaining 300 souls will soon meet the same fate. Who are you to speak of we? Xiao Yunyi retorted, stepping back and gesturing. I stand in the north while you are in the south. Our paths do not cross. After a brief silence, Xian Jizong suddenly bowed deeply, apologizing, I am sorry. I wish to express my regret for my actions yesterday. Xiao Yunyi, taken aback, responded with a look of disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Turning his gaze towards the prison, Xian Jizong spoke slowly. I made a promise to them. Within 3 days, I will help them clear their names. I do not wish to break my vow, nor do I want the innocent to perish unjustly." He turned back, his demeanor earnest. "If you are willing to assist me, I would kneel or bow if necessary. I implore you, help me this once." Xiao Yunyi waved his hands dismissively. "Do not resort to theatrics. Just tell me plainly what your true intentions are." With a resigned smile, Xian Jizong steadied his emotions. "A firm order has been issued from above. All prisoners must die, including the guards. Not a single one can remain. Can you please get to the point?" Xiao Yunyi expressed his growing impatience, taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration. Xian Jizong continued, "When I arrived, over 100 had already been reduced to ashes. The corpses reveal nothing. What we know has been gathered through hearsay. Here lies the issue. Your reasoning process is irrelevant. Simply state your conclusion." Xiao Yunyi interrupted. Clenching his fists, Xian Jizong patiently articulated his hypothesis. "The Du family was imprisoned yesterday, and today, an outbreak of plague has occurred. Do you not find this suspicious? I suspect that someone intends to harm the Du family, creating a fade of plague symptoms to conceal their true motives." His gaze shifted toward the courtyard, focusing on Yan Jibin. According to the guards, they heard the prisoners shouting during the night, but no one paid attention until the morning revealed cases of fever and vomiting among them. After reporting, Yan Jibin summoned a physician who diagnosed it as plague. Without consulting anyone, he ordered the immediate execution of all symptomatic inmates and had their bodies incinerated. There are several points of contention here, primarily concerning the physician, Xian Jizong began. But Xiao Yunyi interrupted once more. "Your account does not align with what Cui Yin mentioned." Repeatedly interrupted, Xian Jizong felt frustration boiling within him. Gritting his teeth, he spat through clenched jaws. Cui Yin is merely a figurehead. He knows nothing. His last word was laced with pent-up anger, and saliva sprayed as he spoke. Xiao Yunyi quickly sidestepped, his face contorting in distaste. "If your mouth leaks, do not open it so wide. It's quite repulsive." With veins protruding, Xian Jizong snapped, "I have no time for banter. I must urgently speak with those in the prison to extract crucial leads that will validate my suspicions. I do not wish to live burdened by guilt. How can I persuade you to assist me?" Chapter 69. Regrettably, I am a Jinyiwei. The surviving prisoners had already been isolated. If it truly was the plague, coming near those individuals would be tantamount to suicide. Xiao Yunyi held a degree of admiration for Xian Jizong. However, he mused that whatever one thinks is one's own affair, and holds no relevance to him. Initially, he intended to refuse outright, but upon reconsideration, he smiled and said, "I might be inclined to assist you, but first, you must divulge what you did in Qingzhou and reveal who is backing you." After a moment of silence, Xian Jizong shook his head. "I cannot disclose that." "Then there is nothing more to discuss," Xiao Yunyi declared, turning to leave. The Eastern Depot and the officials from the Northern and Southern pacification offices had all arrived. Among them, there were certainly more than just one astute individual, yet none dared to voice any dissent. It was evident that either someone from above had expressly instructed them, or they all perceived that delving deeper into this matter would lead to considerable complications. The true power players always remained in the background, while the front lines were manned by lesser figures. He would willingly place themselves in jeopardy for the sake of a so-called sense of justice. However, exceptions do exist. And at this moment, Xian Jizong was that exception. Regarding the plague, Xiao Yunyi was unwilling to gamble with his life. He stated plainly, "I cannot help, nor do I wish to assist. Kindly step aside and do not obstruct my path." Xian Jizong retorted, "If you refuse to help, they are undoubtedly doomed. Hundreds of lives rest in your hands. How can you bear to simply walk away? Here we go again with the grand accusations. If you do not move aside, I shall call for help," Xiao Yunyi threatened, feigning a shout. Xian Jizong, lowering his voice in anger, rebuked him. "Had you not captured the members of the Du family, matters would not have escalated to this extent. This is all you're doing. Xiao Yunyi, if you do not lend your assistance, their spirits will surely haunt you after their demise, leaving you restless both day and night. Good heavens, must you be so ruthless?" Xiao Yunyi felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively retracting his neck, silently praying, "Oh, Three Clears Tao Ancestor, grant me a golden light to protect my body, shielding me from all malevolence." Though panic gripped him, he retorted, "This predicament arose because you insisted on meddling, resulting in a cascade of consequences. The blame cannot rest upon my shoulders. They perish because of you, so they shall seek you out." Xian Jizong replied, "We both bear our share of the responsibility, which is precisely why we must save them." Otherwise, how can we find peace in our hearts with such immense karmic burdens? Xiao Yunyi responded coolly, Xing. We are not so intimately acquainted. I advise you to hasten and seek assistance elsewhere, perhaps from your benefactor. Xing countered. That person is no paragon of virtue and will not involve themselves in this matter. Time is of the essence, and only you, young Marquis, possess the ability to aid me. General Xiao and his valiant soldiers risked their lives on the battlefield to defend the nation and protect the common folk. Now, it is your turn to do something for the people, Xiao Yunyi. Xing's gaze was fervent, as if he wished to drag him into the guardhouse immediately. Xiao Yunyi replied, Were I a soldier on the frontier, your words would undoubtedly ignite my passion. Alas, I am a Jinyiwei. And you ought to know that the Jinyiwei's duty has never been to safeguard the common people. Upon hearing the words, Xing's gaze gradually dimmed. His face etched with disappointment. He shook his head and remarked, If the heart remains unawakened, words are of no avail. A son unlike his father is an inevitable truth. With that, he strode forward, brushing past Xiao Yunyi. Indeed, I am unlike my father. You cannot change that. Xiao Yunyi muttered to himself. Just as he was about to mount his horse and return home, a voice called from behind, Young lord, please hold on. Zhuang Xingping hurriedly approached, seizing the reins. And with a wry smile inquired, How have you been faring lately, young lord? Is everything to your satisfaction? The virtuous do not come. Those who come are seldom virtuous. Xiao Yunyi, disinterested in pleasantries, directly asked, With so many matters awaiting your attention inside, why do you seek me now? Zhuang Xingping replied, Who instructed you to owe me a debt? I am here to collect. Just as he had dismissed one calamity, another creditor had appeared. Life can be so arduous. He mused. Xiao Yunyi glanced around before lowering his voice. This is not the place for discussion. Let us arrange a private meeting another day. Zhuang Xingping pressed. When shall that day be? As Xiao Yunyi turned his horse, he found the reins held tightly, rendering him unable to depart. He evasively replied, Tomorrow. Zhuang Xingping shook his head. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? Since we have encountered each other today, let us clarify matters right here. You promised in Xingzhou that we would remain uninvolved, yet you turned around and sold me out. How shall we settle this account? How can one admit to something without evidence? Xiao Yunyi retorted angrily, You are clearly slandering me. Do you truly think I wear this Kirin attire for naught? Zhuang Xingping sneered, Xiao Yunyi, such words are rather unamusing. If you wish to play this game, I possess ample means to make your life difficult. Care to test me? Dismounting with a calm demeanor, Xiao Yunyi said, Who is playing games with you? I know of a fine tavern nearby. Today, I shall treat you. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Zhuang Xingping thought, Whose shameless demeanor does this fellow inherit? Inside the tavern, the young waiter quaked with fear upon seeing the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei arrive, scarcely daring to breathe loudly until they were ushered into a private room. As he descended the stairs, he could not help but murmur, How can the Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei be so cordial? This is truly bizarre. Unbeknownst to him, a man in the corner of the hall glanced up at the private room above, pondering for a moment before hastily paying his bill and departing. Within the private room, Zhuang Xingping got straight to the point. How much benefit have you derived from the Golden Tiger Gang? I demand half. Have you lost your mind? Would you settle for a mere hair? Xiao Yunyi erupted in anger. Zhuang Xingping smirked coldly. The mere fact that I have refrained from reporting your dealings with the Golden Tiger Gang to the supervisor entitles me to half of your gains. There are no dealings between me and the Golden Tiger Gang, Xiao Yunyi firmly denied. Zhuang Xingping persisted, Stop pretending. Dan Kuan has already admitted it, stating he gave you a substantial sum. Dan Kuan? Money? Xiao Yunyi instantly recognized the other's probing and replied with indifference, Two matters. First, I did not receive any silver from Dan Kuan. Second, your current actions amount to extortion. Zhuang Xingping scoffed, Feel free to report me to the supervisor. The upper beam is Askew, and so is the lower one. Throughout the Eastern Depot, nearly 90% have accepted bribes, while the remaining 10% do not lack the desire, but rather the qualification. The Imperial Guards are somewhat better off. Those in high positions dare not be greedy, and those in the lower ranks are only modestly so. Zhuang Xingping, unwilling to waste words, extended 3 fingers and stated plainly, If you produce this sum, we can put our grievances behind us. Xiao Yunyi replied, How much? 3 Even a beggar on the street possesses more than that. Do you think I am beneath a beggar? Zhuang Xingping's countenance darkened as he retorted with a fierce tone, 30,000 taels, not a single tael less. Feigning indignation, Xiao Yunyi exclaimed, Wow. Brother, do you truly consider me a god of wealth? If it comes to that, Perhaps you should sell me and see if I am worth 30,000 taels of gold. Are you jesting with me? Zhuang Xingping scoffed coldly, deriding. 30,000 taels of gold. Do you truly believe you possess such grandeur? What I require is 30,000 taels of silver. The question is, will you comply or not? Chapter 70. Purchasing opportunity 30,000 taels of silver, which equates to merely 3,000 taels of gold, is a trifling matter for one who holds 50,000 taels of gold. The audacity to demand such a sum while only daring to request 30,000 taels of silver illustrates the significant disparity among individuals. Xiao Yunyi could not suppress a chuckle, saying, Zhuang, do you really believe the Golden Tiger Gang would grant me 60,000 taels of silver? Not granted. That seems implausible, Zhuang Xingping replied, furrowing his brow in suspicion. If not 60,000, surely there must be 50,000 taels of silver? I cannot believe they would so disregard you. In any case, I require 30,000 taels of silver. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yunyi lamented, are you truly unaware of the strength behind the Golden Tiger Gang? They are capable of contending with the Imperial Horse Patrol, and as for who supports the Imperial Horse Patrol, you surely know better than I. That old fellow, Dan Kuan, possesses ample confidence. You mentioned earlier that I am merely the son of the Marquis of Divine Might, not the Marquis himself, who has such formidable backing. How could that old man possibly regard me with any seriousness? A first-rank official's annual salary roughly converts to about 300 taels of silver, including various allowances, totaling approximately 400 to 500 taels a year. It would take a century of abstaining from food and drink to accumulate 50,000 taels of silver. Zhuang Xingping was initially probing, but upon sensing that Xiao Yunyi was not lying, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, how much silver did Dan Kuan offer you? Xiao Yunyi declared, I swear to the heavens, Dan Kuan gave me not a single coin. If I utter a word of falsehood, may heaven strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping's ire intensified, and he questioned with a raised voice. That old rascal did not bestow upon you even a coin, yet you still wish to betray me? What are you truly thinking? Xiao Yunyi concocted an excuse, explaining, I initially sought a benefit, but unexpectedly, that old man ensnared me in conversation. Bolstered by the support of the Imperial Horse Patrol, he refused to offer even a single tael of silver. To speak further is to invite tears. My heart is heavy. Zhuang Xingping, in a state of exasperation, insisted. It is your fault that my mission has failed, leading to the supervisor berating me as a useless fool. Thus, this money rightfully belongs to me. Regardless of whether he has given you anything, I will concede this much. I require at least 10,000 taels of silver, not a single one less. Do not speak of 10,000. Even 1,000 taels I cannot produce. It is not that I do not wish to give, but I truly cannot. Xiao Yunyi replied earnestly. Zhuang Xingping remarked, the godly Martial Marquis's residence is replete with valuable treasures. You need only to extract one randomly. After a lengthy circuit, he found himself waiting here. Xiao Yunyi's mind raced, feigning a grave resolution. While I cannot truly part with 10,000 taels of silver, I could procure 5,000. Even if it means borrowing, solely for the sake of our camaraderie. Before his counterpart could respond, he abruptly shifted the conversation. However, I have a minor request for your assistance. Assistance? Zhuang Xingping's eyes narrowed with suspicion. If I refuse, will you not withhold even the 5,000 taels? Xiao Yunyi replied. That depends on whether you consider me a friend. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Zhuang Xingping stated solemnly, 5,000 taels is 5,000 taels. This portion is rightfully mine. If you desire my aid, it will require an additional fee. Xiao Yunyi inquired, how much more? Zhuang Xingping retorted, what do you need my help with? Xiao Yunyi quickly gathered his thoughts and smiled. The Trial 100 officer, Xian Jizong, has inexplicably targeted me, causing me trouble just moments ago. I would like to request your intervention. Is that all? Zhuang Xingping questioned skeptically. Merely to deal with him? Handling a Trial 100 officer, especially one from the Southern Towns Inspectorate, is quite trivial for the Eastern Depot. Xiao Yunyi continued, currently, the Eastern Depot is collaborating with the Jinyiwei on a case. You must devise a way for him to interact with the prisoners in the dungeon. Once he contracts the plague, his death is assured. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping scrutinized the youth before him, a complex expression crossing his face, and chuckled, I could not have imagined. Despite your youth, your heart is quite ruthless. Where did you learn such sinister tactics? Xiao Yunyi pressed, can this be accomplished? If so, name your price. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Xingping raised a finger. You provide me with 1,000 taels, and I will ensure he meets the inmates. As for his survival, I cannot guarantee that. In that case, I can only offer you 500. Xiao Yunyi countered. He is still a trial 100 officer, surely worth at least 990 taels? At most, 600. Zhuang Xingping replied. 900 taels, and I will draft a promissory note for a total of 5,900 taels. I shall proceed immediately. After a round of haggling, coupled with the previously agreed upon 5,000 taels, they ultimately settled on the price of 5,700 taels. Content. Zhuang Xingping departed with the promissory note secured. Xiao Yunyi approached the window, gazing in the direction of the guardhouse, and softly murmured, "This is all I can do. Whether he lives or dies is now in fate's hands." Having spent 5,700 taels to purchase a chance, he mused that if it were not the plague, should Xian Jizong seize this opportunity, perhaps the inmates might still survive. However, if it truly is the plague, then, fare thee well. With so many to accompany him, the road to the underworld shall not be lonely. Within the guardhouse, the crowd appeared industrious, yet in reality, all necessary tasks had been completed. They awaited the imperial physician's diagnosis, after which they would commence the cleaning of the premises. Zhuang Xingping navigated through the crowd and discreetly pulled Xian Jizong to a secluded corner, lowering his voice as he asked, "Are you the one keeping an eye on Xiao Yunyi, seeking to create trouble for him?" Xian Jizong, momentarily perplexed, did not respond. Zhuang Xingping assumed his silence indicated agreement and proceeded to recount the situation wherein Xiao Yunyi intended to harm him, exclaiming, "That wretched lad is ruthless. Just because you are investigating him, he has come to solicit my assistance to imprison you and subject you to the plague. A truly vile scheme that I cannot abide." Abruptly, he shifted the conversation. "However, I must inquire, what have you discovered that has prompted him to want you eliminated so urgently?" Xian Jizong quickly grasped Xiao Yunyi's intentions, but refrained from divulging any information, feigning panic as he replied, "Master Zhuang, we have no past grievances nor present enmity. Surely you would not assist Xiao Yunyi in targeting me?" Zhuang Xingping assured him, "I have already revealed the truth to you, and I certainly shall not aid him. Ultimately, we are allies in this endeavor. Given his actions towards you, would you consider collaborating with me to turn the tables on him?" Xian Jizong, his mind racing, pretended to be skeptical, asking, "How can I be certain this is not a trap devised by you and him?" Zhuang Xingping urged, "Use your intellect and contemplate this. If I truly wished to harm you, would I be here discussing these matters? To be frank, that lad has betrayed me once. I too must return the favor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's as simple as that." After a moment of feigned contemplation, Xian Jizong inquired, "What form will our collaboration take?" Zhuang Xingping repeatedly probed to uncover what leverage Xian Jizong held against Xiao Yunyi, but each attempt was deftly sidestepped by Xian Jizong. In resignation, he proposed, "Let's proceed this way. I will concoct an excuse to send you to the prison. Rest assured, it is not my intention to imprison you. You shall remain just outside for a brief while. This way, I can gain his trust while ensuring your safety. In the aftermath, I shall operate in the open, and you in the shadows, joining forces to utilize the information at your disposal to deal with that scoundrel." Xian Jizong pressed, "For how long is this brief while?" Zhuang Xingping, realizing he could not extract information, contemplated the necessity of securing the silver he sought and fulfilling his obligations, lest both efforts result in failure. Thus, he replied, "The duration cannot be excessively long. However, given that Xiao Yunyi has informants within the garrison, it cannot be too short either. You shall remain by the door for the duration of a tea session, and once that time has elapsed, you may exit." How does that sound? A tea session's duration? That should suffice, Xian Jizong thought, discerning that this was Xiao Yunyi's indirect means of providing him with an opportunity. Therefore, he did not acquiesce too readily and ostentatiously discussed terms before eventually conceding. "As brothers united, once we have dealt with Xiao Yunyi, I shall seek an opportunity to transfer you to the Eastern Depot," Zhuang Xingping casually promised, not pausing to reflect on whether this promise held any merit for Xian Jizong. The conditions within the prison were already unsanitary, particularly after the events of the previous night, as all jailers had withdrawn, leaving no one to deliver water or food to the detainees. Perhaps sensing the impending doom, the atmosphere within the prison was one of desolation, yet the moment someone arrived, a fierce desire for survival ignited in their eyes. It was the esteemed Lord Xian who had come to seek justice for them. In an instant, the cries within the prison echoed fervently. Outside, Zhuang Xingping, upon hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow and muttered in disdain, "Knowing full well the plague is upon us, they still venture inside like fools. They might as well perish within." Such a valuable pawn, barely touched, was on the verge of being wasted. Shaking his head, Zhuang turned to depart, instructing the officer stationed outside the prison, "No one is to be released without my command. Do you understand?" The officers shifted their gaze to the lead ensign, who coldly replied, "Matters of the guard are for the captain to decide. There is no need for your concern. How dare you disregard my words?" Zhuang Xingping was about to unleash his wrath when Yin Zhibin hurriedly approached, inquiring, "What is happening here?" The ensign promptly reported the situation. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhibin's expression soured immediately, and he barked, "Zhuang Xingping, this is the Jinyiwei's headquarters, not your eastern factory. Your interference is unwelcome." Zhuang laughed in anger. "Your guard is quite audacious. Each of you dares to dismiss the eastern factory. Just wait. There will come a time for your lamentation. You, a mere head of a file, cannot speak for the eastern factory. This is the Jinyiwei's domain. Good day. Very well, let us see how this unfolds." Zhuang Xingping swept away in a huff. Yin Zhibin, preoccupied with the matters inside the prison, disregarded the potential repercussions of offending Zhuang. Turning back, he instructed the ensign, "Take a few men and fetch Xiao Yunyi. If necessary, use force to remove him." Understood. The ensign selected 2 officers, and the trio, with their faces masked in cloth, swiftly entered the prison, conveying their superiors' orders to Xiao Yunyi. No sooner had they entered than Yin Zhibin followed, evidently concerned about the possibility of inmates divulging sensitive information. Xiao Yunyi, increasingly certain of his suspicions, promptly inquired within the prison what transpired last night. Did anyone witness anything? Observing his reluctance to depart, the ensign signaled to his subordinates. The 2 officers advanced, attempting to forcibly escort Xiao away, but he swiftly countered, incapacitating them with ease. "You dare obstruct my inquiry. Acting on the orders of the governor? Any further interference will result in your immediate detention. Lord Xian, it is Lord Yin who has sent us to request your presence. And we have no intention of hindering your investigation," the ensign hastily clarified. The inmates exchanged glances, and one, emboldened, spoke up, "My lord, last night I saw 2 individuals sneaking in. Shortly after, I heard blood-curdling screams." Xiao Yunyi pressed further. "Did you recognize who they were? What happened next?" The man pondered deeply, shaking his head. The wall torches had dimmed, and it was too dark to discern their faces. "I only remember they wore the uniforms of the Jinyiwei." Suddenly, Xiao Yunyi turned sharply to the ensign, demanding, "Who entered the prison last night?" The young officer stated, "Sir, the original prison lieutenant has been isolated. We, the subordinates, were temporarily assigned here and are unaware of what transpired last night." A suspect suddenly interjected, "Sir, the individual did not linger in this section. You may proceed further. Those detained in the next area might provide clarity." Without hesitation, Xiao Yunyi took action, inquiring as he advanced, eventually learning that the 2 stealthy members of the Jinyiwei had ultimately stopped at the cell holding the Du family. "Was it the Du family that screamed last night? What did you witness?" Xiao Yunyi pressed urgently. The suspect replied, "This section is a corner, visibility is obstructed. And we could not see a shadow, only heard cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. The entire direct lineage of the Du family has perished. The prisoners detained around the corner surely know what transpired last night, but they were executed and their bodies incinerated under Yin Zhibin's orders early this morning. The murderers silenced all witnesses and obliterated any trace, leaving no clue behind. What shall we do?" Xiao Yunyi pondered the next steps when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the prison. Turning, he saw Yin Zhibin and his men hastily approaching. They are quite swift. Xiao Yunyi thought little of it and rolled up his sleeves, extending his arm into the cell, urgently urging, "Bite me, quickly." The suspect within the cell was bewildered. None dared to bite a member of the Jinyiwei. "What are you hesitating for? There is no time. Do you not understand? Bite me now?" Xiao Yunyi insisted repeatedly. The more he pressed, the more the suspects hesitated. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin Zhibin paused momentarily before commanding, "Take Xiao Yunyi out." 5 lieutenants promptly complied. With desperation in his eyes, Xiao Yunyi shouted, "If you bite me, you will be saved. Hurry." Upon hearing this, several prisoners, eager for salvation, disregarded the officer's intentions and opened their mouths. Yin Zhibin immediately grasped Xiao Yunyi's intent. Just as a suspect was about to bite, he swiftly intervened, pulling the individual away. The lieutenants surged forward, collectively restraining the suspect. Yin Zhibin exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly ordered, "Take him out," keeping close to the wall. And do not allow him near the cell. Why won't you let them bite me? You're afraid. You fear I'm right. I am certainly correct. They are not afflicted with the plague. This is all your scheme. Release me. Xi and Jizong shouted almost in madness. Just one step away, just a fraction of a moment. And he could have proven with his life that the prisoners were indeed free from the plague. Yin Jibin, I know it's you. I know it's you. Release me. You are complicit in this atrocity. Xi and Jizong struggled fiercely, but his fists were no match for the combined strength of several men. And he was soon forcibly removed from the prison. Outside the prison, Yin Jibin listened quietly, showing no inclination to intervene. Only after Xi and Jizong ceased his cries did he inquire, "That is the plague. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Afraid? How could I not be? Yet I firmly believe my hypothesis is correct. There has been no outbreak of the plague here. This is all a fabrication, your conspiracy. Xi and Jizong attempted to rush back into the prison multiple times, but was always thwarted, ultimately directing his fury toward Yin Jibin. That entails the lives of hundreds of innocent souls. Are you not human at all? Indeed, there are hundreds of lives at stake within, and hundreds more outside. How will you choose? What do you mean by that? Yin Jibin pointed at the multitude of Jinyiwei present and spoke slowly. They have all been ensnared by my schemes, becoming unwitting participants in this matter. Should you seek to exonerate those within, then these individuals shall perish, along with their wives and children. You deem those inside innocent. Yet, having fallen victim to my machinations, they were compelled to entangle their fortunes and lives with mine. Do they not appear innocent in your eyes as well? Chapter 72. Safe Journey. Yin Jibin stepped forward, locking eyes with Xi and Jizong, articulating each word with deliberation. At this juncture, it is either their demise or our own. Both sides bear the weight of hundreds of lives. How will you choose? How dare you utter such words? Xi and Jizong retorted furiously. Yin Jibin, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "If I had any regard for my face, I would not occupy this position today." Xi and Jizong shouted, "The Jinyiwei, who know the law yet transgress it, deserve to bear greater punishment. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can escape responsibility through such means. I shall never compromise with you." Yin Jibin countered, "I merely ask that, considering our shared affiliation as Jinyiwei, you might show leniency, turning a blind eye to this matter. Is that too much to ask? Now you feel fear? It is too late." Xi and Jizong spoke gravely. "If you possess any conscience, you ought to bear all the culpability. If you confess and submit to justice, I will not only spare your subordinates from hardship, but will also advocate for them. That is the path you should take." Yin Jibin remained silent for a moment before earnestly inquiring, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Xi and Jizong remained silent, tightening his grip on the dagger at his side. Yin Jibin shook his head with a long sigh. "If that is the case, then proceed with your investigation. I am curious to see what ways you can stir up in the absence of evidence and witnesses." With that, he gestured for his men to clear the path. Xi and Jizong sneered, "Just wait and see." Once Xi and Jizong re-entered the prison, Yin Jibin turned to his trusted aide and asked, "Is everything prepared?" The aide replied, "All is ready." Yin Jibin nodded, then set it ablaze. The aide questioned, "Should we not await orders from above?" Yin Jibin scoffed, "There is no need to wait. If someone seeks death, we shall oblige. Use plenty of flammable oil, secure the doors, and ready the archers. Should anyone dare to escape the prison, they shall be shot on the spot." Faced with such orders, the Jinyiwei fell into silence, merely pouring out the oil. Some resistance was utterly futile, particularly in a place like the Jinyiwei. As the flames roared to life, most of the Jinyiwei bore expressions of numbness, while a few silently murmured, "Safe journey, Master Xen. May you not be unable to discern the circumstances in your next life." Yin Jibin gazed at the prison engulfed in flames, softly murmuring, "Those driven to desperation will dare to do anything. You should understand this. How can you not? There are many paths to take, yet I have no choice. You should not force my hand. Truly, you should not." Jinyiwei courtyard of the godly Marshal Duke's mansion. Yu hurriedly arrived, her face barely concealing her overwhelming joy. "It's ablaze, it's ablaze." "What?" "The Thousand House has caught fire, the very one where Xiao Yunyi resides." Yu, visibly excited, lowered her voice. "I wonder if Xiao Yunyi is inside." "If he should." Xiao Huaiqian set down the book he held, rising to secure the doors and windows of the room, exclaiming helplessly, "Mother, some thoughts must remain unspoken." Yu responded, "What is there to fear? Your room is devoid of eavesdroppers. Surely you won't let such words slip beyond these walls?" Xiao Huaiqian offered a wry smile. "Of course not. But what if a servant happens to overhear? How would you manage then? Upon hearing this, you immediately realized her earlier lapse and calmed her emotions, expressing concern. I was too exuberant just now. I hope no one truly heard. Xiao Huaiqian shook his head. I just glanced outside. There's no one around. We must be more vigilant in the future. That's a relief. You sighed in relief. After a moment, Xiao Huaiqian inquired. You mentioned the 1,000 house is on fire. What transpired? You replied, I'm not entirely certain. Only that there's a blaze over there, and Xiao Yunyi is not at the manor. Xiao Huaiqian remarked. No thief would dare set fire to the 1,000 house. If it were not an unfortunate accident, it must be deliberate. The likelihood of Xiao Yunyi encountering any misfortune is minimal. Why can't there be an accident? Yu's eyes brimmed with disappointment, then she recalled something and whispered. I heard Xiao Yunyi cannot fulfill his duties as a man. I wonder if there's any truth to it. Xiao Huaiqian chuckled. Where did you hear such news? You responded. The maids have been gossiping, claiming that Feng Ruiying herself mentioned it before the Lord, that Xiao Yunyi is incapable, and that she even procured potent tonics for him. Pausing, she added, this matter seems credible, not mere rumor. If Xiao Yunyi truly cannot fulfill his duties, it would imply he cannot have offspring. To prevent the second house from becoming extinct, he would undoubtedly adopt a child. Upon reflecting on this, Yu's thoughts began to wander, and with a smile, she said, You're not a child anymore. It's time to consider a marriage proposal. Xiao Huaiqian replied earnestly. With the examinations approaching, my focus must remain on my studies. I shall contemplate marriage only after the exams conclude. You encouraged, why not secure an engagement now? Next year. When you achieve success, it would be splendid to celebrate with both a wedding and the triumph of the examinations. Xiao Huaiqian continued to shake his head. Let us discuss it later. In a few days, I must attend the literary gathering at Furong Garden. My mind is currently preoccupied. You exclaimed, the Furong Garden literary gathering? Have you received an invitation? Furong Garden, located within the Imperial Palace grounds, is a royal retreat where many aristocratic youths gather annually for flower festivals, wine banquets, and literary events. Xiao Huaiqian's face displayed a hint of pride as he nodded. I received it some time ago. Princess Huaiyue has sent out invitations to invite talented individuals from the capital. The gathering will take place in 3 days. Yu's interest was piqued, and she inquired, Does that princess have a daughter? Has she reached the age of marriage? Xiao Huaiqian replied, Princess Huaiyue lost her husband early on and has not remarried since. She has no children, so there is no need for you to entertain fanciful thoughts. Yu paused, shaking her head with a soft sigh. Though she is a noble princess, she is indeed a woman of misfortune. After a brief pause, he inquired, There should be quite a number of esteemed ladies present, shouldn't there? Xiao Huaiqian, sensing his mother's intentions, patiently replied, I wish to rely on my own capabilities, for I have faith in my abilities. One day, when I achieve success, what concern will I have in courting a lady from a noble family? There is no need for haste. You, his mother, hesitated, contemplating for a while before she could no longer restrain herself, and said, Aside from the Marquis, everyone in this household regards you as an outsider. The Feng family is unlikely to exert their full effort in this matter. As your mother, I am powerless to assist you in this significant engagement. Such an opportunity is rare. You must strive to seize it. The Marquis is a military general, yet you are on the path of a scholar. If you could find a supportive family for your future wife, the journey ahead would be much smoother. The court has always favored civil officials over military ones. Only a few, like the formidable General Shinwu, possess such immense power, and even they cannot rival the cabinet civil officials, since you are not a biological son. If you fail to secure a favorable family for yourself, when will you ever rise to prominence? The more you pondered, the heavier her heart grew, and she sighed. I speak these words solely for your benefit, hoping that one day you will no longer have to bow to others. In that case, your father may rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Such words had been spoken repeatedly. Xiao Huaiqian felt an overwhelming, indescribable emotion enveloping him, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. This affection felt unbearably weighty, a burden he wished to cast off but found impossible to shake. He endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions and smiled, saying, Mother, do not worry, I will not disappoint you. Chapter 73. The beauty's adornment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the flames of the 1,000 households gradually extinguished, except for Yan Jibin, who was taken to the southern town office due to the death of Xian Jizong. The imperial physicians returned to the Tai hospital, and Zhuang Xingping departed for the eastern factory. The personnel from the northern town office lingered for a while, only leaving after the cleanup was complete. Hong Xingxiong and Cui Yin found Xiao Yunyi, reporting the events that transpired in the office, particularly emphasizing that due to the unexpected incident, most of their subordinates were stationed at the guard post. Xiao Yunyi pressed for information. How many personnel can we mobilize now? Hong Xingxiong replied. Each of our flags has 2 units on duty, while 2 units rest in the office awaiting rotation. The only personnel we can flexibly deploy are from each flag's subordinate unit. Xiao Yunyi asked, hasn't the situation been resolved? Why are so many still stationed? Cui Yin explained. It was Master Ke's order. For this matter, Master Tan had a fierce argument with him. The specific reasons are unclear, but it is said to be related to the death of Xiao Yunyi. Master Yin has already been called to the southern town office, and there has been no indication from the northern town office. Hong Xingxiong quietly added, this issue will likely involve several others. There is an atmosphere of unease among the personnel here. Cui Yin nodded. Master Ke's original intent was to prevent anyone from leaving the guard post until after tonight, to reassess the situation. Master Tan believes it is an overreaction. Currently, the office is divided into 2 factions, with Master Ke temporarily holding the upper hand. Xiao Yunyi remarked. Yin Jibin has not yet been dismissed. The brothers below are on edge. At such a critical juncture, they are still contemplating power struggles? Furthermore, what significance does Xiao Yunyi hold now that he is deceased? Can his influence still be so formidable? Cui Yin remarked. I am uncertain about the extent of Xiao Yunyi's influence. What I do know is that the Southern Pacification Commission is eager to achieve results and can only do so by exploiting the Northern Pacification Commission's vulnerabilities. There is ample opportunity for maneuvering within this context. Should Yin Jibin be dismissed from his post as a 1,000 household commander due to this matter, it is customary for one of the 2 deputy commanders to succeed him, though the specifics of who that may be depend on the strength of their connections. Xiao Yunyi glanced at the sky, contemplated briefly, and commanded, Old Hong, station your men downstairs. Old Cui, take your group to rooms 4 and 6 of the warm night pavilion and await my signal when I shatter my cup. Zhang Taifog is one of the liveliest quarters in the capital, particularly at night when the lanterns of brothels illuminate the streets, heralding the onset of the district's nocturnal revelries. Contrary to the anticipated scene of boisterous invitations, the warm night pavilion, renowned as one of the most illustrious brothels, boasts impeccable decor and hospitality. The matron, perceptive to the presence of a young newcomer, approached with a welcoming smile. Young master, you appear unfamiliar. Do you have any acquaintances among the courtesans or the leading ladies? In the esteemed brothels, the courtesans are categorized into 3 ranks. The first, known as the flower queen. The second, the leading lady, and the third, the female scholar. Each establishment's prestige varies, and the number of flower queens can range from 3 to 5 or even 8. The largest brothel in the capital boasts 12 flower queens, with the most favored among them designated as the foremost queen. Each brothel has only one foremost queen, and it is a rare occurrence for an ordinary person to catch even a glimpse of her. As Xiao Yunyi surveyed the enchanting array of beauties within the warm night pavilion, he grasped the meaning of being dazzled by captivating sights. The scale, the allure, the ambience. It was no wonder that ancient individuals reveled in visiting such establishments. Regaining his composure, he tempered his emotions and stated, I have an appointment in room 5 of section B. The matron, realizing, replied, You must be young Master Xiao. Mian has been awaiting you for quite some time. Please follow me. Mian? Xiao Yunyi was taken aback. Such a name seemed uncharacteristic for a man. What was the situation here? The matron smiled. Young Master Xiao, please ascend. The warm night pavilion consists of 3 stories, with sections A and B on the 3rd floor, and sections C and D on the 2nd. Upon ascending, Xiao Yunyi discovered an unexpected turn of events. Is it true that rooms 4, 5, and 6 are not adjacent? He questioned. Is that significant? Typically, no one pays attention to such details. Unaware of the visitor's bewilderment, the matron explained with a smile, Young master, as this is your first visit, you may be unaware that all room numbers in the warm night pavilion are arranged such that odd numbers are on the left and even numbers on the right, starting from the staircase. Thus, they are paired as follows: 1 with 9, 2 with 8, 3 with 7, 4 with 6, and room 5 stands alone. Followed by the elegantly named rooms inspired by the 3 friends of winter and the 4 gentlemen of flowers. Room 5's position is quite special, serving as the boundary between the ordinary and the elegant, akin to a secluded enclave. How am I to signal with a shattered cup now? Xiao Yunyi did not anticipate such an outcome. Amidst his inner turmoil, he wrestled with the decision of whether to confront the situation alone. The matron inquired, "Young master, what troubles you? Room 5 is just ahead. Turn the corner, and Mian is waiting for you inside." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunyi instinctively turned his gaze toward rooms 4 and 5, hesitating for a moment before proceeding to room 5. As he pushed the door open, he discovered only a young maiden within, clad in a delicate pink gown adorned with exquisite hairpins, radiating an air of gentility. "Mian greets the esteemed guest," she said, her hair lustrous and her brows elegantly arched, her voice akin to a nightingale, captivating all who beheld her. Xiao Yunyi coughed lightly and inquired, "Are you alone?" Mian blinked but remained silent, simply extending her arms. To his eyes, she was the sole occupant of the room. The madam, smiling, remarked, "Mian, be sure to entertain our distinguished guest well. We cannot allow him to leave in disappointment." With that, she closed the door behind her. Mian gestured gracefully, "Please, esteemed sir, take a seat. Allow me to serve you some food and drink." Xiao Yunyi, feeling a sense of caution, asked, "Where's the person who summoned me?" Mian produced a letter from her sleeve and replied, "Someone instructed me to deliver this letter to you, young Master Xiao. You shall understand its meaning upon reading." Taking the letter, Xiao Yunyi opened it to find merely 5 characters. "Furanju literary meeting? What could this signify?" Mian shook her head, saying, "I do not know. The individual merely mentioned they would await you at the Furong literary meeting in 3 days." Xiao Yunyi pressed further, "What if I choose not to attend?" Mian replied, "That person did not specify the consequences of your absence, only that should you attend, a grand gift awaits you, an exceedingly lavish gift." With this, she poured a cup of wine and brought it to Xiao Yunyi's lips, her large, sparkling eyes seemingly conversing with him. "This is the most renowned wine of Warm Night Pavilion, aptly named Rouge Makeup. I implore you to savor it. Apologies, but I do not wish to drink today." Xiao Yunyi replied, sitting upright, embodying the essence of a moral gentleman. Mian smiled softly, drank the wine in one gulp, then slipped into his embrace, whispering, "Do you know why this wine is called Rouge Makeup?" Without waiting for a response, she continued, "It is because this wine is potent. Those with low tolerance often blush. Much like a woman adorned with rouge." She extended her delicate hand, gently caressing Xiao Yunyi's face, and with slightly parted lips, asked, "My lord, do you see any redness on my face?" Chapter 74. A painting worth 100 tales. The intoxication of wine does not ensnare the heart, nor does beauty lead one astray. Xiao Yunyi restrained his inner impulses and inquired, "Who is that person?" Mian leaned against his chest, her arms entwined around his waist. Her face tilted up slightly as she sweetly said, "I do not know who that person is. In this moment, all I desire is for you to cherish me." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly began unfastening his garments, her speed catching him off guard. With such deft hands, one could only wonder how many encounters she had mastered to become this skilled. Xiao Yunyi gently pushed her away and rearranged his attire. Continuing to seek information about the mysterious individual, he learned that the person had visited Warm Night Pavilion the previous night, leaving behind the letter and a few instructions before departing. What did that person look like? Describe them in detail, he urged. I possess some knowledge of painting. If you wish, I could sketch a likeness for you. Of course, I require that. Xiao Yunyi retrieved a 100-tael silver note from his pocket and urged, "Begin your drawing at once. Upon completion, this silver note shall be yours." Mian glanced at the sum, a playful smile gracing her lips. "My lord, you may be unaware, but while I may not be a master of the brush, a carefully crafted painting is certainly sought after. Your offer is somewhat lacking. Such negotiations resemble the age-old adage of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other to be struck. When money can resolve an issue, it ceases to be a problem." Xiao Yunyi retrieved 100 taels from his pocket, holding 2 banknotes in his hand and shaking them slightly. 200 taels, sufficient to procure one of your paintings, would it not? Forgive my rudeness. I neglected to introduce myself. I am known as Mian in the Warm Night Pavilion, where I have gained a modest reputation, honored by my esteemed guest with the title of the 3 Extraordinary Courtesan. A bashful smile adorned Mian's face, tinged with a hint of shyness. Xiao Yunyi smirked slightly before counting out 3 more banknotes and slapping them onto the table. 500 taels should more than suffice for several ancient paintings, including yours, I presume? Please do not mock me. A finely crafted painting of mine is valued at 100 taels of gold. How much? 1 painting for 100 taels of gold. While Xiao Yunyi had wealth, he was not inclined to spend it frivolously. With a resounding thud, a token was slammed onto the table, revealing the words Jinyiwei inscribed upon it. Xiao Yunyi maintained a stoic expression, believing it would intimidate her. To his surprise, Jinyiwei merely raised an eyebrow in astonishment before covering her face with a light laugh. "What, can you not read?" "Of course I can read," Xiao Yunyi replied. Jinyiwei picked up the token and read aloud slowly, "Bizenfu, Jinyiwei Baihu." Her voice was melodious, imbued with the unique softness characteristic of the women from Jiangnan, as if she were reciting a mundane line of text without any emotional fluctuation. Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow slightly, about to speak, when he noticed Jinyiwei carefully placing the token down, rising gracefully to kneel before him. "I am Jinyiwei, at your service. Esteemed Baihu." She then lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a trifecta of fear, timidity, and trepidation. "My lord, I have erred, yet I was compelled by circumstance. I beseech you to spare me this time. I am willing to do anything for you." Upon finishing her plea, she began to loosen her belt and shed her outer garment, revealing her fair, delicate shoulders and breathtaking collarbone. Xiao Yunyi instinctively questioned, "What have you done wrong?" With a sultry glance, Jinyiwei pointed to her body, her voice a soft whisper. "I am wrong here, and here as well. And also here and here, everywhere I am at fault." With each utterance of here, she unveiled more of herself, springtime radiance unafraid of modesty. By the end, she was left clad only in a belly band. Xiao Yunyi swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his rising ire, and spoke in a low tone. "That individual is implicated in a significant case. I am currently pursuing his whereabouts and require his likeness, and I hope you will cooperate." Jinyiwei, moving with feline grace, approached him like a startled creature, pressing her limbs against Xiao Yunyi's leg, her voice trembling. "I am willing to cooperate, my lord. I only ask that you treat me gently and show me kindness." Truly a professional, her movements were alluring yet devoid of vulgarity, each word laced with subtle insinuation. Xiao Yunyi, regaining his composure, stated firmly, "I require your assistance to depict that man's appearance." Like a playful little creature, she extended her tongue to lick her hand, sending electric sensations coursing through her body. The expression on her face was utterly captivating, a bewitching glance that made one want to scream, while the heartbeat raced. Sounding the alarm. "Danger! Danger! Danger!" Xiao Yunyi thought to himself, "I long to escape, yet there is no way out." A myriad of words omitted here. The moment of enlightenment dawned. Xiao Yunyi could not help but murmur, "No wonder they say wildflowers are more fragrant than cultivated ones. My wolfish friends do not deceive me." Jinyiwei, languidly reclining beside him, weakly remarked, "This single transaction has proven quite challenging." Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Xiao Yunyi inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Jinyiwei replied, "My lord, if I were to say I wish to experience it once more, would you oblige? In this world, there are no fields that cannot be tilled, only oxen that tire." Xiao Yunyi remained silent, then asked, "Do you still have the strength to draw?" Jinyiwei chuckled, nimbly slipping into his embrace, whispering, "I need to rest. Once I regain my strength, I can draw. However, let us establish a condition. I desire not silver notes, but rather 100 taels of gold." After a pause, she shifted her tone, her face flushed, and added, "Or perhaps, you might allow me to experience it once again." Xiao Yunyi immediately stood up, hastily donning his clothes, and said, "I shall return tomorrow at the same time to collect the drawing, payment upon delivery." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Jinyiwei watched his retreating figure, chuckling softly, "What an intriguing yet heartless man." Half a tea time later, the window suddenly swung open, and a figure leapt in, landing soundlessly before swiftly closing the window. "You didn't actually think I would draw you, did you?" "Of course not." Jinyiwei stretched her body, rising from the bed to approach the cabinet, retrieving a prepared scroll. "I intend to give him this one." "What is it?" Zhu Juanhao opened the scroll and immediately recognized the figure within, slightly surprised, asking, "Do you plan to use him to find Luo Xinglu?" Jinyiwei replied, "Let us give it a try. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results." Zhu Juanhao carefully tucked away the scroll, glancing at her, and inquired, "Wouldn't it be better to stick to the plan? Why risk yourself?" Jinyiwei casually responded, "He is the only young lord in the Jinyiwei. The sole member among the heirs of the. Such a person is worth my time, don't you think?" As she spoke, she picked up her clothes, dressed thoughtfully, approached the table, and asked, "Shall we drink a bit?" Zhu Juanhao frowned, concern evident in his voice. "The clues we have gathered all point to Princess Huailu. If it truly is her, how can we still utilize Xiao Yunyi?" Jinyiwei poured herself a drink, lightly sighing, "Let us see how it goes. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else." Zhu Juanhao, exasperated, retorted. Try, try, try. All you ever say is to try. Can't you come up with some reliable plans? Yinren replied, after more than 3 years of investigation, we have arrived at the princess. If it indeed is her, do you think this matter will be simple? The Princess Huailu is the Emperor's sister, surrounded by numerous guards, and her residence is located within the 18 King's palace area, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. If it truly is her, matters will become exceedingly complicated. Zhu Juanhao sighed in resignation. We cannot place all our hopes on Xiao Yunyi, can we? Mian Yin remarked. It is not about placing hope in him, but rather utilizing what you possess to strike a deal with him. Zhu Juanhao queried with skepticism. Is that feasible? Mian Yin drained her cup and smiled faintly. Let us give it a try. Chapter 75. Different fates on the same boat before departing from the warm night pavilion. Xiao Yunyi made sure to summon Cui Yin, who was stationed at room 46, to join him downstairs where they would rendezvous with Hong Xingxiang. The group then proceeded to Beijing Pond. Xiao Yunyi chartered a pleasure boat, allowing his companions to indulge in revelry and merriment. Cui Yin hesitated briefly and quietly cautioned, My lord, your status is indeed extraordinary. It would be prudent to act with discretion to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Xiao Yunyi replied, You have aptly termed them as having ulterior motives. They will not refrain from monitoring me simply because I choose to be discreet. Those seeking trouble will employ every means possible to create discord, and there is no need to compromise oneself in the process. Upon hearing this, Cui Yin chose to remain silent. Hong Xingxiang, lost in his own thoughts, sipped his drink while gazing into the distant night. Xiao Yunyi instructed, Please investigate the woman named Mian Yin from the warm night pavilion. The more detailed the better. Mian Yin? Cui Yin was momentarily taken aback before continuing. I recall that she appeared at the warm night pavilion 3 years ago, and upon her debut, she was already established as a courtesan, often entertaining the sons of the elite. After a pause, he added, This woman is well versed in music, chess, painting, and it is said that a certain elder from the pavilion has a particular fondness for her artwork. There was even an offer of 1,000 gold for one of her paintings. Xiao Yunyi inquired further, Do you know which elder it is? Cui Yin carefully considered his words and responded, It is likely not the Prime Minister, nor the Deputy Prime Minister. The cabinet consists of 5 ministers. Excluding the Prime and Deputy Prime Ministers, it must be one of the 3 junior ministers. As Xiao Yunyi pondered this, Hong Xingxiang unexpectedly interjected, It is highly probable that it is Elder Su. Elder Su, at 35 years of age, is the youngest minister in the cabinet. Xiao Yunyi pressed, Is this information reliable? Hong Xingxiang confirmed, Indeed, Elder Su possesses a painting by Lian Lanjun, though it is merely a single orchid piece. Cui Yin added, This Mian Mian lady is often referred to as the master of 3 unparalleled arts, a title she does not favor, preferring to call herself Lian Lanjun. Hong Xingxiang continued, Since his appointment, Elder Su has rarely accepted gifts, and among the few he has received is that orchid painting from Lian Lanjun. Cui Yin reiterated, It is well known among officials that Elder Su has a particular affection for orchids, since he acquired that painting. The value of Lian Lanjun's works has soared. In the world of politics, such dynamics are commonplace. Even those who have never seen a pig run have heard tales of it. Given Elder Su's status, he could have any painting he desires. Why would he acquire a piece from a courtesan? Xiao Yunyi found this perplexing. Cui Yin hesitated. It is possible there is some connection between the two. After all, that Mian Mian lady has not entertained guests for quite some time. Not entertaining guests for an extended period? A sudden apprehension gripped Xiao Yunyi, as he sensed an undercurrent of scheming against him. Why would someone seek out Mian Mian? And why would she be willing to entertain guests for that person? What is the nature of the relationship between Elder Su and Mian Mian? Could there also be a connection between that person and Elder Su? The following day, the incident of the fire at the Qianhu Bureau was officially declared an accidental water leak. Xin Jizong and the jailer perished in their attempt to extinguish the flames, and the court granted them a grand burial. Yan Zhibin, however, faced demotion for negligence, reduced to the rank of 100 households, and his subordinates were similarly downgraded. He pondered, Despite assurances of retaining my position, why have I been demoted to a mere 100 households? Outside the city gate, Yan Zhibin seethed with impotent fury. Accompanying him in his exile were 2 trusted aides. One attempted to console him, saying, My lord, fluctuations in the officialdom are commonplace. Departing today does not preclude a return in the future. A return? Such a notion is easier said than done. Yan Zhibin shook his head. You 2 may still have opportunities, but I fear my chances have dwindled. The aides fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Yan Zhibin sighed deeply. It is all Xian Jizong's fault. He has led me astray. One aide could not help but think to himself, you have literally burned him alive. If there are no consequences, would his death not be in vain? The trio made their way to the dock, only to find that the official vessel had already departed before their arrival. Merchant ships along the route were waiting to load and unload cargo, and the earliest they could set sail would be in 3 hours. To think that such a vast dock had no immediate vessels available. Heaven, are you conspiring against me too? Fuming with anger, Yin Jibin, held back only by certain reservations, refrained from cursing the heavens. He received orders to proceed to his new post immediately and, left with no choice, sought a private boat willing to accept his hire. Preparing to transfer at the next waterland dock. Misfortune seems to follow me. Even drinking cold water feels like a struggle. Yin Jibin grumbled throughout the journey until the boatman finally brought out food and drink. After a cup of wine warmed his belly, his spirits lifted slightly. And he chuckled at himself. Once I leave the capital, finding decent food and drink will be a rarity. He beckoned his 2 aides to sit. In a cathartic manner, Yin Jibin drank heartily and devoured his meal, disregarding any semblance of decorum, urging, Come, come, let us drink. Fill your cups to the brim. Today we shall indulge. The aides complied, raising their glasses and respectfully proclaiming, We toast to you, my lord. What lord? I am now merely a recorded name in the Southern Town Protectorate. Those behind me seem unwilling to intervene. You may soon find yourselves on equal footing with me, or even above me. With a heart full of bitterness, Yin Jibin raised his cup. I shall toast to you both in advance. He drained his glass in one go, followed by another deep sigh. Xian Jizong, why were you so obstinate? You have departed, and all is resolved, yet I remain, unaware of what further tribulations await me. A mutually beneficial outcome was within reach. Yet you preferred a path of mutual destruction. Will you regret this in the afterlife? I regret it, yet regret is futile, utterly pointless. Yin Jibin continued to drink, lamenting extensively. His aides exchanged glances, hesitant to interject, silently accompanying him in his libations. Strange, I possess a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Why do I feel dizzy after only half a jug? Suddenly realizing something amiss, Yin Jibin rose to retrieve his dagger from beside him. The aides recognized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, The wine has been drugged. With a sharp intake of breath, the captain of the ship suddenly emerged, flanked by a dozen burly men wielding weapons. Who are you? What do you want? Yin Jibin struggled to maintain his footing, ultimately succumbing to weakness and collapsing. The captain smirked. Kneel and beg me. Perhaps I might have a change of heart and reveal the truth to you. Preposterous. Yin Jibin bellowed in fury. To kill the Imperial Guards is a grave offense. Are you not afraid of the repercussions that could lead to your family's annihilation? The captain, his eyes filled with disdain, mocked, Are you a fool? I dare to slay the Imperial Guards. What do I have to fear? As the effects of the poison gradually took hold, Yin Jibin found himself completely incapacitated, unable to move even a finger. His 2 loyal subordinates, in a slightly better condition, pleaded desperately, We are innocent. Please spare our lives. The captain retorted, How can a grown man be so naive? You should regret your poor choices on the road to the underworld. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded, Chop them into pieces and toss them into the river to feed the fish. Chapter 76. Deliberate arrangement. The 2 subordinates mustered their last ounce of strength to resist, but were swiftly beheaded, followed by their bodies being mercilessly hacked to pieces. The captain approached Yin Jibin, placing his foot on his face, and smiled. Rest assured, I won't kill you with a single blow. Rather, I shall methodically torment you to death. Filled with a mix of terror and rage, Yin Jibin, disregarding the identity of his assailant, desperately cried out, I have money, lots of it. I will give it all to you, just spare my life. The captain replied, Once you're dead, everything you own will belong to me. No need for you to offer it. Yin Jibin hastily insisted, I don't have my money on me. But if you, before he could finish, a chunk of flesh was sliced from his body. The brute who severed the piece carelessly tossed it aside and urged, Boss, stop wasting time with him. Let us finish this swiftly so we can report back to Mr. Tong. Mr. Tong? Who is Mr. Tong? Who are you? Tell me, please. Yin Jibin's frantic cries were met only with more blows. As his consciousness began to fade, he heard the captain say, Someone asked me to deliver a message. When you reach the underworld, remember to apologize to Xian Jizong. Xian Jizong? Is this all for him? Xian Jizong. Even in death, you refuse to release me. You deserve to die, as do I. Just let me die. After enduring over 100 cuts, Yin Jibin was no longer recognizable. Yet he clung to life. "Please, kill me," were his thoughts, audible only to himself. The brutes continued their merciless assault until it was clear that Jinyiwei had breathed his last. The captain surveyed the pile of mangled flesh and bones, then turned to his subordinates, instructing, "The ship we called for should be arriving soon. Let us tidy up and prepare to sink this vessel." Xian Jizong had set fire to the residence of Xian Kenjun, resulting in the latter's demise in the flames. Jinyiwei, having eradicated the Du family's direct line, led to the tragic death of hundreds of innocent civilians, ultimately succumbing to over 100 cuts. In the capital city, at the Thousand Households office, Xiao Yunyi was reminiscing about the events surrounding the literary gathering at Furong Garden. Before he could recall further specifics, he was abruptly interrupted by the hurried arrival of Cui Yin. "Sir, the two above have engaged in a fight," Cui Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. Xiao Yunyi pressed for clarity, inquiring who had engaged in a conflict. "Lord Ku and Lord Tan, the two deputy Qianas, have come to blows over matters concerning the Furong Garden." Cui Yin took a breath and continued, "The Furong Garden hosts numerous events each year, but this year is somewhat exceptional. The higher-ups have commanded each Qianhu to allocate personnel for patrolling and guarding the Furong Garden. As it is situated within the palace, it is the duty of the Imperial Guards to maintain security, traditionally managed by the lower 14 guards, as the foremost of the elite 12 guards. It is certainly not customary for the Jinyiwei to be involved in such duties." Xiao Yunyi muttered, "Is he Qijing mad? How could he be so eager to undertake such a task?" His grumbling was hardly discreet. Cui Yin pretended not to hear and continued, "The literary gathering in 2 days will be led by Princess Huailu, who has extended invitations to talented individuals from the capital, regardless of their social standing. Anyone who receives an invitation may attend. The royal garden being open to the common folk, only someone of her boldness would dare to do such a thing." Xiao Yunyi recalled information about Princess Huailu, known as a pioneer of her time and a trailblazer for bisexuality. Since the death of her husband, she had taken in many handsome men and beautiful women at the princess's residence. The so-called literary gathering was merely a selection event to fill her courtyard. "Do not tell me the cause of the altercation between the two lords was a competition to send their own people to the Furong Garden?" "Indeed, my lord. You have guessed correctly." Cui Yin lowered his voice and continued, "What we are witnessing now is a fierce rivalry between the factions of Ku and Tan. The morale among their subordinates is quite chaotic, and inexplicably, the two lords publicly displayed their animosity just moments ago, vying for this assignment." Xiao Yunyi couldn't help but scoff. "They are both deputy Qianas. Do they not feel embarrassed to fight in front of their subordinates?" Cui Yin did not respond directly, but changed the subject. "It is said that the princess merely mentioned that this literary gathering would be of considerable scale, prompting the emperor to immediately instruct Lord Li to arrange for order to be maintained. Li Lingjun, being the commander of the Jinyiwei, naturally dispatched his men. Ultimately, despite the power of the Jinyiwei, they are but servants of the emperor, while Princess Huailu is the emperor's own sister, rendering any comparison between their statuses nonsensical. Her mere suggestion led the emperor to mobilize the Jinyiwei, illustrating her influence, which does not deter Ku and Tan from their eagerness to curry favor with her. Should fortune smile upon them, gaining her approval could secure their positions with just a word of commendation from the emperor." Xiao Yunyi furrowed his brow and asked, "In the end, who emerged victorious?" Cui Yin jested, "Why not take another guess, my lord?" Hearing this, Xiao Yunyi sighed in resignation. "Lord Tan won. Undoubtedly, he has summoned my generals, prompting you to seek me out to discuss the patrol arrangements for the Furong Garden in 2 days. Am I correct?" Cui Yin replied, "My lord, you have only guessed half correctly. I am not in a position to confer with you. Lord Tan instructed that you prepare in advance, and once he tends to his injuries, he will return to discuss the matter with you." "Did they truly resort to weapons?" "Surely not," Xiao Yunyi exclaimed in astonishment. Cui Yin clarified, "They merely shoved each other a bit. Lord Tan's injury was the result of his own excitement, causing him to slip and fall. Xiao Yunyi, fortunately, he has a good father. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in fierce competition like others, fighting desperately for every opportunity to ascend. However, one cannot help but wonder about the sheer coincidence of it all. Just last night, I received a letter from that person through Minyan, stating he would be waiting for me at Furong Garden, and today this incident unfolds. Could it be yet another twist of fate?" Xiao Yunyi is acutely aware of his own limitations. His navet had previously led to Zhang Xian's demise. Such a deliberate orchestration of fate suggests that no good will come of it. "The literary gathering at Furong Garden is in 2 days, is it not?" "Yes. I shall fall ill in 2 days, so remember to help me request a sick leave. My lord, might this be a bit too much? Cui Yin said with a strained expression. If you truly do not wish to attend, at least provide a plausible excuse. Xiao Yunyi replied. Then you shall devise a reason for me. It merely needs to hold water. After a moment's hesitation, Cui Yin cautiously inquired, My lord, the Grand Princess only holds literary gatherings once every few years. Such a splendid opportunity for visibility. Do you truly not wish to attend? Xiao Yunyi donned a defiant demeanor and replied coolly, Do you think I lack such opportunities? That princess is no benevolent soul. Being favored by her is hardly a blessing. If I cannot confront her, I must evade her. Cui Yin lowered his voice. My lord, we serve under Lord Tan, and amongst so many. Only your name has been selected. If you do not appear, it may prove difficult to justify afterward. Xiao Yunyi remarked. Why was I the only one singled out among so many in our department? It is due to your status as the heir of the Duke of Shenwu. Cui Yin replied candidly. Xiao Yunyi nodded. So, why should I sacrifice myself to elevate others? Cui Yin hesitated, grappling with his thoughts for a moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee, respectfully declaring, My lord, your esteemed status means you may not covet this opportunity, but I do. Xiao Yunyi was taken aback, his expression growing somewhat complex. Having spoken, Cui Yin resolutely continued, I have served for many years and witnessed countless injustices. I believe my abilities are not inferior to others. What I lack most now is an opportunity. I beseech you to grant me this chance. Xiao Yunyi chuckled. What do you seek from me? I am not preventing you from going. Cui Yin replied, If you do not attend, Lord Tin may not trouble you, but he will surely vent his frustrations on me and my peers. Thus, I dare to implore you to help me seize this opportunity. This statement reminded Xiao Yunyi of Zhang Xin's death. He had made a mistake, and it was the servants who bore the brunt of the punishment, which was utterly unreasonable. His identity as the heir of the Duke of Shenwu protected him, and even if he were merely 1,000 household captain, not even a pacification envoy would dare to confront him over such matters. Yet, the common folk below were another story. Xiao Yunyi understood that apart from leveraging his father's influence, the only power he wielded was the 10 banners under his command. If the hearts of the people scattered, the morale of the troops would wane. Should he lose the support of Cui Yin and the others, he risked becoming a mere figurehead. Since ancient times, the source of power has never stemmed from official titles, but rather from the command of a sufficient number of followers. 100 followers corresponds to 100 households, 1,000 to 1,000 households, and 100,000 to a general. Should one possess 1,000,000 followers, one could indeed dare to call for a new dawn. Xiao Yunyi, gathering his thoughts, spoke slowly. I regard you as a trusted confidant. Since you have broached this topic, I shall not refuse. Hearing this, Cui Yan's heart swelled with joy, and he immediately knelt in reverence. Thank you, my lord, for your graciousness. I shall forever remember your benevolence. Xiao Yunyi nodded, gesturing for him to rise and take a seat, casually inquiring, What is old Hong occupied with? Why did he not accompany you? Does he not desire such an opportunity? Cui Yin replied, General Hong has summoned the forces of the 5 banners under his command and is currently discussing the patrol routes for the Furong Garden. Xiao Yunyi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Is he so certain that I will acquiesce? After a brief hesitation, Cui Yin responded. General Hong stated that regardless of your decision, the duties of the subordinates must be fulfilled and will not change based on your stance. Xiao Yunyi's gaze flickered. He had only 2 generals under his command. From the current perspective, Cui Yin possessed commendable qualities, though he tended to be overly eager to showcase his abilities. In contrast, Hong Xingxiang was entirely the opposite, methodical, diligent, and consistent in fulfilling his responsibilities without seeking glory. There was no clear distinction between who was superior or inferior. The crux lay in how one utilized their talents. Half an hour later, Tan Songjin approached with a beaming smile, affectionately taking Xiao Yunyi's arm and guiding him to a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, he stated seriously, Since you have never visited the Lijiang Palace, I would like you to take a group there today to familiarize yourself. Xiao Yunyi inquired with curiosity, Is the Winway not held solely at the Furong Garden? Tanjin Song explained, It is indeed held at the Furong Garden, but other gardens often host noble guests. This time, the scale is larger, and to prevent anyone from straying off course and inadvertently disturbing the nobles, the entire Lijiang Palace must be under tight security. Pausing for emphasis, he added, Of course, we are not solely relying on our small contingent. There are other guards and the 14 Imperial Guards. You merely need to familiarize yourself with the routes to avoid getting lost later. The Lijiang Palace spans a vast area, and only a small portion is open to the public during the Lantern Festival or significant celebrations, meant for the enjoyment of the people. Among these, the eastern and western inner gardens are restricted areas, accessible only to the Empress Dowager, the Empress, princes, princesses, and a select few concubines. Tenjin Song carefully instructed, the primary duty of each guard is to maintain order. The participants of the Winaway are all esteemed scholars invited by the Crown Princess. Should any unusual circumstances arise, remember to consult the Crown Princess first. Xiao Yunyi remarked. So, even if one were to apprehend a nefarious individual, one must seek the Crown Princess's consent before taking action? Is that the implication? Tenjin Song nodded, praising, a most teachable youth. Xiao Yunyi. Additionally, you must pay attention to. Tenjin Song then expounded on several crucial details, after which he urged Xiao Yunyi to set off immediately. Throughout the day, while the routes were not entirely familiar, he had become acquainted with the various thousand households. During this time, many people inquired, why would you abandon the noble title of heir to join the Jinyiwei? Xiao Yunyi had answered the same question no less than 10 times. Growing increasingly impatient, whenever someone inquired, he would uniformly respond, to serve the emperor with loyalty is the duty of every noble of Daong. Upon hearing such a reply, each person regarded him with an inscrutable gaze. As the sun set, Xiao Yunyi concluded his day's work and dined with his subordinates. Afterward, he returned to his residence to change his attire, taking with him 100 taels of gold and a dagger for self-defense. At the warm night pavilion, room number 5. Are you certain it looks like this? I cannot claim it is an exact match, but I am confident it bears a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. If you were to see him, you would undoubtedly recognize him. Do you know his name? If my memory serves me correctly, his surname is Luo, and his given name is Xinglu. Luo Xinglu. Xiao Yunyi muttered the name several times, striving to recollect relevant information, yet ultimately found himself at a loss. It appeared this character had never been mentioned in the original text, and even the present Mian Mian did not belong to the characters within the original narrative. This implied that they were not part of the storyline involving Xiao Huaiqian, but rather belonged to my own narrative thread. Xiao Yunyi had once skipped dozens of chapters only to continue reading seamlessly through millions of words in serialized novels, making it impossible to remember every character that had appeared. Nor could he retain the unimportant plots crafted merely to fill space. The only certainty he had at present was that both Mian Mian and Luo Xinglu were not main characters in the plot and had no intersection with Xiao Huaiqian whatsoever. Alas, they are all coming for me. A dawning realization formed in Xiao Yunyi's mind, as upon resisting fate, he was destined to be eliminated in this world. Thus, any event meticulously orchestrated by fate had but one ultimate aim, to orchestrate his demise through the hands of the narrative's characters. Either resist or perish. Have you discovered something? Mian Mian was startled by Xiao Yunyi's sudden words, stepping forward unperturbed and nestling against him. My lord, your words are quite alarming. I am but a weak woman who relays messages for a fee. After all, we have shared a night as husband and wife. Please do not intentionally make things difficult for me. Xiao Yunyi extended his hand, lifting her chin, and smiled. Let me pose a simple question. Do you know what the Jinyiwei does? Mian Mian blinked and replied, the name of Jinyiwei is known even to a 3-year-old. How could I possibly be unaware? Xiao Yunyi stated, then you should also understand that I can uncover the connection between you and Elder Su. Mian Mian bit her lip and chuckled softly. My lord, surely you jest? With my lowly status, how could I have any relationship with Elder Su? There must be some misunderstanding here. Chapter 78. Not even 100 taels. Xiao Yunyi fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, someone has died because of me. Mian Mian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, was it a very important person? Xiao Yunyi shook his head, not particularly important, but I saw my future in him. Seeing the future? Mian Mian was astonished. Xiao Yunyi pushed her away gently and began to speak slowly. I do not wish to die. Thus, when necessary, I can only resort to killing. With a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his bosom. Mian Mian's expression shifted abruptly, instinctively retreating a step. Her voice tinged with alarm. Although you are a member of the Jinyiwei, you cannot kill at will, can you? Xiao Yunyi replied, I suspect you are colluding with the suspect. If I were to take you back to the bureau for interrogation and you resist, I would be compelled to draw my blade in self-defense. Is there any reason I cannot do so? As the dagger pressed against her delicate neck, Mian Mian realized the gravity of the situation was no jest. Sir, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Quite simply, reveal to me your true intentions with Luo Xinglu and the individuals involved behind the scenes, and I shall spare you. Sir, I am merely a messenger. receiving payment for my services. I know not of Luo Xinglu's true intentions, nor the identities of those entangled in this affair. Do you dare claim ignorance? Why would Luo Xinglu specifically choose you as his messenger? Why does Elder Su possess your orchid painting? Why must Luo Xinglu wait for me at Furong Garden, and not elsewhere? What grand gesture does he prepare for me there? With the dagger firmly held against her smooth, pale neck, Xiao Yunyi pressed slightly. The razor-sharp edge breaking the skin, the vivid red of her blood starkly contrasting with her porcelain complexion. This strike is for Luo Xinglu. I shall not collect interest. Additionally, I grant you but 10 breaths. Should you fail to divulge the truth, be prepared to sacrifice your life to sate my thirst for blood. Do you possess no compassion? Mian Mian, on the verge of tears, forced a semblance of a smile, attempting to appear pitiable as she pleaded. Could you not lower the dagger? Being held thus fills me with dread. Grant me a moment to compose myself. 10, 9, 8, 7. With each count, Xiao Yunyi's grip on the dagger tightened. Taking a life is not a trivial matter. The challenge lies in the first act of taking a life. In 2 lifetimes, he had never even slain a chicken. Though he spoke of a bloodletting, he internally grappled with immense pressure. The first time is often painful. I shall act swiftly to minimize your suffering. Sir, please do not do this. I am terrified and do not wish to die. I too do not desire this. I fear killing, yet one cannot escape the entanglements of the martial world. Xiao Yunyi exhaled a deep breath, striving to contain his rising anxiety as he continued. Do not regard me as human, and I shall not regard you as such. This way, we may both find some solace. Is this truly how one speaks? Mian Mian felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She could distinctly feel the dagger trembling against her neck, signaling that Xiao Yunyi's emotions were in turmoil. And a single misstep could lead to her demise. Sir, please sheath your dagger. I will tell you all you wish to know. You have but this one chance. Xiao Yunyi sheathed the dagger, and as Mian Mian observed this, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She retrieved a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood from her neck, her eyes betraying a deep resentment. A man so imposing, both on the bed and beneath it, is indeed a rarity for me. My patience is finite. Your time is limited. Xiao Yunyi raised the dagger once more, signaling that any further disagreement might provoke him to unsheath it again. Mian Mian swiftly distanced herself, murmuring a few words before continuing. Luo Xinglu is affiliated with the princess, clandestinely engaging in numerous covert dealings, such as seeking out handsome men and beautiful women to send to the princess's residence. He sought me out to relay a message due to our prior acquaintance, knowing that I am particularly fond of wealth and possess a tight-lipped disposition. As for why Elder Su possesses that painting of orchids, it is because it was created by a dear friend of his. I merely inscribed a title on it, hoping to gain a modicum of fame. I am unaware of the deeper entanglements of this matter, only that Luo Xinglu is beholden to her highness, and few can command him. Regarding the grand gesture he mentioned, I cannot ascertain its nature, but since he arranged for you to meet at Furong Garden, it likely indicates he intends to recommend you to the princess. Having divulged much, Mian Mian attentively observed Xiao Yunyi's expression, ultimately stating, that is all I know. Beyond this, I have no further information. According to the princess's character, she will employ every conceivable means to secure those she desires, including, but not limited to, coercion and temptation. Xiao Yunyi instinctively glanced toward the copper mirror within the room. Though he possessed a handsome countenance, he was overshadowed by the striking presence of Xiao Huaqin. The princess's standards are undoubtedly high, and given her status, what kind of beauty could she not procure? Why would she go to such lengths? Unable to fathom it, he turned back to Mian Mian. Skepticism etched on his face. I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. My lord, how could I be unjustly accused? Mian Mian replied, her face marked by indignation. You are a captain of the Jinyiwei, while I am merely a lowly courtesan, a frail woman akin to an ant. Even if I possessed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would not dare to lie to you. After contemplating for a long while, Xiao Yunyi withdrew his dagger and, simultaneously, took with him 100 taels of gold. I no longer desire the painting. Keep it for your own appreciation. With that, he turned to leave. Mian Mian could not help but inwardly scoff. Having looked at it, now you say you do not want it? He is too stingy to part with 100 taels of gold. How can such a man exist in this world? In the following days, Xiao Yunyi continued to familiarize himself with the routes of the palace until the day of the gathering at Furong Garden arrived. Tan Jinsong repeatedly admonished him. You must ensure there are no mistakes. Exercise utmost caution and diligence, and do not provoke the princess's displeasure. My lord, rest assured, If there are no further instructions, I shall proceed with my men, Xiao Yunyi affirmed. The talented individuals attending the literary assembly were first subjected to inspections by the Imperial Guard, then awaited in a designated area, where they were escorted to Furong Garden by eunuchs. Xiao Yunyi's role was to monitor the participants during the assembly, preventing any from wandering freely while remaining prepared to address any unexpected occurrences. Years prior, a certain prince had hosted a banquet at Furong Garden, during which a few guests had quarreled, resulting in fatal consequences. Not only did it bring harm to others, but it also implicated the Imperial Guard on duty. Reflecting on that year, Hong Xingxiong could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia, sighing. My cousin lost his position due to that banquet and now toils in the countryside, living a life of hardship. Thus, this task is indeed not so easily undertaken. Cui Yin remarked, opportunities and risks coexist. It's unfortunate for your unfortunate cousin. That incident occurred during a wine gathering. This time, at our literary meeting, nothing so disastrous will transpire. Rest assured. Hong Xingxiong shook his head. I cannot fathom the reason, yet I feel a sense of unease, as if something ominous is looming. Nonsense! Cui Yin exclaimed, striking Hong Xingxiong's arm with vigor, chiding, your stubborn nature and crow-like demeanor are your downfall. You deserve to remain a mere flag-bearer for life. Hong Xingxiong replied quietly, it's better to be cautious than to face unforeseen calamity. Having said this, he turned to the figure reclining on the pavilion bench, calling out, esteemed sir, I believe the talented scholars should be arriving shortly. Should we not make our move? Chapter 79, Disaster. The king has made a mistake. With the imperial examination imminent, those with qualifications had arrived in the capital well in advance, not merely to enjoy a more favorable study environment, but to engage with their esteemed mentors and fellow scholars during this period, possessing the title of Jiren's successful candidate, even if they failed the examination. As long as they established the necessary connections in advance, they could secure a government position within 6 months. Thousands harbored such aspirations in the capital, yet only a handful received invitations to the literary gathering at Furong Garden. Additionally, many students from the Imperial Academy were also permitted to attend. Most of these were scions of the powerful, with only a scant few hailing from humble origins. Observing the throng of attendees, Xiao Huaqian could not help but ask, was it not said that Her Royal Highness, the Princess, sent out fewer than 30 invitations? This crowd seems to number at least 200. Xingqiu explained in a hushed tone, initially, there were indeed fewer than 30 invitations. However, the wife of the Minister of Works made 8 visits to the princess's residence in one day, shamelessly requesting 2 additional invitations for her relatives. Somehow, word spread, and soon other official wives queued to seek the princess's favor. As for the outcome, you can see for yourself. The number of attendees has multiplied nearly tenfold, and this is after the princess declined the majority of requests. Otherwise, given the officials' ambitions, they would likely have sent their dogs to guard the entrance of Furong Garden. Xiao Huaqian could not help but lament. It seems this literary gathering is losing its essence. Xingqiu retorted, do you truly believe this gathering is merely a literary affair? Don't be naive. How much can scholarship truly achieve? Countless great talents throughout history have languished in obscurity, retreating to pastoral life. Is it a lack of knowledge that keeps them hidden? To attain office, one must first rely on status and connections. Genuine talent is often relegated to the last position. Xiao Huaqian, unable to restrain himself, countered, your assertion lacks merit. Let us not look far. The current Elder Su emerged from humble beginnings, achieving the title of Jinshi at 17 and entering the cabinet by 33, solely due to his own erudition. Xingqiu replied, you are aware of only one aspect, but not the other. Elder Su indeed passed the examination at 17, yet he spent 9 years in the Hamlin Academy, without the assistance of influential patrons. Even with profound learning, he could not have entered the cabinet in a mere 7 years. Xiao Huaqian queried skeptically, from where have you gleaned such information? Xingqiu answered, this is no mere rumor. It is a truth revealed by my father in a moment of inebriation. Is it true that your father would speak such things to you? Xiao Huaqian, taken aback, inquired with curiosity, did he mention who the noble benefactor assisting Elder Su might be? Xingqiu shook his head, he did not say. But one can surmise that the identity of that person is undoubtedly significant. It is likely that we lack such fortune. As the two conversed, a contingent of the Imperial Guards approached, led by none other than Xiao Yunyi. Xingqiu jested, wouldn't you say this constitutes a case of fate's cruel irony? Xiao Huaqian remained silent. In that same moment, Xiao Yunyi spotted Xiao Huaqian amidst the crowd, his brow furrowing slightly. He lowered his voice and instructed Cui Yan. Send a clever brother to keep an eye on Xiao Huaiqian. Cui Yan detected the underlying detachment in his words and, with a glint in his eye, quietly asked, My lord, should we provide some discreet assistance? He emphasized the word assistance, the implication unmistakable. Xiao Yunyi replied, No need for any unnecessary actions. Simply report any irregularities promptly. According to the original narrative, Xiao Huaiqian would, through his own scholarly prowess, outshine numerous talented individuals at this literary gathering, ultimately securing the title of champion and earning the illustrious reputation of the peony young master. There would be no unforeseen events, unless he resorted to plagiarism. Otherwise, no one could usurp the glory that rightfully belonged to the protagonist. Should I proceed with this? Xiao Yunyi pondered internally, ultimately concluding that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The value of matters is subjective and relative. The same situation could yield entirely opposite outcomes for different individuals. In 8 words, it can be summarized. One's honey is another's poison. Lost in thought, the nominal brothers brushed past each other, neither casting a glance. At that very moment, a surge of profound unease welled up within Xiao Yunyi. This disquiet stemmed from a fear of the protagonist's halo. As long as Xiao Huaiqian remained alive, that aura would only grow stronger, leading to a formidable ascent in his career. Damn it, the plot has merely begun. And that lad is yet to embark on his official journey. How could he not be eliminated? Xiao Yunyi felt a wave of frustration. And a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, have I become Wang Meng? The legendary figure most akin to a time traveler, Wang Meng, was vanquished by the magical master Lu Xiao. In the original narrative, Xiao Huaiqian is the child of destiny, thus making the opposing time traveler akin to Wang Meng. As this thought crystallized, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Yunyi's brow, and he mumbled, That lad can't possibly be a magical master too, can he? With an insufficient force of fewer than 20,000 facing an army of 400,000, with meteors raining down and torrential floods unleashed, how could one possibly prevail? No. It is imperative that this young man does not grow stronger, otherwise, his demise is assured. Xiao Yunyi's murderous intent reignited. If 1 or 2 attempts to eliminate him fail, then 3, 4, or even 5, 6, 7, or 8 times must be pursued. Every possible means must be employed until Xiao Huaiqian is vanquished. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Only one can survive between the child of destiny and the time traveler. At the Peony Garden, within a secluded pavilion, 3 individuals convened to quietly exchange intelligence. Our people have already infiltrated, with less than an hour until the literary gathering commences and now over 1,000 Imperial Guards present. Our plans are significantly compromised. This matter indeed took an unexpected turn. However, with the aeronaut, we must proceed according to the original plan. As for the Jinyiwei, we have no choice but to eliminate a few individuals to escalate the situation and capture their attention. But who shall we target? We cannot bring harm to the innocent. For if we do, what distinguishes us from those utterly depraved? Certain individuals close to the Princess of Chang have, under her protection, caused untold suffering to innocent citizens, leading to the disintegration of families and the ruination of lives. They're the ones that must be dealt with. Very well, I shall take on this task. You two should adhere to the plan. One will lead the effort to divert the Imperial Guards, while the other will focus on abducting Xiao Yunyi. Given the unforeseen events, I ponder whether it might be prudent to shift our aim towards other noble science, as they may yield more easily to our endeavors. That would be futile. Aside from Xiao Yunyi, the others present lack sufficient weight, which is precisely why Brother Zhu desires to draw Xiao Yunyi in. Of course, if you have a means to capture the Princess of Chang as a hostage, then disregard my previous statement. How long will Brother Zhu require? We must calculate the time accurately to ensure that not only do we accomplish our objective, but that our people do not meet their demise in the process. Half an hour should suffice. We need not concern ourselves with Brother Zhu's side. Our sole focus should be on how to retreat unscathed. Let us concentrate on capturing Xiao Yunyi, timing our actions meticulously, and seizing the right moment to act in unison. That shall be our course. Split up to contact the other brothers, and remember, we have come incognito. Avoid excessive interaction with those scholars to prevent revealing any vulnerabilities that may raise suspicions. Understood. Now, you may disperse. The 3 of them subsequently exited the pavilion, each heading in a different direction. Chapter 80. An unthankful endeavor with the arrival of Princess Huai Lo. The literary gathering commenced, attracting numerous members of the royal family along the way. During the patrol, Hong Shinxiang rubbed his right eye and muttered softly, "Today may portend ill fortune." Chui Yin, exasperated, scolded. Could you not keep that foul mouth of yours shut? You've been droning on incessantly. Isn't it bothersome? Hong Xingxiong paid him no heed and turned to Xiao Yunyi, speaking in a low voice. My lord, shall we not venture into the garden? My right eyelid has been twitching incessantly, and I feel an unsettling premonition. The notion that a twitching eyelid foretells disaster is utterly ludicrous, deserving of scorn. Xiao Yunyi gazed towards the entrance of Furong Garden and replied calmly, let us change direction and conduct our patrol elsewhere. Didn't he just scoff at such superstitions? Why then is he reversing course? Chui Yin, in a state of urgency, urged, my lord, they are arriving. Let us at least make an appearance in the garden. It would be prudent to present ourselves before the princess. Hong Xingxiang interjected. Dozens of thousand households have sent personnel here. There are plenty of Jinyiwei inside. Your face is not made of gold. The princess is unlikely to remember which one you are. Could you please refrain from speaking? Chui Yin whispered sharply, turning back. He looked at Xiao Yunyi with a pitiful expression and pleaded, my lord, such opportunities are rare. If we let this pass, the brothers will be discontented. I beseech you to grant us this chance. Xiao Yunyi paused in thought, then turned to the 10 young flag officers behind him and inquired, do you all wish to make an appearance? If it were someone else, they might not harbor any thoughts, but Princess Haley Chong is different. If she were fortunate enough to be remembered, it could potentially lead her to great success. Beside her, Chui Yin frantically signaled to his 5 subordinate flag officers. After a moment of hesitation, they simultaneously spoke. We implore the esteemed one to grant us this opportunity. The remaining 5 flag officers remained silent, directing their gazes towards Hong Xingxiang. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yunyi instinctively furrowed his brow. Hong Xingxiang admonished in a low voice. Why are you all looking at me? You are soldiers under Lord Xiao. Do you not know whose orders to follow? Upon hearing this, the 5 flag officers immediately shifted their focus to Xiao Yunyi, collectively stating, we shall obey the commands of our esteemed lord. Navigating the complexities of leadership is no small feat, and the scene unfolding before Xiao Yunyi made it clear that he merely held the title of 100 households, without truly exercising the corresponding authority. His gaze swept across Chui and Hong, and he smiled, praising, both of you are exceptional talents. It would indeed be a pity for such abilities to be limited to mere flag officers. Without waiting for a response, he continued, since you possess the capability, strive to ascend higher. I would be more than willing to serve as your springboard, thus nurturing the bond between us. He gestured towards the grand entrance of Furong Courtyard, adding, if you believe that behind that door lies the path to wealth and honor, I, as your direct superior, naturally wish for your success. The opportunity is yours. Whether you can seize it depends on your own fortune. Having spoken, he promptly commanded Chui Yin to lead the 5 flag officers into the courtyard for patrol duty. Thank you, esteemed lord, for your graciousness. Regardless of the outcome, I shall forever remember your kindness, Chui Yin declared, bowing deeply. The other 5 flag officers followed suit, expressing their gratitude in unison. Thank you, esteemed lord, for your graciousness. After the formalities, Chui Yin hurriedly led his men toward Furong Courtyard. Observing their retreating figures, Xiao Yunyi turned to Hong Xingxiang and inquired, do you believe that Chui, the chief flag officer, can be of use to me? He had posed a similar question to Chui Yin previously and received an affirmative answer. In contrast, Hong Xingxiang decisively shook his head, stating, no, his ambitions are vast, and your temple is too small for him. Xiao Yunyi was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he asked, does that not imply that I have undertaken a thankless task? Hong Xingxiang replied candidly, for you, it is merely a trifling effort. As for whether it is appreciated, that remains uncertain. Uncertain, you say? Xiao Yunyi smiled, then waved his hand to issue a command. Let us proceed with our duties. After the literary gathering concludes, I shall invite my brothers for a drink. As per customary practice, the literary gathering would continue until sunset, with the midday meal provided by the palace kitchen. Due to the influx of royal offspring drawn by the festivities, the kitchen's initial provisions fell short, prompting the steward to arrange for additional supplies. Consequently, this presented an opportunity for some. In a corner near the kitchen, a hushed conversation unfolded. Shall we take advantage of this occasion to tamper with the ingredients? The externally sourced provisions would only be consumed by the talented scholars, while the royal offspring had their own dedicated supply, rendering any tampering ineffective. Then let us have outsiders pose as servants delivering ingredients, increasing the number of participants to amplify the situation. This way, we can attract even more attention. This is feasible. Moreover, Xiao Yunyi has not yet entered the Furong Courtyard. and we must devise alternative strategies. If he refuses to go, we can compel him by eliminating a eunuch, donning his attire, and invoking the name of the Grand Princess to lure him into the courtyard. This is our only recourse. Time is of the essence. So we must swiftly inform our companions to alter their plans. The group dispersed, with one individual timing their actions perfectly to commit the murder, conceal the body, and masquerade as a eunuch in search of Xiao Yunyi's whereabouts. Half an hour later, the Grand Princess has summoned me? What could this mean? The servant girl is unaware and dares not inquire further. Now, Xiao Yunyi gazed at the eunuch before him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The eunuch, with a high-pitched voice, replied, "Your Highness has given orders for you to accompany me to the Chunfeng Pavilion and await further instructions." The Chunfeng Pavilion, nestled within the Furong courtyard, is relatively secluded, surrounded by a lovely environment, making it quite suitable for clandestine meetings between men and women. Nearby, Hong Xingxiong wore an odd expression, his lips moving as if to speak, but hesitating. For the Jinyiwei, it is no secret that the Grand Princess Huai Lu maintains male companions and has a fondness for handsome individuals. Others surmised that the reason she sent for Xiao Yunyi likely pertained to matters of intimacy. There was no stopping it, nor did anyone dare to intervene. Hong Xingxiong silently conveyed a look of resignation. Among the other subordinates, some gazed on with envy. Although the Grand Princess was somewhat older, her status rendered her companionship highly desirable. The eunuch, receiving no response, urged, "I implore you, master, to set forth at once and not keep Her Highness waiting." Xiao Yunyi placed a hand on his embroidered spring blade, his thumb unconsciously stroking the hilt. To go, or not to go? Was there truly a choice? As the sole heir of the Duke of Shenwu and the only bloodline of the General of the North, how could he lack options? Trusting his instincts, Xiao Yunyi sensed that his unease foretold impending misfortune. Thus, he declined, saying, "Please convey to Her Highness that Xiao Yunyi is currently occupied with official duties and cannot leave his post." The eunuch's expression darkened immediately, ominously stating, "Master Xiao, Her Highness has summoned you because she holds you in high regard. You must not be ungrateful." Xiao Yunyi raised a hand to adjust his collar, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I am deeply favored by the Emperor, granted the Feiyu attire and the embroidered spring blade, serving as a 100 household commander in the Jinyiwei. My responsibilities for this patrol are significant, thus I cannot afford to be negligent. Please relay my exact words, and I trust Her Highness will understand." The Feiyu attire and embroidered spring blade were not the only sources of a young man's confidence. He also had the towering presence of Xiao Zhongyuan behind him. The eunuch, maintaining a calm facade, remarked, "You are not the only 100 household involved in this patrol. The absence of one individual will not hinder the operation. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. In both life and work, it is crucial to discern what is of greater importance." Xiao Yunyi, disinterested in further discourse, replied coolly, "I have official matters to attend to and cannot linger. Please proceed as you see fit." With that, he turned to leave. Observing this, the eunuch anxiously called out, "Master Xiao, please wait. I would like to have a word with you." Chapter 81. Sudden turn of events in a moment of desperation. The eunuch revealed a rough, unrefined voice. "You are not a eunuch?" Xiao Yunyi felt an urgent alarm ringing in his mind, and without hesitation, he drew his sword to strike at the young eunuch. With feeble upper limbs and unsteady footing, "Did you think you could kill me like this?" The young eunuch looked on with disdain, stepping forward with lightning speed, and with a single move, he countered Xiao Yunyi's attack. "No one is allowed to approach, otherwise I will kill him immediately." The young eunuch pressed his blade against Xiao Yunyi's throat, his gaze icy as it fixed on the Jinyiwei before him. "Sir," the guards exclaimed in alarm, hastily drawing their swords to surround the young eunuch. Hong Xingxiong, cautious and hesitant, drew his sword and pointed it at the young eunuch, bellowing, "Impudent! To dare to hold a Jinyiwei hostage in the palace, you are courting death." The young eunuch sneered, "You may have the numbers to kill me. But before you do, I will first take his life. If you don't believe me, then try." Hearing this, Xiao Yunyi's lips twitched slightly, and in a calm tone, he suggested, "Let us all remain composed. State your demands, and I assure you, I will fulfill what I can." The young eunuch replied, "As long as you cooperate and take a stroll with me to Furong Garden, I guarantee your life will remain unharmed." Xiao Yunyi attempted to probe. "You cannot be one of His Highness's people. Why do you insist on taking me to Furong Garden?" The young eunuch offered no response. Keeping the embroidered spring knife pressed against Xiao Yunyi's neck, gradually moving in the direction of Furong Garden. "No one is allowed to follow. My knife does not have eyes," he warned. Just a reminder, this is my knife, and indeed, it does not have eyes. Do you think you're humorous? Perhaps. At that moment, Xiao Yunyi felt a sense of isolation. Though he had been vigilant and drawn his sword at the first opportunity, he found himself faced with a master. Countered in a single move. Who could he turn to for reason? Xiao Yunyi remarked, "You, a master of such skill, disguised as a eunuch, are far more amusing than I." His heart was filled more with regret than fear. Had he known his opponent was so formidable, he should have turned and fled at the first chance. At the distance of merely 2 steps, he likely could have escaped. "I advise you not to provoke me, or I will not hesitate to sever your tongue first," the young eunuch warned in a low voice, quickening his pace. Xiao Yunyi immediately fell silent, casting a glance at Hong Xinxiang, signaling for him to summon more men. Unfortunately, their mutual understanding was severely lacking. Hong Xinxiang misinterpreted the signal. Believing Xiao Yunyi was seeking his assistance, his eyes fixed intently on the embroidered spring knife, clearly intent on forcing a rescue. The young eunuch discerned his intention and cautioned, "You cannot outrun the knife in my hand. If you wish to wager his life, feel free to try." Xiao Yunyi retorted, "Isn't a pawn's life still a life?" Regarding this patrol mission, the Jinyiwei had approached it with a sense of complacency. Their defensive measures far less rigorous than those of other Imperial Guards. Each unit was responsible for its designated area, and unless an unexpected situation arose, other Jinyiwei would not cross into another's territory. Just as Hong Xinxiang realized this and prepared to send someone for assistance, thick smoke suddenly erupted from the direction of Zijing Garden. A faint, "Damn it, I knew something would go awry," Hong Xinxiang muttered to himself, raising his sword towards the young eunuch while discreetly signaling with his left hand behind his back. The guards, seeing the signals, quickly understood, and 50 men began to disperse. The young eunuch, witnessing the scene, shouted, "Do not move. Stand still and drop your weapons, or do not blame me for being merciless." Hong Xinxiang casually tossed his long knife to the ground and raised his hands, declaring, "Release Lord Xiao. I will be your hostage." After uttering these words, he stepped forward slowly. The young eunuch barked, "Halt. If you dare to advance, I will take his life." As his words fell, he tightened his grip, and the sharp blade swiftly grazed Xiao Yunyi's neck. Once again, Xiao Yunyi murmured softly, feeling the familiar sting of the wound, identical to the last time. Enduring repeated threats of death pushed him to the brink of fury. Even a clay figure has its temper, how much more a living being? "I merely wish to survive. Why is it so difficult? Why?" His gaze gradually filled with a fierce intensity. The young eunuch scolded, "Silence. Do you truly think I hesitate to kill you?" Suddenly, Xiao Yunyi broke into a smile. "If you wanted me dead, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" In that moment, he made a decision. He exchanged a glance with Hong Xinxiang, then grasped the blade tightly with his left hand while swiftly drawing a dagger from his bosom with his right, plunging it fiercely towards the young eunuch. "You shall perish!" The young eunuch roared in rage. At that instant, Hong Xinxiang seized the opportunity, leaping forward to restrain the young eunuch's arm before he could withdraw the blade. "My lord, release him." Xiao Yunyi immediately fled, surrounded by 3 cavalrymen, while others moved to provide support. "You shall die." The young eunuch struck Hong Xinxiang's forehead with a left punch, pushing him back, then thrust his knife towards his heart. In the blink of an eye, Hong Xinxiang managed to avoid a fatal blow, but was still wounded, advancing rather than retreating. "Many have wished for my demise. What are you in comparison?" he bellowed, enduring the pain as he lunged forward, allowing the embroidered spring knife to pierce his abdomen. Seizing the wrist of the knife-wielding hand with all his strength, twisting it forcefully. With a crack, a bone broke. "You madman! You're a lunatic!" The reckless fighting style instilled fear in the young eunuch, who, after severing his wrist, swiftly turned to flee. The cavalrymen advanced to encircle him, and amidst the combined effort of 50 men, the young eunuch was stabbed multiple times before being captured alive. "Disable his limbs and take him away for strict confinement," commanded Xiao Yunyi, shifting his entire focus to Hong Xinxiang, urgently calling out, "Take old Hong to the Imperial Hospital, quickly." While he worried for Hong Xinxiang's injuries, a profound anger surged within him. The death of Zhang Xian and the injury of Hong Xinxiang were all due to him. At this moment, he began to loathe his own helplessness, a deep sense of despair welling up inside him. Cough. Hong Xinxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, shaking his head. "My lord, I fear today may be my last. I beg of you, take care of my family. You must tend to your own family. You must live, absolutely cannot die." Xiao Yunyi shouted in desperation. Since his arrival in this world, He had struggled to adapt, but at this moment, he felt an unprecedented wave of profound sorrow. Old Hong, listen carefully, you have saved my life, and I shall surely repay you. Your good days have only just begun, so you must live well. Do you hear me? Xiao Yunyi's eyes were reddened. He did not wish to cry, yet the tears could not be restrained. Hong Xingxiong smiled faintly. My life is but a humble one. If I can elicit true tears from a great person like you in my final moments, then my life has not been in vain. Xiao Yunyi choked back his emotions. Nonsense about final moments. I will absolutely not let you die. I will not allow it. Hurry, faster. Where is the Imperial Hospital? How much longer until we arrive? As we cannot ride within the palace grounds, the group could only carefully carry Hong Xingxiong, making it impossible to move quickly. A junior officer replied, Sir, General Hong's injuries are grave. At this pace, he may not survive to reach the Imperial Hospital. Not survive? Xiao Yunyi quickly came to a realization and immediately ordered, change direction. Do not go to the Imperial Hospital. Head to Furong Garden to find the princess. Quickly. In the original plot of Chapter 82, Princess Haley had a maid proficient in medicine, whose skills surpassed even those of the imperial doctors. Xiao Yunyi placed his hopes on that maid, and the group cautiously transported Hong Xingxiong towards Furong Garden. Upon entering the garden, they were met with a large number of Imperial Guards apprehending individuals, while the scholars attending the literary gathering were filled with fear, repeatedly exclaiming, I did not kill anyone. It was not me. This is a misunderstanding. Xiao Yunyi had no time to inquire about what was happening and pulled 100 households aside to ask, Where is Her Highness the Princess? The 100 households replied, An assassin has infiltrated, attacking Her Highness's trusted aide. Everyone is currently apprehending the assassin. Why are you seeking the princess? You should have your men assist in resolving the current situation before thinking about how to curry favor with the princess. Xiao Yunyi, filled with anxiety, shouted, I do not require your instruction in my duties. Stop spouting nonsense. I demand to know where the princess is. The 100 households, incensed by his tone, could only endure the reprimand due to the imposing presence of his Qilin robe, and reluctantly responded, Her Highness is safe. She should currently be in Fengming Tower. Fengming Tower is the tallest structure within Furong Garden, where archers occupy the high ground, and the Imperial Guards are stationed below in layers. Before Xiao Yunyi could approach, he was halted by the Imperial Guards. In such extraordinary times, even as 100 households of the Jinyiwei, he was required to undergo multiple notifications and could only wait outside until granted permission by the princess. Old Hong, please do not close your eyes. We have arrived at Fengming Tower, and soon we shall enter. There are those who can treat your wounds. You will surely be all right. Xiao Yunyi glanced towards Fengming Tower from time to time, praying for swift entry. The cavalry had performed a preliminary treatment on Hong Xingxiong's injuries. The embroidered spring knife remained lodged in his abdomen, and the location of the injury was rather delicate. Sir, I am well aware of my injuries. And this time I fear. Fear what? Xiao Yunyi interrupted. You must believe me. The people inside will undoubtedly save you. They certainly can. Sir, I am so tired. I wish to sleep for a while. Hong Xingxiong felt his vitality waning, and his eyelids grew heavier. Do not sleep. You must not sleep. I have questions that need answers. Xiao Yunyi, in a state of panic, spoke incessantly, hoping that his words would prevent Hong Xingxiong from succumbing to slumber. With great effort, Hong Xingxiong managed to open his eyes, his voice weak. My lord, please ask your questions swiftly. I fear I may not last much longer. You must hold on. I have not yet asked you. What should I inquire about? In a flurry of anxiety, Xiao Yunyi struggled to find a suitable topic, eventually settling on. I have yet to ask why you risked your life to save me. Yes, that is what I wish to know. Upon hearing this, Hong Xingxiong chuckled softly. Having already saved you, there is no need for a reason. Then what should I say? Xiao Yunyi, not naturally eloquent, found his thoughts muddled with concern for Hong Xingxiong's injuries, and a thoughtless remark escaped his lips. Should I then offer myself in gratitude? At this, Hong Xingxiong, fueled by an unknown strength, pushed Xiao Yunyi away, exclaiming, My lord, please keep your distance. I am a man of honor, not inclined toward such notions. You suffered so gravely for my sake. How can I possibly step away from you at this moment? Seeing his words had an effect. Xiao Yunyi disregarded modesty and stepped forward, embracing Hong Xingxiong from the side. Even if death beckons, you shall meet it in my arms. As soon as he spoke, an awkward tension enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Xiao Yunyi, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Hong Xingxiong reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. forcefully shoving Xiao Yunyi aside, fervently insisting, "I will not die. I refuse to perish. Please, keep your distance." Xiao Yunyi, relieved to see him regain some spirit, sighed internally. He understood that this was merely a fleeting moment of vigor. Prompt medical attention was imperative. "I am Xiao Yunyi, son of Xiao Zhongyuan. I implore the brothers of the Imperial Guard to grant me the courtesy of allowing me to take my injured subordinate into Foaming Tower." Disregarding protocol, he hurriedly instructed others to take Hong Shengxiong toward the tower. The leading officer of the Imperial Guard stepped forward to block their path, his voice stern. "Without the prince's summons, no one is permitted to enter Foaming Tower. As a captain of the Jinyiwei, you should be well aware of the rules. Do not make this difficult for me." Xiao Yunyi realized that a forceful entry was not an option, yet the messenger had not yet returned, and with each passing moment, Hong Shengxiong's life was in jeopardy. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Foaming Tower, summoning all his strength to shout, "I, Xiao Yunyi, son of the Duke of Divine Marshal, seek an audience with Her Royal Highness." He understood that Princess Huayue might not show kindness to the Jinyiwei, but would likely grant some consideration to the Duke of Divine Marshal. His calls grew louder, one after the other, until 5 cries echoed through the air. A voice from above finally announced, "Her Highness has decreed that the son of the Duke of Divine Marshal, Xiao Yunyi, may ascend." Only Xiao Yunyi was permitted entry, while the others remained below. "Take good care of old Hong. I shall return with help," he instructed before hastily making his way upstairs. Princess Huayue reclined lazily on a couch, cradling a snow-white pet, and inquired, "You have made quite the commotion outside to seek an audience with me. What is it you desire?" "My subordinate is gravely injured. I dare to request that your highness send aid," Xiao Yunyi stated directly. Princess Huayue chuckled lightly upon hearing this. "Do you take me for someone else?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "Your highness is benevolent and compassionate, a reincarnation of celestial beings." A brief silence enveloped the room, soon shattered by laughter. "That is music to my ears, yet what makes you think I would assist you merely upon your words? I humbly request your highness's assistance. And should you require anything in the future, I shall comply without hesitation. Do you truly believe I lack for loyal subjects?" "Your highness certainly does not. But I am unlike others." "Then pray tell, how do you differ from them?" "My surname is Xiao, and my father is Xiao Zhongyuan." Xiao Yunyi had repeated these words countless times, but this occasion found him particularly unsettled. He was not addressing just anyone, but one of the most esteemed women of the Daiyong dynasty, and whether she would grant him this favor rested entirely upon her disposition. The room fell into silence once more until it was broken by the call of a feline servant. Princess Huayue rose gracefully and approached Xiao Yunyi. "Lift your head, let me see you properly." As he met her gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The 33-year-old woman resembled a fine vintage, her charm deepening with the passage of time. This allure was akin to an enchanting orchid hidden in a secluded valley, exuding elegance and fragrance, with every movement radiating an air of nobility that added an allure unattainable by ordinary women. A slight smile danced upon the lips of Princess Huayue as she regarded Xiao Yunyi with keen interest. "From your eyes, I perceive your admiration for me." This was hardly a compliment, and Xiao Yunyi felt a jolt of alarm within, hastily lowering his head and respectfully saying, "I beg your pardon, your highness." Princess Huayue crouched down and gently tilted Xiao Yunyi's chin with her fingers, her lips parting softly. "It has always been I who admires others. What audacity do you possess to admire me?" Chapter 83. Interrogation. Women in this world can generally be divided into 2 categories, those who can entice and those who cannot. Princess Huayue belongs to the latter. Concerned that his response might provoke her displeasure, Xiao Yunyi opted for silence, instead stating, "Your highness, one of my subordinates is gravely injured and hangs by a thread. I implore your compassion to send aid for rescue." Princess Huayue released her grip and reclined back onto the chaise, instructing a nearby maid, "Xiongju, go and see if he can be treated. If not, ensure he does not perish here." "Yes, I shall obey," Xiongju replied. Xiao Yunyi's anxious heart finally began to settle, and just as he was about to express some flattering words devoid of ulterior motives, he heard Princess Huayue languidly remark, "Your brother performed admirably at the literary gathering. It is regrettable that an assassin disrupted the event, preventing him from fully showcasing his talents." "Are you referring to Xiao Huaiqian?" Xiao Yunyi was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure to inquire, "What do you mean, your highness?" Princess Huayue continued, "I intend to host a banquet at the princess's residence this evening, inviting your brother to display his skills. Xiao Yunyi thought, what is happening? Are you asking me to play the role of a broker? This was not part of the original narrative. Princess Huila lifted her eyelids slightly and replied coolly, what, do you find this troublesome? It was neither a command nor a negotiation, but rather a transaction. This is akin to exchanging a single night of Xiao Huaiqian for the life of Hong Xingxiu. Xiao Yunyi harbored countless desires, yet the complexity of this matter was undeniable. Otherwise, why would one recklessly render another unconscious and deliver them to the princess's residence? As soon as the thought emerged, it was immediately dismissed, not to mention how Xiao Zhongyuan would react afterward. It was evident that the princess desired not an unconscious Xiao Huaiqian. A mere word from His Highness would compel my elder brother to comply. Why then resort to me as a messenger? Xiongjiu, a disciple of the renowned Medicine King Valley, possesses medical skills that rival those of the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital. Do you believe she can revive your subordinate? I believe she can. Regrettably, you deem it futile, while I find it quite valuable. Princess Huila spoke with an air of indifference, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. Xiao Yunyi comprehended the underlying meaning. There are no free lunches in this world. One must pay to receive. Although he did not fully grasp the deeper implications of the princess's arrangements, this matter seemed to entail no loss for him. Weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Yunyi cautiously inquired, Your Highness, does it suffice if my elder brother enters the princess's residence? Princess Huailu, with a smile that was not quite a smile, replied, I believe you to be a clever individual. Clever individuals ought not to disappoint. What does that mean? Xiao Yunyi paused for a moment before respectfully responding, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter appropriately. Princess Huailu instructed, Tonight at the hour of the rooster, do not be late. You may leave. I take my leave. Xiao Yunyi exited the chamber, hurrying to inquire about Hong Xingxiong's injuries. Miss Qiangyao, is old Hong's condition severe? My lord, do not worry, he will not die. After examining the injuries, Qiangyao retrieved her needle pouch and instructed someone to tear open Hong Xingxiong's garments, employing silver needles to stabilize his condition. Given the limited conditions, he must be taken back to the princess's residence for proper treatment. I will dispatch someone to escort you back to the princess's residence immediately. Very well. Xiongju received orders to save him at all costs, hence refraining from further discussion. Xiao Yunyi summoned 2 young officers, commanding, You are to lead your men and safely escort old Hong and Miss Qiongju back to the princess's residence. Be cautious along the way. Having said this, he whispered a few words to Hong Xingxiong before departing with the other 3 flags. Meanwhile, all the common-born youths in Furong Courtyard were detained, while those of noble background were uniformly invited to Chi Feng Cottage, including Xiao Huaiqian. On another front, the fire in Zijing Courtyard was swiftly extinguished, aside from several burned rooms. No casualties were reported. As thick smoke billowed from Zijing Courtyard, the palace dispatched personnel to ascertain the situation. Upon learning the details, they hurried back to report, subsequently bringing forth the emperor's edict. The case was entrusted to the Jinyiwei, if no resolution was presented within 3 days. All those responsible for guarding Furong Courtyard today would be stripped of their official robes and sent back to the countryside to farm. With the fire in Zijing Courtyard and a homicide occurring in Furong Courtyard, matters concerning the royal reputation required He Qijing to personally lead an inquiry. Do you comprehend the significance of this place? This is the imperial retreat, and you allowed an assassin to infiltrate. Are your eyes blind? Thousands of guards patrolling. Yet an assassin managed to slip through the cracks. Are you all utterly incompetent? He Qijing berated them vehemently. The Jinyiwei present wore expressions of deep shame, while one audacious soul ventured to explain. Everyone attending the literary gathering possessed an invitation and underwent rigorous scrutiny, at which time no issues were detected. No issues? He Qijing thundered. What about the inferno at Zijinjuan? How could those in attendance with Her Highness the Princess have perished? Did those assassins descend from the heavens? This patrol was led by the Baihu, and facing the wrath of the provincial governor, none dared utter a word. Speak up. Have your eyes gone blind, or your voice hoarse? He Qijing, unfamiliar with the Baihu present, ultimately fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yunyi. Baihu Xiao, you speak. Suddenly called upon. Xiao Yunyi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, My lord, what would you have me say? The moment the words left his lips, he realized he had overstepped, and his mind raced as he raised his injured left hand, declaring loudly, I bravely fought against the assassin, sustaining minor injuries, yet successfully captured him and brought him back to the guardhouse for confinement. I request to interrogate the assassin myself. I shall undoubtedly extract the truth from him. He Qijing nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you shall proceed with the interrogation. If you uncover valuable information, you shall be duly credited. At your command. Xiao Yunyi first sought treatment for his left hand at the medical facility. Only then did he prepare to interrogate the captured assassin. Previously, due to an unfortunate flooding incident, the guardhouse's prison had been destroyed, so he took the assassin to the Ministry of Justice's prison, where he employed the available instruments of torture for a full hour. Still unwilling to confess? Quite resilient. I must see how long you can endure. Spitting out blood, the assassin bellowed defiantly. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, you are but my grandchild. Yearning for death? Xiao Yunyi scoffed. In the clutches of the Jinyiwei, even death is a luxury denied to you. You may not be aware of the Jinyiwei's methods of interrogation, techniques such as finger crushing, the use of sticks, spinal breaking, finger severing, and the application of official seals are merely the basics. More severe methods include the plucking of the pipa, wherein a sharp blade repeatedly scrapes against your ribs, akin to playing a pipa. Alternatively, one could pour boiling water over your body, then scrape flesh down to the bone with a metal brush, or insert a hook into your rectum, slowly extracting your intestines. Xiao Yunyi reclined in his chair, crossing his legs with a smile as he inquired, "Are you certain you can withstand it?" Chapter 84. Refusal of the task. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is a life worse than death. Everyone knows the Jinyiwei's executioners are devoid of humanity. Even the hardest bones will yield under their relentless pressure. The assassin's expression shifted repeatedly, hesitatingly asking, "If I confess, will I live?" Xiao Yunyi replied, "No, but I shall grant you a swift end. Better to die with dignity than to suffer in life." After a brief pause, the assassin divulged, "Including myself. All involved in this disruption of the literary gathering are members of the Zhongmen, primarily aiming to divert the attention of the Imperial Guards, thereby creating an opportunity for Brother Zhu. Zhu Dage, known as Zhu Jianhao, is the son of the guardian elder of the Xianluo sect. His purpose is to infiltrate the inner courtyard of the Li Palace to rescue an individual whose identity remains unclear to me, though it is evident that this person holds significant importance to the Xianluo sect. The Xianluo sect is one of the 4 prominent sects in the martial world, having appeared twice in the original storyline, once due to the actions of the enigmatic thief Wan Qifeng and once because of Xiao Huachen. These characters were supposed to emerge later in the narrative and were not meant to intersect with the court. Has the plot undergone a significant transformation? As Xiao Yunyi pondered this, he pressed further. How did you manage to infiltrate the Li Palace? Was it Luo Xinglu who assisted you covertly? What role does he play behind the scenes? The assassin replied, "We acquired someone else's invitation and brazenly entered the Li Palace. Initially, we numbered only a dozen, but later, taking advantage of the kitchen's procurement, we managed to smuggle in an additional group." Observing that the assassin did not appear to be lying, Xiao Yunyi surmised that he likely did not know Luo Xinglu. Their entry into the palace was facilitated by the excessive issuance of invitations by Princess Huaile. With so many attendees and the time constraint, it was impossible to thoroughly investigate each individual's background. Naturally, the responsibility for this oversight could not be placed on the princess. Thus, a scapegoat would be required. If all goes as anticipated, this scapegoat will likely be selected from the ranks of the Imperial Guards and the Jinyiwei present. Xiao Yunyi then inquired about further details and instructed his men to draft a confession for the assassin to sign. At the Northtown Pacification Office, He Qijing received the statement presented by Xiao Yunyi, and after reading it, a look of profound dissatisfaction crossed his face. Is this all? A total of 37 assassins infiltrated the Li Palace, and you have captured only one alive. The Imperial Guards slaughtered 23, while other guards retrieved 8 corpses. Where are the remaining 5 assassins hiding? In response to the inquiry, the report stated that the assassins had originally planned to take the subordinate hostage, and, should their plan fail, each would find their own means of escape, subsequently regrouping at the Imojia Temple on the outskirts of the capital. Imojia Temple, located 30 miles from the city within the boundaries of Shanqing County, is the largest temple in the area, bustling with worshippers daily. With only 10 banners of men at his disposal, Xiao Yunyi deemed the likelihood of capturing the 5 assassins alive at such a vast location to be slim. Since he could not claim all the credit, he decided to be forthright about the situation. You have performed admirably, He Qijing commended, before adding, the Xianluo sect has overstepped its bounds, and I intend to assign this matter to you for resolution. What are your thoughts? The stronghold of the Xianluo sect lies in Hedong, a region known for its fierce and rugged populace. particularly among those who navigate the blood-stained waters of the martial world. There exists a delicate balance between the martial realm and the court. Once disrupted, it is sure to unleash a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. The victors will undoubtedly be the court, yet they will pay a grievous price, with the first wave of those charging into battle suffering the most. This is the fate that befalls cannon fodder. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yunyi firmly declined the assignment. I do not wish to accept this task. He Qijing's voice lowered. Such a substantial achievement, which others would beg for, and you refuse? What is your reasoning? Not every 100 households possess the privilege to refuse orders from their superiors, yet he is the heir of the SHNW Marquis. Xiao Yunyi was acutely aware that his sole advantage lay in having a commendable father, a blessing, yet also a curse. He understood that one should only undertake tasks commensurate with their abilities, for his slender limbs could not endure excessive turmoil. Greater achievements often entailed greater risks. As a novice in the political arena, his only reliance was on the character archetypes he had observed in narratives, yet the current plot had shifted dramatically, rendering it uncertain whether these archetypes would hold true. Without this reliance, he found himself unable to discern allies from adversaries in the political realm. One could not dismiss the possibility that Qijing had ulterior motives concerning this incident. To avoid being embroiled in treachery, the only prudent course was to maintain distance. My lord, I have apprehended the sole survivor. This line of inquiry should rightfully remain under my jurisdiction, and there is no justification for transferring it to another. Do you intend to lay in wait at Majia Temple for the remaining 5 assassins? Such insignificant fish cannot possibly compare to the formidable Xianluo sect, Qijing remarked. Adopting a gentler demeanor, his tone earnest. Eradicating the Xianluo sect is a significant achievement. You could undoubtedly be promoted to 1,000 households based on this merit. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Do you truly wish to decline? While vanquishing the Xianluo sect was not insurmountable, ensuring the extermination of all its members was fraught with difficulty. Should even a single individual evade capture, revenge would inevitably follow. Xiao Yunyi, having perused the original narrative, was aware that the Xianluo sect harbored numerous martial arts experts. Though none possessed the capability to cleave through 1,000 armors with a single strike, if even one survived, they could easily infiltrate the residence of the divine martial Marquis for a potential deadly exchange with the heir. The vendetta for the destruction of a clan would be avenged with utmost fervor. Without the hindrance of Xiao Huaiqian, the latter would ascend with ease. Fate was exploiting every available individual, seeking to restore the storyline to its intended course. Was the emergence of Hong Xingxiong an unexpected catalyst for this urgency? Xiao Yunyi's thoughts drifted further away as he disregarded Qijing's increasingly displeased expression, bowing respectfully. My lord, my mind is made up. If you have no further instructions, I wish to commence arrangements for the apprehension immediately. After a prolonged silence, Qijing reiterated his counsel. Your manpower is insufficient. Even if you manage to capture the remaining assassins, the accolades cannot be yours alone. Will you not reconsider? Xiao Yunyi replied. The assassins attempted to take me hostage and grievously injured one of my officers. For both personal and professional reasons, I cannot allow them to go unpunished. Qijing sighed heavily. You were personally recommended by me into the Jinyiwei. I do not regard you as a stranger. I merely wish to bestow upon you a significant achievement. Why must you be so obstinate? Xiao Yunyi felt no tumult within. He responded respectfully. My abilities are limited, and I cannot shoulder such a grave responsibility. I am ashamed to have disappointed you, my lord. Qijing shook his head. Very well, since you are resolute, I shall not force your hand. You may make your arrangements at Majia Temple, and as for the ultimate outcome, it shall depend on your fortune. Thank you, my lord. Upon leaving the Bizenfu, Xiao Yunyi returned to Furong Courtyard, where he fortuitously encountered the weary-faced Cui Yin. Since the incident, this was the first time the two had met in Furong Courtyard. Old Cui, were you not tasked with patrolling Furong Courtyard? Why have you only just now appeared? In response to the Lord's inquiry, during my patrol, I discovered a water leak at Zijing Courtyard, and I rushed over to address it. It was only upon my return that I learned of the events occurring at Furong Courtyard. Cui Yin sighed repeatedly, lamenting his own greed for attempting to grasp both ends, ultimately resulting in a loss on both fronts. Xiao Yunyi, with little time to dwell on specifics, casually inquired a few questions before leading his companions to Tingxiang Xiaozhu. Oh, esteemed guests, what a lively gathering. Unlike the impoverished scholars, those who were invited here were all offspring of the powerful and affluent. The privileged were subjected to routine inquiries without encountering any form of torture. Xiao Yunyi greeted a few familiar faces before making his way directly to Xiao Yunyi. Smiling as he asked, "You haven't been injured, have you?" Chapter 85. The villain's minions all experience a diminution of intelligence, taken aback by the unexpected greeting. Xiao Yunyi momentarily lost his composure, shaking his head and replying, "Are you here on official business?" Xiao Yunyi responded, "Not quite. I am primarily here to take you away." Beside them, Xingzhou interjected, unable to restrain himself, "Weren't we supposed to wait until the matter was thoroughly investigated before leaving? Has it been resolved so quickly?" Xiao Yunyi glanced at Xingzhou, recalling relevant information about him. According to the original text, Xingzhou was one of Xiao Huaiji's most trusted friends, considered a golden supporting character. He was destined to achieve the third highest rank in the upcoming imperial examination and, through the machinations of Duke Chu Chang, would secure a position in the Ministry of Revenue. Although the post was not high-ranking, it was lucrative and would significantly aid Xiao Huaiji in the future. "You are the legitimate son of Duke Chu Chang, correct? I vaguely recall you. You were present the last time I fell into the water. I did not expect to encounter you here." Was he subtly hinting at something? Ignoring it, Xingzhou felt an inexplicable sense of unease, unable to meet Xiao Yunyi's gaze, and forced a smile. Now is hardly the time for reminiscing. Xiao Huaiji did not believe that Xiao Yunyi possessed such benevolent intentions and outright rejected the notion, stating, "In the mountains, there are upright trees. In the world, there are also upright individuals. Those who are rightly formed do not seek straight shadows. Rather, the shadows become straight of their own accord. I stand tall, unashamed before heaven, unembarrassed before the earth, and do not owe anything to others. There is no need for you to concern yourself on my behalf. Speaking plainly is one thing, but must you indulge in such grandiloquence? Does your extensive reading necessitate such ostentation?" Xiao Yunyi quietly scoffed while maintaining a smile. "Let us change locations for a private conversation." Xingzhou immediately objected. "If there is something to discuss, let it be said here. Huaiji has just injured his leg and is not fit to move." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huaiji feigned rubbing his knee and nodded. "I accidentally fell just now, and my leg is quite painful, making it difficult to walk. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to do so here. Xingzhou is a close friend of mine, and there is no need for any pretense," Xiao Yunyi remarked. "Several individuals have perished in Furong Courtyard, all of whom were trusted confidants of Her Highness the Princess. One among them had prior contact with you. There were members of the Jinyiwei who suggested bringing you back to the Zhaoyuan for interrogation, but I intervened." Upon hearing the term Zhaoyuan, Xingzhou's complexion turned ashen, and he trembled as he questioned, "It cannot be that severe, can it?" As if recalling something, he continued, "Confidants of Her Highness have interacted with many. Why have we been singled out?" Xiao Yunyi casually fabricated, "Moreover, some have claimed to have seen you in contact with an assassin. This matter can be perceived as significant or trivial, depending on how you choose to respond." Xingzhou hurriedly clarified, "This literary gathering was fundamentally about forming friendships through literature. Naturally, we interacted with many. We had no idea who might be an assassin or not. You cannot wrongfully accuse us," Xiao Yunyi remarked. "They are merely speculating without possessing irrefutable evidence. There is no need for you to be excessively anxious." Upon hearing this, Xingzhou's expression turned urgent. "We do not know any assassins. If there were evidence, it would surely be fabricated out of thin air. The Jinyiwei specializes in such underhanded dealings. Do they think us easy prey?" Behind them stood the influence of noble families. Yet one was a son of a concubine, and the other an adopted heir. Within the confines of this modest establishment, their statuses were relegated to the lower tiers, rendering them relatively easy targets for intimidation. Xiao Huaiqian fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yunyi, gradually speaking, "You did not come all this way merely to intimidate us, did you?" "Intimidation? Preposterous!" Xingzhou exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before angrily retorting, "Xiao Yunyi, why do you deceive us with lies?" Xiao Yunyi, intrigued, inquired, "What makes you think I am attempting to intimidate you?" Xiao Huaiqian explained, "The Northern Supervisory Department's prison only incarcerates those favored by the Emperor. Allow me to enlighten you. Only individuals designated by the Emperor in significant cases are eligible for imprisonment there." Xingzhou gasped, "Indeed, we are not favored prisoners. How could we possibly be confined in such a place?" Xiao Yunyi, maintaining his composure, stated, "They lack evidence. Thus, it is merely a suggestion." Xiao Huaiqian added, "What I mean to convey is that if someone truly possesses the capability to take us to the imperial prison, you would be powerless to prevent it." Xiao Yunyi chuckled softly. "It is amusing. Despite our limited interactions, you seem to know me quite well. Xiao Huaiqian replied. It is not that I know you well. Rather, I genuinely believe you harbor no goodwill towards me. He Xingzhou nodded vigorously. From the outset, you have held significant animosity towards Huaiqian. There is no way you could suddenly change your disposition overnight. Spare us the pretense of brotherly affection. Just be candid about your intentions. Xiao Yunyi reflected. The original narrative conforms to the genre of light-hearted literature, wherein protagonists exhibit exceptional intelligence and capability while antagonists and minor characters display diminished intellect. I have never considered myself particularly clever, yet I am not so foolish as to be beyond redemption. However, since entering this narrative, my actions have left considerable traces. I now find myself seriously doubting whether I am under the influence of the intellectual diminishment that afflicts the antagonistic characters, especially when it comes to the protagonists. As member of the Jinyiwei, how could I be oblivious to the nature of those confined in the imperial prison? Yet, when I uttered that statement, I instinctively overlooked such fundamental knowledge. Is it normal for fate to affect one's intellect? How does one navigate such a predicament? Feeling increasingly vexed and overwhelmed by chaotic thoughts, Xiao Yunyi decided to forego subtlety and spoke plainly. The esteemed Princess Chong holds your talents in high regard. Upon learning of your confinement in the Tingfeng Pavilion, she specifically commanded me to escort you away and has arranged a banquet at her residence tonight at the hour of you, to assess your scholarly prowess. Is this truly the case? Xiao Huaiqian responded, visibly agitated. Xiao Yunyi nodded affirmatively. If it were otherwise, would I have come? I have official duties to attend to. Will you accompany me? Just one word. If it were someone else, Xiao Huaiqian might have hesitated. But Princess Huai had a stellar reputation in the community and was exceptionally kind to scholars. If he could earn her favor, he might gain the opportunity to study under a literary sage. After much deliberation, Xiao Huaiqian resolutely decided, I will accompany you. He Xingzhou, with a glint in his eye, grinned obsequiously and said, Brother Yunyi, would you be so kind as to take me along? Don't be so familiar. We are not close, Xiao Yunyi replied coolly. His Highness did not indicate that he would take you. You should remain here and wait patiently. With that, he turned and walked away. He Xingzhou remarked, The Stop Fragrance Lodge is filled with the offspring of nobility. As long as it is confirmed there is no connection to the assassins, the Jinyiwei will surely release them. Xiao Huaiqian was not concerned about any mishap befalling He Xingzhou. After offering a few words of caution, he departed with Xiao Yunyi. Along the way, they encountered several routine inquiries, to which Xiao Yunyi merely responded with, This matter is confidential. I cannot divulge anything. Effectively dismissing them, Xiao Huaiqian observed the spirited youth before him, his heart a tumult of emotions, quietly murmuring to himself, Can I still catch up? He stared blankly at Xiao Yunyi's silhouette, the sunset casting a brilliant glow on his Qilin attire, creating the illusion of gazing up at a lofty mountain. Though all are human, some are born at heights unattainable by others, while some must crawl at the mountain's base, inching their way upward. It is said that fate is predetermined. Has mine already been confined to the foot of the mountain? If not, why must I dwell in the dust? If it has, is there still a chance to reverse my destiny? At this moment, Xiao Huaiqian found himself engulfed in profound confusion, whispering, Can man triumph over heaven? Chapter 86, Enigma. Upon exiting the palace, Xiao Yunyi paused and addressed Xiao Huaiqian. I have official duties to attend to. You should return home. I will come to fetch you before the hour of you. Xiao Huaiqian nodded, hesitating slightly, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. While the sincerity of his tone was ambiguous, it at least indicated some regard. Xiao Yunyi chose not to elaborate, returning to the Thousand Households office, where he first reported the situation within the palace to Tanjin-sung, followed by conveying He Qixing's orders. Did Lord He permit only you to participate in the capture? Tanjin-sung asked, his expression one of skepticism. Certainly not, Xiao Yunyi replied. It is merely that I apprehended the only survivor. Thus Lord He has granted me a modicum of favor and the authority to act with discretion. Tanjin-sung smiled. In that case, I will assign a few hundred households to assist you. Of course, they will follow your lead, ensuring that no one can usurp your credit. The implication was clear. While you may feast, others must partake of the broth. Xiao Yunyi understood the futility of solitary endeavors. At present, he lacked the strength to stand alone, and even the greatest accolades would be difficult to swallow. The two discussed the specific arrangements, after which Xiao Yunyi returned to his quarters and summoned Cui Yin, whispering a few words. Cui Yin, with a peculiar expression, cautiously suggested, My lord, that item is perilous. Given your youth, it may be wise to refrain from using it. Xiao Yunyi replied, I shall not use it. It has been prepared by another. Remember, the efficacy must be potent, yet not too immediate. Can you procure it? Certainly. Cui Yin grinned and said, I am aware of a certain aphrodisiac that is colorless and tasteless, with minimal effects on the body. Just grant me half an hour, and I assure you I will procure it. The members of the Jinyiwei are all exceptionally skilled, and among them are those well-versed in dubious arts. Although he claimed it would take half an hour, it actually took less than 3/4 of that time. Wrapped in yellow oil paper was a white and pink powder, a mere fingertips worth capable of inducing overwhelming desire. It bore a rather domineering name, Shinmi, capable of enchanting even celestial beings. Xiao Yunyi gazed at the approximately 2 tails of aphrodisiac before him, then glanced at Cui Yin, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin. This wouldn't happen to be your personal stock, would it? Cui Yin replied, My lord, I am robust and do not require such a thing. Is its efficacy noteworthy? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cui Yin's face flushed, and he chuckled awkwardly. I have heard from those who have used it that the results are exceptional, with the frail able to prolong their endurance threefold. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yunyi inquired, if a naturally strong individual were to consume it, would it not lead to dire consequences? Cui Yin looked perplexed. Why would a strong individual need such a substance? Xiao Yunyi found himself at a loss for words. He had always heard that men suffer from sudden desires, and with the combat prowess of Princess Huailu, there should be no issue, should there? While he had some concerns, he quickly reconsidered. If Xiao Huaiqian were to inadvertently harm the princess, that would indeed be fortuitous. Prepare a carriage and some pastries. Accompany me to the princess's residence shortly. The princess's residence? Cui Yin was taken aback and cautiously asked, My lord, you cannot possibly be thinking nonsense. Xiao Yunyi waved his hand dismissively. Do not ask questions that do not concern you. Hurry and prepare. Remember, the carriage must be spacious and ensure there are ample soft cushions. We will need to bring back old Hong. Though Hong Xingxiong was taken to the princess's residence for treatment, he could not stay the night. Considering his injuries, Cui Yin procured a large and comfortable carriage and arranged several exquisite pastries. Satisfied that all was in order, Xiao Yunyi instructed Cui Yin to lead a small group of men to accompany him to the residence of the Duke of Xinwu. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were greeted by the doorman, who hurriedly approached and respectfully stated, Young master, your father requests that you visit the study upon your return. Xiao Yunyi frowned and asked, Did he mention what it concerns? The doorman shook his head. I am unaware. Uncertain of what scheme his father was concocting, Xiao Yunyi, as a precaution, sent someone ahead to relay a message to Feng Ruiying at Lanziyuan before making his way to the study. Upon entering, he found Xiao Huaiqian already present. I hear you intend to take Huaiqian to the princess's residence? Xiao Zhongyuan stated directly. Xiao Yunyi corrected him. Father, I am not taking him. Rather, the princess wishes to see him. Hearing this, Xiao Zhongyuan picked up a copper paperweight shaped like a tiger from the study desk, idly playing with it while asking, Who is this him you speak of? Xiao Yunyi vividly remembered that copper tiger, having been unceremoniously kissed by it last time, and the memory still caused him discomfort. Father, must we dwell on such trivial matters? There is no need to escalate this. The nation has its laws, and the family has its rules. You refer to him as him, do you not see your own son? Xiao Zhongyuan's gaze grew increasingly intense, and he slammed the copper tiger down onto the desk, declaring, That him you speak of is your elder brother. When you see him, will you not greet him with respect? Xiao Yunyi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had it not been for the necessity of relying on Xiao Zhongyuan's authority, I would have long desired to rid myself of this wretched father. Brother, I murmured, my voice barely a whisper. Xiao Zhongyuan's eyes widened in fury as he berated, A man ought to speak with the dignity of a warrior, not like a craven fool. What do you think you are, a member of the Jinyiwei? It's quite normal, I told myself, inhaling deeply, reminding my heart that fate was playing its cruel game. Should I turn against it, I would fall into its trap, and I must not allow that to happen. An unforeseen interruption had thwarted the literary gathering, denying Xiao Huaijian the esteemed title of the Lotus Prince, and thus fate had orchestrated this predicament. It had learned well, knowing that mental humiliation could wound far deeper than physical pain. Despite my repeated admonitions to remain calm, the tumult of emotions within me surged uncontrollably. It is no wonder that so many succumb to darkness. Such degradation, while tolerable once or twice, becomes unbearable with repetition. Calm. I must remain calm. I inhaled deeply, releasing a long breath, but ultimately realized that enduring in silence only fueled my anger, and retreating only led to greater loss. I was incensed, unable to contain myself any longer. I retorted sharply, "Rules? Do you dare lecture me on rules? Personally, I am your legitimate eldest son, the sole heir of our bloodline, the heir to the Duke of Divine Might. In public, I am a 100-man captain of the Jinyiwei, a 6th-rank official, adorned in a Chilean robe with a beautifully embroidered spring blade at my side. What status do I hold, and what status do you hold? Am I to bow to him? Does he merit such respect?" As I spoke, I had already positioned myself by the door, ready to make my escape. Speaking was one matter, but engaging in a physical confrontation was another. A fool would stand idle and invite defeat when he knew he could not prevail. Xiao Yunyin's face flushed with rage, his fingers gripping the weighty ruler turning pale as he struggled to suppress the impulse to strike down his rebellious son. "Ah, now that you have become a member of the Jinyiwei, you believe your wings have grown strong enough to speak to me in such a manner? Do you understand the meaning of filial piety? A father should be benevolent, and a son dutiful. When the father is unkind, the son cannot be expected to be dutiful. Before you question me, perhaps you should first reflect on whether you have fulfilled your responsibilities as a father." As I continued, my fervor grew, unleashing the pent-up grievances of the past weeks. "Impudence!" Xiao Yunyi slammed the paperweight down, exclaiming, "You dare to defy me. The crime of defiance signifies an affront to or disobedience against one's parents, ranking second among the gravest of offenses, surpassed only by rebellion." I laughed heartily. "You have failed to be a good father, and now you lay the blame of my supposed defiance upon me. Unable to counter my words, you resort to labeling me with such a grave accusation. Very well, you are my father, and your word is law. I am guilty of defiance, irredeemable in your eyes. I shall go to the ancestral hall and take my own life. Once I reach the underworld, I will seek judgment from my ancestors. I will report your transgressions to the forebears. For the sake of an adopted child, you would drive your only bloodline to death. How remarkable. After my demise, I shall await you in the underworld, eager to see if you have the face to confront our family's ancestors." With that, I turned and dashed towards the ancestral hall. Chapter 87. Inflicting 1,000 wounds, suffering 800 in return. Xiao Yunyi's expression darkened, and at the moment I burst from the room, he immediately rose to pursue me. "Rebellious son, return to me at once." I shall not respond. I am determined to head to the ancestral hall and take my own life. I shall seek judgment from my forebears in the underworld, ensuring that you will have no face to show them after your demise. Xiao Yunyi ran with all his might, while Xiao Yunyi pursued him relentlessly from behind. He ran. He chased, yet it was as if he had no wings to fly. It was vast, and the distance from the study to the ancestral hall was considerable. Given Xiao Yunyi's frail constitution, he could not possibly outrun Xiao Yunyi, and before long, he was caught and dragged back. Bang! Xiao Yunyi slammed the door shut, and, using one hand, pressed Xiao Yunyi down onto the chair, bellowing, "Weren't you quite the runner? Go on, show me another sprint." He was a general, not one to possess a gentle temperament. It was only after arriving in the capital that he had slightly altered his demeanor to avoid being looked down upon by the literati. Now, provoked by Xiao Yunyi, his true nature emerged, and he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Speak, damn it! Weren't you quite the talker just a moment ago? Why play mute now?" In the face of his furious stepfather, Xiao Yunyi calmly replied, "You cursed my mother. I shall inform her of that later." "Cursed your mother? When did I ever do that? You clarify yourself." The words halted abruptly as Xiao Yunyi's eyes widened, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, "You truly are a talent. How could I have fathered such a son?" Xiao Yunyi corrected him, saying, "Strictly speaking, I was born of my mother. You merely contributed a negligible effort, perhaps counting to 3, after which you had no further involvement. Who claims my son is uneducated? With that eloquence, how many literati could possibly match you? If I had such skill, would I have been silenced by those scholars?" Xiao Yunyi reminisced about the moments of being outmatched in court, and the emotions he felt then mirrored the present. Just as he was about to reprimand Xiao Yunyi, the door was kicked open, and Fang Ruiying stormed in, her face aflame with anger. "Xiao Yunyi, what further torment do you wish to inflict upon my son? What brings you here?" Xiao Yunyi's anger dissipated somewhat. Fang Ruiying ignored him, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Huaiqian. Regardless of the circumstances, she pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "It must be you scheming behind the scenes again. What has the Xiao family ever done to you that warrants such turmoil? What are your true intentions?" Before Xiao Huaiqian could speak, Xiao Yunyi interjected on his behalf, This matter has nothing to do with Huaiqian. What nonsense is this? Fang Ruiying shot a glance at the pitiful Xiao Yunyi, her anger surging anew. You are foolish as well. Can't you see when he intends to strike? Why didn't you run? Xiao Yunyi replied honestly, I ran, but I was caught and brought back. Fang Ruiying's expression shifted instantly. She glared fiercely at Xiao Zhongyuan, demanding, You still won't let him escape? Must you beat him to death before you are satisfied? He is your only beloved son. Do you have no heart? Xiao Zhongyuan patiently explained. This ungrateful wretch declared his intent to take his own life in the ancestral hall. What? Fang Ruiying stepped forward, swiftly striking his ear. You wish to end your life? Have you lost your mind or your senses? Are the courtesans not beautiful enough? Is the family wealth insufficient for your desires? You want to take your own life? Have you lost your wits entirely? Ouch, it hurts. My ear feels like it's about to come off. Mother, please let go. If you are going to abandon me to die, what use is there in keeping my ear? You might as well twist it off and keep it as a memento of me. Fang Ruiying was engulfed in fury, unleashing her wrath without any mercy. Xiao Yunyi cried out desperately, Father. It was him who accused me of committing the heinous crime of filial impiety. He is the one forcing me towards my demise. Filial impiety? Xiao Zhongyuan, are you truly so inhumane as to drive your own son to death? Faced with Fang Ruiying's imminent rage, Xiao Zhongyuan felt a pang of fear in his heart and repeatedly shook his head, insisting, Do not listen to his nonsense. That is utterly untrue. Xiao Huaiqian stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, an inexplicable bitterness swelling within him. His father perished on the battlefield, and his mother willingly became another's concubine. Everyone in the illustrious Xiao family harbored animosity towards him. Without a father, without a mother, without a surname, and without a home. Xiao Huaiqian murmured to himself, What do I have left? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Fang Ruiying released her grip on Xiao Yunyi's ear and aimed to kick at Xiao Zhongyuan, but he deftly evaded it. Xiao Zhongyuan, you are deliberately pushing me to my death, hoping to remarry afterward, are you not? Of course not. Xiao Zhongyuan was about to pacify her when he heard his rebellious son coldly interject. Mother, he truly thinks that way. He wishes to first drive me to death, then to infuriate you, and ultimately hand over everything in the Xiao family. With those words, Xiao Yunyi swiftly grabbed the still-dazed Xiao Huaiqian and hurried towards the door. Mother, you take your time to deal with father. I have matters to attend to. I shall return later to hear your teachings. With that, he dashed away, only exhaling a sigh of relief once he boarded the carriage. Hurry, hurry, let us go. As the carriage rolled smoothly along, Xiao Yunyi scrutinized Xiao Huaiqian, inquiring, Do you know why that old man summoned me? Old man. Xiao Huaiqian was momentarily taken aback, and only after Xiao Yunyi asked again did he manage to utter two words, I do not know. You do not know? Xiao Yunyi was uncertain whether to believe him. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a prepared food box and arranged the pastries within. We are heading to the Grand Princess's residence shortly. The princess will assess your knowledge, and there may not be time for a meal. You should eat something to fill your stomach. The pastries were delicately crafted and exquisitely beautiful, making one's appetite surge. Their relationship had already been strained, and after the earlier commotion, Xiao Huaiqian merely observed the sudden display of attentiveness from Xiao Yunyi without moving. Xiao Yunyi took a piece of pastry, popped it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not doing this out of kindness. I merely worry that you might underperform on an empty stomach. If you provoke the Grand Princess's displeasure, our entire family will suffer the consequences. Xiao Huaiqian remained unmoved. Xiao Yunyi seized a second piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing noisily while nodding frequently. It's truly delightful. You should try it. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Huaiqian's eyes. Gazing at the glistening pastries, the crude sounds of chewing echoed in his ears, and for some reason his appetite gradually awakened. Xiao Yunyi continued to eat, his mouth making constant sounds. Quite delicious. Are you sure you don't want any? An empty stomach won't hinder your ability to write, will it? Do not let your stomach grumble at that moment, for it would be quite embarrassing. As he picked up the fifth pastry, only the last three remained on the plate. Xiao Huaiqian observed that his companion showed no ill effects from such indulgence, and after a moment's hesitation, he reached for a pastry and took a small bite. The texture and flavor far surpassed any confection he had previously tasted. Unconsciously, he devoured the remaining 3 pieces. Xiao Yunyi silently retrieved another platter of pastries from the food box, choosing not to speak and indulging in his own feast. Each pastry was generously filled. The more one consumed, the more overwhelming the experience would become. Xiao Yunyi muttered to himself, I have resorted to the tactic of injuring 1,000 foes while wounding myself 800. I refuse to believe that you, a mere turtle, can withstand this. Chapter 88. A hard-fought battle in the princess's residence. Your humble servant greets your highness. No need for formalities. Princess Huai-Li's gaze lingered on Xiao Huaiqian for a moment before she instructed Qiongju beside her. Take Xiao Baihu to meet his subordinates. As you command, Qiongju replied. The man had been brought into the princess's residence and had consumed the aphrodisiac. All necessary arrangements were made. As for the final outcome, it was beyond Xiao Yunyi's concern. With his departure, Princess Huai-Li finally revealed a smile. You have composed poetry at the literary gathering. Might you also be well-versed in the art of painting? Xiao Huaiqian respectfully replied. In response to your highness, this humble servant does not dare to claim mastery, but possesses a modest understanding. Princess Huai-Li nodded slightly. Indeed, true to your name, you are quite humble. Xiao Huaiqian stated. This humble servant does not exaggerate nor deceive your highness. Have you ever painted portraits? Princess Huai-Li asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Xiao Huaiqian answered honestly. This humble servant primarily paints landscapes and has not attempted portraiture. Princess Huai-Li replied. There is always a first time for everything. Would you be willing to depict a portrait of this princess lounging? Xiao Huaiqian was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he said, This humble servant fears that I may not capture your highness's spirit. Princess Huai-Li jested, Let it be known beforehand, if you fail to produce a satisfactory painting, you shall face punishment. With that, she had the necessary brushes, paper, and paints brought forth. Princess Huai-Li posed several times, dissatisfied each time. Shaking her head, the position is incorrect. Let us change locations. The new location she referred to was a 3-story pavilion, surrounded by flowing water, a serene and elegant setting. Xiao Huaiqian did not think much of it until he entered the 3rd-floor room, and, upon witnessing Princess Huai-Li remove her outer garments, he was both shocked and his thoughts became exceedingly chaotic. Princess Huai-Li reclined on the couch, assuming an alluring pose, and inquired, How is this? Xiao Huaiqian felt parched, a surge of inappropriate desire stirring within him. He had never anticipated that the seemingly dignified princess would possess such a lascivious side. The contrast was too stark for him to process. Your Highness, this humble servant's painting speed is slow. To spare you discomfort, may I suggest a more comfortable pose? A comfortable pose, you say? Princess Huai-Li smiled slightly, adopting an even bolder and more enchanting posture. Xiao Huaiqian had never encountered such a scene before. After a fleeting glance, he hurriedly lowered his gaze, pretending to adjust the drawing paper. Princess Huai-Li, upon witnessing the scene, suddenly rose to her feet and approached Xiao Huaiqian, barefoot. She lifted his chin with her hand and playfully inquired, Why do you keep your head down? How can you paint for me? Xiao Huaiqian, blushing furiously, felt a mix of embarrassment and hesitation, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Princess Huai-Li gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought, before finally expressing, You are quite unique, possessing an air of innocence that I find delightful. It had been a long time since she had encountered such purity and naivety in a man like Xiao Huaiqian. Your eyes are so clear, devoid of any pretentiousness. She reached out, gently caressing his cheek, and continued, My emotions are rather complex at this moment. I feel an overwhelming desire to consume you. Yet I am reluctant to do so. What do you think I should do? The instant her fingers made contact with his skin, Xiao Huaiqian trembled, an unnameable fire igniting within him. Princess Huai-Li traced his lips with her finger, speaking to herself, You are the first man who has made me feel this way. A sensation that is truly enigmatic. She craved him, yet feared that indulging in her desire would shatter the very essence of that mystery. To her, men who lacked feeling were akin to tasteless fare. What am I to do with you? Princess Huai-Li found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Surrounded by numerous handsome suitors, none had ever elicited such a profound sensation within her. Your Highness, Xiao Huaiqian stammered, overwhelmed by a surge of heat, an impure thought rising within him. Your Highness, I feel rather unwell today and cannot possibly paint. I beg for your forgiveness. With those words, he bolted downstairs like an arrow released from its bow. As the intensity of his desires escalated, Xiao Huaiqian dove into the cool stream without hesitation, immersing himself in the icy water. Princess Huai-Li stood in the corridor, quietly observing, a smile gracing her lips as she murmured, What an amusing sight. A grown man, yet still a fledgling. Truly intriguing. Meanwhile, in the warm night pavilion, room number 1, The sounds of muffled cries persisted for nearly an hour. And once it concluded, the individual lay limply as if turned to mud. After a grueling 2-hour struggle, it was indeed a laborious affair. Who claimed that longer durations equated to greater pleasure? Nonsense. Xiao Yunyi's legs quivered as he yearned to return home, yet they refused to obey, his waist achingly sore, making even standing a challenge. He could only wonder how Xiao Weiqian fared. A night devoid of conversation passed until the next day. As dawn broke, Xiao Yunyi left a sum for the night's stay, trembling as he leaned against the wall to exit the room. Mian lifted her eyelids and muttered, "What a beast! Why don't you just drop dead?" At the Duke Shenwu's residence, Xiao Yunyi took a hot bath, donned his official attire, and fastened the embroidered spring knife he had retrieved. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gazed at his pale visage and murmured, "This tactic is truly damaging. I must never employ it lightly again." As he cautiously stepped out of his room, he encountered Feng Ruiying, her face ablaze with fury as she hurried toward him. "Xiao Yunyi, you have truly grown wings. How dare you stay out all night? Do you have any idea how your mother spent the night in worry? Fearing for your safety? Where on earth have you been?" "Mother, the Jinyiwei's investigation must remain confidential. What case requires one to stay out all night? I can only reveal that my inquiry pertains to the assassin related to the palace. Beyond that I cannot disclose more." Xiao Yunyi maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of any hint of guilt. Feng Ruiying, skeptical, asked, "Is that truly the case?" Xiao Yunyi affirmed, "Indeed, more genuine than gold itself." Feng Ruiying, trusting her son would not deceive her about such matters, nodded and inquired, "The steward you requested has been arranged. When shall we send them to Qingzhou?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yunyi replied, "Once I return from my duties, I will draft a letter for you to send to my friend in Qingzhou. They should depart tomorrow." Feng Ruiying had no objections, but then added, "When will you find time?" "I wish to arrange a meeting for you with a young lady from another family." Xiao Yunyi queried, "Which family's daughter?" Feng Ruiying responded, "The second daughter of the Yongbo family, well-educated, virtuous, gentle, and amiable. I am certain you will find her appealing." "The second daughter of the Yongbo family?" Xiao Yunyi had no recollection of her and presumed she was a minor character. After pondering, he said, "I shall need to finish my current case before we can discuss this further." Feng Ruiying nodded slightly, then recalled something and cautioned, "Before you bring home a new bride, you had best behave well. If I learn of any misconduct on your part, you shall face the family law." Xiao Yunyi obediently agreed, reassuring Feng Ruiying before instructing his attendants to prepare a carriage, ensuring he returned to the guard station before the appointed hour. No sooner had he settled than he saw Cui Yin rushing in, breathless. "Sir, another incident has occurred." Chapter 89, Various Matters Day by Day. How can there be so many issues? Xiao Yunyi, feeling exasperated, asked, "Please clarify, what has transpired?" Cui Yin explained, "Lord Yin encountered a shipwreck en route to his post, and none of his companions survived. There are suspicions from the higher authorities that it was not a natural disaster, but rather man-made. Rumors are circulating that it was retaliation from the Southern Town Protectorate." "Lord Yin? Yin Jibin? Retaliation from the Southern Town Protectorate? Over Xian Jizong? What on earth is going on?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head, stating, "Regardless of whether it was a natural disaster or foul play, the people of the Southern Town Protectorate are not fools. How could they possibly commit such an absurd act? Who is spreading these tales?" While it was true that the Southern and Northern Town Protectorates had their conflicts, even the most bitter rivalry would not stoop to such reckless behavior. To outsiders, this merely appeared as genuine infighting, a spectacle for ridicule. Cui Yin lowered his voice. "It is hard to say. Lord Xian's death is too suspicious. Some claim Lord Yin deliberately burned him to death." After a pause, he continued, "The head of the Southern Town Protectorate is fiercely protective, and even if it was not his direct order, he may well turn a blind eye. The Southern Town Protectorate is also part of the Jinyiwei. What deeds might they not undertake? As long as no trace is left behind, the Northern Town Protectorate can only swallow their grievances in silence." Cui Yin animatedly recounted the rumors he had gathered, becoming increasingly convinced of their validity. Xiao Yunyi, uninterested in such trivialities, interrupted Cui Yin's tale. He instructed, "Please have someone inquire about available courtyards for sale, ensuring the location and environment are of high quality. Old Hong's current residence is somewhat dilapidated, and I wish to purchase a spacious courtyard for him." Cui Yin cautiously interjected, "My lord, in the capital, land is incredibly valuable. A decent four-courtyard residence will not come cheap. One might require several thousand taels of silver to secure such a property." Xiao Yunyi replied, Search according to the highest standards. I want Old Hong's family to live comfortably. Additionally, we must procure furniture and servants. A twinge of envy stirred within Shui Yan, who murmured softly. Their family consists of only a few members. Acquiring such a large courtyard seems wasteful. Xiao Yunyi, with keen ears, immediately furrowed his brow and demanded, "What did you say?" Startled, Shui Yan respectfully replied, "In response to your lordship, what I meant to imply is that given General Hong's character, he is unlikely to accept such a lavish gift." Xiao Yunyi stated sternly, "Whether he accepts or not is his business. You need not concern yourself with it." Yes, my lord is correct. I shall send someone to inquire immediately and ensure we find the finest four-courtyard residence, Shui Yan acknowledged. Recognizing his misstep and understanding that Hong Shengxiong's fortunate days were just beginning. Money was a trivial matter. The environment mattered to those in high places. With a hint of envy, he continued, "My lord, there is another matter. Master Bai has returned, fully healed. Has the Eastern Depot released him so easily?" Xiao Yunyi inquired. Appearing somewhat perplexed, Shui Yan explained they initially had no intention of releasing him, but it was reported that Master He personally intervened, which prompted the Eastern Depot to relent. After a pause, he added, "However, while he has been released, he has lost a hand, his right hand, to be precise." Xiao Yunyi frowned, with his right hand rendered useless. Why would he return to the guardhouse? Why not transfer him to the experienced division? Shui Yan responded, "This is an arrangement from above. Master Bai will still serve under your command upon his return." Xiao Yunyi remarked, "He may not wish for this, yet Bai Shichong, being a trial 100-man, lacks the authority to request a transfer. What is He Qijing's intention? To place a pawn beside me for surveillance?" Xiao Yunyi pondered silently. Shui Yan continued, "My lord, there is yet another matter. What more could there possibly be? It's early in the morning, and this is incessant." Xiao Yunyi expressed his growing irritation. Shui Yan replied, "This is the final issue concerning the Eastern Depot's involvement in the operation to capture the assassin at Magia Temple. How did they learn of our plans?" Xiao Yunyi's brow furrowed in concern. Shui Yan lowered his voice. "There are informants from the Eastern Depot within the Jinyiwei. Any significant movements cannot escape their notice. A web of intrigue? Quite the game they are playing." Xiao Yunyi shook his head in resignation and pressed further, "I hope this does not involve Zhuang Xingping again?" Shui Yan confirmed, "Indeed, it is the same Zhuang, who sent word early this morning, requesting your presence at Magia Temple for an important discussion." Xiao Yunyi reflected. Both Bai Shichong and Zhuang Xingping represent considerable, albeit inconvenient, troubles that cannot be easily dismissed. In the criminal ministry's prison, Xiao Yunyi held the portrait he had obtained from Yin the previous night, presenting it to the assassin Xia Zhihao for identification. Upon seeing the image, Xia Zhihao appeared somewhat surprised. "This person is Luo Xinglu? Is he associated with Her Highness the Princess? I do not recognize him, nor am I aware of any matters concerning him." Xiao Yunyi subsequently inquired about matters concerning the Imperial Palace's Forbidden Garden. However, Xia Zhihao possessed limited knowledge and could not provide any valuable information, not even the gender of the crucial individual in question. "I shall take you to Magia Temple. As long as you cooperate and follow the plan to lure out the remaining accomplices, I may consider granting you a chance at survival afterward." "Really?" Upon hearing that he might escape death, Xia Zhihao's eyes sparkled with hope, and he nodded vigorously. "I will cooperate. I will certainly cooperate." After a brief pause, he added, "However, by doing so, I would be completely betraying the Xianluo sect, and they will surely come after me. Therefore, I wish to request a favor from you." Xiao Yunyi replied, "Speak your mind." Xia Zhihao looked at him with pleading eyes. "I hope that afterward, you can grant me a sum of money. I do not ask for much, just 1,000 taels of silver." Xiao Yunyi responded, "If you desire money, it depends on your performance." With that, he led Xia Zhihao out of the Ministry of Justice's dungeon and ordered all his subordinates to change out of their official attire and disguise themselves as ordinary citizens before heading towards Magia Temple. The morning bells and evening drums resonated, and the incense offerings were abundant, with crowds bustling about. The environment within Magia Temple was tranquil and picturesque, renowned for its exquisite vegetarian dishes. Many pilgrims, after offering their prayers, would linger to explore the temple, resulting in a steady stream of visitors throughout the day. Inside a certain chamber, Xiao Yunyi was discussing the details of their actions with other captains of the guard when a sudden commotion erupted outside, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. "Oh, how lively! What significant matters are being discussed? I hope you don't mind me eavesdropping." Without waiting for a response, Zhuang Xingping entered and took a seat, his gaze landing on Xiao Yunyi with a cold smirk. "Xiao Captain, long time no see. How have you been?" Xiao Yunyi casually replied, "All is well." "Is that so?" Zhuang Xingping shook his head and sighed. "I've been having a rather poor time lately. Someone owes me a debt, has delayed payment for several days, and refuses to settle it." "What do you think he is thinking?" Xiao Yunyi recalled their prior agreement and understood that Zhuang Xingping was here to collect his dues. Given the presence of his colleagues, he refrained from being overly direct. Smiling as he said, "It must be that he is overwhelmed with matters and has been delayed. Perhaps you should wait a little longer." Zhuang Xingping remarked, "I am the most impatient person when it comes to waiting. Do you think he might settle his debt today?" The other captains, seasoned in the ways of the officialdom, quickly discerned the underlying meaning of his words and turned their gazes towards Xiao Yunyi. One could not help but inquire, "Do you have private dealings with the Eastern Depot?" In the Imperial Guard, one could engage with anyone, except for the Eastern Depot. The implications of such private interactions could lead to exclusion if discovered. Given his already unstable foundation, inciting public wrath would only worsen his predicament. "Of course not," Xiao Yunyi replied earnestly. "I merely responded to him out of politeness and did not comprehend what he was saying. Surely, you wouldn't suspect me merely for being courteous?" Chapter 90. Just you wait. The several captains exchanged dubious glances, their eyes shifting back and forth between Zhuang Xingping and Xiao Yunyi. One said, "Xiao Baihu, as colleagues, allow me to offer you some advice. Do not engage in actions that are unbecoming, nor associate with individuals who are unworthy." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping scoffed. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the young lord in such a manner? You think you are worthy?" Before he could finish, another Baihu abruptly rose, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "The Jinyiwei is conducting an investigation. You are not welcome here. Leave at once." The Eastern Depot and the Jinyiwei held equal status, but as the emperor increasingly favored the eunuchs, the power of the Eastern Depot expanded significantly. Today, the Eastern Depot had supplanted the Jinyiwei as the highest supervisory authority. Although they wielded considerable power, aside from the chief supervisor, the ranks of others were rather low, with the head of the major division ranked even beneath a Baihu. However, there was an unspoken rule in the bureaucracy: the Jinyiwei would defer to officials of a higher rank, while the Eastern Depot would defer to the Jinyiwei, which held a superior rank. "Leave." Zhuang Xingping approached the Baihu, unexpectedly delivering a resounding slap that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "What are you, to speak to me in such a way?" The affront was intolerable. "I will not let this go." The Baihu sprang to his feet, charging forward to grapple with Zhuang Xingping. Within the Jinyiwei, there existed two types of individuals: those who feared the Eastern Depot and those who did not. Fear stemmed from the authority wielded by the latter, while the fearless were fueled by an indomitable spirit. "How dare you, a mere head of the Eastern Depot, bully us? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson," someone shouted, and immediately a few others joined in. Zhuang Xingping was skilled in combat, yet he was soon overwhelmed, quickly brought down by sheer numbers. How had the situation escalated so? Observing that the Baihus were holding back, Xiao Yunyi rushed forward, pretending to mediate. "Stop fighting, everyone. You cannot continue like this. This is not how you resolve matters." In the midst of the chaos, he seized the opportunity to deliver a forceful kick to Zhuang Xingping's head, hoping to either incapacitate him or, ideally, end his life. Regrettably, before he could deliver further blows, the guards outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in and swiftly extracted Zhuang Xingping from the fray. Zhuang Xingping fled the room in disarray, continually shouting, "You will all pay for this. This matter is far from over. I will remember each of you, every last one." A Baihu retorted, "Do you understand what crime it is to obstruct the Jinyiwei in their duties? You are merely a head of division, foolishly unaware of your own limitations. You deserve a beating." The thrill of the skirmish gave way to concern as some wondered, will we face repercussions for our actions? He brought this upon himself by seeking a fight. We merely obliged him. What is there to fear? Another chimed in. Indeed, he is inept yet attempts to wield authority. The fact that he was not killed is a testament to his luck. The grievances between the Eastern Depot and us are not new. The supervisor of the Eastern Depot will not personally intervene over such trivialities. We are many. If he dares to return, we shall thrash him again. Over the years, we have endured much from the Eastern Depot. The higher-ups would welcome any trouble we might cause. Rest easy. Everyone understands that the Emperor supports the Eastern Depot to restrain the Jinyiwei, not to abolish it. If those beneath had a modicum of courage, the Eastern Depot would not be so audacious. Several hundred households consoled one another, then turned their gazes toward Xiao Yunyi. Someone jested, "Xiao, your kicks are quite brutal. While we dare only strike the abdomen or back, you are recklessly aiming for the head. Are you not concerned you might inadvertently cause a fatality?" Xiao Yunyi shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "Please do not misinterpret. I was merely attempting to mediate and accidentally tapped his head, just a gentle nudge." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged amused glances. The first to doubt Xiao Yunyi spoke up, "Your actions have demonstrated your allegiance. I apologize for my previous suspicion." With that, he bowed respectfully. Noticing this, Xiao Yunyi quickly sidestepped, asserting, "As I stated, I was merely mediating. Regardless of who inquires, that remains my sole explanation. I may be capable of underhanded tactics, but I shall never be the one to take the forefront." He then redirected the conversation. "Let us proceed with our plans for the apprehension." Within the ranks of the Jinyiwei, rivalries also simmered, particularly in light of the prominent incident involving the palace assassins. Each 1,000-household unit of the Northern Pacification Department sought to claim credit, as did those within the garrison. While the overarching objective remained unified, the intricate details were left to individual prowess. After departing the chamber, Xiao Yunyi summoned his subordinates and instructed 2 matters. First, procure several artists to collaborate with Xia Zhihao in creating sketches of the assassins. Ensure each of you has a copy. Second, we must remain vigilant, as additional assassins may appear unannounced. During this time, you are to rotate shifts and maintain constant watch over Mojet Temple. No one is permitted to leave. Once arrangements were made, Xiao Yunyi scarcely had a moment to breathe before Bai Shichang stormed in, fuming. "Why is it that everyone is included in the operation while I am excluded? Why?" Xiao Yunyi glanced at Bai Shichang's right hand and retorted, "What do you think is the reason?" Bai Shichang, understanding the implication in his gaze, seethed, "Were it not for you, I would not have had my tendons severed by the Eastern Depot. You have already cost me a hand. Do you now wish to ruin my career as well?" "I caused you harm? Ruined your career?" Xiao Yunyi scoffed derisively. "This is all your own doing. It is a miracle you still breathe. Now, you cannot even wield a blade. What future do you expect?" Bai Shichang spat in fury. "If you had not allowed the Eastern Depot to take me, I would not be in this pitiful state. I have become a cripple, and you still seek to undermine me. Are you even human? You plotted against me in secret, and now expect me to protect you? Huh." With a cold laugh, Xiao Yunyi replied, "I once believed you possessed some intelligence. Yet you now utter such foolishness. Go home and rid yourself of that water in your brain. Do not embarrass yourself further. You truly believe I cannot contend with you?" Bai Shichang shouted. Unfazed, Xiao Yunyi calmly remarked, "Who cannot boast? If you could indeed contend with me, you would not have been reduced to this state." If looks could kill, Bai Shichang would have been struck through by 1,000 arrows at that moment. Reflecting on his previous torment, a fierce glint flashed in Bai Shichang's eyes as he declared, "You wait. I will ensure you pay dearly for this." Watching him depart, Xiao Yunyi fell into a contemplative silence. He was uncertain whether Bai Shichang possessed any significant knowledge, but he understood that neglecting the matter would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. Zhuang Xingping had instructed him to wait, and now you too expect me to linger. Do you truly believe I am but a mere lump of clay? Xiao Yunyi pondered for a long while before summoning the adjutant, Ping Liang, and spoke with gravity. "You are a trusted confidant of Lao Hong, and I place my faith in you. There is a task I need you to undertake." Ping Liang, slightly taken aback, responded respectfully, "I am at your service, my lord." Xiao Yunyi nodded, stepping closer, and whispered, "Seek out trustworthy individuals from outside to discreetly monitor Bai Shichang's every move. I must know where he goes each day, what he does, whom he meets, and record every detail meticulously." Chapter 91. Schemes and Calculations After Leaving Majia Temple. Zhuang Xingping first visited the nearest medical clinic to tend to his injuries, then returned to the Eastern Depot to seek an audience with the chief. After patiently waiting for half an hour, he was finally granted an audience. Reporting to the chief, he stated, "I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission. By employing a ruse of self-harm, I have successfully instigated discord between Xiao Yunyi and the Jinyiwei." Zhuang Xingping concealed the specific details of his beating at Majia Temple, only providing a general overview, and continued, "Based on my observations, Xiao Yunyi lacks support at the garrison. A little provocation will surely lead to his marginalization." Tao Daiyuan held a jade cup, exquisitely carved with cloud patterns, and displayed a look of regret. "It is a fine piece, yet alas, it is just a cup without a pot. Such a pity." Zhuang Xingping failed to comprehend the deeper meaning behind his words and did not dare to interject easily. Tao Daiyuan casually toyed with the jade cup and remarked, "Previously, You mentioned that if you displayed sufficient greed, Xiao Yunyi would regard you as a useful pawn, thus binding him to you. Yet, what has come of it? Zhuang Xingping explained. I am confident I have left a strong impression of avarice on Xiao Yunyi. What remains is merely the right opportunity. Once that moment arrives, he will undoubtedly offer me money to secure my cooperation. Wait. Why must we wait? Tao Daiyuan furrowed his brow, displeased, and said, Do you not possess the capability to create the right circumstances? Zhuang Xingping replied, I do possess such ability. But it requires time for careful arrangement. Tao Daiyuan asserted. Xiao Zhongyuan has already begun to take action. He is currently in a position of strength. Even I must tread carefully around him. We can only resort to minor tactics to entangle his son, making him cautious. Thus, you must drag Xiao Yunyi down before he uncovers the truth. Can you accomplish this? Zhuang Xingping hesitated briefly before responding. I assure you, I will not disappoint the chief. I guarantee that Xiao Yunyi will be ensnared before Xiao Zhongyuan reveals the truth. Tao Daiyuan nodded slightly. If you have a plan, act on it without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xingping felt a surge of confidence and replied, Rest assured, Chief, I shall exert every effort. In Shangqing County, within a certain tea house, Bai Shicheng ascended to an upper private room. Upon entering, he summoned the shopkeeper, took out a small seal from his pocket, placed it on the table, and urgently stated, I must see the copper mirror immediately. The innkeeper picked up the small seal, scrutinizing it closely. Once assured of its authenticity, he turned to secure the door and, lowering his voice, said, If you have any message, I can convey it. Tong Jing is presently unavailable to meet you. Bai Shicheng shook his head, insisting, I must see Tong Jing today. The innkeeper replied, Tong Jing is not in Shangqing County at this moment. Even if I were to send someone to fetch him, it would take at least 3 hours for a round trip. Are you certain the matter is that urgent? Bai Shicheng affirmed, It is exceedingly urgent. No matter how long it takes, I must meet Tong Jing today. After a moment of contemplation, the innkeeper said, In that case, I shall provide you with an address. Wait for him there. He then relayed the address. Bai Shicheng noted it down and promptly set off. Waiting in a secluded courtyard for nearly 4 hours until the sun began to set, when Tong Jing finally appeared. You were so eager to see me. It must be something of great importance, Tong Jing remarked, his expression displeased and his tone tinged with irritation. The urgency of Bai Shicheng's arrival, if merely for trivial matters, would naturally provoke anyone's ire. Without hesitation, Bai Shicheng stated, I hope to be transferred to the Southern Town Supervisory Office. No, you cannot go. Tong Jing replied without a moment's pause. Why not? Bai Shicheng pressed, his excitement rising. If Xing Zone can go, why can't I? Tong Jing did not elaborate but countered. You have been well situated at the garrison. Why the sudden desire to transfer to the Southern Town Supervisory Office? Bai Shicheng struggled to contain his emotions, slowly explaining. During the last trip to Qingzhou, to assist Xing Zone, I was left vulnerable and had my tendons severed by the Eastern Factory. Now, Xiao Yunyi has lost faith in me, and I do not wish to become a discarded pawn. I want to transfer to the Southern Town Supervisory Office to continue serving. Upon hearing this, Tong Jing furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Bai Shicheng continued, Today at Majia Temple, there is an operation, and everyone is involved, except for me. This alone is sufficient to illustrate my predicament. Do you believe I still have a reason to remain here? Tong Jing's mind stirred, and he inquired, What operation at Majia Temple? Bai Shicheng replied, It concerns capturing the accomplices of the assassin who caused chaos at the palace, linked to the Sun Lumin in Hedong. I have heard that Qixing plans to take action against them. Sun Lumin? Tong Jing mused, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment, he said, This information is crucial. It may present an opportunity to bring Sun Lumin under our command. I must report this to my superiors immediately. Bai Shicheng interjected. Then my transfer to the Southern Town Supervisory Office should not be an issue, correct? Tong Jing did not respond directly, but stated, I will convey your personal wishes to higher authorities. Whether the transfer is approved depends on their decision. With that, he turned to leave. After his departure, Bai Shicheng clenched his left fist, gritting his teeth, and vowed, Xiao Yunyi, I will ensure you pay the price. The Jinyiwei remained on high alert. Having detected no anomalies from dawn till dusk, and each 1,000 household office remained vigilant. After sunset, Xiao Yunyi took a moment to return to the Marquis's residence, composed a letter, affixed his personal seal, and entrusted it to Feng Ruing. He instructed, Mother, please deliver this letter to a reliable innkeeper, ensuring that upon arriving in Qingzhou, he visits the Jinhu gang and delivers it directly to Shan Yuanao. Fang Ruiying inquired, what is the purpose of the Jinhu gang? And who is Dan Yuanao? How are you associated with them? Xiao Yunyi did not provide an elaborate introduction but offered a brief explanation. He then remarked, with the support of the Jinhu gang, the Wanli Bank will soon establish branches throughout Qizhou, and at that time, we will require numerous reliable managers. I need your assistance with this matter. Fang Ruiying shook her head repeatedly. There are none left. Those I could provide have already been given to you. There is no one else. Xiao Yunyi replied. Then you must think of a solution. The more people we have, the better. They must possess capability, but most importantly, they must be trustworthy. Fang Ruiying expressed her discontent. What other solutions could there be? You cannot expect me to close all my shops and transfer all my staff to Qizhou, can you? That simply cannot happen. Your business is just that, business. My endeavors are not to be dismissed as mere business. Xiao Yunyi corrected her. Mother, you are mistaken. The Wanli Bank is an enterprise under your name and has no connection to me whatsoever. Furthermore, you have no personnel at your disposal. However, your second uncle does. You should write a letter to your younger uncle. He will surely assist you. Fang Ruiying paused. Her eyes filled with confusion as she pressed. How do you know your younger uncle has capable people at his disposal? Of course, I am merely surmising. Given your formidable abilities, as his own sister, my maternal uncle must possess at least a fraction of your talent. Xiao Yunyi, having read the original storyline, was well aware of his younger uncle's capabilities and the loyal and skilled individuals under his command. It was evident that the Xiao family, including the matriarch, had numerous capable individuals within both the first and third branches. However, the Xiao family was currently led by Xiao Zhongyuan, a staunch supporter of the protagonist's faction, which is why he was reluctant to involve anyone from the Xiao family. Chapter 92. Interception after handling the matters in Qingzhou. Xiao Yunyi requested 3,000 taels of silver notes from Fang Ring and returned to Majia Temple that very night. During his absence, nothing of significance occurred. Yet Ping Liang swiftly gathered information regarding Bai Shichang. Xiao Yunyi probed, did he go to Shangqing County? Is there anything particularly notable there? Ping Liang replied, I have only discovered that Master Bai stayed in Shangqing County for several hours, seemingly awaiting a meeting. I have instructed my men to investigate thoroughly. But no further news has emerged. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xiao Yunyi suddenly asked,